Chapter 1. I was reborn as the Giant of Light. I am but an ordinary person. Yet, prior to my demise, I indulged in a frenzy, procuring an array of peculiar services for my funeral, aiming to evoke an air of mystery around myself. I succeeded on the day of my funeral. Numerous individuals clad in Ultraman costumes, their faces obscured, gazed at me from a distant, secluded spot. 5 minutes later, they departed, as though they had never been there. Then, this jest escalated to it was not merely my family and friends. People across the globe became aware of my reincarnation from the land of light in the M78 Nebula, a realm that has existed on Earth for 30 million years, heralded as the first light in the world, the mightiest giant of light in the cosmos. As for how I came to know this, because a century later, in the face of an onslaught of monstrous invasions upon Earth, I was resurrected as the ultimate weapon, humanity's final hope. But Xu Ming crouched atop a rooftop, gazing up at the starry sky, recounting a tale known only to himself. How challenging it was, so bewildering. How could anyone possibly believe such a story? Yet, the entirety of humanity did. It is worth noting that the potion that resurrected me was concocted from materials procured after the annihilation of over 100 squads, extracted from a necromancer. Leberts. Initially, I was dazed by my resurrection as the ultimate weapon. Even now, I remain in a state of bewilderment at times. I even yearn to return to death. I am merely an ordinary person. How am I to confront these monsters and navigate this apocalyptic world? Cradling my head, I exhaled deeply. Who could have foreseen that a century later, Earth would truly be invaded by monsters? And not just a few, but a relentless tide. The breach through which they entered was atop the world's pinnacle, Mount Everest, a rift in space-time. The crux of the matter was, while the monsters had arrived, Ultraman was nowhere to be found. When Xu Ming's information was unearthed, the surviving populace of Earth pinned their hopes on him. For according to the records, Xu Ming was the Giant of Light. He was Ultraman, the nemesis of the monsters, the savior. Initially, the Earth's anti-monster organization remained skeptical, but upon learning of Xu Ming's existence through aliens covertly mingling among humans, panic ensued. They scoured for Xu Ming's grave, intent on exterminating the threat in its infancy. Seeing the aliens react with such urgency, the Earth's anti-monster organization became utterly convinced of Xu Ming's identity. They deemed him humanity's ultimate weapon, the last glimmer of hope. Utilizing the sole vial of resurrection potion, they endured countless hardships to locate Xu Ming's grave, excavated it, and brought him back to life. Look, the esteemed one is lost in thought again. That on another rooftop, 2 members of the anti-monster organization whispered to each other, "To deceive the aliens. The esteemed one has truly exerted himself. Indeed, he observes the cosmos every night from the rooftop. Perhaps he is reminiscing about his homeland in the M78 Nebula." Casting one final glance at the stars, Xu Ming shook his head and returned to his abode. It had been a week since his resurrection that Xu Ming had gradually processed the information regarding this world a century hence. Since the onset of the monster invasion, human civilization had crumbled, leaving only the official alliance, the Earth Anti-Monster Organization. The majority of cities lay in ruins, with only a few remaining under fierce resistance. Currently, the human enclaves on Earth are referred to as survivor bases. Some are fortified with high walls and electric fences. Others have crafted subterranean worlds beneath the Earth. In essence, various methods have been attempted, all aimed at mitigating the monster assaults. The headquarters where Xu Ming currently resided was a city safeguarded by formidable firepower in the heart of the continent. When the monsters first invaded, humanity naively believed that where there were monsters, Ultraman would surely appear. The Giant of Light would protect humankind. However, as time passed and Ultraman failed to materialize, panic began to set in. A thorough examination of records revealed that Xu Ming, this Ultraman, had succumbed to illness a century ago. As for the reasons behind Ultraman's demise, the populace did not delve deeply into the matter. They merely understood that without Ultraman, the complete erosion of Earth was merely a matter of time. Lord Xu Ming, the space-time rift has lost your suppression, and monsters are flooding into Earth. We have done our utmost. In the headquarters of the Anti-Monster Organization, a middle-aged man in a blue uniform spoke to Xu Ming with profound regret. This man was Jing Zhe, the director of the Global Anti-Monster Organization. He could be considered a figure of immense stature on a global scale. Yet, before Xu Ming, he appeared akin to a child who had erred, filled with remorse, guilt, helplessness, and sorrow. By age, Xu Ming could indeed be his grandfather. Nonetheless, Even without clearly defined generational roles, Xu Ming felt rather awkward, because I am truly not that esteemed one. Such words could never escape Xu Ming's lips. If these prominent figures were to discover that his resurrection was merely that of an ordinary individual, Xu Ming could only imagine a grim fate awaiting him. Moreover, even if Xu Ming were to voice such a truth, none would believe him. You have all performed admirably. With no other words at his disposal, Xu Ming could only offer these words of solace to Director Jing Zhe. Upon hearing this, Jing Zhe's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly breaking into sobs. After countless days and nights, after innumerable bloody battles, whenever the pressure became unbearable, Jing Zhe would shoulder the burden alone. But now, hope had arrived, humanity's ultimate weapon, the last beacon of hope, the strongest giant of light in the universe. He had returned. When Jing Zhe beheld Xu Ming's rebirth, he felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He could hardly regain his composure. Lord Xu Ming, to revive you, our anti-monster organization sacrificed over 100 squads. However, knowing that you stand here, they would deem their sacrifices worthwhile. Taking a deep breath, Jing Zhe spoke with fervor. Upon hearing this, Xu Ming felt somewhat faint. What merit did he possess to warrant such sacrifices from so many? By the way, following your resurrection, an alien from the Hippolyte star system launched an assault on the capital. As we fought valiantly to fend it off, it left behind a message. Jing Zhe recalled the events of the past few days as he addressed Xu Ming. What message? Xu Ming inquired. Puzzled, IT proclaimed, Xu Ming, do not overestimate yourself as merely a giant of light. You cannot triumph over darkness. Jing Zhe relayed. Xu Ming, Hippolyte alien? Do I know this being? How does this creature know my name? Could it be that I truly am Ultraman? Truly the giant of light? In that instant, Xu Ming began to question whether he could indeed transform into Ultraman. Yet, upon patting his chest and checking his pockets, he found no transformation device whatsoever. Transform into what? Chapter 2, as an ordinary person. I must protect the elite team. It was precisely due to the words of the Hippolyte aliens that Director Jing Zhe became even more convinced of Xu Ming's identity as Ultraman. As for why this esteemed figure had yet to transform, Jing Zhe surmised that Xu Ming must have his own motives. Perhaps he sought to deceive the enemy, preparing to strike a decisive blow. Ah, Lord Xu Ming. At that moment, Jing Zhe appeared to recall something, addressing Xu Ming. In 2 days, a small team will be dispatched to the Himalayas to investigate the situation regarding the temporal rift. This mission is of utmost importance and carries the highest degree of danger. Therefore, the team executing this task comprises the elite among all teams. I do not wish for them to disappear forever during this mission. Thus, at this point, Jing Zhe bowed deeply to Xu Ming, pleading, I earnestly request that you covertly protect them, ensuring their survival. To be honest, Xu Ming initially felt inclined to refuse. However, upon reflection, he considered that merely existing in this world without purpose was no better than returning to death. After all, death would bring an end to everything, and he would not have to witness what transpired thereafter. Director, please rise. In 2 days, I shall follow the team discreetly, Xu Ming said as he helped Jing Zhe up, exhaling deeply. Thank you, Lord Xu Ming. For the next 2 nights, Xu Ming remained sleepless. Despite having experienced death once, he still grappled with the concept of dying. Having been resurrected with great difficulty, was it truly worth it to die again? The answer was evidently no. Ultimately, Xu Ming came to terms with the idea that if he were to die, it should be for a worthy cause. After all, countless squads had perished to grant him a second chance at life. To return to death so readily would indeed be irresponsible, weighing heavily on his conscience. In any case, he resolved to assist in whatever manner he could. Yet, as an ordinary person with limited abilities, he thought that if he could save at least one life, it would suffice. Thus, he packed some first aid supplies into his backpack before setting out. The time for departure arrived swiftly. This mission was conducted in secrecy, for among the invading enemies on Earth were many cunning extraterrestrials. Xu Ming boarded the stealth fighter alongside the elite team known as Tomorrow Squad, assuming the guise of an ordinary staff member. This identity had been arranged by Jing Zhe, as Xu Ming's role was to provide covert protection, unbeknownst to the 8 members of Tomorrow Squad. In the employees' quarters, Xu Ming awaited the aircraft's takeoff in silence. The stealth fighter did not possess true invisibility. Rather, it evaded sound waves and various signals. Many monsters and aliens did not rely on visual observation of their surroundings. Thus, traveling in a stealth fighter offered increased security. The fighter jet soared at remarkable speed, spacious and equipped with numerous weapons. According to Jing Zhe, this stealth aircraft, dubbed Dark Eagle, was the fastest available to the organization. Dark Eagle was a rather appealing name, Xu Ming murmured to himself as he awaited the passage of time within the rapidly cruising aircraft. After an indeterminate duration, a loud cry echoed from outside the fighter, followed by a jolt that sent the aircraft into turbulence. The situation had changed. Xu Ming quickly donned his protective suit, fastening his backpack in front while securing a parachute behind him. Upon opening the door, he observed the members of Tomorrow's squad rushing toward the cockpit, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. It was evident that Dark Eagle had been discovered by a monster, likely a bird-like creature. Suddenly, the aircraft shook violently, and Xu Ming noticed that one of the wings was missing. Enormous silhouettes swept past the window, leaving Xu Ming in a state of shock. This isn't just one. It's a whole swarm. Simultaneously, Tomorrow's squad activated the emergency communication button. All members, evacuate immediately. Dark Eagle has been detected and is under heavy attack by numerous bird-like monsters. Please jump. The alarm blared incessantly as the announcement from Tomorrow's squad reached Xu Ming. A gust of cold wind rushed in, and he realized that a breach had formed in the cabin. Goodness! The frigid air flooded the interior. And at such a high altitude, Dark Eagle was unstable, teetering on the brink of disaster. Had it not been for Xu Ming's specialized protective suit, he would have surely succumbed to the onslaught of wind. Tomorrow's squad had already opened the hatch and began leaping into the abyss. Xu Ming suddenly realized that he may very well be the only staff member aboard. However, there was no time to ponder this now. Gritting his teeth against the fierce winds, he approached the breach in the cabin and, gazing down from the lofty height, he made the decision to jump. Boom! After everyone had evacuated from Dark Eagle, the aircraft met its demise amidst the fireballs unleashed by the swarm of bird-like monsters. As he descended, Xu Ming caught a glimpse of the monstrous horde, and a name sprang to mind: Zaga. The bird-like monsters assaulting Dark Eagle were indeed the infamous Dark Vanguard known as Zaga. Fortunately, these creatures had fixated their attention solely on Dark Eagle, oblivious to the minuscule human plummeting from the sky. Otherwise, Xu Ming's and Tomorrow's squad's fates would have remained uncertain, allowing his body to fall freely. Xu Ming refrained from deploying his parachute immediately, noting that none of Tomorrow's squad had opened theirs either. The rationale was simple. If the parachutes were activated too soon, the Zaga might take notice of their presence. Thus, they needed to wait until they had descended a sufficient distance. As Xu Ming continued his descent, he opened his parachute simultaneously with Tomorrow's squad, though there was still some distance between them. It appeared that the team remained unaware of the additional staff member floating above them. After drifting through the air for a while, Tomorrow's squad landed in the snowy terrain, while Xu Ming landed beside a snow mound at a distance behind them. After unfastening his parachute and confirming that he had not lost anything, he looked up to behold a towering mountain peak piercing the clouds. Despite the hazardous journey, he had finally arrived at the Himalayas. The surroundings were a stark white expanse. Apart from a few resilient coniferous trees, there was no other color to be seen. The seemingly endless summit was the pinnacle of Earth, Mount Everest, and it was said that the legendary temporal rift was located there. In the bitter cold, Xu Ming, clad in his protective suit, began his ascent. Tomorrow's squad had vanished from sight, and the only way to trace them was by following the footprints not yet concealed by the snow. Chapter 3. The matter of monsters laying eggs on my face. The Himalayas are far from tranquil. The temporal rift is situated atop this majestic range, from which monsters and extraterrestrial beings emerge, rendering the atmosphere anything but peaceful. A bird-like creature descends from the heavens, landing momentarily on the snow as if searching for sustenance. After observing a snowdrift with a hint of curiosity, it takes flight once more. A minute later, the snow shifts slightly, revealing a glass visor. It seems to have departed. Exhaling in relief, Xu Ming crawls out from beneath the snow and stands upright. Had it not been for the oxygen tank and heating apparatus integrated into his protective suit, he would never have dared to entomb himself in the snow. Gazing at the ground, he notices that the footprints of the Tomorrow squad have been obscured by the fresh snow, disappearing without a trace. He has lost their trail. After a brief silence, Xu Ming resumes his ascent. The objective of the Tomorrow squad is Mount Everest, and he need only continue climbing. However, after only a few steps, the ground begins to tremble. What creature is this? Xu Ming looks upward, where the vibrations originate. It could very well be the location of the Tomorrow squad. There is a significant likelihood that they have encountered a monster. As anticipated, beneath the mountains, Xu Ming observes an olive-colored creature soaring into the sky, flapping its wings and emitting a cry, while a chilling mist erupts from the ground. Although this creature can fly, it is not avian. Its wings resemble the textured surface of an orange peel, giving it an overall appearance akin to that of a seal. Two tusks protrude from its mouth, and its eyes are white with dark pupils, accompanied by a plume of black smoke as it ascends. The freezing monster, Pajira. Xu Ming furrows his brow, identifying the creature. In the icy expanse of the Himalayas, such a frigid beast is indeed well suited for survival. Originally hailing from Antarctica, Pajira finds the coldness of this environment nearly comparable to its native land, especially given its proximity to the temporal rift. It is likely that Pajira descended directly into this mountain range upon emerging. If it has just attacked the ground, then the Tomorrow Squad is in grave danger. Realizing this, Xu Ming sprints upward. Attack its head. At the command of the Tomorrow Squad's captain, the team members raise their Aurora guns and pull the triggers. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of lasers is unleashed from the ground, targeting Pajira in the sky. Truly, a testament to their elite status. Every member's laser strikes true at Pajira's head. Sparks erupt as 8 lasers hit their mark, leaving one section of Pajira's head charred. Pain is inevitable. Monsters are not super beasts and can indeed feel agony. Infuriated by the assault, Pajira gathers energy in its maw, unleashing another freezing ray, accompanied by a frigid mist that spreads downward. Even though the Tomorrow Squad's protective suits are equipped with heating facilities, they cannot withstand the sudden drop in temperature brought about by the icy fog. Soon, some of the squad members enveloped in the frost become eerily still. As the mist dissipates, one can see humanoid ice sculptures standing in the snow. Their faces display expressions of resentment, fear, and rage. No. The captain of the Tomorrow Squad, witnessing this horrifying scene, roars in anguish and madly pulls the trigger of his weapon. The remaining team members follow suit, unleashing a barrage of lasers upon Pajira. Sparks fly as Pajira withstands the pain and retaliates with another freezing ray. The extreme cold envelopes them once more. And just as Xu Ming reaches the vicinity, he sees the captain swallowed by the mist. When the fog clears, the captain has become one of the ice sculptures, his face still contorted in fury. This is dire. If this continues, they will all perish. Xu Ming contemplates this grim reality, and the 5 surviving team members share the same thought. Before Pajira can launch another attack, the 5 exchange nods and scatter in different directions. They understand that if the Tomorrow Squad is entirely annihilated, their mission will hold no significance. If they can ascertain the nature of the temporal rift or gain insight into why it has manifested, it could prove immensely beneficial for humanity. Perhaps they could simulate the creation of a temporal rift to seek the aid of the Giants of Light, or even devise a method to close the rift entirely, eradicating this blight upon the world. As the Tomorrow Squad disperses, Xu Ming remains hidden, burying himself once again in the snow, leaving only a small opening to observe the sky. Pajira, having sustained injuries from their attack, flaps its wings and, noticing the minuscule humans fleeing, opts not to pursue. After all, for individuals cannot hope to catch up. With a piercing cry, Pajira descends slowly to the ground. With a thud, it lands, causing the ice sculptures to topple and roll down the mountain. Xu Ming lies beneath, holding his breath in trepidation. Who could have foreseen that Pajira would land directly upon him? Had he known, he would not have buried himself. He merely wished to ascertain whether the frozen teammates held any chance of salvation. And now, this is the outcome. Grinding his teeth, Xu Ming strives to remain silent. Yet, as Pajira hovers above him, presenting its hindquarters, it seems to be preparing for something. Oh no, could it be? A thought crosses his mind, and he looks again at Pajira's rear, feeling a wave of nausea. Great. It appears he is about to be subjected to an unfortunate fate. Pajira readies itself, and with a sudden thrust, a round egg plummets from its body. What? Xu Ming, who had been squinting to avoid the sight, is now utterly bewildered. Pajira has come here to lay eggs. No wonder it did not pursue the fleeing squad members. This Pajira is a creature in labor. However, if this creature lays its eggs here, will he be trapped indefinitely? The crucial question arises. Xu Ming finds himself unable to escape. Just as he begins to contemplate a strategy for departure, an unforeseen event occurs. He feels a shudder beneath him, as if something is burrowing upward, and suddenly, he is propelled into the air, crashing down onto the snowy ground. Fortunately, the protective suit absorbs the impact, and the soft snow cushions his fall, preventing serious injury. Nonetheless, Xu Ming feels as though his internal organs have been jostled. With great effort, he manages to turn over and gaze at the spot where he had buried himself. To his astonishment, a dinosaur-like beast is chomping on the egg that Pajira has just laid. Upon realizing this, Pajira's previously black and white eyes turn a vivid crimson. Chapter 4. Why even a monster understands sacrifice? Upon witnessing the theft of her egg right before her eyes, Pajira was consumed by an overwhelming fury. A wrath that eclipsed even her contempt for the Tomorrow Squad by 100-fold. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Ming made a hasty retreat, not pausing to identify the dinosaur monster that had pilfered the egg. However, a tempest arose behind him. Pajira hovered in midair, frantically flapping her wings, unleashing a torrent of ice and snow towards both the dinosaur monster and Xu Ming. The dinosaur monster, undeterred, swallowed the monster egg whole, and spewed forth flames in Pajira's direction. Yet, the fierce winds, coupled with the frigid atmosphere, rendered its fiery assault utterly ineffective, extinguishing in mere moments. Xu Ming, on the other hand, found himself at the mercy of the biting gale, desperately clutching at the snow-covered ground to avoid being swept away. Ultimately, his grip faltered, and he was engulfed in the storm. Dark clouds of dust swirled around him, plunging Xu Ming into darkness, where he felt as if the very earth was spinning beneath him. At that moment, members of the Tomorrow Squad returned, drawn by the sounds of battle, and they gathered to investigate the commotion. What prompted this altercation between the two monsters? One inquired. Wasn't he their only Pajira a moment ago? Another responded, puzzled. Does anyone know the name of that dinosaur monster? I have no idea. My monster identification device is missing, and this creature is rather uncommon, one admitted. As they conversed, a team member pointed to the storm above, a hint of confusion in their voice. Wait, do you see that figure amidst the swirling black smoke? It looks like a person. It seems so, but our captain perished, and it's just us now. Who could it be? I recall the captain mentioning a mysterious figure would be watching over us from the shadows. The captain also said this figure might be someone who resurrected hundreds of elite squads not long ago. I've heard that too. This individual is said to have reincarnated from the light kingdom of the M78 Nebula. They existed on Earth 30 million years ago, the first light of the world, the mightiest giant of cosmic brilliance. Wow, that's incredible. I was a bit skeptical at first, but is that figure flying now? Indeed. They are soaring within the tornado. So powerful. It seems this figure is secretly dealing with the monsters. We mustn't interfere, lest we disrupt their plans. Absolutely, I concur. Xu Ming, meanwhile, was reeling, struggling to regain his senses, only to find the tempest had dissipated. His body began to plummet, and instinctively reaching out, he grasped something solid. Looking up, he nearly lost his grip. It was Pajira's tail. At some point, Pajira had ascended once more, gathering energy in her mouth, targeting the dinosaur monster below. The dinosaur monster, sensing Pajira's imminent attack, hastily began digging a hole to escape. This scene did not go unnoticed by the Tomorrow Squad. How formidable. Clearly, they have been strategizing to confront that monster. Indeed, to seize Pajira's tail with such ease. First, inciting conflict between the two monsters, and then eliminating the remaining one. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Hope, a feeling long absent, surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Since the monsters invaded Earth, humanity had been steeped in despair, homes destroyed, lives lost. A grim reality, especially in those initial years of turmoil. Now, a powerful being, the Giant of Light, a potential savior of the world, had emerged before them. This was undoubtedly uplifting news for all of humanity. However, the director had yet to authorize the announcement of Xu Ming's resurrection, for if that news broke, the world would surely erupt in fervor. Xu Ming remained oblivious to the sentiments of others, acutely aware only of his precarious situation. Pajira unleashed her freezing beam directly at the dinosaur monster digging for escape, and with a swift whoosh, the creature was encased in ice. Yet, that was not the end. Mourning the loss of her egg, Pajira let out a wail and ascended towards Mount Everest. Xu Ming clung tightly to her tail, fearing he might lose his grip upon landing. Look, the figure is controlling Pajira as she charges towards Everest. So that's the plan. To control the monster. How astounding that the figure can achieve all this without transforming. The Tomorrow Squad gazed in awe as Pajira and Xu Ming gradually disappeared into the clouds. Moments later, they hastened toward Mount Everest, their hearts filled with admiration. Xu Ming felt Pajira had lost her senses. After the anguish of losing her egg and vanquishing her foe, it seemed she was on the brink of sacrificing herself. For an egg? Well, even if this egg was your offspring, could you not set me down first? As Pajira pierced through the cloud layer, Xu Ming found himself atop the clouds, 10,000 meters high. Even Mount Everest lay beneath him. Gazing down, he observed a massive gash across Everest, pulsating with dark red arcs of electricity, an unstable sight indeed. Black mist coiled around the summit, accompanied by swirling violet lightning. Upon breaking through the clouds, the world around him seemed to shift hues. What should have been a clear, sunny sky now appeared drenched in blood red. This was the fabled rift. Of course, this was just Xu Ming's impression from high above. To discern its true nature, one would need to observe it up close. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as Pajira began a sudden dive towards the atmosphere. Good heavens! She truly intends to end it all. Xu Ming shouted, gripping her tail even tighter. The rush of air from the descent was no less fierce than that of an ascent. One slip, and he would plummet from 10,000 meters. And he had no parachute. Pajira seemed to notice Xu Ming clinging to her tail, but made no further movements. In her mind, as they were set to collide, She doubted that this insignificant human could survive such a fall. Just then, a bird-like monster burst forth from the rift in time and space. Chapter 5. I would rather die than experience this again. Bang. No one noticed how that strange bird burst forth from the dark, crimson rift in space-time. Xu Ming felt as if Pagila had been struck by some immense force, and then his hand slipped from Pagila's tail. During this tumultuous moment, he caught sight of Pagila's mouth drooling, her expression one of sheer disbelief. However, Xu Ming had no time to ponder Pagila's thoughts. His body was suspended in midair, and he was about to plummet downward. In a frantic, grasping motion, Xu Ming managed to seize onto something once more. Looking up, he realized it was the enormous claw of the avian monster that had just emerged. This creature was struggling to climb up the gigantic yellow bird's claw. Xu Ming stared at the feathers before him. Volcanic bird, button. By the time the 5 members of Tomorrow's squad reached the clouds, their strength had nearly waned. Nevertheless, discovering that the world above was blood-red was a crucial piece of intelligence. One of the team members glanced upward and spotted Button flapping its wings in the sky, alongside Pagila, who was plummeting in a parabolic arc. Their leader had dealt with Pagila. How impressive. How did he accomplish that? Wait. It seems like our leader is on Button. Yes, look at Button's left foot. Button was a monster with which Tomorrow's squad was well acquainted, having encountered it several times in previous battles. As a well-known creature, there was no need for the team to consult their records. Xu Ming clung tightly to Button's massive claw, unwilling to let go again. The feeling of narrowly escaping death was one he wished never to endure again. Although he had faced death once, Xu Ming felt that engaging in such a perilous game at high altitudes was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Having just emerged from the rift in space-time, Button found the entire world to be utterly fascinating. Although it accidentally collided with Pagila, Button paid it no mind. After circling over Mount Everest for a moment, Button took to the skies with Xu Ming in tow. The members of Tomorrow's squad exchanged glances, and suddenly, a beastly roar echoed down from the mountain peak. Coupled with the dark crimson backdrop, the 5 team members felt a chill run down their spines. A monster must have emerged from the rift. We must retreat. Yes, bringing this information back to headquarters is our most vital task. The leader is already controlling Button to withdraw. He must have clarified the situation above. Let us depart. Ultimately, the 5 unanimously decided to retreat and made their way down the mountain. Button soared erratically over the surface of the earth, weaving through the Zhaojia and skimming the Pacific Ocean. Xu Ming wiped the seawater from his face shield onto Button's feathers and then removed his helmet, exhaling deeply. The oxygen supply in his protective suit had been exhausted, rendering it useless. After some time, Xu Ming unfastened his suit and discarded it into the sea, keeping only the first aid kit he had brought along. The ensuing moments would be a matter of life and death. The wind continually whipped against Xu Ming's face, forcing him to squint slightly. After flying for what felt like an eternity, Button finally grew weary and landed on the banks of a great river. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Ming jumped from Button's claw and rolled into the nearby reeds. The sky gradually darkened, and he lay quietly among the reeds, breathing softly. After drinking from the river, Button rested for a brief moment before taking to the skies again, apparently heading eastward. At last, it had departed. Xu Ming, stretching his exhausted limbs, emerged from the reeds. Having set out early that morning, he realized he hadn't eaten all day. His stomach growled incessantly, and if he didn't find sustenance soon, he feared he might lack the strength to return. Fortunately, he was by the riverside. It was summer, a season when animals were active, so he should be able to find some meat, provided he didn't encounter any poisonous creatures. Perhaps he might find some fish. Taking out his waterproof flashlight, Xu Ming directed its beam onto the river. In the waters, there were indeed phototropic fish that would be drawn to the light at night. After a brief moment of illumination, several fish swam into view. Xu Ming, with quick reflexes, lunged and captured a small fish. Water splashed and splattered as he secured his catch, causing the other fish to scatter in fright. Finding a sharp stone along the riverbank, Xu Ming quickly prepared the small fish, though he had no means to cook it. Looking at the fish, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to eat it raw, slicing off pieces of the flesh. If he couldn't endure such minor hardships, how could he ever hope to save the world? Xu Ming chuckled at his own predicament, then continued to eat despite the discomfort. Gazing at the riverbank, Xu Ming fell into contemplation. To suddenly find oneself resurrected in this world, inexplicably becoming a savior, was indeed absurd. However, as an adult, one must take responsibility for one's actions. After all, it was his impulsive decision to orchestrate so many funerals. As he walked along the riverbank, Xu Ming stumbled upon a crooked wooden sign that appeared to have weathered the years. The sign bore the words Songhua River. To think, had Button brought him to the northeast? Xu Ming paused, speaking to himself. A century had passed, and the landscape had transformed beyond recognition. The towering buildings that once lined the Songhua River had long since crumbled, leaving only patches of reeds. However, since there was a sign, it suggested the presence of human habitation. If he could find someone alive, perhaps there would be a way back. Continuing along the riverbank, Xu Ming unknowingly arrived at the widest part of the Songhua River. Gazing out, he could not see the opposite shore. Although it was night, the moonlight cast a gentle glow. Yet, an inexplicable fog rolled across the river, forming a circular veil. Finding the sight peculiar, Xu Ming aimed his flashlight into the mist. But it could not penetrate the dense shroud. The moonlight. Looking up at the moon, Xu Ming observed that the beams of light descending appeared to be drawn toward the center of the fog. Something seemed to be lurking beneath the water. His gaze sharpened as he peered into the river. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered beneath the surface before vanishing swiftly. The shape formed by that light left Xu Ming momentarily stunned. Could it be? Without hesitation, Xu Ming stripped off his clothes, grasped the flashlight, and leapt into the Songhua River. Chapter 6. My home is indeed in the northeast. The cool water of the river surged around Xu Ming's body, cleansing the form that had been reborn just 10 days prior. As he opened his eyes beneath the water, he followed the beam of his flashlight and discerned a familiar silhouette in the depths. Fish swam past him, startled by the splashes he made, but soon, Xu Ming, well-versed in aquatic navigation, arrived at his destination. The moonlight penetrated the river's surface, illuminating a colossal figure before him, or rather, casting its glow upon the gem-shaped protrusion on the chest of this monumental entity. Beneath the water, Xu Ming held his breath, unable to vocalize his astonishment at the giant stone statue resting on the riverbed. Indeed, it was a statue of a giant, a statue of the light giant, a statue of Ultraman. In a world besieged by monsters, the absence of Ultraman had been a bitter disappointment for all. Yet, no one could have anticipated the existence of a statue of the light giant, quietly lying at the bottom of the Songhua River. Based on Xu Ming's familiarity with the figure and its facial contours, he could confidently identify it as the statue of Tiga Ultraman. The reason for Tiga Ultraman's statue being submerged in the Songhua River remained a mystery, but Xu Ming could hardly concern himself with the chaotic reasons at that moment. All he yearned to know was whether this statue held the potential for revival. In various films and television dramas, two methods for reviving Tiga Ultraman had been depicted. The first involved the protagonist, Daigo, using a godlight stick to transform into light and enter the statue, thereby restoring Tiga's life. The second occurred at the conclusion of Tiga TV, where Tiga was petrified by the evil god Gatanja, and a rescue team used light to illuminate the statue's timer, channeling energy to it. The scene before Xu Ming was unmistakable. The statue of Tiga seemed to be absorbing the moonlight streaming down upon it. This suggested that the statue indeed possessed the potential for revival. If he could somehow transform into light and enter the statue, perhaps Tiga could be successfully awakened. A bold thought emerged in Xu Ming's mind, prompting him to swim toward the statue. The journey was smooth, with no obstructions, until he reached the gem atop the illuminated timer. He waited in silence, yet no miracle unfolded. Desperation set in. He could hold his breath no longer. Xu Ming's face flushed as he swiftly swam to the surface, breaking through the water with a splashing sound, gasping for air. It seemed he had been indulging in fanciful dreams. With a rueful shake of his head, he dispelled the illusions that had filled his mind. Without the godlight stick, it was impossible to convert his body into light, rendering the revival of Tiga nothing more than a whimsical fantasy. Surrounded by a white mist, Xu Ming submerged once more, casting one last glance at the statue before swimming toward the shore. The mist surrounding the statue seemed to serve as a protective veil, particularly at night when few would dare venture into such an eerie location. As for monsters, Xu Ming had yet to encounter any in the Songhua River. Perhaps they had departed, or perhaps they were simply dormant. Nonetheless, the question lingered. Why was Tiga's statue located here? Once he donned his clothes, Xu Ming pondered for a moment, then a peculiar expression crossed his face. Was there not a line from a song that went something like this? My home is on the Songhua River in the northeast. My home. My Tiga? Regardless, the statue of Tiga was indeed situated on the Songhua River in the northeast. Yet knowing this did not grant him the means to revive it. Xu Ming had no intention of revealing this matter to anyone, as the statue appeared to be absorbing the essence of the moonlight, and perhaps one day it might suddenly awaken. Most importantly, some extraterrestrial beings might be lurking among humans. If word got out, it could extinguish this final glimmer of hope. As dawn broke, Xu Ming set off in a direction where wisps of smoke rose, hinting at the presence of life. In this post-apocalyptic world, encountering those with malevolent intentions was already a stroke of luck, and Xu Ming did not expect anyone to offer him enthusiastic assistance. Therefore, before departing, he caught several fish, tying them together with reeds to carry in hand. Before long, Xu Ming reached the source of the smoke. Not far from the Songhua River, It emanated from a hole in the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a patch of dried reeds laid on the ground, which seemed out of place amidst the surrounding mud. Crouching beside the dry reeds, Xu Ming tentatively called out, "Is anyone down there?" "Who?" A loud shout echoed, and the dry reeds were suddenly tossed aside as a head emerged from the earth. Before Xu Ming could react, a gleaming blade was brandished before him. "Don't be alarmed, brother." Xu Ming quickly raised the fish in his hand, addressing the disheveled figure before him. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing the fish, the blade retreated, though the man's tone remained unfriendly. In a swift motion, the disheveled man crawled out from the hole. "I was just asking for directions." Xu Ming studied the man before him, extending the fish toward him. His clothes were filthy, caked in mud, and even his hair was matted with dirt, suggesting that he lived in this underground refuge. "Directions?" The man accepted the fish without courtesy, retorting, "Where do you want to go?" "I wish to reach the headquarters of the anti-monster organization," Xu Ming replied. The man raised an eyebrow at Xu Ming's words and inquired, "What do you want to go there for?" "Walking will take you a year, and there are monsters along the way. You might find yourself dead before you arrive." It appeared that the headquarters was quite far away. Rubbing his temples, Xu Ming asked again, "Is there a branch of the anti-monster organization nearby?" "Yes. There's a survivor base in Songhua with a branch. It should take about an hour to reach," the man replied candidly, pointing Xu Ming in a direction. "Thank you, brother." Xu Ming smiled gratefully. "But are you living underground?" "I come to fish in the Songhua River," the man answered straightforwardly. "I dug this hole long ago to evade monsters. I fish until nightfall and sleep here, then wake up the next day to continue fishing. My home is also in the survivor base." "Ah, I see." Xu Ming nodded, bidding farewell to the man. "Until we meet again." After walking for an hour in the direction indicated by the man, Xu Ming indeed found the survivor base of Songhua. When the anti-monster organization team guarding the entrance inquired about his identity, Xu Ming promptly announced the name Jing Zhe. This revelation startled the team. Yet they proceeded to ask Xu Ming for more details, such as Jing Zhe's appearance and distinguishing features. Xu Ming naturally described Jing Zhe's likeness accurately. Amidst their astonishment, the team contacted their superiors at the Songhua branch, who in turn reached out to the headquarters. Ultimately, Xu Ming was escorted back to the headquarters in launching by a team. Chapter 7. The Power of Rumors That Can Stir Humanity. Upon his arrival, Xu Ming was greeted by the 5 surviving members of the Tomorrow Squad. "Boss, it's truly you, Xu Ming." As soon as he disembarked from the plane, a voice rang out in astonishment. The 5 members of the Tomorrow Squad quickly surrounded him. "You are members of the Tomorrow Squad?" After spending a day with them, Xu Ming could easily recognize their faces. The 5 were taken aback that Xu Ming could identify them, and their excitement grew. "Boss, I saw you tear apart Pajira. It was incredible." Yes. I also heard that you froze that dinosaur monster with a beam of light. And Batten, you rode on him, directing him wherever you wanted to go." "Amazing. Truly, you are the Great One reborn from the M78 Nebula." "Indeed. You are the mightiest giant of light." The 5 members chattered enthusiastically, their demeanor betraying any semblance of a disciplined elite squad. In Xu Ming's eyes, they appeared utterly ecstatic. "What nonsense is this? I tore Pajiro apart. I shot freezing beams. I rode on Batten, directing him as I pleased. Some of these events seem to have occurred, yet not entirely. Am I really that impressive?" Xu Ming nearly fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Fortunately, he was a clear-minded individual and soon regained his composure. If he had to admit any prowess, it was merely surviving amidst the fierce battles against the 3 monsters. "Indeed. I am quite fortunate." With a smile, Xu Ming followed the Tomorrow Squad into the base. Along the way, many witnesses observed the scene, leading to a flurry of whispered conversations. "I heard Lord Xu Ming punched a dinosaur monster into oblivion." "Yes, indeed. I also heard that Lord Xu Ming barbecued Pajira on the Himalayas." "What is that compared to what I know?" "I know that Lord Xu Ming crushed Batten's poison sac with a claw and drank it, asking for another bottle." "Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness." In no time, the base was abuzz with various rumors, each more extravagant than the last, all revolving around Xu Ming's alleged exploits of defeating the 3 monsters on the Himalayas, with the testimonies of the Tomorrow Squad members as assurance. Everyone believed these tales to be the undeniable truth. Soon, the news spread beyond the base. It first reached the nearby branches from the headquarters, then circulated to other branches, until it ignited excitement among people worldwide. The headquarters could no longer conceal the information they had kept hidden. The Giant of Light, reborn from the M78 Nebula, who had existed on Earth 3 million years ago, the first light of the world, the strongest giant of light in the universe, had returned. Moreover, he was currently at the headquarters of the anti-monster organization. Hope blossomed in the hearts of humanity. In this apocalyptic era, Xu Ming's existence provided a glimmer of solace. Finally, the Giant of Light had not forsaken Earth. Now was the time for humanity's counterattack. The day of rebuilding their home began with Xu Ming's return. The time-space rift atop Mount Everest appeared to be in a state of instability, intermittently unleashing monsters. In front of Jingzhe, who was seated, Xu Ming began to describe the scene he had witnessed on Mount Everest. The surviving members of the Tomorrow Squad told me that above the clouds, there exists a blood-red world. I can hardly fathom what kind of aberration could have caused a time-space rift. With a sigh, Jingzhe nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks to you, Lord Xu Ming. Otherwise, the Tomorrow Squad would have had no chance of survival. I had prepared myself for their total sacrifice, yet unexpectedly, 5 of them returned. I am truly grateful to you for risking exposure to assist them. As he spoke, Jingzhe once again bowed deeply to Xu Ming. Director, please. There is no need for such formality. I hardly contributed anything significant. Xu Ming quickly rose to assist Jingzhe in standing. I owe a debt to Lord Xu Ming. However, Jingzhe remained bent over, refusing to rise. Because of this mission, your identity has been completely exposed. The extraterrestrials must now be aware of all your information. This undermines your plan to conceal your identity and strength. Please, Lord Xu Ming, impose punishment upon me. Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of information. What did it matter if the extraterrestrials knew his details? I'm certainly not Ultraman. Conceal what identity? My identity is Ultraman? Did not that Hippolyte alien declare me as the Giant of Light? What is there to hide? This is absurd. If I were truly the Giant of Light, I would have dealt with those aliens long ago. That aside, Director, let us focus on standing upright first. Xu Ming exerted some force to help Jingzhe rise. It's fine. Even if the extraterrestrials learn of my existence, what does it matter? I am not. Well, I cannot transform at the moment. So it's no different from being unknown. After a moment of thought, Xu Ming adjusted his words. After all, the entire world believed him to be Ultraman, the savior. If he were to claim otherwise, the consequences would be dire. After all, the elixir that revived me cost the sacrifice of over 100 elite squads. There is only one of its kind in this world. Rather than disappoint all of humanity, Xu Ming decided it would be better to embrace this identity. After all, they had brought him back to life. He might as well contribute. Pretending to be Ultraman wasn't particularly difficult. Oh, so Lord Xu Ming cannot transform right now. It seems your strength has diminished after resurrection, Jingzhe remarked, his concern evident. However, even without transforming, you managed to single-handedly defeat 3 monsters. Truly, you are the mightiest giant of light in the universe, even without transformation. Ah, yes, my strength has waned. Primarily because I no longer possess a transformation device since my resurrection. Xu Ming continued weaving his narrative, aiming for at least a semblance of authenticity. I have no idea where my transformation devices have scattered. The transformation device. Now that's a predicament. Jingzhe's brow furrowed, then a thought struck him. If Lord Xu Ming were to regain a transformation device, would you then be able to transform into the Giant of Light? Indeed, that is the case. Xu Ming nodded. After all, the likelihood of a transformation device appearing is slim. It's merely a topic for idle conversation. All right. I will instruct all global squads to be vigilant for anything resembling a transformation device, Jingzhe said, then inquired, by the way, Lord Xu Ming, what does your transformation device look like? Chapter 8. The indelible title of the Babarl alien as Xu Ming pondered the appearance of the transformation device. A frown creased his brow. Let us take all the transformation devices from the Ultraman series as samples. If I can find even one of them, I should be able to use it. After a moment's reflection, he continued, this world contains a Digga statue. Perhaps a divine light stick truly exists. If I manage to find the transformation device, it might actually work. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim, and Xu Ming held no hope. Very well. I shall instruct all teams to be vigilant. Jingzhe nodded in agreement. By the way, Lord Xu Ming, during your absence, we captured an alien. However, we have been unable to extract any useful information from him. I believe perhaps you could persuade him to speak and provide us with some insights. An alien? Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback. All right, I will take a look. He had not anticipated that the anti-monster organization possessed the capability to capture aliens. Nevertheless, considering they had already subdued the necromancer leopards, capturing an alien was indeed within the realm of possibility. As Jingzhe led him to a secluded basement, he pressed a hidden switch, causing a door to open automatically, revealing an elevator. This is our research facility for various monsters. Captured monsters or aliens are brought here for further study, Jingzhe explained, noticing Xu Ming's look of curiosity. In the entertainment industry, numerous props related to monsters have appeared, and we are attempting to create these items ourselves, such as the monster cards from X-Ultraman, or the monster keys from Tiga Ultraman. Xu Ming inquired, puzzled. Exactly. Jingzhe affirmed. If we succeed in developing the Victory Divine Light Stick from Tiga Ultraman, perhaps you, Lord Xu Ming, could successfully transform. Indeed, that is quite intriguing. A few beads of barely perceptible cold sweat formed on Xu Ming's forehead as he forced a smile. The Victory Divine Light Stick from Tiga Ultraman was indeed a remarkable tool. Ultraman Zeta and Ultraman Ribbit had both utilized this transformation device. As long as one possesses a key imbued with inherent energy, it can transform the body into light. Ribbit Ultraman had once stated that once an Ultraman takes on a human form, they must use a device that transforms their body back into light to revert to their giant form. Xu Ming remained skeptical, although Ribbit Ultraman had proclaimed this. It seemed that Ultraman Jack did not require a transformation device. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice this detail. Another drop of cold sweat formed as Xu Ming glanced at Jingzhe, offering a humble smile. In silence, as the elevator descended, Xu Ming and Jingzhe arrived deep underground. Upon opening the elevator door, they were greeted not by darkness, but by a spacious, brightly lit laboratory. An extensive operation, Xu Ming thought, following Jingzhe inside. The spacious laboratory was filled with a diverse array of researchers, some with yellow skin, others with blonde hair and blue eyes, and still others with black or brown skin. In Jingzhe's words, the world's finest scientists had gathered here, united in their quest to develop weapons to combat the monsters through research. The scientists were busily engaged in their work, even with Jingzhe's arrival. There was no need for greetings, as time was of the essence for them. Lord Xu Ming, the revival potion you seek was developed by them. Jingzhe introduced with pride. Please extend my gratitude to them when you have the chance. Xu Ming replied, momentarily taken aback. He had not expected that this remarkable group of individuals was responsible for creating the potion that could restore his life. Indeed, prior to Xu Ming's appearance, these researchers had been the last hope for everyone. It is our duty and responsibility, Jingzhe stated. Reviving you, Lord, is the most crucial step in saving the world. It is what they ought to do. Hearing this, Xu Ming shook his head but chose not to elaborate further. The chamber where the alien was held was located adjacent to the laboratory. Contrary to expectations, it was not a dark dungeon, but rather a fairly bright space. Inside a specialized cage, an alien with disheveled yellow hair and two long, pointed horns, clad in spiked leather armor, languished in a state of despair. It appeared to have endured considerable torment. Babarl alien? Xu Ming recognized this alien, for it was quite infamous, possessing transformation abilities and having deceived numerous Ultramen. Indeed, it is the Babarl alien, Jingzhe confirmed. It utilized its transformation ability to disguise itself as a staff member, but was discovered while attempting to unlock the door with a fingerprint. How was it discovered? Xu Ming inquired. Because it can only transform into another's appearance but cannot replicate a human's fingerprint pattern, Jingzhe chuckled, then rapped on the cage's reinforced glass. Babarl alien. Divulge all that you know. With its hands bound behind its back, Jingzhe directly addressed the alien. The Babarl alien had been subjected to prolonged torment. Further interrogation would yield no meaningful results, and Jingzhe's questioning was merely to gauge the alien's attitude for Xu Ming's benefit. As expected, the Babarl alien lethargically lifted its head, casting a disdainful glance at Jingzhe before lowering its gaze once more, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. No matter how much you torture me, you will extract nothing of value. Give up, Earthling. Perhaps if you release me, I could speak favorably of you before that esteemed individual and spare you a corpse. It muttered in a low voice, keeping its head down. That esteemed individual? Xu Ming and Jingzhe exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. It seemed the Babarl alien was aligned with a more formidable force. Who is that esteemed individual? Jingzhe tapped on the glass, pressing for answers. This time, the Babarl alien merely laughed maniacally, providing no response to Jingzhe's inquiries. It appeared they had gleaned some useful information. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Jingzhe recorded the interrogation on his portable device. Perhaps I should give it a try. Xu Ming suggested after a moment of silence. Then it would be my honor, Lord Xu Ming, Jingzhe exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon realizing Xu Ming wished to conduct the interrogation personally. Xu Ming nodded, approached the cage, cleared his throat lightly, paused for a few seconds, and then bellowed, Babarl alien, you wretched cur. Chapter 9. Why is that gentleman so mysterious? What? Not only Jingzhe, but also the Babarl alien was taken aback, lifting his head in astonishment upon hearing Xu Ming's outburst. Confusion washed over him as he beheld Xu Ming's unfamiliar visage. Xu Ming, my lord, what does this mean? Jingzhe inquired, perplexed. When had the Babarl aliens offended Xu Ming? Why was he being reprimanded upon their first encounter? Could it be that Xu Ming harbored some past grievances against the Babarl aliens? It was confirmed that this particular Babarl alien hailed from the world of Ultraman Leo. Xu Ming explained. Otherwise, he would not have reacted so vehemently to the earlier remark. with a slight upward curve of his lips. Xu Ming's gaze locked onto the Babar alien's dark red eyes. Truly, Xu Ming was remarkable, able to discern the Babar alien's origins with but a few words. Filled with admiration, Jingza hastily recorded this revelation. Wait, he just referred to you as Xu Ming, my lord? At this moment, the Babar alien seemed to realize. Directing his gaze towards Xu Ming. Yes, I am Xu Ming. Xu Ming nodded, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he regarded the Babar alien. Sensing a familiarity in his demeanor. So you are Xu Ming. The Babar alien appeared terrified, his previously arrogant demeanor evaporating in an instant. You know me? Xu Ming raised an eyebrow, questioning him. You are that reincarnated being from the M78 Nebula, the universe's mightiest giant of light. The Babar alien stammered, trembling all over. Humanity could not contend with him, but the giant of light, Ultraman, could obliterate him with a mere gesture. Xu Ming. Great. Another alien claiming to be Ultraman. How do you know my identity? Xu Ming feigned mystery, his voice low. Who doesn't know that the giant of light, who existed on Earth 30 million years ago, has been resurrected? The Babar alien's hands still quivered in fear. Xu Ming inhaled sharply. When had he become such a figure of terror? According to the Babar alien, all extraterrestrials were aware of his Ultraman identity, yet he was not Ultraman at all. It was evident that the invading aliens perceived him as their greatest potential adversary. Judging by the Babar alien's words, the individual behind him likely regarded Xu Ming as an enemy as well. How difficult this is. Xu Ming sighed inwardly, covering his face with one hand in an attempt to escape reality. However, the Babar alien, seeing Xu Ming raise his hand, assumed he was about to unleash a lethal attack, quickly adopting a defensive posture. Observing the Babar alien's terrified reaction, Jingza couldn't help but remark, indeed, Xu Ming, you possess such formidable intimidation over extraterrestrials. An alien that would not utter a word before has become so submissive before you. Seeing Jingza's expression, Xu Ming's lips twitched. It seemed that his identity as Ultraman was firmly established. Who is the individual you mentioned earlier? Xu Ming inquired, his tone commanding and insistent. Having committed himself, Xu Ming decided to portray the Ultraman persona to the fullest. To his surprise, the Babar alien suddenly knelt before him, pleading, My lord, I cannot disclose that. If I do, my life will surely be forfeit. Cannot say? Xu Ming raised an eyebrow once more, curious about what could be so secretive. Who do you think will kill you first, me or this so-called gentleman? Leaning slightly forward, Xu Ming wore a devilish grin as he addressed the trembling Babar alien. The Babar alien remained silent, shaking uncontrollably, his mind clearly at war with itself as he contemplated a significant decision. Is it truly that terrifying? Xu Ming mused privately. The gentleman in question might be a formidable boss from the Ultraman universe, for it was inconceivable that the Babar alien could be so fearful otherwise. It was well known that this Babar alien was quite audacious. If he was not mistaken, he was the one who had stolen the Ultraman key. An alien bold enough to directly confront the Land of Light should not be this frightened. To pressure the Babar alien further, Xu Ming crossed his arms in a cross-like formation. No, please don't. The Babar alien cried out. I will tell you. I will tell you. Jingza sighed softly to himself, pondering that if this Babar alien had been a bit more obstinate, he might have witnessed Xu Ming in action today. The earlier pose was clearly one prepared for unleashing a light attack. Witnessing Xu Ming's display of power was worth sacrificing one captured alien. Speak, Xu Ming commanded, lowering his arms and fixing his gaze on the Babar alien. The Babar alien struggled internally once more before gazing at the ceiling and declaring, My lord, please forgive me for making such a decision against my ancestors today. If I do not speak, he will truly turn me to dust. Stop with the nonsense and hurry up, Xu Ming retorted coldly. All right. The Babar alien nodded vigorously, then began. That gentleman is, before he could finish, a loud explosion erupted, and the Babar alien was obliterated within the confines of his cell. The deafening noise reverberated through the underground laboratory, drawing numerous researchers to investigate. Xu Ming and Jingzhou were left in stunned silence. The Babar alien had exploded unexpectedly? Had the containment not been specially designed? They might have been caught in the blast as well. One researcher assessed the situation, opened the cell for a closer inspection, and shook his head. Director, he has been completely reduced to ashes. Why did he explode so suddenly? Jingza asked, perplexed. We had previously examined him and found no explosives or similar devices. It must be some special technique of the extraterrestrials, the researcher responded. Given the circumstances, he was willing to confess. Xu Ming remarked, thus, the cause of the explosion was certainly not his own doing. It was that gentleman. Upon hearing this phrase, Jingza's expression turned grave. If that gentleman possessed such power to induce an explosion from afar, then everyone was in peril, including himself. It seemed that that gentleman had likely employed some method on the Babar alien from the outset. Should any warning be breached, it would result in an explosive demise. Xu Ming pondered, forming a hypothesis. Chapter 10. Enough. Everything is enough. The events occurring at the underground research facility swiftly spread among the scientific personnel throughout the headquarters. Particularly the moment when Xu Ming compelled the Babar alien to confess under the pressure of light became widely circulated. It was astonishing that Lord Xu Ming could unleash light without transforming. I heard that the Babar alien was so frightened by Lord Xu Ming that it lost control of itself and then divulged everything. Indeed. Lord Xu Ming's exclamation of "You dog bastard" seemed to awaken the alien's conscience. It was simply remarkable. However, in the end, when the Babar alien refused to reveal the name of the mastermind behind the scenes, a mere glance from Lord Xu Ming caused it to explode in a burst of energy. If anyone's gaze could kill, it could only be that of Lord Xu Ming. Xu Ming had gradually grown accustomed to the various rumors circulating within the headquarters. Even when he overheard strange discussions about himself or caught sight of peculiar glances, his heart remained largely unperturbed. After all, he had been compelled to acknowledge his identity as Ultraman, and those rumors, the more exaggerated, the better. If they could spread, they might even deter some nefarious individuals. However, there was one piece of information gleaned from the Babar alien that both Xu Ming and Jing Zhe found significantly intriguing: the origin of the Babar alien. If Xu Ming was not mistaken, this Babar alien had come from the world of Leo Ultraman. Moreover, it was one of the important characters within that realm. If this were true, did it mean that other extraterrestrial beings and monsters also originated from the world of Leo Ultraman? Lying in bed, Xu Ming scratched his head, engulfed in confusion. It was evident that this was impossible. Soon, he dismissed this notion. If the other end of the space-time rift connected to the world of Leo Ultraman, where did the other monsters come from? For instance, the Zaga he encountered a few days ago. In Xu Ming's understanding, Zaga only appeared within the narrative of Diga Ultraman. Whether Zaga existed in the world of Leo Ultraman remained unknown to Xu Ming. Perhaps it did, but the probability was exceedingly slim. Aside from Zaga, Xu Ming had a general understanding of many extraterrestrial beings and monsters that had appeared on Earth. In summary, the likelihood of all these entities originating from the world of Leo Ultraman was nearly zero. Forget it. It's pointless to ponder. I shall sleep. With that, Xu Ming closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Xu Ming was jolted awake. Glancing at the clock on his desk, he realized it was 2 a.m. Still dark outside. However, the incessant tremors made him aware that something was amiss. This was the headquarters of the anti-monster organization, where such disturbances were highly unlikely. If they did occur, it could only indicate one thing: danger was imminent. Knock, knock, knock. A frantic knocking resounded at Xu Ming's door, followed by a voice from outside. Lord Xu Ming, I am Blue Hawk from the Tomorrow team. Wake up quickly. The headquarters is under siege by aliens leading a monster army. Blue Hawk. Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback, envisioning a familiar face. He recognized that Blue Hawk was one of the 5 survivors from the Tomorrow team, hence the familiarity in addressing him as Lord. However, the crux of the matter lay not with Blue Hawk, but with what he had just announced. The headquarters was under attack. Regaining his composure, Xu Ming hurriedly dressed, donning the monster identification bracelet, and opened the door. As the door swung open, he saw Blue Hawk, breathless, his short hair singed, and his face smudged with soot, as if he had just returned from battle. The director sent us to inform you to take refuge. My teammates are waiting for you on the way. The director has prepared the aircraft for us to relocate to the Beijing division. How could this happen? Xu Ming was still somewhat bewildered, yet he followed Blue Hawk swiftly down the corridor. Sparks occasionally erupted, and debris fell from the structures above with a crash. We are not entirely sure, but according to the aliens, they said they came to capture you, Lord Xu Ming. Blue Hawk replied as they hurried along. Capture me? Upon hearing this, Xu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. How could these aliens be so audacious as to attempt capturing him? Wasn't it established that he was Ultraman? The Giant of Light? How dared they? The leading Hippolyte alien exclaimed, Damn Xu Ming, if you refuse to acknowledge my strength, then I will strike first. Blue Hawk conveyed to Xu Ming. Hippolyte alien, again with the Hippolyte alien. This name had echoed in Xu Ming's ears twice before. Once at the beginning when the Hippolyte alien had issued its threats, and now again. This extraterrestrial was formidable. Even the Ultraman brothers had fallen to its might. How could I have failed to recognize its strength? Xu Ming scratched his head, perplexed as to why the Hippolyte alien would utter such words. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Lord Xu Ming, the director informed us that your powers are diminished following your resurrection, and you lack a transformation device. So we understand, Blue Hawk said, noticing the frown on Xu Ming's face. But I believe that one day you will regain your strength and avenge us. Avenging the heroes who fell to the hands of aliens and monsters. As he spoke, Blue Hawk's eyes glistened with tears. Avenging you? Suddenly, Xu Ming realized. Are you not retreating with us? Not going. Blue Hawk exhaled deeply, smiling as he shook his head. Lord Xu Ming, our team will carve a path for you. Soon. An elite team will pilot aircraft to help you break through the encirclement and reach the Beijing division. Listening to Blue Hawk's words, Xu Ming gradually slowed his pace, falling into silence. Noticing the lack of sound behind him, Blue Hawk turned in confusion to see Xu Ming with his head bowed. Lord Xu Ming, we must hurry. If we do not leave soon, it will be too late. Blue Hawk exclaimed, disregarding everything else as he grabbed Xu Ming's hand to pull him forward. Enough. Xu Ming forcefully shook off Blue Hawk's hand, speaking in a low voice. At that moment, members of the Tomorrow team appeared, protecting Jingzhe as they approached Xu Ming. Lord Xu Ming, we must hurry. The aliens are advancing. Jingzhe urged anxiously upon spotting Xu Ming. Boom. A loud explosion echoed as a thick steel pipe crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was evident that the enemy's assault was becoming increasingly fierce. Were it not for the relatively intact defense systems of the base, they would have been overwhelmed in mere moments. Chapter 11. Perhaps dying once more as Liberation Director Jingzhe slowly raised his head, and with a faint smile, Xu Ming spoke. You all may leave. I shall handle this. Xu Ming, sir. The crowd, upon witnessing this, were expressions of astonishment. They were acutely aware that Xu Ming's powers had been diminished, rendering him unable to transform. Jingzhe understood that if he did not reveal the truth to everyone, Xu Ming's identity would be called into question amidst this calamity, and the hope for this world might dissipate in the face of rumors. As long as Xu Ming lived, there remained a glimmer of hope. Driven by this conviction, Jingzhe felt it imperative to protect Xu Ming during this disaster. Yet, at this moment, Xu Ming insisted on staying behind. Had Xu Ming's powers been restored? Impossible. Jingzhe shook his head. Just last night, Xu Ming had confided in him that it was inconceivable to regain his former strength after merely a night's rest. Seeing through Xu Ming's facade of strength, Jingzhe grew increasingly anxious. Xu Ming, sir, please leave quickly. I have said, you must go. I will take care of this. Xu Ming declared, his gaze fixed on the uppermost level of the headquarters, pierced by a beam of light. Xu Ming, sir, you have not regained your strength. You cannot possibly contend with so many extraterrestrials and monsters. Jingzhe, his eyes reddened with urgency, pleaded, Xu Ming, I beg you, come with us. Sir, 10 elite teams are already engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. If we do not leave soon, their sacrifices will be in vain. Blue Eagle also implored with tears brimming in his eyes. I have said, you must go. I will handle this. Do you not understand? Xu Ming shouted, his head bowed. Leave. Xu Ming admitted that he too wished to flee. But what of the valiant warriors fighting bravely? What of the innocents suffering amidst the flames of war in Dragon City? The extraterrestrials were here to capture him. What did that have to do with them? His life had been reclaimed. Death would simply mean returning from whence he came. If the extraterrestrials sought to capture him, let them. What was the point of the struggle? After all, from the beginning, he had merely been a counterfeit, not the Ultraman, the Giant of Light. The crowd was stunned into silence by Xu Ming's outburst. Particularly Jingzhe, who had spent the most time with Xu Ming, had never seen him this furious before. This was a sight he had never witnessed. Xu Ming, Jingzhe wanted to say something. But Xu Ming stepped forward and struck the back of his neck with a swift motion, rendering him unconscious. Director, the others cried out urgently. He is fine. He has merely fainted. You all must evacuate him now, Xu Ming instructed. This simple technique of incapacitating someone was something Xu Ming had learned in his past life. But he had not anticipated it would prove useful here. Xu Ming, sir. Enough. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. We cannot bear to see the director sacrifice himself here. Seeing someone still wishing to argue, Xu Ming barked, enough. All right. Blue Eagle clenched his fists tightly. Everyone, let us evacuate the director. I will bear any responsibility. After a moment's hesitation, the group grasped the severity of the situation and swiftly carried the unconscious Jingzhe away. Once they were gone, Xu Ming exhaled deeply. Observing the sparks flying around him and feeling the tremors of the ground, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Perhaps, dying once more truly was a form of liberation. Clenching his fists, Xu Ming strode forward through the showers of sparks, heading towards the outside of the headquarters. The Hippolyte aliens were emitting eerie laughter, relentlessly firing beams of energy that ravaged the structures of Dragon City. On the ground, people fled in panic, only to be met with various monstrous attacks, resulting in countless casualties. The already dilapidated protective shield of the headquarters was gradually crumbling under the assault of the monsters. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, half of the building collapsed. Members of the elite teams piloted their aircraft in the skies, attacking the surrounding monsters. But their efforts were futile against overwhelming numbers and insufficient firepower. Moreover, as the monsters retaliated, their ranks dwindled. On the ground, artillery fired upon the monsters and extraterrestrials. Yet this form of attack risked exposing their positions, leading to immediate retaliation from beams of light or explosive projectiles. Xu Ming arrived at the vast training ground. Confronting the leading extraterrestrial, the Hippolyte. Beside him stood an Imperial alien. Listening to the cries of anguish and despair surrounding him, Xu Ming gradually closed his eyes. After calming his emotions, he opened them again and called out, "Hey, the one over there, the scaphoid. And you, the noodle star. Look over here." Placing a megaphone he had picked up along the way to his mouth, Xu Ming's voice resonated directly into the ears of the two extraterrestrials. Instantly, both aliens turned their attention toward the training ground. "Foolish Earthling," the Hippolyte exclaimed, launching an energy projectile that exploded before Xu Ming. However, Xu Ming remained unfazed, continuing to stare defiantly at the Hippolyte. "Foolish Earthling," he sneered, his eyes brimming with hostility. It dawned on him that they did not recognize his true identity. With such ignorance, how could they dare to capture him? At that moment, Xu Ming understood. The Hippolyte had brought the monstrous horde to capture him merely as a pretext. If they had truly known he was Ultraman, they would not have dismissed him so lightly. Thus, they sought to eliminate the headquarters of the anti-monster organization under the guise of capturing him. With another cold smirk, Xu Ming raised the megaphone. "I am the Giant of Light. I am Ultraman. I am the Xu Ming you seek." "What?" The two extraterrestrials turned their gazes towards Xu Ming, scrutinizing him closely. "You are truly Xu Ming? Do you think anyone else would speak to you like this?" Xu Ming laughed mockingly. "That seems plausible." The Imperial alien hesitated briefly before addressing the Hippolyte. "That individual did not inform us of Xu Ming's appearance, since he admits it himself. We might as well take him back for a report." "That makes sense. We have already destroyed the headquarters of the human resistance. Capturing Xu Ming should suffice." The Hippolyte nodded in agreement, then waved his hand. A transparent cylindrical shield descended from above, enveloping Xu Ming within. Xu Ming felt no fear. Instead, a liberated expression washed over his face. Perhaps, dying this way would indeed be quite agreeable. He overheard the conversation between the two extraterrestrials. Since they intended to leave after capturing him, he could consider it a noble end, ensuring his life had not been in vain. He only wished not to be resurrected again. Chapter 12. The cunning of humanity falls short of that of extraterrestrials. A white mist emanated mysteriously from the glass cylinder. As Xu Ming gazed calmly ahead, devoid of any desperate struggle, the scenery before him gradually dimmed, and soon, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The glass cylinder faded away, leaving behind a bronze statue. One of the Hippolyte aliens reached out, taking the statue into their possession, and they exchanged hearty laughter with the Imperial alien before soaring westward. The monstrous assailants of Dragon City also departed in their own peculiar ways after the two extraterrestrials had left. Some burrowed underground, while others ascended into the sky. In the end, only a desolate ruin remained. A soldier from the anti-monster organization, lying amidst the crumbling walls, lowered his battered arm, recording everything that had just transpired with the device on his wrist. Breathing in the smoke-laden air, the soldier closed his reddened eyes, a tear slipping from the corner. He understood that humanity's final hope, Lord Xu Ming, had sacrificed himself to halt the onslaught of the extraterrestrials and monsters, transforming into a bronze statue in the process. "Lord Xu Ming, we shall forever remember you." With trembling lips, the soldier summoned all his strength to rise from the rubble. "I cannot allow Lord Xu Ming's sacrifice to be in vain. I must survive. I will ensure that everyone knows Lord Xu Ming perished for us. Surely, he wished for our survival. We must all live well and persist until the day of victory." The news of the extraterrestrials and monsters retreating swiftly reached Jingzai's ears. Had Lord Xu Ming repelled them? Could it truly be? Lord Xu Ming is our savior. But wait, wasn't Lord Xu Ming's strength not restored? How could he possibly have defeated so many foes? Perhaps there was some truth to it nonetheless. Given Lord Xu Ming's formidable prowess, he might have simply intimidated them into retreating. On the aircraft, many engaged in discussions regarding the withdrawal of the extraterrestrials and monsters, with most focusing on Lord Xu Ming. The majority maintained an optimistic outlook, believing it was Lord Xu Ming who drove the enemies away. A select few expressed concern, acknowledging that Lord Xu Ming's strength had not recovered, and the retreat might indeed be linked to him. Though the situation could be dire, Jingzai sat in his seat, sighing repeatedly. Blue Eagle, seated beside him, had already faced reprimand but received no further punishment. "Director, have a drink," Blue Eagle said, offering a glass of water. "I want tea," Jingzai replied, shaking his head and sighing once more. The extraterrestrial's target was Xu Ming, a fact known only to Blue Eagle and himself. After all, it was Blue Eagle who had overheard the Hippolyte alien's words. Jingzai wished to protect the unrecovered Xu Ming at all costs. But Xu Ming did not seem to share this sentiment. I should have anticipated this, he lamented, gazing out at the swiftly retreating clouds. Lord Xu Ming is a titan of light. How could he allow us to perish for him? Knowing the truth, he would surely stay behind, sacrificing his own life for our safety. By the way, Director, the survivor base near Dragon City has commenced rescue operations. Many survivors have been extricated from the ruins. How should we accommodate them? Blue Eagle expressed his own regret before explaining the situation in Dragon City. Let those who wish to relocate to other survivor bases do so. Those willing to remain and rebuild Dragon City should stay. Dragon City headquarters had been targeted by the extraterrestrials. It was unlikely they would focus on this location again in the future. What are the researchers' refuge arrangements? The director inquired, a frown on his face. They are our backbone. If we could acquire more materials, perhaps Lord Xu Ming. The researchers were among the first to evacuate, Director. Rest assured. They have already reached the Beijing division, Blue Eagle replied. Jingzhe nodded, choosing not to speak further, his thoughts drifting to the necromancer rebirds. If only they could obtain more materials from rebirds, they could gather resources to develop a revival potion and bring Xu Ming back to life. However, not only was locating rebirds impossible at present, but the effort to obtain those materials had obliterated over 100 elite teams currently. The remaining elite teams on Earth would scarcely suffice for even one of rebirds' meals. Thus, hope seemed extinguished. Suddenly, Blue Eagle gasped, placing the holographic computer before Jingzhe. Director, look, this is footage transmitted by a surviving soldier. What footage? Jingzhe leaned in, his eyes widening in astonishment as he recognized Lord Xu Ming. Instantly, this revelation captured everyone's attention, rather than view it privately. Jingzhe operated the controls to project the video onto the aircraft's public screen. On the screen, Xu Ming was seen calmly gazing at the Hippolyte and Imperial aliens. Before a glass cylinder descended from the heavens, enveloping him within. White mist arose as Xu Ming gradually transformed into a bronze statue, which was then collected by the Hippolyte alien. Following that was the image of the two extraterrestrials departing. Lord Xu Ming, you traded his life for our safety. Jingzhe closed his eyes, shaking his head in despair. Lord Xu Ming, Lord Xu Ming, Lord Xu Ming. On the aircraft, everyone involuntarily murmured Xu Ming's name, many fighting back tears. Blue Eagle, observing the scene, clenched his fists, silently resolving to take action. Respected Lord, we have brought Xu Ming back. Please, peruse this. The Hippolyte and Imperial aliens bowed slightly before a massive black stone, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Among them, the Hippolyte alien presented the bronze statue as if to showcase it to the black stone. Is this Xu Ming? The black stone emitted a growl-like voice. It should be, as he claimed. The Hippolyte alien replied, gesturing toward the bronze statue. Fool. The black stone responded with ire, addressing the Hippolyte alien. Is merely saying so sufficient? The Hippolyte alien hesitated. The cunning of humanity is not inferior to yours. The black stone asserted, do you not sense the power of light emanating from him? No. Both the Hippolyte and Imperial aliens shook their heads, suddenly feeling deceived. Chapter 13. Becoming the object of humanity's prayers, it is truly foolish to believe that anyone can simply step in for you. The black monolith emitted an eerie laugh, followed by a surge of dark red light, propelling the Hippolyte and Imperial aliens out of its presence. Continue the search for Xu Ming's whereabouts, but refrain from large-scale attacks to avoid alarming the prey. The voice of the black monolith resonated within the pitch-black palace, issuing commands to the two ejected beings. Understood. The two extraterrestrials, having been expelled from the Grand Hall, exchanged glances and rose from the ground. However, in the end, the master did not describe what Xu Ming actually looks like, did he? The Hippolyte alien remarked, somewhat exasperated. Are you not foolish enough? The Imperial alien retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at the Hippolyte. Do you think the master would know what Xu Ming looks like? True enough. The Hippolyte scratched his head, acknowledging. The master has always remained within the monolith and has never ventured out. How could he possibly know what Xu Ming resembles? It's all your fault for getting me thrown out as well. The Imperial alien dusted off non-existent dirt from his body and departed, soaring into the dark red sky. The Hippolyte, feeling equally frustrated, approached the edge of the vast palace, gazing into the endless dark red abyss below, and flung the bronze statue he held into the void, cursing the cunning humans to meet a miserable fate. A vortex materialized above the summit of Mount Everest, and soon the Imperial alien emerged, soaring into the depths of the cosmos. Moments later, a minuscule bronze statue also appeared from the vortex. Unlike the Imperial alien, the bronze statue succumbed to Earth's gravity, plummeting downward. It passed through the middle atmosphere, the stratosphere, the tropopause, and the troposphere, ultimately arriving at the dark red space above Mount Everest. Without any disturbance, the bronze statue inadvertently fell into the temporal rift, vanishing amidst the crimson and violet lightning arcs. The anti-monster organization's Beijing division, upon Director Jing's arrival, was transformed into the headquarters of the anti-monster organization. The former Long City became a branch, undergoing reconstruction, as the second plan's organizational division. It had long been regarded as headquarters, with the scale of the Beijing base matching that of the original Long City branch. Fortunately, your proposal to establish two headquarters back then has proven invaluable, remarked the former branch director, accompanying Jingza. Elderly. You will need to strategize and arrange matters for the headquarters from now on. Jingza clapped the former branch director on the shoulder and spoke. Your appointment as the minister of the Beijing division was to prevent a situation like today from occurring someday. The promotion order for the deputy director has been issued. Let us go collect our work IDs shortly. From now on, the burden of serving humanity will not rest solely on my shoulders. Director, that is hardly the case. Li Yuan sighed. Isn't the very purpose of establishing the anti-monster organization to facilitate humanity's great rejuvenation? Reviving Master Xu Ming would have granted humanity a glimmer of hope. However, it is said that Master Xu Ming has already. There's no need to elaborate. Jingza waved his hand, stating, I have issued orders to dispatch a small team each month to the west, determined to uncover the whereabouts of the Hippolyte aliens. Director. Li Yuan was taken aback, astonished by Jingza's decision. What? You do not comprehend the significance of this command. Jingza smiled. I understand your confusion. However, Master Xu Ming represents the last hope for humanity. Can you envision the scene when all of humanity learns that we still have the Giant of Light and Ultraman? The uproar that followed when Master Xu Ming's identity was revealed was overwhelming. On that day alone, I received countless reports. Survivors in the West requested that day be celebrated as a new year, while those in the East adorned their homes with lanterns. The sound of firecrackers ringing in the air. How long has it been since we witnessed such joy? It turns out that Master Xu Ming holds such significance in the eyes of the people. Li Yuan fell silent. The things that humanity lacks most in this world have all been compensated for by Xu Ming. A sense of security and hope. Now that news of Xu Ming's demise has spread, what will the hearts of the people feel? In warfare, one thing is indispensable, morale. When morale is low, even 1,000 troops cannot withstand the fervor of a motivated enemy. Conversely, high morale leads to unstoppable momentum. Should monsters and aliens launch a full-scale assault on humanity's survivor bases now, they could easily obliterate entire cities. The hope within people's hearts has vanished alongside Xu Ming's death. In the face of invasion, many would simply choose to expedite their demise as a means of escape. Director, I believe we could approach it this way. After some contemplation, Li Yuan voiced his thoughts beside Jingza. Jingza nodded in agreement. In a matter of days, statues of Xu Ming began to rise in survivor bases across the globe. Days prior, the director had issued a mandate to construct statues of Xu Ming in each survivor base, intended for prayer. It was proclaimed that if the collective will was strong enough, Xu Ming could be resurrected, emerging from light to save the masses from calamity. Upon hearing this news, people flocked to their respective survivor bases, praying fervently before the statues, hoping that one day the Giant of Light would reappear to vanquish the monsters plaguing Earth. Many in the East, upon learning of this, unearthed incense from unknown sources and set up altars before Xu Ming's statue to burn offerings in reverence. Jingza, pleased with the people's reaction, nodded appreciatively. Elderly. This approach is quite commendable. Amidst his joy, Jingza could not help but praise Li Yuan. Now serving as deputy director, Li Yuan did not wear a proud expression. Only through this can we preserve hope in people's hearts. I have no desire for everyone to live burdened by despair. Himalayas. A traveler arrived at the mountain's base, donning specialized protective gear and a helmet atop his half-shaven head. Master Xu Ming, you must be here, right? The Blue Eagle gazed at the highest peak, ascending step by step. Chapter 14. A world on the other side. This is a world that Xu Ming finds both familiar and foreign. In this realm exists a vast international organization known as the TPC, the Earth Peace Union. Its mission is to safeguard humanity from inexplicable phenomena and natural disasters. The organization has branches and research centers around the globe, as well as a lunar base and cosmic observation stations. At the helm of these branches and stations is the headquarters located in the Far East. The Victory Team, a special operations unit composed of 7 commissioners within the Earth Peace Union, is tasked with investigating anomalous phenomena, which is their primary objective. Their current mission is to locate the legendary pyramid that supposedly houses giant stone statues, guided by information predicted from a time machine that has descended from outer space into this vast wilderness. Just as the team members were beginning to lose hope, dismissing the quest as mere folly, a magnificent pyramid, radiant with light, slowly materialized before them. No, it can't be. Kuaiju exclaimed, gazing at the pyramid that defied scientific explanation, his mouth agape. Beside him, Xinqing and Lina wore expressions of sheer astonishment. While they had envisioned the so-called pyramid, they had not anticipated such an immense and sacred structure. Wait, that's Daegu. Lina suddenly pointed out a young man in a white victory team uniform standing on a suspension bridge over the ravine. Daegu gazed at the pyramid for a long while. Then, like the wind, he sprinted toward it. Daegu. The others shouted anxiously. Despite the time machine's prophecy, recklessly approaching the pyramid could lead to peril. As Daegu vanished from sight, the team rushed toward the pyramid, hoping to intercept him before he could take any reckless action. Daegu, however, heard nothing of their calls. In his ears, only a mysterious voice echoed, repeating his name incessantly. Before long, Lina, Kuaijou, and Xinqing reached the plateau, where they found the commanding Zhongfang had also arrived. But Daegu was already at the edge of the pyramid, reaching out to touch it. To their collective horror, Daegu's hand passed through the pyramid. Almost as if guided by a divine force, he stepped inside. The victory team quickly followed suit, mimicking Daegu's actions, and entered the pyramid amidst its luminous glow. Inside, the blinding white light filled every corner of the pyramid. Moments later, as their eyes adjusted, they beheld a sight that would leave them forever awestruck. Two giant stone statues stood silently on either side of a white pedestal, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity even in their sculpted form. Daegu stood beneath the pedestal, staring vacantly at the statues, and the mysterious voice that had been calling to him abruptly ceased, as if cut off. "Look, what is that?" Lina exclaimed, noticing a small bronze statue standing between the two towering figures. It was a human likeness. Kuaijou also caught on, observing that it stood about 2 meters tall and appeared to be made of bronze. Bronze, Zhongfang mused, stroking his chin. Perhaps it, like the giant stone statues, is a remnant of an ancient civilization? However, but why does it seem that the middle statue was supposed to be another giant figure? Xinqing voiced his confusion, echoing the thoughts of the group. No, this bronze statue cannot be of an ancient civilization. Lina suddenly realized a clue. The attire of the bronze figure was modern clothing. Is it a contemporary person? The group was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why a modern bronze statue would appear within this pyramid. Nor could they fathom the fate of the third giant statue that should have occupied that space. Just as they were about to investigate further, the ground shook violently. "This is bad. It must be the monster Gorzon, detected heading this way," Kuaijou exclaimed. "And the sky-wrecking beast Melba is also approaching." Zhongfang's brow furrowed slightly as he commanded. "Lina, Xinqing, prepare the Fian for battle." Understood. Lina and Xinqing were ready to exit the pyramid when they saw Daegu rush out like a man possessed. "No, we cannot let them succeed," were the last words Daegu left for the others as he departed. Soon, the Fian 1 fighter jet soared into the sky, ignited by Daegu's initiative. Meanwhile, Gorzon, a creature resembling an ancient dinosaur, approached the pyramid with heavy steps. The victory team inside quickly evacuated this perilous site, their frustration and worry mounting as Daegu disobeyed orders. By now, Gorzon had arrived at the pyramid, and Melba, a monstrous pterosaur from ancient times, screeched as it descended beside the structure. Gorzon roared in response, and together they concentrated their energy, unleashing beams of light toward the pyramid. The top of the pyramid began to dissolve under the onslaught of the monster's attacks, particles of light scattering into the air, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, the entire pyramid disintegrated under the combined assault of the two beasts, exposing the two stone statues and the bronze figure to their gaze. Upon sighting the giant statues, Gorzon eagerly struck one with a forceful blow, sending it crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Following this, it swung its tail violently, shattering the fallen statue into pieces. Melba swooped down onto the other statue, landing atop it, and viciously pecked at its chest with its sharp beak. With a deafening crack, the second statue was reduced to rubble. "No, stop!" Daegu, witnessing this from the cockpit of Fian 1, felt his heart race with rage. He piloted the fighter jet toward the monsters, unleashing smoke bombs, as the Fian was currently only equipped with smoke ordnance. Daegu's actions were futile. The statues had already been destroyed, and the two monsters shifted their attention to the airborne Fian 1. With a swift motion, Melba released several orange beams of energy, striking the jet's tail. The Fian 1 was engulfed in black smoke as it spiraled out of control, plummeting toward the ground. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, flames erupted into the sky. Chapter 15. Curii, perhaps a fellow of the Hippolyte star. The incessant beeping of the electrocardiogram echoed within the hospital room as Mayumi, Shinshiro's sister, donned her nurse's attire, attentively monitoring the unconscious Daisuke. His vital signs were alarmingly poor, with significant damage to his internal organs. Had he not been rushed in for surgery, the situation could have been dire. Furrowing her brow while reviewing the report, she turned to Shinshiro and lamented, "Daisuke, sigh." Zhongfang intended to voice his thoughts. But witnessing Daisuke's condition rendered him speechless, his words dissolving into a mere sigh. The Fin-2 had sustained damage to its wings due to exceeding speed limits. Shinshiro. Zhongfang closed his eyes for a moment before uttering these words. Without offering further explanation, Shinshiro nodded resolutely, stating, "I will take responsibility for the repairs. For Daisuke, this is nothing." In a desperate attempt to expedite Daisuke's return to the medical center at the base, Shinshiro had sacrificed the Fin-2. Deputy Commander, given the urgency of the situation, we shall refrain from punishing Shinshiro this time, remarked Kamiya K, the captain of the victory team, displaying understanding towards his subordinate. Daisuke. Lena's eyes had inexplicably moistened as she sat quietly beside Daisuke's bed, gazing at his scarred visage. Had he not successfully parachuted at the last moment? Daisuke would now be. Yet even after parachuting, he had been caught in the explosion's aftermath. Shinshiro felt a twinge of regret. If only he had joined Daisuke in piloting the Fin sooner, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Kirai, Zhongfang muttered, stepping out of the ward. He activated his handheld microcomputer, the PDI, and inquired, "Have there been any findings regarding the bronze statue?" "Currently, there are no substantial advancements," Kirai replied, shaking his head. "What of Daisuke's condition?" "Not optimistic," Zhongfang sighed. "I shall collaborate with Yatsui to further decode that time machine and see if we can uncover any clues." "Well, we are counting on the two of you." Nodding, Zhongfang closed the PDI. Everything transpired so suddenly. No one had anticipated Daisuke would sustain such severe injuries during this mission. Should he fail to recover, Daisuke would be unable to return to the front lines and would have to resign from the victory team, a harrowing reality. The two colossal stone statues had been utterly destroyed by the two monsters, fulfilling the tragic prophecies of the ultra-ancient humans. Yet, the means to revive the giant statues remained elusive, and now, only the small bronze statue remained, reduced to fragments. The TPC dispatched personnel to retrieve the shattered statues for Dr. Dan, who was stationed at headquarters for analysis. The bronze statue was transported to Kirai's laboratory, where he and Yatsui would jointly investigate its mysteries. As for the two monsters, after demolishing the giant statues, one burrowed underground while the other ascended into the sky, disappearing from sight. "Kirai, I believe I have stumbled upon something extraordinary," Yatsui exclaimed suddenly from in front of his computer, startling Kirai, who was engrossed in examining the bronze dust through a microscope. "Must you shout like that?" Kirai retorted as he approached Yatsui. "I am not one to be easily startled." "Kirai, look." Yatsui pointed at the screen, his astonishment palpable. The bronze statue has just exhibited a flicker of life activity. Gasping in disbelief, Kirai's breath caught in his throat. Turning his gaze back to the bronze statue, he was overwhelmed with dread, exclaiming, This bronze statue is alive. One could say that." Yatsui began, but then interrupted himself, pointing excitedly at the screen. "Kirai, look, how is that possible?" Kirai's eyes widened as he glanced at the screen, then shifted his focus back to the bronze statue, where life activity now enveloped the entire figure. It cannot come to life." Kirai stammered, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Commander, call for the commander." The members of the victory team swiftly returned to the base. The bronze statue had been placed in the victory team's hall, with each member gripping their victory hypergun tightly, prepared for any unforeseen events. Although the life activity within the bronze statue was feeble, it had recently surged slightly, reminiscent of what people often describe as a last flicker of vitality. Yatsui projected the life activity images onto the hall's screen and spoke. "A last flicker of vitality? That describes the dying. Yatsui, are you certain?" Kirai's eyes were fixed intently on the bronze statue. "I can only speculate, but it seems quite plausible." Yatsui nodded in affirmation. "Kirai, is there any way to revert the bronze statue back?" Kamiya K interjected. "This bronze figure appears to resemble a modern human. It could very well be a person who was turned to bronze within the pyramid, or perhaps an ultra-ancient individual. However, with the life signs rapidly waning, if we do not intervene, we may lose our only lead for research." Kamiya's words seemed to be a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. "We could try using the rapid oxidation device," Kirai suggested after a moment's contemplation. The rapid oxidation device was a technological marvel developed by Kirai, designed to expedite the oxidation of certain metals. It had little practical use in everyday life, yet it was fortuitously applicable now. The bronze statue was relocated to the laboratory. The rapid oxidation device bore a striking resemblance to the glass cylindrical tubes of the Hippolyte aliens, a glass cylinder. Placing the bronze statue within the cylindrical chamber, Kirai activated the device at maximum power, initiating the oxidation and decomposition process. A myriad of mist, composed of various elemental vapors, billowed from the top of the glass cylinder, filling the entire apparatus. Gradually, a blue liquid dripped from the bronze statue as the onlookers observed in awe. Approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, the bronze statue had been entirely decomposed. Within the glass container stood a bare-bodied man before the astonished crowd. He appeared exceedingly frail, his complexion pale to the point of imperceptibility, with barely a hint of breath. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed against the glass cylinder. His body slackened as he slumped to the ground, devoid of the rigid support once provided by the bronze statue. It is a person, truly a person. Quickly, open the container and lift him out. Kyrie, you handle it. Why me? Enough with the chatter, hurry. I'll assist you. Take him to the medical center. Quickly. Chapter 16. Am I resurrected or simply alive? I am still alive. Gradually, Xu Ming regained consciousness, yet his surroundings were engulfed in darkness, accompanied only by a faint ringing in his ears. He attempted to open his eyes, but found himself devoid of strength. Even the capacity to think was scarce. The realization that he was still alive faded into the abyss of his awareness. His condition was far more dire than that of Dagu. Lena glanced at the various examination data, her brows furrowing in concern. One must consider how long a person could remain sealed within a bronze statue. It was hardly likely for their condition to improve significantly. Xian Cheng, standing nearby with his hands on his hips, remarked that it was a miracle he had survived at all. Zhu Jing added his voice to the conversation, noting that the tests indicated he was merely an ordinary person. But why was he inside the pyramid? The three of them harbored this perplexity, perhaps only to be resolved once this dying man regained consciousness and could recount his tale. Days passed, though Xu Ming had lost count of time. At last, he managed to exert enough effort to twitch his eyelids slightly. A glimmer of light penetrated through the narrow slit, but his eyelids quickly snapped shut once more. I am truly alive. Who has revived me? Jingzhe? The only action Xu Ming could undertake was to contemplate within his mind a significant progression in his recovery. If he continued to regain strength, he might soon be able to fully open his eyes. Yet, for now, the ringing in his ears persisted, leading him to question whether he had lost his hearing. Although his consciousness had returned, Xu Ming felt utterly disconnected from his body, as if paralyzed and devoid of sensation. Initially, he feared he had become a vegetable, the experience akin to death itself. However, after some time, as feeling returned to his limbs, an agonizing pain surged through his mind, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. Yet, thanks to the multitude of trials he had endured, Xu Ming's formidable willpower enabled him to withstand the overwhelming agony. Nonetheless, he could feel perspiration seeping from every pore of his body. The nurse assigned to his care noticed the soaked state of the bed and, in response, called for professional caregivers to assist in cleansing him and changing the bedding. The patient's condition improved considerably, and his heart rate began to stabilize. A doctor visiting the ward observed Xu Ming's various health metrics, nodded in approval, and then departed. I can hear sounds. Xu Ming was suddenly jolted by the realization that he could indeed hear. Did this mean he could also open his eyes and speak? So much time had elapsed. Yet when he believed he was nearing full recovery, he found his eyes still stubbornly closed, and the prospect of speech utterly out of reach. However, the ability to hear others conversing was of paramount importance. For instance, the statement regarding his improved condition and normal heart rate was likely uttered by a doctor or nurse. This indicated that he was, in fact, in a hospital, or perhaps Jingzhe had arranged for him to be placed in a medical center within the base. No, just as Xu Ming was beginning to feel reassured, a realization struck him. The doctor just spoke in Japanese. Prior to his resurrection, Xu Ming had studied various languages, and he had unconsciously comprehended the meaning despite his hazy state. Now it dawned upon him. Have I left the Xia region? Could it be that I was secretly relocated? A multitude of conjectures flooded Xu Ming's mind. Yet he could not grasp the truth of his circumstances. Unable to ascertain more information, he resolved to concentrate fully on the sounds of the outside world. Dagu sat in an automatic wheelchair, breathing in the fresh air of the corridor outside his ward. Even the air outside was far more refreshing than within the confines of the hospital room. Having spent so much time in the hospital, he reflected on his own physical state. Gazing at the azure sky, Dagu let out a sigh. It seemed unlikely that he would ever return to fight alongside the victory team. His understanding of the outside world remained limited. Each time his teammates visited, they assured him that everything was well, encouraging him to focus on his recovery. As Lena had mentioned, they were waiting for Dagu to heal so they could go to the movies together. Though they did not speak of it, Dagu gleaned some troubling news through Mayumi. Firstly, Golzin and Melba had re-emerged, wreaking havoc upon a city. The victory team had spent 5 days and nights bringing down Melba from the sky, successfully eliminating one monster. As for Golzin, he had vanished underground following Melba's demise, where satellites could not trace his movements. Additionally, 2 monsters designated as Kakuma had appeared at a quarry, resulting in the loss of a Fian-1 aircraft and the transformation of several guards into stone due to Gokuma's assault. However, the newly equipped Fian-2, armed with a powerful laser cannon, successfully destroyed one Gokuma, while the other fled in disarray. Many events had transpired during this period, some known to Daegu, others not. As he maneuvered his automatic wheelchair along the corridor, he unwittingly arrived at the end. The room here was a special ward. "Excuse me, nurse, may I enter?" Daegu had learned from the members of the victory team that the bronze statue originally located within the pyramid had transformed into a living person, currently residing in this very room. He recalled the instructions to protect the giant statue, influenced not only by the voice echoing in his mind, but also by an instinctual agitation engraved in his very genes. Now, Daegu yearned to see what was so extraordinary about the bronze figure nestled between the two colossal stone statues. "You are a member of the victory team, and you certainly have permission to enter," the nurse nodded, allowing Daegu to proceed into the room. "Am I still a member of the victory team?" Daegu muttered to himself, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Ignoring orders and acting independently. In the past, such behavior would have resulted in expulsion. It seemed that Captain Jijin Hui, taking pity on him due to his severe injuries, had refrained from issuing a dismissal order. "Victory team?" The utterance triggered an explosion of thoughts within Xu Ming's mind. "The person who just entered," he said. "Victory team? Is the victory team some small division?" "No, that cannot be." Xu Ming dismissed all self-deceptive thoughts, grappling with disbelief. For the term victory team had merely translated to the letters guts before his resurrection. Chapter 17. Humanity needs hope. "Yet I am also human." A fleeting void enveloped Xu Ming's mind as he gathered his thoughts, subsequently enlightening himself. "If the victory team I just heard about truly exists, then the world I currently inhabit must be the realm of Ultraman Tiga. But how did I arrive in this world? Could it be the space-time rift atop Mount Everest?" In Xu Ming's hypothesis, the likelihood of a space-time rift seemed most plausible. 4. Through the barbarians. It could be affirmed that the other end of the rift undoubtedly leads to the world of Ultraman, and not merely one. The very fact that Xu Ming could traverse this rift to reach the domain of Ultraman Tiga suggests that the monsters and extraterrestrials in the real world may very well originate from diverse universes. Nevertheless, the immediate concern lay with the individual who had just spoken. His words hinted at an affiliation with the victory team, though Xu Ming remained unaware of his identity. Daegu entered the hospital room, approaching Xu Ming's bedside and scrutinizing his appearance. He appeared unremarkable, a young man in his 20s, yet his face bore a certain familiarity, suggesting he was no malevolent entity. Upon their first encounter, Daegu felt a flicker of goodwill towards Xu Ming based solely on his visage. Yet, one cannot judge the heart simply by appearances. Daegu merely held this impression. Why would a young man transform into a bronze statue within that pyramid? Daegu gazed at Xu Ming and murmured, "If you truly have ties to the giant, I implore you to awaken swiftly. The monsters are on the path of world destruction. Where is the miracle?" Dagu's thoughts wandered back to the inexplicable sense of loss he experienced within the pyramid, coupled with the abrupt cessation of sound in his mind upon entering. He felt that near the bronze statue, there should have been another giant stone figure. So many questions await your answers. With a sigh, Dagu's gaze shifted back to Xu Ming's face. Were there truly only two giant stone statues within the pyramid? If a third existed, where might it currently reside? Had you moved that third statue, resulting in your transformation into bronze? Having posed 3 consecutive questions, Daegu shook his head. Such inquiries were merely conjectures, and the young man before him lay in a comatose state. How could he possibly hear his musings? What? I was discovered as a bronze statue by the Hippolyte aliens within the pyramid? The pyramid in the Tiga world contains only 2 statues? Am I still positioned where the third statue once stood? At this moment, Xu Ming felt bewildered. It seemed his arrival in the Tiga world had triggered an immensely powerful butterfly effect. Presently, he was unaware of the identity of the missing statue, nor did he know if the other 2 statues had perished at the hands of Golza and Melba. However, from the sound of the man's sigh, Xu Ming could sense that the situation in this world appeared dire. By the way, who is this person? Suddenly, Xu Ming realized he had yet to ascertain the identity of this seemingly victory team member. Just then, a nurse's voice echoed within the room. "Mr. Daegu, Mayumi has asked me to inform you that it is time for the dressing change." "All right, I shall return shortly," Daegu responded, momentarily shaken from his melancholic thoughts. He nodded to the nurse, and then maneuvered his automatic wheelchair out of the room. "Mr. Daegu, he is Daegu." Xu Ming's fingers twitched in excitement. The nearby nurse noticed this unusual movement and promptly alerted the attending physician. "Director, the patient in the special ward just moved his fingers." Yet, Xu Ming had no time to heed the nurse's voice. Having realized that the man was indeed Daegu, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. "Daegu, He is Dagu, the Ultraman Tiga. At last, I have met him. No, rather, I have heard him alive. No, no. If I can arrive in this world, can I not also return to the real world? Could Dagu accompany me back? If we could return together, then the real world truly has the Giant of Light. If I could bring Dagu back, with Ultraman Tiga, what need would we have to fear those monsters and aliens? Finally, there is hope. Although Xu Ming perished a century ago in the real world, he remained human. Moreover, 100 years later, he was resurrected as the Giant of Light. Ever since his revival, Xu Ming felt an immense weight pressing down upon him, akin to a mountain. Humanity seeks hope, and so too does Xu Ming. At this moment, he had finally discovered his glimmer of hope. That hope is Dagu. Xu Ming yearned to awaken swiftly, mustering all his strength, yet found himself unable to move. Meanwhile, the chief physician rushing towards the special ward observed Xu Ming's fingers fervently wriggling beneath the covers. What is happening to the patient? The nurse inquired cautiously. It appears he may be exhibiting signs of a seizure, the chief physician mused after a moment of silence. However, it is also possible he is on the brink of awakening. Notify the Victory Team. In a world devoid of Ultraman, monsters frequently emerged. The Victory Team, preoccupied with their duties, hardly had the time to concern themselves with Xu Ming's impending awakening. However, since Dagu was also hospitalized at the medical center, the Victory Team transmitted various information and recent updates to him. They instructed Dagu to pose several questions upon the awakening of the Sleeping Beauty. As Dagu perused the documents sent by the Victory Team, his brow furrowed deeper with each page. Indeed, as I suspected, the records contained recent mission reports from the Victory Team, details on monsters vanquished by them, as well as information regarding those that had escaped destruction. From this information, it was evident that this world was mired in peril. Without the revival of the Giant of Light foretold in the prophecy, calamity had begun. After resting his eyes for a moment, Dagu resumed his reading. The young man was designated as the Sleeping Beauty. Upon reaching this point, Dagu wore a long-lost smile. It was unlikely to be a name of command. Additionally, he pondered the questions he should ask upon awakening. Should there be any hostility, emergency evasive measures could be enacted. Once Dagu completed his review of all the information, he retrieved the Victory hypergun from the drawer of the hospital bed. He then rose from the bed, seated himself in the automatic wheelchair, and made his way toward the special ward at the end of the corridor. Upon witnessing this, Mayumi promptly summoned numerous security personnel to prepare for any emergencies outside the ward, as instructed by her brother, Shinjo. Chapter 18. Startled from the brink of death, the steady rhythm of the heart monitor echoed through the tense atmosphere, punctuated by the rapid beeping of a racing heart rate. The doctor and nurses nearby were visibly anxious, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads like pearls slipping from a broken string. Doctor, what is happening to him? Dagu observed the patterns on the heart monitor, glancing at the increasingly nervous doctor. His curiosity piqued. The doctor responded, the patient's consciousness seems to be struggling. Or perhaps, he is regaining control over his body. Understanding dawned on Dagu. He turned his gaze towards the patient's bed. Xu Ming, once pallid, was regaining color thanks to the nutritional support he had received. Now, his face was flushed, almost crimson. The rhythmic thumping of his heart filled the quiet hospital room, overpowering even the sounds emitted by the monitor. Director, yes, moving. A nurse pointed excitedly at Xu Ming's hand. Dagu followed her gaze, witnessing the restored color in Xu Ming's hands as they clutched the bedding tightly. Don't rush. The doctor wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke. This is a crucial moment for the patient's awakening. Whether it's epilepsy or a true revival, it all depends on fate. Epilepsy. Dagu's lips twitched involuntarily at the doctor's words. If this Sleeping Beauty were indeed suffering from epilepsy, the subsequent questions would be rendered moot. As time ticked by, approximately 5 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of those present, Xu Ming suddenly sat up, gasping hoarsely. I'm alive. Cough, cough, cough. The nurse, startled by Xu Ming's sudden awakening, screamed and bolted out of the room, unsure of where to go. Security personnel outside, suspecting something amiss, rushed in, only to be met with a wail. Gradually adjusting to the glaring light after opening his eyes, Xu Ming finally discerned his surroundings. He was indeed in a hospital room, albeit one crowded with people. Why were these individuals, dressed like security guards, pointing electric batons at him? Why did the doctor in the white coat appear utterly bewildered? Wait. Why was there an empty wheelchair? Was it prepared for him? How considerate. Yet, why was it overturned, its wheels still spinning? Hold on. There was someone lying on the floor. He looked rather handsome and somewhat familiar. Quick, help Mr. Dagu up. You fool. You stepped on Mr. Dagu's hand. Look who was talking. It was you who knocked Mr. Dagu down. Amidst the chaotic exchange, Dagu was silently assisted back to his wheelchair. Dagu? Is that really you? Xu Ming's attention shifted to Dagu, scrutinizing him closely. He noticed Dagu's legs were wrapped in layers of bandages, indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. How could he be so badly hurt? Xu Ming furrowed his brow and attempted to stand, wanting to check on Dagu's condition. However, as soon as he rose, he found himself weak and fell to his knees. Dagu, gazing at the young man who had just met him and was now bowing deeply, momentarily lost his words. But the next moment, Xu Ming's concern warmed Dagu's entire winter. What happened to your foot? Is the injury serious? Will you recover? Upon hearing those words, surprise and a flicker of joy crossed Dagu's face. This young man, having been in slumber for so long, was prioritizing Dagu's injuries upon awakening. It was remarkable, especially since Xu Ming was still on his knees and had not yet regained his strength. In a world where hearts grew increasingly cold, encountering someone like Xu Ming was truly moving. I'm fine. The doctor said I can have the bandages removed in a week. Dagu, smiling, brushed aside the multitude of questions he had intended to ask Xu Ming. Seeing Dagu's smile, Xu Ming felt a warmth, indeed. Dagu's gentle demeanor was unmistakable. With the help of the security personnel, Xu Ming was assisted back to his bed. After their task was completed, the guards grumbled as they exited the room. What remained were Xu Ming, Dagu, and the doctor and nurses. Dagu had questions for Xu Ming, while the medical staff stayed to observe his condition. May I know your name? Dagu's gaze rested on Xu Ming, who seemed to be fixated on him. Oh dear, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xu Ming. He slapped his forehead, responding. Xu Ming? Dagu echoed, a hint of confusion evident. Was that a name from the ancient era? It felt somewhat out of place. Ancient era? Xu Ming paused, realizing Dagu had mistaken him for an ancient human due to his bronze statue being found in a pyramid. No, I'm from Xia. Xu Ming shook his head. Xia? Dagu gasped, his mouth agape. You're a modern person, but why were you found in a pyramid? At Dagu's inquiry, Xu Ming fell silent. He had gleaned various details during his unawakened state, yet the reason for his presence in the pyramid remained a mystery. To be honest, I'm not sure, Xu Ming admitted, shaking his head. However, I was transformed into a bronze statue by an extraterrestrial called Hippolyte. After I became a statue, I lost consciousness, so perhaps this Hippolyte placed me there. Hippolyte. Dagu noted the unfamiliar name, quickly jotting it down. Where did you encounter this being? In Xia. It descended in a glass cylindrical container, trapped me inside, released a cloud of mist, and then turned me into a bronze statue, Xu Ming explained. His words were the unvarnished truth. Why does that sound familiar? Dagu scratched his head, recalling something. It seemed that Lena had recently mentioned that Xu Jing used a glass cylinder to envelop a bronze statue, releasing mist to decompose it. Could it be that Hippolyte was Xu Jing? That thought quickly dissipated. How could Xu Jing be that Hippolyte? If that were the case, Dagu would be a giant in the pyramid. Nonetheless, the young man's identity, origins, and reasons for appearing in the pyramid were now clear to Dagu. His mission was essentially complete. However, considering that the young man had lost consciousness while being transformed into a statue, inquiring about a potential third giant statue would yield no answers. Chapter 19. The inability of Dagu to transform into light. The doctor and nurse had retreated outside, granting Dagu and Xu Ming a private space. Based on recent observations, Xu Ming's condition had stabilized. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be able to rise from his bed in a few days. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Dagu introduced himself to Xu Ming. Once their conversation concluded, Dagu sat quietly in his wheelchair, silently observing Xu Ming. The most crucial clue had been severed. The question of whether a third giant statue existed was something the other party could not possibly know. Just as Dagu was about to turn and leave, Xu Ming spoke up. Mr. Dagu, may I inquire about something? Is there an issue? Dagu redirected his gaze to Xu Ming. I would like to know the locations of the two giant statues within the pyramid, Xu Ming pondered, addressing Dagu. Dagu was somewhat taken aback that Xu Ming would ask such a question, but after reflecting, he concluded that it was reasonable to share the information since Xu Ming had indeed discovered them within the pyramid. They are positioned on either side, with your bronze statue situated in the center, Dagu replied, also mentioning, I initially intended to ask you whether there was a third giant statue in the middle, but it seems you might not be aware of that either. No, I am aware. Xu Ming fixed his gaze directly into Dagu's eyes and spoke earnestly. There was originally a third giant statue within the pyramid. Dagu was electrified by this revelation, nearly rising from his wheelchair. But how do you know? And where has the third statue gone? Controlling his wheelchair to draw closer to Xu Ming's bedside, Dagu pressed for answers. This is unexpected. Xu Ming's mood had plummeted from the initial excitement of waking up. The third giant statue is that of Diga. The other two statues have been destroyed, and now Diga's statue is also missing. This means Dagu cannot transform into Ultraman Diga, nor can he return to the real world to combat monsters. Why didn't I notice this earlier? Why is Dagu sitting in a wheelchair at this moment? Xu Ming finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The disappearance of the Diga statue had drastically altered the original narrative of this world. Not only was Daegu unable to transform into Ultraman, but he had also sustained significant injuries. From their earlier conversation, Xu Ming had gathered that Daegu's injuries were not much less severe than his own. At least he would be able to walk in a few days, while Daegu would require an additional week to recover. Yet, if the Diga statue was not in the pyramid, where could it possibly be? Wait, the Diga statue on the Songhua River. Suddenly, Xu Ming froze. The image of the colossal statue submerged in the river flashing in his mind. Surely, it must have crossed over from this world. Indeed, the possibility was substantial. If this were true, would Daegu never have the opportunity to transform into light again? Xu Ming's face involuntarily displayed a hint of sorrow as he glanced at Daegu. However, there remained a sliver of hope. Just as Daegu was puzzled by Xu Ming's expression, Xu Ming spoke again. Daegu, do you possess the God Light Stick? The God Light Stick? What is that? Daegu asked. Bewildered, looking back at Xu Ming. It did not appear to be a ruse. Xu Ming scrutinized Daegu's expression, concluding that Daegu genuinely did not possess the God Light Stick. Otherwise, given his understanding of Daegu's character, there would surely have been a flicker of recognition in his eyes upon hearing those words. Xu Ming had initially contemplated that if Daegu had the God Light Stick, they might search together for a way back to the real world. With the Diga statue present, Daegu should have been able to transform. However, now Daegu lacked even the God Light Stick. This final glimmer of hope had vanished. Daegu left the special ward, still shrouded in confusion. He had not acquired the information he sought, as Xu Ming had not disclosed the whereabouts of the third statue. Nonetheless, Daegu remained undeterred, planning to return another day for a more in-depth conversation with Xu Ming to glean essential intelligence. In the Victory Team headquarters hall, everyone had received Daegu's transmitted information regarding Xu Ming's origins, identity, and the reasons for entering the pyramid. Is this Hippolyte alien a resident of the planet Hippolyte? Curie inquired curiously. But where exactly is Hippolyte located in the universe? I believe if we could locate that Hippolyte alien, we might discover the whereabouts of the third giant statue, Zhong Fong mused, stroking his chin while seated. However, the new frontier plan has only just begun. We have yet to even leave the Milky Way. How can we possibly find Hippolyte in the vast cosmos? Lena shook her head, deeming Zhong Fong's approach unrealistic. Indeed, let alone exploring the universe. We still have a multitude of monsters on Earth that require our attention, Nishijo sighed. If the giant statue could truly be revived as Yu Lian suggested, perhaps our burden would be significantly lighter, Zhong Fong also sighed. The headquarters research center is currently planning to reconstruct the giant statue, but whether they will succeed remains uncertain, Kojima spoke up. However, even if they succeed, no one knows how to revive the statue. Right now, the most pressing issue is what we must address at present. Kojima glanced to the side. Nozawa, please bring up the situation at Mount Kaiman. Understood, Nozawa nodded, operating the computer, and soon brought the images to the main screen. Before them, the seemingly dormant Mount Kaiman was emitting thick plumes of smoke, and upon closer inspection, it appeared that some red substance, resembling flowing magma, was present. Mount Kaiman is not a dormant volcano. How could magma be flowing? Nishijo questioned, perplexed. According to geological surveys, Mount Kaiman should not be erupting at this time. Furthermore, local residents have reported hearing terrifying roars emanating from the mountain, Kojima explained. It seems a monster is causing the commotion. Zhong Fong stood up, declaring, Captain, we must act now. Indeed, Lena will pilot machine number 1. Zhong Fong will be the deputy commander. Nishijo will pilot machine number 2. And Curie will observe the situation on the ground, maintaining communication with machines number 1 and 2. With the orders given, Kojima rose. Nozawa, you will remain at the base. Keeping in touch with all team members, Curie and I will proceed to action together. Everyone was taken aback. For typically the captain remained at the base and seldom participated directly. There is no need for such surprise. The current circumstances are different. And I am also a member of the Victory Team. Chapter 20. All personnel mobilized. Rear under attack in the headquarters hall of the Victory Team. Only Yatsuri remained stationed. This operation, like those before it, would typically take a week to resolve fully. The reason being, the monsters were exceptionally formidable. Nonetheless, the research center had been diligently developing new weapons and equipment, some of which were deployed before they could undergo complete testing. Little did anyone anticipate that. As the majority of the Victory Team was mobilized, a massive corpse was drifting towards the TPCC base, carried by the ocean's currents. Daegu, unable to procure the answers he sought, returned to the special ward a few days later. Xu Ming had regained the ability to walk, yet he remained confined within the ward, as his identity, while clarified, still rendered him a person of suspicion. Upon opening the door, Daegu found Xu Ming quietly pondering life while reclining on the bed. His brow furrowed at times, then relaxed, as if he were contemplating something profoundly significant. Indeed, Xu Ming was grappling with a question. In a world devoid of Ultraman, it resembled the grim realities of the human realm, where monsters and extraterrestrials roamed freely, causing calamities and leaving humanity in despair. Similarly, this world had an organization dedicated to combating monsters, the TPC. It was only logical that some astute extraterrestrials would surmise that to conquer Earth or annihilate humanity, the TPC must be eradicated. Therefore, if one were to identify the most perilous location in the world, it would undoubtedly be here, the TPC headquarters, the sea base. Although the TPC headquarters was fortified with extensive defensive measures, the narrative history was replete with instances of invasion. Numerous occasions indeed. Moreover, Xu Ming had witnessed the dire repercussions of anti-monster organizations' headquarters in the real world. Those extraterrestrials were acutely aware that if they sought to strike, they would target the headquarters. No, we must vacate this place. Xu Ming nodded thoughtfully, suddenly articulating his thoughts. This startled Daegu. What do you mean, leave this place? Confused, Daegu inquired. You arrived at an opportune moment, Daegu, Xu Ming replied, regaining his focus upon seeing Daegu and his wheelchair beside the bed. Allow me to pose a question. If you were to invade Earth, who would be your greatest adversary? Invade Earth? Why would I wish to invade Earth? Daegu chuckled, perceiving Xu Ming's query as a jest. Yet, he was abruptly struck by the seriousness of Xu Ming's demeanor, which was devoid of humor. After a moment's contemplation, Daegu responded earnestly, if I were to invade Earth, then our greatest enemy would undoubtedly be the victory team, wouldn't it? And who else? Xu Ming pressed on. No, you cannot be suggesting that you intend to invade Earth to extract information from me? Daegu, now alert, regarded Xu Ming with suspicion. Xu Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. If I possessed that capability, would I still be confined to this ward? Besides, what benefit would invading Earth bring me? That is a valid point. Daegu conceded, nodding in agreement before continuing to respond to Xu Ming's inquiry. If one were to invade Earth, aside from the victory team, they would have to contend with the other divisions of the TPC. Ultimately, the primary adversary would indeed be the TPC itself, a behemoth of an organization. A behemoth. Xu Ming shook his head, remarking, perhaps in the eyes of humanity, the TPC is indeed a colossal entity. However, monsters and extraterrestrials would perceive it merely as an inconvenient obstacle. That does seem plausible. Daegu nodded in agreement once more before asking, after discussing all this, what point are you trying to convey? Wait, I believe I comprehend. Before Xu Ming could respond, a look of terror washed over Daegu's face. You are suggesting that extraterrestrials or monsters would prioritize eliminating the TPC, this obstructive organization. In other words, they would likely launch an assault on the headquarters first. Indeed. Xu Ming acknowledged, pleased that Daegu grasped his point. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The timing of the attack remains uncertain. Nonetheless, it would be prudent for everyone to prepare for defense, as one should not assume that the base's location in the deep sea guarantees safety. Many monsters possess formidable aquatic capabilities. With one member of the victory team now aware of this situation, Xu Ming felt reassured. While it was uncertain whether the monsters would launch an assault on the TPC headquarters, Daegu would certainly ensure that the victory team implemented protective measures. Xu Ming, when do you think extraterrestrials and monsters would choose to initiate their attack? At that moment, Daegu, unusually, called Xu Ming's name, furrowing his brow in inquiry. If it were up to me, I would select a time when the victory team is deployed, as they are the primary force against monsters and extraterrestrials. Xu Ming thoughtfully replied, this is dire. Daegu suddenly exclaimed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Just a few days prior, the entire victory team had mobilized. Even the captain had gone to Mount Fogman, leaving only Yatsuri at the headquarters. If there were a time for invaders to assault the headquarters, it would undoubtedly be within these few days. What? Upon hearing this, Xu Ming leapt from the bed. What business do they have at Mount Fogman? I heard that they have been investigating Mount Fogman for the past few days and discovered traces of Golzan. Daegu replied, if Golzan has not emerged, we should simply disregard it. If it does emerge, then we will handle it. Xu Ming, now anxious, urged, Daegu, please notify the victory team at once. Daegu nodded swiftly and activated his PDI to contact Yatsuri. Daegu, is there something amiss? Yatsuri's youthful voice emanated almost instantaneously through the PDI. Yatsuri, please check for any anomalies in the vicinity of the base or within the base itself. Daegu instructed urgently. Understood. Yatsuri, puzzled, began operating the computer. Utilizing satellites and ground waves to scan the surrounding area was a simple task for him. Before long, Yatsuri completed a thorough scan of the entire base, followed by a sweep of the surrounding sea area. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared on the computer screen, drifting towards the base with the currents. If left unimpeded, this imposing shadow would inevitably collide with the base. What is that thing? Yatsuri gasped and transmitted the image to Daegu. Yatsuri, alert the captain and the police department immediately, Daegu exclaimed upon seeing the colossal shadow, fearing it could likely be a monster. Understood. Yatsuri, now startled by Daegu's words, promptly relayed the information to the police department, requesting personnel to investigate. Additionally, he sent the message to the distant Kamiya K, who was at Mount Fogman. What? Kamiya K, upon receiving Yatsuri's message through the PDI, grew alarmed. A monster is attacking the headquarters base. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous explosion erupted ahead, accompanied by a thick plume of black smoke billowing from the summit of Mount Fogman, with lava splattering in all directions. The long-dormant volcano had awakened at this moment. Chapter 21. The summoning of Yulian. A dense plume of black smoke drifted across the sky, intertwining with the thick, ominous clouds, creating a scene where they were indistinguishable from one another. Zhu Jianhui gazed at this spectacle, his fists clenched tightly. The earth-shattering roar of a beast erupted from the volcano, reverberating across the surrounding area for miles. Inside the soaring Fian One, avoiding the splatter of volcanic lava, Lena looked incredulously at the volcano's mouth. Amidst the rolling lava, a fiery red figure slowly emerged, stepping forth from the molten depths as if impervious to the searing heat. Lena, did you assess the situation at the volcano? It seems a colossal creature has crawled out. New City's voice echoed through the helmet's communication system, addressing Lena. I see it. It's Golzon. Lena's gaze remained fixated on the crimson figure, which appeared to have grown even more formidable. Goodness, it has evaded capture twice. Hiding in the volcano. We must not let it escape again. New City, do not act recklessly. Just then, Lena heard New City and Zhong Fang's voices through the helmet once more, and she watched as Fian 2 descended, hovering beside the volcano's mouth. Die. On board Fian 2. New City aimed at Golzon and pressed the laser cannon's firing button. Instantly, a beam of energy shot forth from Fian 2, striking Golzon with a resounding impact. Direct hit. New City exclaimed, smacking the control panel in excitement, nearly causing Fian 2 to plummet. Fortunately, Zhong Fang, at the rear pilot's seat, steadied the aircraft. New City. We must leave this place. Zhong Fang suddenly noticed that Fian 2's attack seemed to have no effect on Golzon, who was now glaring in their direction. What? New City realized that Golzon's head was coalescing with purple energy and hurriedly maneuvered Fian 2 upward. No, New City, jump. Parachute. Zhong Fang, sensing a life-threatening danger, shouted urgently and pressed a button beside him. Reacting swiftly, New City activated the ejection button beside his seat. In an instant, the top of Fian 2 opened, and two tiny figures were ejected with a whoosh. The next moment, a stream of purple light struck Fian 2, erupting in a fiery explosion in the sky. New City and Zhong Fang successfully parachuted, landing on the slopes of Woman Mountain. After detaching their parachutes, the two looked up at the sky, their hearts racing. Had they been a moment late, they would have perished alongside Fian 2. We suffered a significant loss, New City sighed, voicing his disappointment. As long as we're alive. That's what matters, Zhong Fang reassured him, patting New City on the shoulder. Next time, exercise more caution. Understood, New City nodded sheepishly. Lena, return to headquarters for support. A monster is headed towards the base. Just as Lena hesitated in the sky, considering whether to attack Golzon, she received Zhu Jianhui's command, leaving her momentarily stunned. But Captain, Golzon. Before she could finish, Zhu Jianhui interjected, the attack from Fian 1 is largely ineffective against Golzon. Returning to headquarters for support is the best choice. I will leave this to the Vice Captain, New City, and Zhu Kuei. I will return shortly. Understood. Lena nodded in acknowledgement, then altered her course, flying into the distance. Vice Captain, are you both all right? Zhong Fang heard Zhu Jianhui's voice in his helmet. Captain, we're fine, Zhong Fang replied as he and New City hurried down the mountain. Return to Woman Mountain and prepare to use ground artillery to fend off Golzon. Understood. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Xu Ming lay quietly in bed, awaiting the outcome. A monster was approaching the marine base, but this situation was not the worst he could imagine. At least the creature's intelligence was not as high as that of extraterrestrial beings. Otherwise, the base would be utterly defenseless. Daegu's injuries had yet to heal, rendering him unable to join the front line. Though he longed to fight, he could only wait in silence alongside Xu Ming. By the way, do you know where the third giant statue is located? During their wait, Daegu casually inquired. Xu Ming had evaded this question previously, and he was taken aback by Daegu's persistence. Daegu, why are you so fixated on the third giant statue? Xu Ming finally asked. Because Yu Lian said that only giants can combat monsters, Daegu replied earnestly. Thus, the third giant statue is crucial for us, for humanity. But even if you find the giant statue, how will you awaken it? Xu Ming shook his head, questioning Daegu. Daegu did not possess the godlight stick. Even if he had the Diga statue, he could not transform into light. Yulian knows. She mentioned it. Daegu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. She said there is only one way to awaken the giant. What is it? Xu Ming pressed. I don't know. Daegu faltered, trailing off. He was unsure what Yulian intended to say next, but he was certain she knew how to revive the giant statue. Why not summon her to ask? Xu Ming joked lightly. If you can bring her here, I will reveal what I know about the whereabouts of the third giant statue. That. But you said it. Daegu fixed his gaze on Xu Ming, asserting. Yes, I did. Xu Ming replied earnestly, nodding. If he could indeed converse with Yulian, it might help Daegu obtain the godlight stick that rightfully belonged to him. Daegu exited the room, and Xu Ming suspected he knew what Daegu was up to. Moments later, Daegu wheeled back in, carrying a device resembling a metallic basin. He closed the door, and Xu Ming gestured towards the cameras, but Daegu shook his head, indicating that they had long been turned off. Setting the device on the bed, Xu Ming curiously touched it, but it remained unresponsive. This is a time machine from the universe, Daegu stated. Yulian is within this machine. All right. Xu Ming nodded and then tapped on the time machine, asking, Is anyone there? Daegu interjected. That's not how it works. He pressed a button on the time machine, projecting a spectral image beside the bed. It was a woman with long white hair, draped in a white robe, appearing somewhat aged. Meanwhile, Zhu Jianhui, observing the ground forces repel Gulzin's assault, remained oblivious to the dark figure cloaked in black hovering behind him. Chapter 22. Are the Kyrielod people here to save the world? Ladies and gentlemen, I am the commander of the Earth Guard, Yulian. The arrival of this time machine on Earth signifies that numerous monumental changes are destined to unfold. In the projection of the time machine, Yulian spoke each word with great clarity. Yet to Xu Ming's ears, it was completely unintelligible. For Yulian was articulating a language from 30 million years ago, a tongue that even the victory team could comprehend only through the advanced technology invented by Zhu Jing. This is merely a projection. How can you converse with her? Daegu gestured towards Yulian, addressing Xu Ming. Given the circumstances, don't even mention dialogue. I can't even grasp what she is saying, Xu Ming replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Wait, you say you can't understand? Daegu suddenly realized that previously, he had comprehended Yulian's words through Zhu Jing's voice translator. But now, there was no translator in sight. How then could he understand her? Daegu, you can understand her? Xu Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at Daegu. I don't know. Daegu shook his head, momentarily at a loss. At that instant, Yulian's projection flickered, shimmering like a wraith. Subsequently, the time machine shut down, and the projection vanished. However, a clearer figure with white hair appeared before the two. Startled by the sudden appearance of this white-haired woman, both Xu Ming and Daegu felt a chill, as if they were watching a horror film. Yulian? Daegu recognized the woman instantly, though this Yulian was not a projection but a corporeal entity. Daegu, Yulian spoke, her voice echoing in the confined space. To Xu Ming's astonishment, he could comprehend Yulian's words this time. Daegu, you possess the genetic factor of light within you. You are the inheritor of light. Yulian's expression was one of profound compassion. The method to awaken the giants lies in transforming Daegu into light. Inheritor of light? I turn into light. Daegu's face reflected shock as he looked at Yulian. Quickly, Daegu suppressed his astonishment and posed the crucial question to Yulian. But the two giant stone statues within the pyramid have been destroyed by monsters. And the third statue is missing. Do you know where the third giant statue is? The third giant statue has vanished. Upon hearing Daegu's words, Yulian lowered her head and then shifted her gaze to Xu Ming. Noticing Yulian's attention on him, Xu Ming furrowed his brow. He indeed wished to converse with Yulian and inquire about certain matters. Before Xu Ming could voice his thoughts, Yulian spoke first. You have encountered the statue of Diga. Her words left Xu Ming wide-eyed. He had indeed interacted with Diga's statue, but that was in the northeast Songhua River of the real world. If Yulian confirmed her knowledge of his encounter with Diga's statue, then the statue in the Songhua River must be the one that had disappeared from the pyramid. The Diga statue. Daegu turned his gaze towards Xu Ming upon hearing those words. Indeed, I have encountered it. Reaching this juncture, Xu Ming nodded. I aim to revive the Diga statue, hence my attempt to connect with it, yet no miracle transpired. So after your encounter with the statue, you were transformed into a bronze statue, left within the pyramid, and there were no Hyperion aliens? Daegu inquired, puzzled. No, Xu Ming shook his head. I was indeed transformed into a bronze statue by the Hyperion aliens, but I did not interact with the Diga statue within the pyramid. Where then? Daegu pressed further. Yulian's gaze remained fixed on Xu Ming, awaiting his response. In another world, Xu Ming exhaled, looking out the window, towards a different realm besieged by monsters. Devoid of light giants. Initially, Xu Ming had no intention of revealing his identity as an interdimensional traveler, but now he resolved to lay everything bare. After all, if he could obtain the God Light Staff from Yulian, and if he could find a way back, he could also bring Daegu with him to revive the Diga statue in that other world. Given Daegu's character, he would surely not allow the reality of their world, plagued by monsters, to persist unchallenged. Another world. Daegu stared at Xu Ming in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. Yulian's expression wavered slightly, but remained largely unchanged. I speak nothing but the truth, Xu Ming asserted. As for how I arrived in this world, I am uncertain, for at that time, I had already become a bronze statue. If what Xu Ming claimed were true, then the revival of the giant statue would indeed be impossible. Daegu fell into a contemplative silence. Yulian remained quiet, listening intently. With the Diga statue absent from this world and monsters launching large-scale invasions, in a century, human civilization would face annihilation, ceasing to exist. The battle erupted at the foot of Woman Mountain. Explosions resounded, relentlessly bombarding the molten Gorzon. Once a dormant volcano, Woman Mountain now spewed molten lava from its vent, cascading downwards. Ji Yuanhui observed this scene, gripping her victory hypergun tightly, waiting for Gorzon to breach their defenses. She understood that such firepower was utterly inadequate to contend with the fiery Gorzon. How does it feel? Is it not utterly despairing? A male voice emanated from behind her. Ji Yuanhui whirled around, retreating several steps, aiming her victory hypergun towards the air. A man clad in a black robe floated above, grinning malevolently, exuding an aura of sinister evil. Who are you? Ji Yuanhui demanded fiercely. Gunpoint directed at the cloaked figure. We arrived on this planet long ago, the black-robed man cackled. Finally, we have awaited this opportunity. The qualifications of the saviors? Those fools are utterly unworthy. 30 million years have passed. They must have all turned to dust, right? Let the great Kyrielod people become your protectors. With that, the black-robed man descended to the ground. An eruption of flames surged skyward, engulfing his body entirely. Within the inferno, the black-robed figure expanded, ultimately transforming into a bizarre giant, black and white in appearance. All eyes on the battlefield were drawn towards this peculiar giant. Kyrielod people. Ji Yuanhui whispered the name of the giant as she beheld the figure. Chapter 23. Does the savior's qualification depend on looks? Within the special ward, both Daegu and Yulian were engulfed in silence, their lips sealed. At that moment, Xu Ming broke the stillness, directing his words towards Yulian. Yulian, I have a question. Yulian slowly lifted her previously bowed head, gazing at Xu Ming, seemingly awaiting his inquiry. Do you possess the divine light stick, also known as the spark prism? Xu Ming asked. However, Yulian shook her head, responding, the spark prism only appears when Daegu transforms into light. But without the spark prism, how can Daegu transform into light? Xu Ming queried, perplexed. The giant stone statue has vanished from this world, and Daegu cannot become light. Yulian sighed, her form gradually dissipating into the air. Hey, don't leave, Xu Ming exclaimed, bewildered by her sudden departure. Meanwhile, Daegu stared vacantly at the silver time machine, lost in thought. She mentioned that the divine light stick would only manifest after Daegu turned into light. It struck Xu Ming that during Daegu's first transformation after the crash, he had transformed directly into light. He slapped his forehead, recalling scenes from films he had watched in his past life. Thus, it was still possible for Daegu to become light, as long as he ventured into the real world. In the TPC ocean base waters, law enforcement personnel had boarded submarines, preparing to launch an attack on the drifting monstrosity. Director Jigong, observations indicate that what is drifting appears to be a monster's corpse. A police officer reported to Director Jigong within the base's office. Do not let your guard down. Jigong responded sternly. Ensure it does not approach the base. The TPC ocean base was, in Jigong's heart, his most cherished possession. A significant portion of his efforts had been dedicated to it. To him, this base was akin to a child. If anyone dared to harm his child, Jigong would not show mercy. Understood. The officer retreated, leaving Jigong alone in the office. The monster's corpse gradually drew closer to the base, leaving a trail of dead fish in its wake. The foul stench that should have emanated from the corpse had mingled with the seawater, polluting the waters into a toxic sea. The submarine encircled the corpse, launching powerful grappling hooks to latch onto it. Subsequently, they attempted to pull the corpse in the opposite direction. However, after a brief struggle, the corpse's surface shattered, releasing a torrent of putrid fluids, causing the officers inside the submarine to retch in disgust. How disgusting. Even in death, this monster manages to repulse. One officer commented. If only we could burn it. Another suggested. This grappling hook is ineffective. What should we do? A member raised the crucial question. No. Director Jigong won't allow it to approach the base. Fire torpedoes and blast it to pieces. Thus, the submarines formed a semicircle around the monster's corpse, launching torpedoes from their depths one by one. Puff, 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 puff. Yet, the anticipated explosions never came. Instead, the torpedoes pierced the monster's body and were subsequently swallowed under its subtle movements. What? Everyone was astonished at the sight. The torpedoes had been devoured. Is this monster alive? It is alive. Upon receiving this news, Jigong immediately issued orders. All firepower, target the monster, commence bombardment. At that moment, Dega's PDI began to ring. He sighed, seemingly having come to a realization, and promptly activated the PDI. Numerous unread messages populated the screen. One read, Lena has returned to the base. Another stated, the base has begun an assault on the oceanic monster. Yet another was about, the Kyrielod people? Dega furrowed his brow. Were they also giants? This information had been relayed by Xinqing, detailing a giant named Kyrielod who had appeared in the struggle against Golzan and had engaged him. Kyrielod. Xu Ming expressed astonishment at the name. He was not a giant destined to save the world. Then why is he confronting Golzan? Dega pondered. Because the Kyrielod people aspire to become the guardians of Earth. Xu Ming chuckled. Once the battle with Golzan concludes, you'll understand this fellow's ambitions. A race that arrived on Earth during the ancient era, enduring for millions of years, often utilizing human bodies to blend into the crowd, only to emerge at the opportune moment as the so-called savior. Xu Ming should have anticipated this. When this world was devoid of Diga and the giants of light, the Kyrielod would undoubtedly present themselves as angels of salvation, enticing humanity to gain their faith. In the original narrative, the Kyrielod had always sought to become the deities of human belief. Now was their prime opportunity to ascend to divinity. Undeniably, the Kyrielod were formidable. Faced with the empowered Golzan, they exhibited no fear, launching a relentless assault. However, when the Kyrielod realized that their fireballs were ineffectual against Golzan, they understood they had encountered a formidable foe. Emerging from the magma, Golzan was hardly intimidated by mere fireballs. Unable to rely on flame attacks, the Kyrielod resorted to close combat with Golzan. The clash of these colossal beings left the onlookers below awestruck, particularly as the Kyrielod gained the upper hand, eliciting applause and cheers. Yet, this Kyrielod does not appear to be a benevolent figure, Juekue remarked candidly while observing the battle. Regardless, he is aiding us against Golzan. That makes him a friend of humanity, Xinqing replied with a smile. With a flurry of kicks, the Kyrielod toppled the prehistoric beast to the ground. Then, seizing the moment, they sat atop Golzan, launching a barrage of punches. Their agility was the Kyrielod's advantage against Golzan. Nonetheless, Golzan had its own advantage, a tough hide and resilience. With a mighty roar, Golzan forcefully pushed the Kyrielod away, swiftly rising to its feet. Behold, humanity! As the great Kyrielod obliterates this beast. Seizing the opportunity, the Kyrielod embraced Golzan, and from beneath their feet surged violet flames, engulfing both bodies entirely. Chapter 24. The Distorted Faith of the Kyrielod People. The Kyrielod people bear a title, known as the Flame Demon Warriors. The crimson flames serve as a symbol of their identity. However, the flames surging from the earth are no ordinary fire. The rootless fire from the depths has scorched the very surface of Golzan. Yet, this alone is insufficient to vanquish Golzan, a creature capable of surviving in lava. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembles, and a web-like fissure appears beneath the feet of the Kyrielod and Golzan. The crack widens, revealing an endless inferno below, emanating a searing glow from the depths of the earth. Monsters, accept the judgment of the Kyrielod god. A Kyrielod warrior cries out, and together with Golzan's form, they plunge into the vast chasm. The anguished cries of Golzan gradually fade into silence. After a prolonged wait, the Kyrielod emerges once more from the fissure, while the crack seals itself as if it had never existed. Humans, behold, only we, the Kyrielod, can save you. Suspended in the sky, the Kyrielod spreads his arms wide, addressing the crowd below. Suddenly, a radiant white light envelopes him, transforming him into a magnificent angel radiating holy light. Many on the ground are rendered speechless, prostrating themselves in worship, beseeching the angel's protection. What is this? New City observes in bewilderment. Angel, I only believe in science. Kuai-Jing shakes his head, then turns to New City, suggesting, why not try praying? You might just escape bachelorhood sooner than expected. Bah, why don't you give it a try? New City retorts, playfully tapping Kuai-Jing on the head. Hey, why are you hitting me? I was just suggesting. Kuai-Jing pouts. Meanwhile, Zhongfang gazes silently at the floating angel, his brow furrowed in deep thought. This angel may well be our greatest adversary. At that moment, Camilla K approaches, her expression inscrutable as she fixes her gaze upon the angel. The dolphin has been preliminarily assembled and has undergone 2 tests. It is now ready for combat, she states. At the TPC headquarters, Dr. Hachibi, clad in a white robe, introduces the upgraded Lina. Last time, it was you who personally tested it. Now it has merely been equipped with a laser cannon. If anyone can adeptly pilot it, it is undoubtedly you. Dr. Hachibi, I shall set off now. Lina nods, donning her helmet and making her way to the Dolphin combat submarine. Indeed, in response to the monumental shifts in the global landscape, TPC has accelerated the development of weaponry and equipment, yielding significant results. Many previously undeveloped devices and weapons have been manufactured ahead of schedule. If only the Magus propulsion system could be perfected, numerous issues would be swiftly resolved. Dr. Hachibi sighs as he watches Lina's departing figure. The Magus propulsion system, which relies on antimatter annihilation, has the potential to convert matter entirely into energy, expressed in visible light. If such energy could be fully harnessed for vehicles and weapons, it would not only enable interstellar travel but also empower armaments capable of obliterating the majority of monsters. Lina has departed. However, Daegu, under Xu Ming's persuasion, has ventured out of the special ward. Through dialogue with Yulian, Daegu has come to believe that Xu Ming hails from another world and that the third giant statue exists in that realm. In a few days, I shall be able to walk, and together, we will seek the path back. This decision is one Daegu makes reluctantly. The present world is fraught with peril, where monsters and extraterrestrials may appear at any moment. Relying solely on TPC and the victory team is inadequate to combat the multitude of monsters. Most crucially, there are the Kyrielod people. According to Xu Ming, the Kyrielod do not represent saviors but rather a legion of demons. The day the so-called Kyrielod god descends shall mark the time when humanity becomes enslaved. In the past, Daegu would have struggled to comprehend why he was the inheritor of light, the pivotal figure in the revival of the giant statue. Yet now, with the statue gone, the world is plunged into a countdown to doom. Daegu feels he must undertake what he can to locate the giant statue, revive it, and save the world. It sounds deceptively simple. Xu Ming inwardly chuckles. Finding the way back is akin to climbing the heavens, unless the passage home miraculously presents itself before him. Otherwise, where would he search? By the way, Daegu, could you check for any anomalies on Mount Everest? Upon reflection, Xu Ming considers that perhaps there exists a temporal rift atop Everest, prompting him to investigate whether it might serve as a route home. I'll ask Yair to adjust the satellite surveillance. Daegu nods and contacts Yair via PDI. Shortly, Yair sends back images revealing no unusual phenomena atop Everest, not even a monster. It appears that is not the location. With a sigh, Xu Ming shakes his head. Moreover, the Kyrielod have transformed into angels, and many are now convinced of the existence of a so-called savior. At that moment, Daegu receives a message through PDI. Images of angels appearing across the skies worldwide, radiating holy light, lead many to believe that the Kyrielod are divine beings sent to rescue the world. Numerous cities have erupted in large-scale gatherings, praying and worshipping the angels in the sky. What about Daxia? Xu Ming raises an eyebrow, inquiring of Daegu. Let me check. Daegu operates the PDI, retrieving information regarding Daxia. The video displays a group of people setting up incense altars beneath the angels, while others chant Buddhist scriptures. Listening to the cacophony of voices in the video, Xu Ming's lips twitch. The majority of Daxia's populace believes that the holy light emanating from the sky signifies the arrival of deities and bodhisattvas. What is going on here? Daegu, having grasped some Mandarin, is momentarily taken aback, then turns to Xu Ming with a question. The efforts of the Kyrielod and Daxia have been in vain, Xu Ming chuckles, remarking, the power of faith has been misplaced upon these ethereal deities. Deities do not exist in this world. Otherwise, in humanity's time of crisis, how could they possibly refrain from intervening to alleviate suffering? Chapter 25. Finding a way to take Daegu away as PDI was deactivated. Both Daegu and Xu Ming furrowed their brows slightly. While there remained a degree of skepticism towards the Kyrielod people, it was evident that if this situation persisted, humanity would inevitably fall under their dominion. For now, it was solely the Kyrielod who stood forth to combat the monsters and save the world. Based on Xu Ming's conjectures regarding the Kyrielod, once they established a firm foothold on Earth, they would unleash the gates of hell to free their deity. By the way, how does TPC regard the Kyrielod? Suddenly, Xu Ming inquired of Daegu. The implication from the captain is clear. Do not trust this individual, Daegu replied. The thoughts of intelligent individuals tend to converge, Xu Ming. Upon hearing this, Xu Ming nodded in agreement. It was apparent that the higher-ups at TPC were not naive enough to consider those who proclaimed themselves as humanity's saviors as allies. However, the Kyrielod were not singular. Many had concealed themselves among humans since ancient times. Should TPC harbor such intentions, they would undoubtedly become the primary targets for the Kyrielod's extermination. Nevertheless, The higher-ups had yet to express any intention to target the Kyrielot, for at present, they could serve as tools against the monsters. Tools against the monsters. The Kyrielot have indeed become mere instruments, Xu Ming chuckled. Yet, it is only a matter of time before the Kyrielot discern TPC's true intentions. That will be the most perilous moment here. Outside, a monster was already assaulting the base. Was this not perilous enough? Daegu smiled wryly, feeling powerless in this situation. Speaking of saviors and tools against monsters, I suddenly recalled someone. Xu Ming turned his head abruptly, blinking at Daegu. Huh. Daegu looked bewildered, unsure of Xu Ming's meaning. Daegu, in a couple of days, you'll be able to walk. Can you accompany me to find this person? Xu Ming's excitement grew as he addressed Daegu. I can. Daegu replied in a daze. Are you referring to a tool, akin to the Kyrielot or other extraterrestrial beings? Could it possibly be the Hippolyte? The battle outside the Marine base continued for a day. After Chief of Police Jigon devised a plan, the monster was lured out to sea and subsequently incinerated by the explosion of a large gas canister, reducing it to ashes. The Gorzum of Wuman Yueshan was vanquished by the Kyrielot. The victory team hastily returned to the base. The headquarters chose to adopt a stance of benign neglect toward the Kyrielot, for the ability to easily eliminate Gorzum indicated that such a formidable opponent was not to be trifled with at this moment. The adversary had yet to exhibit genuine hostility towards humanity, merely aspiring to become a savior. All the medications on Daegu had been removed, and the cast was taken off his leg. After half a day of adjustment, he was able to walk a considerable distance. Regaining his freedom, Daegu swiftly donned the victory team uniform and returned to their hall. Upon seeing his long-missed comrades, his eyes momentarily welled with emotion. Welcome back, Daegu. Kurama K greeted him with a smile. Meanwhile, Rina joyfully took Daegu's hand and guided him to a seat. You rascal, you finally returned. The victory team lacks a soul without you. Even the usually stern Zhongfang cracked a joke, astonishing Kiryai and Shinjo. Naoki observed the harmonious gathering of teammates with a smile, feeling as if he lived within a big family. All right, Daegu, Kurama K said, turning to him. You've just recovered from a serious illness, so to celebrate, I'm granting you a week's leave. Captain, Daegu exclaimed, bewildered. He had come to rejoin the team, not to request a leave. Your body needs proper care. It's inconvenient to engage in missions, so do not worry about it, Kurama K said with a gentle shake of his head. After a moment of silence, Daegu spoke. Thank you for your kindness, Captain. By the way, during my hospitalization, I maintained communication with Xu Ming in the special ward and discovered that he is indeed just an ordinary human. Daegu then broached the subject of Xu Ming. So Daegu, how do you propose we handle this individual, Xu Ming? Kurama K's gaze turned towards Daegu, as if he understood something. I believe, since Xu Ming is an ordinary person, perhaps he should regain his freedom? Daegu scratched his head uncertainly. I concur with Daegu. Unexpectedly, Kurama K agreed after a moment of contemplation. What do you all think? The others took a moment to process the unexpected agreement before nodding in affirmation. Daegu was taken aback, having anticipated a refusal from the captain, but he did not expect such acquiescence. It seemed almost too smooth. However, since Kurama K had expressed agreement, Daegu chose not to press further. He simply smiled foolishly and resumed chatting with everyone. In the deep of night, within Kurama K's staff dormitory, a white figure detached itself from him, revealing the ethereal form of a woman with long white hair. Gazing at the apparition that bore her own likeness, Kurama K felt no fear, instead addressing her. Urian, do you possess knowledge regarding Daegu and Xu Ming's situation? This world can only be saved through the awakening of giants, and Daegu is the inheritor of light. Urian spoke slowly. You have mentioned this before, yet it appears that the awakening of the giants is closely linked to Xu Ming. Kurama K observed intently. Otherwise, you would not have urged me to let Xu Ming go. That man possesses an aura that once came into contact with the Tiga statue. The Tiga statue, from his original world, Urian murmured, lowering her gaze. Original world? Are you implying that Xu Ming is not from this realm? Kurama K quickly grasped Urian's implication. Should the anomalies arise, without Tiga, human civilization might have perished long ago in the annals of time. Urian sighed. If Daegu follows him, perhaps they could successfully recover the statue and turn the tide. I understand now. Kurama K nodded sagely. My descendant, take care. With that final statement, Urian's ethereal form dissipated into white particles, vanishing into nothingness. Kurama K remained alone, quietly contemplating in the room. Chapter 26, Takemura Kigo's Deadly Intentions at the Break of Dawn. Daegu arrived at Xu Ming's specialized hospital room, eagerly awaiting her departure. Leaving the headquarters required an escort. Otherwise, the vast ocean would render any journey to land impossible. Xu Ming, having little in the way of belongings, was quite taken aback when Daegu informed her of her impending release. Your captain is just letting me go like this? She pondered, scratching her head, feeling a sense of unease. After all, she was the captain of the victory team. How could she allow someone with such a dubious identity to leave? I told the captain you were an ordinary person, and she agreed, Daegu explained. Is that all? Xu Ming exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, I found it strange as well. The process seemed remarkably smooth. Daegu nodded, a hint of confusion on his face. But since the captain has given the green light for your departure, there is no need to worry. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Ming nodded in understanding. If there were any reason for Kojima K to grant her freedom, it could only be that Yurin had shared certain information with her. To enable Daegu to locate the giant statue, Kojima had to let Xu Ming go and even granted Daegu a leave of absence. It appeared that in this drastically changing world, Yurin was no longer idle. With a resigned smile, Xu Ming departed alongside Daegu. Kojima K was indeed Yurin's spokesperson, a fact known solely to Xu Ming. Yurin possessed two appearances, an age version and another resembling Kojima K. The current situation suggested that Yurin had already had an open conversation with Kojima and had provided a wealth of useful intelligence. Initially, Daegu had intended to take Xu Ming away in a patrol vehicle, but given the imminent threat of monsters, he opted not to waste resources. Instead, they boarded an employee bus and traversed the underwater tunnel back to the mainland. Where shall we head next? Daegu inquired as they stood by the roadside. Watching the bustling traffic, Daegu, could you find out which city the SETI group is located in? Xu Ming exhaled deeply, gazing at the azure sky. It was her first time standing beneath the blue sky and white clouds since arriving in this world. Of course, Daegu retrieved his phone and soon discovered that it was in Kumamoto City. Then we shall proceed to Kumamoto City, Xu Ming declared. Kumamoto? Is that where the person we seek is? Daegu questioned, puzzled. Precisely, Xu Ming confirmed with a nod. We are searching for the president and CEO of the SETI group. Takemura Kigo. Takemura Kigo? Daegu quickly looked up information on the name and was taken aback. The man, merely 28 years of age, was already a physicist, a mathematics professor, an aerospace engineering professor, and the president and CEO of the SETI group. In summary, he was a genius. The journey to Kumamoto City was swift. Upon arrival by train, Xu Ming and Daegu hailed a taxi to head to the SETI group's headquarters. In a minimalist office, a robust man observed the angelic figure on the screen, scoffing coldly. Foolish humans. With a decisive click, he shut off the screen and rose to gaze out the window. Not far above, a colossal angel floated, radiating holy light, while below, a throng of people prayed to the celestial being. Utterly deluded, he squinted slightly, shaking his head. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the office door, followed by the assistant's voice. President Takemura, someone from the TPC victory team is here to see you regarding a mission. Understood, let them in, the man replied, momentarily dazed. The victory team? What could they want? In order to meet the CEO of the SETI group, Xu Ming and Daegu had to leverage Daegu's affiliation with the victory team. Although they were not in uniforms, Daegu carried the team's identification card. Soon enough, they found themselves in Takemura Kigo's office. After carefully surveying the surroundings, they noted nothing particularly remarkable. Daegu observed Takemura closely, while his appearance was unremarkable. His physique was exceptionally well built, indicating a commitment to physical training. What brings you two here? Takemura asked bluntly, seated comfortably with a cup of green tea, savoring its flavor. Takemura Kigo, you wish to become light, do you not? Xu Ming stated directly, causing Takemura to splutter his tea in shock. You, how do you know that? He exclaimed, pointing at Xu Ming in disbelief. Become light. Daegu glanced between Xu Ming and Takemura, equally astonished. Takemura rose from his seat, fixating his gaze intently on Xu Ming. The knowledge of his desire to transform into light was not widely known, and it was a plan he had recently initiated. Dubbed the F Plan, this all stemmed from the emergence of Gorzang and Melba in this world. That night, Takemura dreamt of an ancient civilization from 30 million years ago, witnessing the powerful giants of light and the civilization's demise amidst intoxicating pollen and darkness. Subsequently, news of the victory team's discovery of the pyramid statue reached him, leaving him profoundly shaken. To his astonishment, the world from his dreams was real and likely a fragment of ancient history. It must be noted that Takemura had awakened memories through the light's genetic legacy far earlier than Daegu. At the very least, Daegu had yet to dream of the ancient world or the giants of light. Takemura was a man of action and strength. Realizing that monsters would soon awaken and darkness would gradually envelop the earth, he began to take steps. The F Plan entailed locating the giant statue and subsequently creating a light genetic factor converter to transform his body into light. More importantly, he envisioned manufacturing statues en masse, leading humanity toward an evolutionary leap into light-based life forms. However, now his plans had inadvertently been exposed, and the victory team was aware of them. A sense of danger began to emanate from Takemura as he contemplated whether to eliminate the two individuals before him to cover his tracks. You need not concern yourself with how I came to know, Xu Ming interjected. I believe you are currently seeking the giant statue, are you not? Chapter 27 The Divine Light Stick is not the only one. There is another, yet I dare not take it. Do you truly believe you can leave this office alive? Upon hearing Xu Ming's words, Masaki Kigo scoffed. He then tore off his shirt, casting it aside to reveal explosive muscles. Mr. Masaki, I think you should reconsider whether it is wise to act now, Xu Ming quickly interjected, sensing Masaki Kigo's intent to strike. Do you think, having learned so much, I would allow you to walk out that door? Masaki Kigo approached Xu Ming and Dagu, cracking his knuckles. Despite being a scientist, he had never neglected physical training and had even learned various martial arts. Initially, it was for health and longevity, but later, it was to forge his body into that of a giant of light. Just as Masaki Kigo was about to throw a punch at Xu Ming, he suddenly froze in his tracks. In Xu Ming's hand rested a glimmering kitchen knife, poised against Masaki Kigo's unguarded chest. A slight movement could deliver a fatal blow. I wondered why you rushed to the convenience store for a knife after getting out of the car, Dagu remarked, pulling out the victory hypergun from his embrace. Aiming it at Masaki Kigo. Just to be safe, Xu Ming replied with a smile, glancing at Masaki Kigo, aware that Mr. Masaki was not one to be easily intimidated. You are threatening me, Masaki Kigo's expression darkened as he addressed Xu Ming and Dagu. No, we are merely ensuring our safety, Xu Ming countered. After all, if they offered no resistance, Mr. Masaki would eliminate them. Damn, a bead of sweat formed on Masaki Kigo's forehead. He was aware of the peculiarities within his body, yet ultimately, he remained flesh and blood. If he were to be stabbed, no plan, be it F, A, B, C, D, or E, would be of any use. Allow me to speak first, Xu Ming said, shaking his head. Mr. Masaki, weren't you searching for the giant statue? I know where there are more giant statues in this world. What? Both Masaki and Dagu were taken aback. Until now, Xu Ming had not mentioned anything beyond the statues within the pyramid. Where? Masaki Kigo nearly plunged the knife into his own chest in his excitement. Seeing the hostility dissipate, Xu Ming lowered the knife and continued, I can tell you, but there is one condition. What condition? Masaki Kigo asked, his heart racing with curiosity. It pertains to the light genetic factor converter you are developing. Once you successfully transform into light, you must allow Dagu to use it once, Xu Ming stated. Wait. How do I know whether what you say is true or false? Masaki Kigo regained his composure, questioning Xu Ming. Although he was uncertain how Xu Ming knew about the converter, the allure of the giant statue was indeed compelling. Believe it or not. But I alone know the whereabouts of that giant statue, Xu Ming replied. I trust you, Mr. Masaki, are willing to take a gamble for this opportunity. After a moment of silence, Masaki Kigo finally conceded. Very well, I accept your terms. Dagu had never anticipated that beyond the statues within the pyramid, there existed other giant statues. However, Xu Ming's mention of the light genetic factor converter piqued Dagu's interest significantly. He went on to inquire further about it from Xu Ming, who disclosed everything he knew regarding Masaki Kigo. Are you saying anyone can transform into light and enter the giant statue? Dagu asked, puzzled as they departed from the Psychic group. No, theoretically. Only the inheritors of light can enter. While Masaki Kigo is also an inheritor, his light has already become corrupted, Xu Ming explained. If corrupted light enters the giant statue, will it awaken? Dagu pressed on. Indeed, Xu Ming reminisced about the episodes of Tiga he had watched. However, once the giant awakens, it will enter a rampaging state, becoming an evil giant. Is it really like that? Dagu gasped, his mouth slightly agape. What if we were to transform into light first and enter the statue? Upon hearing Dagu's suggestion, Xu Ming halted, turning to him with a curious expression. Dagu, you truly are a remarkable talent. What do you mean? Dagu blinked in confusion. I mean, that was my initial thought. Xu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Now, they could only await the completion of Masaki Kigo's light genetic factor converter. However, based on the narrative Xu Ming was aware of, although Masaki Kigo had developed the converter, it still required one final component to function. That was the divine light stick. Wait, Xu Ming pondered, momentarily rendered speechless. Why had he sought out Masaki Kigo in the first place? Was it not to transform Dagu into light? What was needed for Dagu to become light? The light genetic factor converter. What was the most crucial part of the light genetic factor converter? The divine light stick. If I had the divine light stick, why would I need to seek out Masaki Kigo? Xu Ming was flabbergasted. Dagu was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend Xu Ming's sudden despondency. What's wrong? He asked, patting Xu Ming on the shoulder. Dagu, I think I may have miscalculated. Xu Ming gritted his teeth. He could only hope that Masaki Kigo would develop a light genetic factor converter that did not require the divine light stick. In truth, Xu Ming was aware that in this world, there was not merely one divine light stick, beyond the one that should have initially been in Dagu's possession. Another lay in the hands of someone else. That someone was Camilla, sealed deep within the ruins of Lilia in the ocean depths. Camilla, the dark giant from 30 million years ago, the beloved of Dark Tiga. She was also one of the principal factors in the destruction of the super-ancient civilization. However, Xu Ming dared not shift his focus towards Camilla. To locate her, one would have to venture into the depths of the ocean to the Lilia ruins. Within those ruins, besides Camilla, was sealed a malevolent deity capable of annihilating the world, Gatangia. Should this fiend be unleashed without Tiga's presence, it would spell the end. Chapter 28. Fleeing the bear with Dagu on his back. How did the victory team come to know that I was researching the luminal genetic converter? Upon returning to the laboratory, Seigo Masaki gazed at the unfinished apparatus before him, lost in contemplation. Aside from his closer ties with Dr. Tange, who safeguarded the fragments of the pyramid giant statue within TPC, Masaki discerned that no one else was privy to the details of his project. Dr. Tange was indeed a crucial link. Securing his support could grant access to the statue's fragments. With a sigh, Masaki turned his gaze to a blueprint of a monster displayed on the lab's screen, tightening his fist in determination. In this world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, humanity must possess a radiant light to guide them. Meanwhile, Xu Ming and Dagu had not lingered in Kumamoto City. Under Xu Ming's alternate plan, they ventured into the outskirts of Kumamoto. Perhaps we can reach the statue ahead of time and see if you can transform into light, Dagu. Xu Ming remarked as they ascended the mountain. Having recently recovered from a grave illness, Dagu struggled to navigate the rugged terrain, needing to pause frequently. Xu Ming, do you truly believe I can transform into light by my own will, without that so-called divine light stick you mentioned? Dagu gasped, looking at Xu Ming with hope. I believe in you, Xu Ming reassured him, gently patting Dagu on the shoulder and encouraging him to rest on a nearby rock. In the original narrative, Daigu's first transformation into light stemmed from a fervent desire. Moreover, during the story's climactic conclusion, Daigu had stated that anyone could become light through their own strength. If only that were true, Xu Ming mused, shaking his head self-deprecatingly. He did not envision himself, an ordinary individual, becoming a source of light. Securing external assistance for the real world would suffice. Now, accompanying Daigu in search of the giant statue was a venture Xu Ming yearned to undertake. If Masaki could transform into light and enter the statue, then surely Daigu could do the same. By the way, since the giant statue has a name, what shall we call this one we seek? Daigu inquired after a brief respite. Xu Ming scratched his head, admitting, I honestly do not know. In the original story and official accounts, this statue was simply referred to as Evil Tiga. You can name it for now, Xu Ming suggested. Acknowledging that despite not having located it yet, this was indeed the third giant statue he was aware of in this world. Daigu nodded, pondering thoughtfully. After traversing the mountainous terrain and stopping intermittently, they finally learned from a local farmer about an ancient ruin hidden within the mountains. This site remained obscure and had not been examined by officials. Only the locals were aware of its existence. Hence, Xu Ming resolved to explore the ruin. As they continued their journey, brainstorming names for the statue, they arrived before a dilapidated temple in the mountains, pausing momentarily. Despite their efforts, they had yet to devise a fitting name for the giant statue, revealing their struggles in the art of nomenclature. As dusk settled, Daigu's PDI received 2 urgent messages from the victory team. One reported a monster attacking an angel while it radiated holy light, identified as Gazort, and engaged with the Kyriolodians. The other message captured Daigu's attention more acutely. A cosmic entity known as the Reincarnated had brazenly kidnapped Officer Nanes, Lena's father, prompting the victory team to search for the alien spacecraft. Lena, Daigu felt a wave of concern at the thought of her father in the clutches of the Reincarnated. If this alien harbored animosity towards Officer Nanes, it was unlikely his daughter would be spared. If you truly wish to protect Lena, finding the giant statue is your best course of action, Xu Ming sighed. Recognizing the urgency of their situation, given Daigu's recent recovery, it would not be a swift endeavor to return. I understand. Daigu clenched his fist, closing his PDI. We should not tarry. The night is approaching. Then let us commence our search, Xu Ming replied, rising to his feet. The sun had nearly set, and darkness would soon envelop them. It appeared they would have to spend the night in the dilapidated temple. As they stepped outside, a small yellow dog bounded towards them, sniffing at Daigu's feet and wagging its tail enthusiastically. Are there wild dogs up here? Perhaps it belongs to a farmer from below, Xu Ming speculated, crouching to retrieve a piece of jerky from his pocket. The little dog sniffed curiously before eagerly approaching Xu Ming. Here, eat this, he offered, placing the jerky before the dog while gently patting its head. It doesn't seem like it has been starving for long. Perhaps it just wandered away. Daigou also squatted down, watching the joyful pup, feeling a moment of relief from the tension of recent days. Xu Ming, initially smiling as he stroked the dog's head, suddenly shifted to wide-eyed astonishment. "What's wrong?" Daigou questioned, perplexed. "Daigou, I believe we have found the giant statue," Xu Ming exclaimed, scooping up the small dog with excitement. "What?" Daigou stared at Xu Ming, bewildered. The yellow dog was a pivotal clue. Xu Ming recalled that near the evil Tiga statue, there existed another monster statue. This statue was named Gady, and the little dog was its battle form. This dog could very well be an entity that had existed for 30 million years. Xu Ming quickly fed another piece of jerky to the dog before setting it back down. 30-million-year-old dog? Daigou gazed at the pup, utterly confused. The dog, having received another morsel, danced around Xu Ming in delight before darting towards a nearby thicket. "Come on, Daigou," Xu Ming called, prompting Daigou to follow. They trailed the exuberant dog through the underbrush until they arrived at a dark cave within a rock face, illuminating their prepared flashlight. Xu Ming exchanged glances with Daigou before stepping inside. The dog remained outside the cave, observing the two with a puzzled expression, seemingly unsure of what to do. Before long, a roar echoed from within the cave, and Xu Ming emerged hastily, carrying Daigou on his back, pursued by an enraged brown bear. Chapter 29. Can the power of idealism illuminate the way? Xu Ming carried the heavy Daigou as they fled, pursued by a bear, while a little dog barked excitedly beside them. "Hurry, Daigou the gun," Xu Ming urged. If it weren't for Daigou's inability to run, Xu Ming would not have taken on the burden of carrying him. To be frank, it was quite exhausting. Moreover, a bear was hot on their heels. Daigou quickly regained his composure and retrieved the victory hypergun, firing at the brown bear. With a sharp crack, the bear was struck and collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling silent. "Goodness." Xu Ming set Daigou down, panting heavily. Daigou wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken. "Is the bear really dead?" Xu Ming cautiously kicked the fallen creature. "It should be," Daigou nodded before asking, "Isn't that cave the way to the giant statue? How come?" At that moment, Xu Ming noticed the little dog wagging its tail and barking in another direction. Following the dog's lead, they spotted another cave. Xu Ming's lips twitched as he said to Daigou, "We've made a mistake. That cave is the real one." After a brief rest, the two followed the little dog once more. This time, Xu Ming was wiser. He waited until the dog entered the cave before following Daigou inside. The cave was narrow and echoed with their footsteps. Illuminating their path with flashlights, they followed the dog until they reached a dead end. Daigou glanced at the stone wall ahead, then back at Xu Ming, seeking guidance. Xu Ming watched as the little dog turned back, wagging its tail, then dove headfirst into the wall, passing right through it. "What?" Daigou gasped, reaching out to touch the seemingly ordinary stone wall, only to find his hand passing through as well. "Let us go, Daigou." Xu Ming nodded, and together they closed their eyes, stepping through the wall. As though traversing dimensions, they opened their eyes to find themselves in a luminous cavern, an ancient aura enveloping them. Daigou felt an uncanny resemblance to his previous experience entering the pyramid. Gradually, they adapted to the brightness and began to survey their surroundings. Almost simultaneously, Xu Ming and Daigou's gazes fixed upon the colossal statue of a giant on the left side of the cavern. "We found it, Daigou. We found it." Xu Ming approached, yearningly caressing the giant statue. The last time he had encountered a giant statue was in the Songhua River of the real world. Daigou's hand joined Xu Ming's. His eyes locked onto the ancient figure that had slumbered for millennia. "This will be humanity's sole hope." Daigou pointed to a monstrous statue on the right. Xu Ming nodded and walked over. The little dog was beneath the statue, panting and wagging its tail. "Here, little dog, this is all for you." Xu Ming excitedly placed all the jerky on the ground, then affectionately stroked the monstrous statue as the little dog happily devoured the treats. "Now we have the statue. Next, it all depends on Daigou's performance." Xu Ming exclaimed as he rushed to Daigou's side. "Hurry and transform into light." If Daigou could awaken this statue, he too would become an Ultraman. If they could return, Xu Ming could bring Daigou back to save the day. Transform into light. Daigou hesitated. "How do I do that?" Xu Ming was momentarily at a loss. Without a transformation device, becoming light indeed posed quite a challenge. Both were plunged into contemplation, sitting on the ground to ponder. "Why don't you try idealism first?" Xu Ming suggested after a lengthy pause. After all, many Ultramen derive their power from idealism. By igniting certain special emotions, they could transform and grow stronger. Idealism. How do I do that? Daigou asked, confusion etched on his face. Just think about it intensely, telling yourself that you must become light, Xu Ming replied thoughtfully. To be honest, he too was uncertain about how to achieve this. It would ultimately depend on Daigou. Daigou nodded, somewhat understanding, and declared, "Then I'll give it a try." Xu Ming watched as Daigou closed his eyes. "I want to become light," he shouted, Yet no miracle occurred. I must become light. He cried again, but the surroundings remained undisturbed. Xu Ming sighed. It seemed that this idealistic approach was futile. Suddenly, the little dog barked at a spot in the cavern. Startled, Xu Ming and Dagu turned to see a man standing by the stone wall, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Masaki Seigo. Dagu stood up, tense. How did you find this place? How did I find it? Masaki chuckled. If I hadn't left a trace. You two might still be unaware that you're standing before the statue. A tiny machine resembling a beetle flew out from behind him and landed on the ground, a miniature surveillance device. Damn it, Dagu muttered, pulling out the Victory Hyper gun and aiming it at Masaki. What's wrong? Masaki taunted, unperturbed. Is it allowed for you, Dagu, to transform into light? But not for me, a normal person? He chuckled, shaking his head. Xu Ming had mentioned a light genetic factor transformation device for Dagu, and Masaki realized that Dagu's genetic roots were identical to his own. That is not true, Dagu retorted. I just want to do what I can. What you can do, Masaki laughed again, is pointing a gun at someone who can also awaken the giant your idea of capability? Dagu fell silent, slowly lowering his gun. Oh? Xu Ming stepped in front of Dagu, addressing Masaki. Since you claim to have a way to revive the statue, then please give it a try. With that, Xu Ming pulled Dagu aside, allowing Masaki a clear path. Xu Ming was skeptical. If Dagu couldn't transform into light, he doubted Masaki could revive the giant statue without the transformation device. Moreover, even if Masaki succeeded, amidst the invasion of countless monsters, he would merely be a pawn. Chapter 30. On whether the ancient beasts and the giant statue bear a grudge. Masaki Kigo chuckled softly as he stepped towards the giant statue. The giant statue. Ever since he awakened from the dream of the ancient era, Masaki Kigo had been envisioning what it would be like to transform into light. Now, he had finally discovered the last remaining giant statue in this world. Heart racing with excitement and hands trembling, he approached the statue, caressing its surface while laughing maniacally. I shall evolve from this insignificant human. Great. Light. With arms outstretched, Masaki Kigo shouted skyward. How is this possible? Daiko's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head. All along, Daiko had believed that light would choose those with a righteous heart, not those with ulterior motives. Yet, Masaki Kigo was far from virtuous, yet he possessed the genetic legacy of light. Now, he sought to become that light, merging with the giant statue. In this dark world, humanity needed a beacon to guide them. Masaki Kigo laughed maniacally, closing his eyes in preparation for the evolution he believed was imminent. However, after his exclamation, the entire cavern fell silent, devoid of any reaction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Xu Ming and Daiku exchanged glances, then looked at Masaki Kigo standing beneath the giant statue, their expression strange. What is happening? Masaki Kigo patted the giant statue, unwilling to accept the current reality. Why have I not transformed into light? And what do your expressions mean? He shouted, his face flushed with indignation, pointing at Xu Ming and Daiku. Nothing. Just suddenly recalled something delightful, Xu Ming replied, stifling a laugh. As expected, the giant statue would never choose someone like Masaki Kigo. Although the giant was officially dubbed Evil Digga, it had truly been a giant of light 30 million years ago. In the original narrative, it would have been impossible for the statue to awaken voluntarily if Masaki Kigo had not forcibly entered its essence after transforming into light. As for why Daiku could not resonate with the statue, Xu Ming speculated it was because Daiku was bound to the Digga statue from the outset. I thought he could actually awaken the statue, Daiku whispered to Xu Ming, relieved. The giant statue will not choose those with corrupt hearts, Xu Ming declared loudly, seemingly directed at Masaki Kigo. Of course, if Mr. Masaki could alter his misguided thoughts, he might gain the statue's acknowledgement. Humph. Masaki Kigo let out a cold snort. My thoughts have always been correct. I wish to guide humanity's evolution. What is wrong with that? How could you ignorant mortals comprehend the formidable foes humanity will face in the future? One giant alone cannot vanquish them. Xu Ming was taken aback by Masaki Kigo's words. To his astonishment, Masaki Kigo could already glimpse the demise of ancient civilization in his dreams. It was no wonder that in a world devoid of Digga, he would possess knowledge about the giants of light solely through the memories inherited from the genes of light. Boom. At that moment, the entire cavern trembled, causing the three of them to sway unsteadily. Meanwhile, a small dog barked frantically, as if sensing an urgent situation. What is happening? The group was filled with confusion. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from one side of the cavern, followed by a massive, deep gray beast claw reaching in from outside. That hand is a monster, Daiku exclaimed anxiously. He recalled how the giant statues within the pyramid had been destroyed one by one right before his eyes by monsters. How could a monster appear here? Xu Ming furrowed his brow, reasoning that monsters should not inhabit this place. However, he could not be certain. After all, this location hid the giant statue. If an ancient beast were to awaken, it would undoubtedly seek out the statue to destroy it, much like Golzin and Melba had done. Damn it. I will not allow you to destroy the giant statue. Masaki Kigo recognized the gravity of the situation upon seeing the monstrous claw. He was aware that 2 giant statues in the pyramid had been obliterated by monsters, and now, this creature's target was undoubtedly the giant statue, not the 3 insignificant humans. Although still incomplete, he could only rely on you now, Gayazak. Producing a remote control from his pocket, Masaki Kigo pressed the only button on it. Subsequently, Xu Ming and Daiku felt an additional, smaller tremor alongside the vibrations caused by the beast's claw. What did he do? Daiku wondered aloud, while Xu Ming remained silent, gazing intently at the ground. If he was not mistaken, with another loud crash, a plethora of debris fell from the cavern walls. Fortunately, the cavern was spacious enough that the flying stones did not harm the 3 of them. However, they could now discern the silhouette of the monster. Its body was deep gray, with its legs capable of standing upright, appearing as if covered in armor. Garura? It is this monster. Xu Ming gasped in surprise. He had not anticipated that this ancient beast, which should have appeared later in the narrative, had awakened prematurely and found its way to the giant statue. Garura belonged to the same lineage as Golzin and Melba. Its body was encased in iron-like armor, boasting formidable defense. Its weakness was the unarmored throat. Daiku, aim for its throat, Xu Ming urged, pulling Daiku's sleeve. Daiku quickly complied, firing 2 shots at Garura's throat. The lasers struck true, causing the creature a momentary sting of pain. Yet, it was merely a fleeting discomfort. The power of the Victory hypergun was insufficient to eliminate such a massive beast. Infuriated by the pain, Garura unleashed its wrath, shattering the cavern's walls and advancing menacingly towards Xu Ming and Daiku. We're done for, run, Xu Ming shouted, grabbing Daiku and fleeing, while the small dog followed suit. However, the cavern was too confined for the trio to escape its bounds. At that moment, the ground tremors intensified. With Masaki Kigo's shout, a shark monster erupted from the earth, crashing into Garura's underbelly, sending dust and debris flying. Garura was propelled backward by the force of the impact, landing where it had initially breached the cavern. Daiku and Xu Ming turned to see Masaki Kigo, wearing glasses, seemingly controlling the shark monster. It was Masaki Kigo's creation, Gayazak. Chapter 31. The gradually absurd power of idealism. The creature, known as Gayazak, is not a finished product, but rather a work in progress. Its exterior reveals a mechanical body, unmistakably identifying it as a mechanical beast. Nevertheless, the achievements of Masaki Kigo are impressive. After all, TPC has yet to produce a combat-ready mechanical monster. If he were to return, he could encourage Director Jingza to advance the technological tree in this direction. Xu Ming considered this. Indeed, it is a highly useful technological development. Ideally, he would acquire Masaki Kigo's technology before returning. Under Masaki Kigo's command, Gayazak engaged in battle with Garrula. Although it was not a match for this ancient beast, it still possessed some fighting capability. The creature's vulnerability lay in its throat. Xu Ming could only shout from the sidelines to alert Masaki Kigo. The throat, indeed. Excellent. Guiding Gayazak, he aimed its snout at Garrula's throat, prompting Masaki Kigo to unleash a fierce blue laser. With a resounding crack, the laser struck Garrula's throat, producing only a few sparks without inflicting any substantial damage. Upon closer inspection, Xu Ming noticed that Garrula had retracted its neck, shielding its throat beneath its armored protection. The beast had grown wise. This unforeseen turn of events caught Xu Ming off guard. He had not anticipated that Daigu's attack would lead Garrula to realize the necessity of safeguarding its weakness. How infuriating. Masaki Kigo also recognized this development. Garrula's retracted neck rendered it less agile than before. Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated from beyond the crumbling stone walls of the cave. Upon hearing this sound, the hearts of the 3 sank to the depths of despair. Another beast, accompanied by a roar and the sound of heavy footsteps. Yet another Garrula entered from outside. 2 Garrulas. This was beyond anyone's expectations. With only an unfinished Gayazak, how could they possibly contend with 2 ancient monsters? With a sharp clap, the newly arrived Garrula struck Gayazak, sending it crashing to the ground, and then stomped heavily upon Gayazak's form. Sparks and arcs of electricity erupted as black smoke billowed from Gayazak, crackling ominously. Then, with a thunderous explosion, Gayazak was obliterated beneath Garrula's relentless assault. Masaki Kigo severed the connection with Gayazak, feeling somewhat drained. He removed his glasses and leaned against the giant statue. The 2 Garrulas slowly approached the statue, their excited roars suggesting a desire for revenge. I will never allow you to destroy the statue. Masaki Kigo positioned himself protectively in front of the giant statue, extending his arms in a final act of defiance. One of the monsters noticed Masaki Kigo, its sharp horn gathering a fiery red energy, unleashing an intensely scorching flame directed at him. Sweat streamed down Masaki Kigo's forehead as he fixed his fierce gaze upon the incoming flames. Filled with resentment and hatred for the two beasts, day after day, he had envisioned becoming the Giant of Light, relentlessly searching for the statue's whereabouts. Having finally located it, before he could even complete his light gene converter, the monsters appeared, threatening to destroy the statue. Masaki Kigo knew that if he missed this opportunity, the statue might never be found again. In his dreams, he had witnessed a battle between darkness and light, a conflict resulting in countless casualties, with only a few giants surviving. Get out of the way. Although he held no affection for Masaki Kigo, Daigu's inherently kind heart compelled him to shout out a warning as the flames surged toward Masaki Kigo. Nevertheless, Masaki Kigo remained steadfast, arms outstretched before the statue, eyes tightly shut. A sudden radiance emanated from Masaki Kigo's chest, and to the astonishment of Xu Ming and Daigu, his entire form transformed into a sphere of light. Merging with the giant statue, the two gorillas stared in confusion, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Meanwhile, Xu Ming and Daigu focused intently on the head of the giant statue. From the forehead of the statue, a white light emanated from the crystal, flashing brilliantly, causing Xu Ming and Daigu to involuntarily close their eyes. When they reopened them, the giant had transformed into a body interlaced with silver, red, and black hues. He had succeeded. Daigu gazed wide-eyed at the luminous giant, disbelief written across his face. How had he accomplished this? For the moment, such concerns were set aside. Xu Ming pulled Daigu aside, seeking refuge behind the monster statue to avoid the chaos of battle. In truth, Xu Ming was equally astonished. Though he had witnessed genuine monsters before, it was his first encounter with the true Ultraman, the Giant of Light. With azure eyes and a gleaming timer, he was enveloped in radiance. Gazing upon this Giant of Light, Xu Ming felt the profound resemblance to Diga. However, it was unexpected for Masaki Kigo to transform into light under these circumstances. Had the giant statue chosen Masaki Kigo? Xu Ming pondered the recent events, speculating on the nature of this transformation. Masaki Kigo, now a giant, was equally astonished, examining his new form with great satisfaction. Yet, the immediate concern remained. The two monstrous foes that had nearly ended his life and threatened the statue's destruction. Clenching his massive fists, Masaki Kigo awkwardly advanced to confront the two beasts. With a resounding thud, he struck Gorilla twice, feeling as though his hands had collided with steel. Before he could process this, the other monster seized him by the shoulder and hurled him towards Xu Ming and Daigu, sending up a cloud of dust as he landed. Quickly regaining his footing, Masaki Kigo felt a surge of familiarity as various techniques resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to nod to himself in understanding. He then gathered energy in his arms, positioning them in an L shape, and unleashed a powerful beam of light at one of the gorillas. The beam struck Gorilla, producing a shower of sparks, yet it failed to inflict any damage, causing Masaki Kigo to panic slightly. He had not anticipated that his first transformation into a giant would lead to such a formidable confrontation. The two gorillas, undeterred, simultaneously unleashed flames toward Masaki Kigo. The temperature within the cave soared. What should I do? He cannot overcome these two monsters. Daigu clenched his fists tightly, his anxiety palpable. Daigu. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Daigu's mind, as if traversing through space. This startled him into silence before he exclaimed, "Rina? Huh?" Xu Ming looked at Daigu in confusion, unable to decipher his words. Rina is in danger. Daigu activated his PDI, attempting to contact Rina, but there was no response. Rina, clenching his fists. Daigu yearned to teleport instantly to Rina's side. Perhaps you could have the little dog take you there? Xu Ming suggested, petting the small dog. Logically, this little creature could awaken the monster statue, and if it were willing, it could guide Daigu to Rina's location. However, the nature of Daigu's inexplicable perception of Rina's plea for help was another mystery entirely, though he suggested that the little dog guide Daigu. When they looked at the dog, it merely barked twice and wagged its tail, showing no indication of further action. Once again, Masaki Kigo was brought to his knees by two formidable monsters. Encountering such highly defensive adversaries during his inaugural transformation proved to be exceedingly challenging. The prospect of Masaki Kigo rescuing Rina seemed utterly implausible. Daigo clenched his teeth, tracing the contours of the monster's stone statue, seemingly envisioning himself transforming into light like Masaki Kigo. Futile. Xu Ming shook his head and spoke. Unless, Daigo, you can transform into Tiga. As soon as the words left his lips, Xu Ming was rendered speechless. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Daigo, coalescing in his hands. A resplendent short staff, adorned with golden winged patterns, materialized before Xu Ming's eyes. This, what on earth? Unable to contain himself, Xu Ming let out an exclamation. Chapter 32. As long as I can fight, I don't care who I become. Is this reasonable? It seems quite reasonable. What nonsense. Xu Ming had never imagined that the power of idealism could be so formidable. First, Masaki Kigo transformed into light to protect the giant statue. Then, Daiguichin summoned the divine light stick to save his wife. Next, a small dog transformed into light to revive the monster statue, right? Even a dog can transform. Yet I cannot. Xu Ming's heart was struck with 1,000 blows. Regardless of Xu Ming's feelings, Daigu, with a mission-like expression, quietly gazed at the divine light stick in his hands. He then raised it high, and amidst the radiant glow, unfurled his golden wing form. Like the sound of flowing spring water, the crystalline echo, a voice inscribed in DNA, pierced through Xu Ming's heart. Daigu vanished before Xu Ming's eyes, and a white beam of light descended from the heavens, landing between the two gorillas and Masaki Kigo. The body, intermingled with silver, purple, and red, had two golden pattern plates spreading from the azure timer beside his chest, extending from shoulder to back. With a thunderous shout, Diga kicked one gorilla, sending it flying. Next, he landed a punch on the other gorilla, toppling it to the ground. Upon witnessing the emergence of a new giant, Masaki Kigo sighed in relief. Although he was uncertain how Daigu transformed into light without the giant statue, at least there was an ally. Just as Masaki Kigo stood up, ready to re-engage in battle, Daigu clenched his fists at his waist, emanating particles of white light, and in an instant, he vanished. Masaki Kigo was bewildered. Xu Ming was equally perplexed. Without needing to say, Xu Ming realized that Daigu had used his teleportation ability to rescue Lina. As for why Daigu knew how to use it right after transforming, Xu Ming was left in the dark. Why didn't this happen to me? Xu Ming pondered, feeling a surge of excitement. Why not give it a try? Perhaps I too can become light. With that thought, Xu Ming stood up under the bewildered gaze of the small dog, extending a hand upwards. His eyes deep and focused on the ceiling of the cave. He then shouted, Gaia. Masaki Kigo, still in a daze, instinctively turned to look at Xu Ming, anticipating yet another miracle. The two gorillas rose again, warily watching Xu Ming, prepared for any unusual developments. However, a sudden breeze swept through, and there were no signs of any miracle. Xu Ming. Admittedly, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. His face flushed crimson. Xu Ming lowered his raised hand and sat down, burying his face in his legs like an ostrich. The small dog barked twice, seemingly mocking Xu Ming. Masaki Kigo and the two gorillas resumed their fierce battle, with the monsters maintaining the upper hand. However, thanks to years of physical training, Masaki Kigo had decent stamina and could hold his ground. Yet, Xu Ming knew that if this continued, Masaki Kigo would face defeat in his first transformation. Raising his head, feeling a bit more courageous, Xu Ming turned to the small dog and said, Little dog, why not lend him a hand? After all, he is using your master's battle form. Woof. Upon hearing Xu Ming's words, the small dog wagged its tail and rushed over. It licked Xu Ming's hand and barked once more. Just as Xu Ming intended to encourage the small dog further, he suddenly noticed that the small dog was gradually enveloped in light. Yes, just like that. Return to your battle form. Xu Ming patted the small dog's head and spoke. However, as he continued to stroke, Xu Ming's hand gradually came to a halt. He stared in astonishment at his glowing arm, unable to believe his eyes. Then, Xu Ming realized that his body, like the small dog, was being wrapped in a rich glow. Could it be? Could I also become light? Trembling with excitement, Xu Ming was both astonished and overjoyed. Ever since his revival, how had he lived? Every day filled with anxiety, guilt, and remorse. Always dreaming. If only he could truly be a giant of light. Yet, reality was cruel. He was indeed an ordinary person, entirely incapable of transforming into Ultraman. But now, I can finally become light. As Xu Ming discovered the glow enveloping him, his level of joy rivaled that of Masaki Kigo. Indeed, there is light within my body. Isn't there? Hugging the small dog with exhilaration, Xu Ming stood up. He wondered what kind of Ultraman his glow would manifest into. Would it be Dinah? After all, Dinah's world and Diga's world are the same. Or perhaps Gaia, the embodiment of the will of the earth. Or Aegel, transforming into the light of the ocean? Could it be the shattered statues? If not, perhaps the Ultraman brothers would suffice. Surely, I won't become an entirely new Ultraman. As he fantasized about what kind of giant of light he would become, Xu Ming felt his body gradually transforming into radiant particles. Slowly, he perceived only a blinding light before his eyes. Subsequently, Xu Ming gently opened his eyes. Once the scene before him returned to clarity, He realized that his perspective had elevated. I have successfully transformed. Which giant of light have I become? Before he could examine his transformed body, a bark from the side caused Xu Ming to lower his head in confusion. He saw the small yellow dog in this luminous space, wagging its tail and panting at him. The dog has transformed with me? But wait, the small dog was supposed to become the monster Gaidy, right? Wait a minute. Gradually, Xu Ming sensed that something was amiss. He began to examine his transformed form. His hands were two beastly claws. His legs were sturdy, beastly limbs. A gentle sweep revealed a long tail trailing behind him. When he attempted to make a sound, it came out as a bark, startling Xu Ming into quickly covering his mouth. Xu Ming. So, it turns out that the small dog did not transform into a giant of light alongside him. Rather, he had transformed into a giant light dog alongside the small dog. I have become a giant light dog? Xu Ming cast a helpless glance at the small dog wagging its tail beside him, and after a moment, he accepted the reality. Regardless, I have transformed at last. Even if I am a giant light dog, I shall fight to the end. Cracking his knuckles, Xu Ming, now controlling the body of Gaidy, approached the two guerrillas. For the peace of the real world, for the hundreds of elite teams that sacrificed themselves for my revival, these two guerrillas shall be the targets of my first battle. What of the monsters? As long as I can fight, I, Xu Ming, will accept it. The path to becoming light requires one step at a time, does it not? Chapter 33. The puppy-esque combat experience surpasses my own when Masaki Kigo witnessed the transformation of both humans and dogs into light. He felt an urge to return and smash the unfinished light genetic converter. When did this transformation become so effortless? It was one thing for humans to transform, but now even dogs could do it. Xu Ming, with heavy footsteps, charged toward a guerrilla, launching a simple yet forceful punch. As an ancient breed of canine monster, Gaidai's combat prowess was commendable. The punch landed on the guerrilla, failing to breach its defenses, yet the impact was significant. The guerrilla staggered back, ultimately colliding with the stone wall, causing the mountain to tremble momentarily. Masaki Kigo was equally resolute, recognizing the necessity of collaboration in battle. He rushed forward, forcefully pinning the guerrilla against the ground and unleashing a barrage of strikes. Having endured so much torment, a surge of anger surged within Masaki Kigo. His attacks were devoid of technique, resembling a street brawl. Xu Ming was no different. As an ordinary person, he had little understanding of martial arts techniques, relying instead on the military boxing he had learned prior to his revival. However, utilizing military boxing as a canine monster felt rather awkward. Without further contemplation, Xu Ming turned as another guerrilla charged at him, swiftly executing a move reminiscent of a dog wagging its tail, toppling the creature to the ground. Woof, woof. The little dog beside Xu Ming seemed to sense his fierce battle spirit, autonomously taking control of its combat form and lunging toward the fallen guerrilla. Wait, little pup, what are you doing? Xu Ming felt his perspective shift to the guerrilla's face, and before he knew it, he had instinctively opened his mouth and lunged for the guerrilla's throat. He could only watch in disbelief as he bit into the creature like a dog. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed as Gaidai continued to tear at the guerrilla's throat. The guerrilla emitted a pained roar. When Gaidai finally released its grip, the armor covering the guerrilla's throat lay in ruins. What impressive fangs! Xu Ming marveled. Truly, a creature of ancient lineage, its teeth were indeed formidable. Observing this, Masaki Kigo hastily descended from the slain guerrilla and, with arms positioned in an L shape, unleashed a beam of light. With precision and speed, the light pierced through the guerrilla's throat, leaving a charred hole. As its life signs diminished, the guerrilla collapsed with a thud, silenced forever. Another one. Quickly bite it. After dispatching one monster, Masaki Kigo pointed to another guerrilla, signaling Gaidai to shatter its armor. Does he really think I'm a dog? Xu Ming's inner self rebelled. Yet the little dog, responding to the giant's command, charged forward. Another flurry of bites exposed the throat of the second guerrilla to Masaki Kigo's gaze. As Gaidai rose from the guerrilla's body, the creature sensed the danger and attempted to burrow into the ground to escape. However, Gaidai clung tightly to the guerrilla's leg. This angle. It felt so strange. Xu Ming found himself sprawled on the ground, munching on the dust kicked up from the guerrilla's foot. At that moment, Masaki Kigo sprang into action. With fists clenched, he pulled back and then swiftly spread his arms, converging energy before unleashing a beam of light. Unsurprisingly, the beam penetrated the guerrilla's throat, leaving yet another charred cavity. The guerrilla gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Having vanquished two monsters, both Xu Ming and Masaki Kigo exhaled in relief. They exchanged glances, neither harboring any intention to continue fighting. Upon a mountainous expanse, a spaceship rested. Outside the vessel, Curie utilized instruments to detect 3 life forms. Among them was a Raichuran alien, accompanied by two others, Lena and her father, Captain Nanes. Action. Mune is instructed through his helmet's communicator, prompting Shinichiro and Kirai to swiftly rush beneath the spacecraft. Shinichiro activated a laser cutter, beginning to slice through the bottom of the spaceship. Soon, a circular section of the ship's base was discarded, allowing the two to enter the vessel through the newly created opening. However, as they stepped aboard, they found themselves in the ship's main hall. The Reincarnated alien was tormenting Captain Nanes and Lena, and upon noticing the two intruders, it froze momentarily. Damn Earthlings! How dare you damage my ship? Upon realizing the gaping hole in its spacecraft, the Reincarnated alien erupted in fury, launching two energy projectiles at Kirai and Shinichiro. Startled, Kirai sidestepped, knocking Shinichiro down, both hitting the ground as the energy projectiles struck the ship's wall, creating two additional breaches. The Reincarnated alien stared at the holes in the wall, then at its own hands, falling into silence for a moment. Cursed beings, you will join me. With a swift motion, two crosses materialized beside Lena, binding Kirai and Shinichiro in place, rendering them unable to escape despite their struggles. Glaring at the four Earthlings, the Reincarnated alien conjured a larger energy projectile. You shall all perish. Just as the projectile was about to be launched, a burst of white light particles materialized before the Reincarnated alien. Gradually, the light intensified, revealing a body of silver, purple, and red hues before all present. What? The Reincarnated alien gasped in shock, hurling the energy projectile toward Digga. In an instant, the crystal on Digga's forehead glimmered, and within 0.5 seconds, his form transformed into a blend of silver and red. Grasping the incoming energy projectile, Digga cast a cold gaze at the Reincarnated alien, seizing it with one hand and forcefully pressing it against its face. Boom. The impact resulted in a significant explosion, leaving everyone in awe. Who is this sudden arrival? Another alien? Or perhaps the nemesis of the Reincarnated? Before anyone could ponder further, the Reincarnated alien struck hard, transformed into a streak of light and exited the spaceship, expanding in size. Observing this, Digga slightly turned, casting a glance at Lena to confirm her safety before also becoming a streak of light and leaving the vessel. Boom. The silver-red Digga grew enormous, landing before the Reincarnated alien, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without hesitation, Digga crossed his arms and thrust them downward, gathering fiery red energy in all directions. Dare to harm Lena? You must perish. Chapter 34. Indeed, appearance holds great importance beneath the pitch-black night sky. Digga embraced a searing sphere of light with both hands, radiating a fiery crimson glow. With a sudden flick of his right hand, the sphere, propelled by a surge of luminous energy, collided forcefully with the enraged Reincarnated alien. The Reincarnated, taken completely off guard, never anticipated that their adversary would unleash a lethal attack right upon entering the fray. Under the onslaught of this ferocious energy, the alien felt as though it were being scorched by an unbearable heat, followed by a violent convulsion before bursting apart. After executing the lethal blow, the timer on Digga's chest flickered with a red light, indicating that his energy had reached a critical threshold. Observing the shattered remnants of the Reincarnated, Digga nodded thoughtfully and then turned his gaze to Lena, who had just escaped from the spacecraft. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky. Did that giant just look at me? Lena pondered, gazing up at the night sky, where a fleeting trail of clouds lingered, left in the wake of the giant's ascent. Who is this giant? They don't seem to belong to the Kirilad faction. Kujo scratched his head and remarked beside Lena, he is incredibly strong. He took out the Reincarnated with a single blow. Nishinaka joined in, saying, but Kujo, if you hadn't knocked me down just now, I would have shot the Reincarnated dead myself. Hey, if I hadn't knocked you down, would we even be standing here talking? Kujo retorted, pouting in frustration. This giant resembles the stone giant we saw inside the pyramid, doesn't he? Only Mogami, present at the scene, widened his eyes and voiced the most critical question. At the TPC headquarters, within the Victory Team's hall, Nara displayed Digga's image on the large screen, including a segment of footage captured by Nishinaka's mission recorder within the spacecraft. This giant can transform to the height of a human and can also change the color of its body. As Nara operated the key segments on the screen, he explained to Kuma, its original colors appear to be a blend of silver, purple, and red, with a golden chest plate. Furthermore, he continued, calling up images of the two stone statues from the pyramid. This giant should belong to the same category as the stone statues within the pyramid. Both possess a gem embedded in their chests. After releasing the luminous energy, the gem on the giant's chest shifted from blue to a flashing red, which, based on my analysis, serves as an energy warning signal. Listening to Neru's various analyses, Kuma's gaze remained fixated on the screen, where the imposing figure loomed coldly. Beside him, only Kuma could see the gentle gaze of Uriai, who then spoke softly, he is the third giant from the pyramid, Digga. also known as Diga Ultraman. Diga Ultraman. Hume mused, stroking his chin as he intently stared at Diga on the screen, murmuring, "So, Daigo has transformed into light, allowing Diga to awaken?" "Indeed," Uriai replied calmly. "This Diga is Daigo transformed. But wasn't he the Diga statue in another world? How did Daigo manage to transform?" Hume questioned, perplexed. However, for this inquiry, Uriai merely shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Nevertheless, this development is ultimately positive. After all, monsters have plagued this world for so long, and finally, a giant capable of saving the world has emerged. That giant is named Diga Ultraman. Within the cavern, Masaki, along with Xu Ming and the little dog, had reverted from their transformed states. The two were panting heavily on the ground, evidently exhausted from their inaugural battle. The little dog, however, remained lively, seemingly unaffected by fatigue. "So the transformation drains my stamina." Xu Ming observed the bouncy little dog, feeling utterly speechless. Here he was, merely riding on the coattails of transformation. Yet it was he who bore the brunt of the energy expenditure. Masaki, although weary, felt an exhilarating thrill within. Leaning against the stone wall, Masaki clutched a red-black striped godlight rod in his hand. It bore a resemblance to Daigo's godlight rod, adorned with intricately patterned wings. But the patterns were a bright crimson. Hearty laughter escaped Masaki's lips, albeit weakly, as he remarked, "So this is the object that allows me to become light?" Xu Ming, equally fatigued, chuckled as he ruffled the little dog's fur, saying, "And this is what enables me to transform into light?" Woof, woof. The little dog happily barked in response. Xu Ming had anticipated that Masaki would transform into light at such a crucial moment, reviving the statue and now acquiring a transformation device. The stone giant, during this battle, had not succumbed to the rampage typical of the original narrative, indicating that Masaki had maintained control. At the very least, Masaki's battle was to protect the statue. Xu Ming looked at Masaki with a complex expression, pondering whether perhaps the light within him had not completely faded yet. Although the statue of the monster god had also vanished, Xu Ming had not discovered anything resembling a transformation device. This implied that it was indeed the little dog that had facilitated his transformation. He had thought that he might also fight as the giant light dog in the future. But it appeared he had been overly optimistic. With a bitter smile, Xu Ming rolled over and lay on his back. At that moment, a beam of light streamed into the cavern, illuminating Daigo's figure. Daigo, too, was drenched in sweat, but his condition appeared significantly better than that of Xu Ming and Masaki. "What happened to you all?" Daigo inquired, rising to his feet and observing the exhausted Xu Ming with curiosity. "Did you and Masaki get into a fight?" I just transformed." Xu Ming paused to catch his breath, explaining to Daigo that he was a bit worn out after the battle. "You transformed into a giant of light." Daigo expressed astonishment. "Which giant was it?" "No, I transformed into a giant light dog." Xu Ming pointed to where the monster statue had once stood, saying, "I transformed alongside the little dog." Upon hearing Xu Ming's words, Daigo's eyes widened in surprise. Victory Team Hall. All team members had returned to the base. This mission, aside from rescuing Lena and Officer Nanes, had also yielded a spacecraft from the aliens. The ship would be integrated into the New Frontiers Initiative, contributing to the autonomous development of flying vehicles. However, what left the strongest impression on everyone was the sudden appearance of the giant. According to Nair's analysis, it was confirmed that this giant belonged to the same category as the one within the pyramid. This meant that the giant foretold by Uriai had indeed awakened. As for how it had come to awaken, that remained a mystery. On the foundation of trust in Uriai, this giant is viewed as the key figure in saving the world. During the meeting, Mogami stated, "Indeed, he is exceedingly formidable." Nishinaka nodded in agreement. The Raculin was vanquished in an instant by the giant. Compared to the Kyriolod, he appears both cold and striking. I believe Nishinaka is correct. The Kyriolod's aim is to become the god of humanity. Only a fool would consider him a protector of mankind. Kujo concurred. "What do you mean by this time?" Nishinaka immediately felt the urge to punch Kujo. "Shouldn't we give this giant a name? Even the Kyriolod has its own name. Calling him just the giant seems rather unflattering," Lena suggested at that moment. Chapter 35. The Indomitable Titan Superpower. Naming a creature is not an unfamiliar task for the members of the Victory Team. Following Gulzin and Melba, the monsters that appeared subsequently were predominantly named or designated by the team. Now, as they pondered the name for the giant, the team began to deliberate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhongfang spoke up. "He is as towering as a mountain and undoubtedly possesses immense strength. Let us call him Titan Superpower." A heavy silence fell over the group. No one uttered a word. Even Jiumei Hui kept her gaze lowered, avoiding eye contact with Zhongfang. Titan Superpower seemed rather clumsy. Kuji, who had a robust physique yet a broad mind, interjected, "His eyes resemble eggs." How about we name him Salty Egg Ultraman? At this, Shinjo chimed in. I find that name even less appealing. Kuji retorted without hesitation. Perhaps we should stick with Titan Super Zongfang's sentence remained unfinished as Jiumei Hui interjected. Allow me to name him. I shall call him Diga Ultraman. Unable to contain herself, Jiumei Hui revealed the original name of Diga. Upon hearing this, Yezue appeared to have an epiphany and added, this giant statue may very well be the third statue within the pyramid. The place where the pyramid is located is known as the land of Diga. Moreover, Ultraman also connotes superhuman. This name is simply splendid. Indeed. How did the captain conceive such an excellent name? Kuji exclaimed in admiration. I too find Diga rather melodious. Lina nodded in agreement. The captain's choice is commendable. Shinjo was similarly surprised, not expecting the captain's naming prowess to be so remarkable. Zongfang, naturally, felt inclined to heed Jiumei Hui's suggestion. Xu Ming regained his strength and approached Masaki Kigo. Under Masaki's surprised gaze, he extended his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Masaki shook Xu Ming's hand. You seem more astute than Daegu, Masaki remarked as he stood up with Xu Ming's assistance. There is no distinction of cleverness. It is merely a matter of circumstance. Xu Ming replied with a hint of bitterness in his smile. Perhaps moved by Masaki or transformed into a beam of light, Xu Ming felt a warm current coursing through him, dispelling his fatigue. I hope you refrain from using your giant's identity to commit any wrongdoing, Daegu said as he approached Masaki. Wrongdoing? Masaki chuckled. What you deem as wrongdoing may not necessarily be perceived as such by humanity, and similarly, what you consider virtuous might be viewed as heinous in their eyes. In short, Xu Ming interjected, Mr. Masaki, with monsters rampant, you and Daegu are the hopes of this world. Only by uniting your strengths can you rescue humanity from peril. He continued. I understand your concerns regarding the formidable foes ahead. Relying solely on two giants of light may not suffice. Yet do not underestimate the brilliance residing in the hearts of people. With that, Xu Ming took his leave with the little dog, alongside Daegu. Within the vast stone cavern, Masaki was left alone, deeply contemplating Xu Ming's words. The brilliance within the hearts of people, how intriguing. The emergence of Diga Ultraman did not spread far beyond the victory team. At most, the TPC employees were aware of some details. After a few days, Daegu returned to the team, and upon becoming Diga Ultraman, his self-healing abilities had significantly improved, allowing him to move freely. However, Daegu noticed that Captain Jiumei Hui frequently cast glances in his direction, leading him to believe that remnants of food lingered at the corner of his mouth. News arrived from the Cosmic Development Center that Ryoji Sanada, the head of the research on Eberron cells, had encountered an anomaly during injection experiments, occasionally transforming into a ferocious monster. In the victory team's hall, Yezue suddenly received a distress signal and promptly relayed it to the others. What? Upon hearing the name, Kuji jumped to his feet, eyes wide open. Ryoji? How do you know him? Shinjo inquired while preparing for action. He is my classmate, Kuji replied. Nostalgia evident in his gaze. During our school days, he was always at the top, a rare genius. Impressive, Shinjo remarked, astonished. Indeed, Kuji nodded. During high school, I was surrounded by exceptional individuals. Aside from Ryoji, there was also a genius named Masaki Kigo. Kuji, we may need to rely on you for this mission, Zongfang said, patting Kuji on the shoulder. I will arrange for a sample of Eberron cells to be brought back. You must analyze it promptly at the base and see if you can create an antidote. I understand, Kuji solemnly affirmed. I will analyze it diligently and restore Ryoji to his normal self. The research on Eberron cells had initially been classified. However, as monsters continued to manifest, severely disrupting daily life, the higher-ups at TPC mandated the resumption of this research. The goal was to develop a power capable of countering the monsters through the study of Eberron cells. Unfortunately, the initial injection experiment ultimately failed. Ryoji Sanada was a product of this failure, having voluntarily consented to the injection of Eberron cells. The members of the victory team quickly mobilized, leaving only Jiumei Hui and Yezue to man the base. Kuji prepared in his laboratory to receive the Eberron cells and swiftly conduct analyses. After Daegu returned to the team, Xu Ming found himself living a precarious existence. In this world, devoid of identity, wealth, and shelter, survival proved exceedingly challenging. Unlike in the real world, where everyone regarded Xu Ming as a giant of light, a savior, treating him with utmost reverence, the only solace was that the little dog remained by his side. Each day, relying on the clever dog's talents, Xu Ming performed on the streets to earn a meager living. Oh, Daegu, why didn't you leave your contact information when you departed? Xu Ming mused, knowing that Daegu was not heartless, but rather oblivious to such considerations. As Xu Ming sat on a park bench, feeding the little dog a hard-earned piece of chicken leg, a man settled beside him. The dog barked, prompting Xu Ming to turn, momentarily taken aback. Xu Ming, How would you like to work for my company? The man said with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 36. Believing for the sake of avoiding displacement, is it really you? Xu Ming exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the man who had just taken a seat beside him, his mouth slightly agape. This man was none other than Masaki Kigo. How did you find me? Without immediately responding to Masaki's inquiry, Xu Ming furrowed his brows, questioning whether he had employed some advanced technology to track him. No, I did not do that, Masaki replied with a gentle shake of his head, pointing to the small dog. For some reason, I was able to sense its location through the transformation device, so I came here. A small dog? Xu Ming queried, slightly taken aback, as he reached out to pet the dog's head. It appeared that Masaki had established a connection with Gaidi after transforming into the Giant of Light. Now you know I haven't installed any surveillance devices, Masaki stated. Can you answer my earlier question? Are you willing to join my company? Why do you want to recruit me? Xu Ming maintained a cautious demeanor, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized Masaki's expression. Upon my return, I conducted an investigation. Your identity within TPC is not classified. I am well aware of your background, Masaki replied with a smile. You know, I am merely an ordinary person, Xu Ming remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. Indeed, an ordinary person who mysteriously appeared within the pyramid, Masaki acknowledged with a nod. However, it seems you possess knowledge that many others do not. For instance, how did you learn of my research on the photogenetic factor converter? And how do you know where the statues are, aside from the pyramid? You seem to have a clear understanding of who our future adversaries might be. His curiosity piqued. Masaki continued. Is that all? Xu Ming shifted slightly in his seat, ready to flee with the small dog at any moment. Absolutely, Masaki affirmed, nodding once more. I believe you are an intelligent individual. The knowledge and information you possess would be immensely beneficial to me. Should you choose to leave, I will not impede you. For this world is quite small, and we are bound to cross paths again. Masaki rose to his feet, addressing Xu Ming. If you trust me, I believe we could become exceptional partners. After a prolonged silence, Xu Ming contemplated his current state of displacement in this world. Masaki indeed offered a chance for a stable life. However, the question remained, could he truly trust Masaki? Recalling the warmth that surged through him when Masaki had grasped his hand in the cave, Xu Ming suddenly felt that perhaps Masaki was not as malevolent as he had initially perceived. Very well, Xu Ming declared, cradling the small dog in his arms. I can collaborate with you, but I will not work for you. Masaki appeared somewhat surprised, yet a smile spread across his face as he responded, there is no distinction. Thus, I welcome you to join my vast Sadek group. Cosmic Development Center. The members of Victory Team had already arrived at this location aboard 2 Victory Swallow aircraft and entered the research building. This was Dagu's first mission following his recovery, and overall, his experience in dealing with monsters was notably less than that of his comrades. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him, for he possessed the Godlight Stick, enabling him to transform into Diga for combat. During his initial transformation, Dagu felt no apprehension. The combat techniques and maneuvers surged back into his mind, as if awakening from a deep slumber, and he fought relying on these instincts and memories. The primary motivation was the imminent danger faced by Rina. Later, he heard Yezue analyze that Diga could alter his body color, unlocking different powers. Dagu recalled that when transformed into Diga, his body changed to a silver-red hue, significantly enhancing his strength. This was the powerful form. Additionally, he remembered a silver-purple form that increased his speed and aerial capabilities, known as the aerial form. However, after utilizing the powerful form once, Dagu felt its might. The Raikulan being was effortlessly defeated with a single, decisive strike. Perhaps he could rely on this form for future transformations. As he walked through the corridor, these thoughts occupied his mind. Dagu, what are you pondering? Rina inquired, noticing that Dagu seemed lost in thought. I was contemplating whether we should shoot Ryoichi Sanada if he were to mutate and become a threat, Dagu replied, snapping back to reality with an excuse. That is indeed a dilemma, Rina nodded in agreement. Ryoichi Sanada is a scientist who sacrificed himself for the world. If we were to shoot him, would we not? Sighing, Rina recalled the moment she had locked eyes with the giant Diga. After a moment, she remarked, if we possessed Diga's power, we wouldn't need to conduct such perilous experiments. Dagu found her statement peculiar. Why does this concern me? Nonetheless, the first half of this mission had been relatively successful. Upon reaching the laboratory, Ryoichi Sanada had reverted to his normal state and regained consciousness. He wore an expression of incredulity regarding the failure of his experiment. However, overall, there had been progress. After all, being able to transform into a monster and engage in battle was a power that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Munahira promptly instructed Shinjo to send a sample of the ebullient cells back to the base, urging Kurui to expedite the development of an antidote to prevent another outbreak from Sanada. Kurui, is it? How nostalgic. Ryoichi Sanada muttered wearily from his seat upon hearing Munehira mention Kurui. He was quite exceptional back in school, though not the most outstanding. I never expected him to join the victory team that I have long admired. He sighed, glancing at Munehira's victory team uniform with a hint of envy. Do you wish to join the victory team? Munehira asked, perplexed by his words. I once participated in the recruitment test for the victory team, but I fell short in physical capabilities and failed to qualify, Ryoichi Sanada reminisced, shaking his head. So, why can't the Evelyn cells, which grant humans immense power, be effectively controlled? Do not rush. The priority is to address the side effects brought about by the experiment. Otherwise, how can you continue your research in this area? Munehira's insightful remark brought Ryoichi Sanada to a state of composure. Chapter 37. A lack of genetic interest at the headquarters of SETI Corporation. In the underground laboratory of Takashi Masaki, Xu Ming cradled a small dog as he accompanied Takashi to this impressive subterranean space. It was undeniable that Masaki's laboratory was vast, evoking a sense of awe in Xu Ming. After accommodating the mechanical beast, Gayazak, there was still ample room for dozens more creatures. After you leave, I will find a way to bring Gayazak back, Masaki stated as he guided Xu Ming to the imposing figure of Gayazak. It is not yet complete, but once fully developed, it will be capable of confronting certain monsters. Xu Ming repeated Masaki's words softly, his gaze filled with curiosity. Originally, Gayazak was intended for subterranean expeditions to locate giant stone statues, yet Masaki now spoke of utilizing it against monsters. Had he truly turned over a new leaf? Before Xu Ming could ponder further, they arrived at the remains of two monsters, those slain in the cavern. The armor of these two beasts is quite impressive. I believe it can be repurposed to enhance Gayazak's defenses, Masaki explained. Xu Ming nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in repurposing materials. In a world where few scientists ventured into the study of monster remains for the purpose of developing defensive technologies, most ambitious individuals aspired to become the light giant. It seems you have little interest in monsters, Masaki remarked as they walked, but you might find this intriguing. They approached a device about half the height of a person, surrounded by 4 luminous pillars, with a central space that appeared to accommodate a key. This is. Xu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the device. The light genetic factor converter, Masaki announced. This is what you spoke of not long ago. While it may have seemed inconsequential before now, he produced a crystalline short rod from his pocket, an essential tool for his transformation into the light giant. Once inserted, the converter activates, allowing those with light genes within their bodies to transform into light. His tone was devoid of previous fervor. Masaki spoke with a calm demeanor. I have no need for it, Xu Ming replied, raising his hands in dismissal. His earlier interest stemmed from the desire to transform Daegu into light. But with Daegu now possessing the godlight rod, it was rendered unnecessary. As for himself, lacking any light genetic material, transformation was impossible. Masaki appeared surprised by Xu Ming's lack of enthusiasm. He had assumed Xu Ming shared his previous yearning to become the light giant, especially after witnessing Xu Ming's excitement during his transformation in the cavern. However, now, is there anything else of significance to discuss? If not, I shall return to rest, Xu Ming said, rubbing his shoulders. The past few days had been arduous, and having finally secured a comfortable place to stay, he felt the need to recuperate. No need. If you're tired, we can discuss this another time, Masaki waved his hand dismissively. Although he had many questions for Xu Ming, there was no urgency. With Xu Ming settled into a residence under his arrangement, further interactions could wait. Without exchanging pleasantries, Xu Ming followed Masaki's secretary to a nearby residential area. Upon arrival, he found himself in a luxurious neighborhood. The secretary led him into one of the villas. Surprising Xu Ming, it seemed Masaki was quite affluent. Assessing the villa's well-appointed amenities, Xu Ming remarked to the small dog, it appears that without money, one cannot conduct such elaborate research. Without further ado, Xu Ming found some food for the dog and headed straight for the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, Masaki remained in the laboratory. Before him, a massive beaker housed peculiar cells that proliferated uncontrollably. The Evelyn cells are not so easily managed, he muttered, shaking his head. Ryoichi Sanada is too impulsive. In the past, Masaki had fervently supported the research on Evelyn cells, for if these cells could be harnessed, humanity would gain formidable combat capabilities, evolving into even more powerful beings. During his high school years, Masaki recognized Sanada as a relentless overachiever, always striving for first place in every subject and competition. In contrast, Masaki maintained a low profile, though his genius could not be concealed. If successful transplantation of Evelyn cells were possible, it could enhance our odds against future adversaries, he sighed, eyeing the chaotic mutations occurring within the giant beaker. With resolve, Masaki retrieved the transformation device from his pocket and pressed the activation button. In an instant, his form radiated light, revealing a striking body adorned in silver, black, and red hues within the laboratory. After transforming, he extended his hand toward the beaker, releasing waves of luminous energy. The Ebelin cells, upon contact with the light, dissolved as if encountering a terrifying force, leaving behind a small quivering mass in the beaker's corner. Observing this, Masaki reverted to his normal state and approached the beaker. These Ebelin cells, which can merge with light, may indeed be suitable for the evolution of certain humans. Sealing the beaker, Masaki departed the laboratory. At the Cosmic Development Center's research facility, Risuke Sanada had once again mutated into a fearsome monster. Fortunately, he had restrained himself with chains before losing consciousness, temporarily containing his monstrous form. "Commander, this is bad," Lena exclaimed, gripping the Victory hypergun tightly, her voice trembling. "His strength is immense. The chains are about to break. Lena, instruct the personnel in the research facility to evacuate immediately. This situation is for me and Daegu to handle," Zhongfang commanded urgently, positioning himself alongside Daegu at the door. Chapter 38. Still prefer interacting with the simpleton Daiku. With a resounding clash, the chains fell away from Ryosuke Sanada, who, transformed by mutation, lunged directly towards Daiku and Munakata. This was truly troublesome. Munakata, observing the sudden advance of Sanada, hesitated to pull the trigger. Gritting his teeth, he pulled Daiku out of the laboratory and slammed the door shut behind them. Bang! The mutated Ryosuke Sanada crashed against the laboratory door, denting it severely. "Run, Daiku!" Munakata shouted, realizing that the laboratory door would not withstand the assault of the monstrous Aberlin. They rushed down the stairs as the people within the building were almost entirely evacuated. Just as the last few individuals were making their escape, the entire experimental building began to tremble. With a deafening roar, bricks and debris exploded outward in all directions. The surrounding electrical systems faltered, and at the center of it all was the now massive Aberlin monster. How could it mutate so quickly? Daiku stared in disbelief, raising his Victory hypergun only to slowly lower it again. "This Aberlin creature is still Ryosuke Sanada. I cannot fire." Xu Ming had just enjoyed a refreshing shower and stepped into the living room on the first floor when the doorbell rang. Glancing out the window, he saw none other than Kigo Masaki. "We can discuss matters tomorrow. There's no need to rush," Xu Ming said with a hint of resignation as he approached the villa's entrance. "I merely came to see if your accommodations are suitable," Kigo replied. "By the way, I live next door," he added, gesturing towards the adjacent villa. Xu Ming fell into a prolonged silence, attempting to mask his embarrassment by scratching his head, only for Masaki to speak again. "I heard that the Aberlin cell experiment at the Space Development Center failed and resulted in a monster. Would you be interested in taking a look?" He pointed towards his villa. "I have a helicopter there, and it possesses flight permissions." "Aberlin cells?" Xu Ming was taken aback. "Did the Victory Squad go?" "They did," Masaki nodded. "Tiga and Daiku are also there." "Very well, I shall accompany you," Xu Ming agreed, curious about Masaki's intentions but recognizing the necessity of contacting Daiku. If they discovered how to return to the real world, Daiku would be a valuable ally. Masaki was also a potential ally, though Xu Ming remained uncertain about his character. With both Daiku and Masaki present, Xu Ming decided to leave his dog at home to rest. The helicopter ascended gently, carrying them towards the Space Development Center. A colossal monster emerged, launching an assault on the surrounding buildings. Although they recognized it as Ryosuke Sanada, the Victory Squad had no choice but to engage with their weapons. If they did not stop him, the casualties would escalate. Pew! Pew! Several beams of laser fire erupted from the Victory hypergun, striking the Aberlin monster. However, aside from a few sparks and provoking the creature's wrath, it had little effect. "It's ineffective, Commander," Daiku exclaimed, anxiety etched across his face. "Provoking its anger is the only effect we have," Munakata retorted, retreating as the Aberlin monster charged toward them. Lena had already activated the Falcon 2, preparing to launch an offensive against the Aberlin creature. Meanwhile, Falcon I had been returned to headquarters by Shinjo to deliver cell samples to Kiryai. Gradually, the battlefield shifted to the beach adjacent to the Space Development Center, where no civilians were present, ensuring that the Aberlin monster could not harm anyone else. Yet, Daiku and Munakata found themselves in a precarious situation. Electricity crackled around the Aberlin monster, surging towards the two men. Munakata narrowly dodged the attack, but Daiku was blasted away, landing in the bushes along the beach. "Daiku!" Munakata shouted in concern, unable to investigate Daiku's condition as he evaded the Aberlin monster's onslaught. Just as the electricity coalesced around Aberlin, a massive figure descended from the sky, delivering a powerful kick to the creature. With a resounding thud, Aberlin was knocked to the ground, and the imposing silhouette landed gracefully beside it. "It's Tiga!" Lena exclaimed from the cockpit of Falcon 2. her voice filled with awe at the sight of the silver, purple, and red figure. This marked Tiga's second appearance, seemingly targeting the Aberlin monster. Tiga. Minakata looked up, astonished. Seeing Tiga for the second time evoked a sense of reassurance. Commander, but does Tiga know that the Aberlin monster is Ryosuke Sanada transformed? Could he eliminate him outright? Lina's voice echoed through the headset. Upon hearing this, Minakata paused, attempting to relay a message to Tiga, shouting, Tiga, this monster is a human transformed. Initially, Minakata had only wanted to test the waters, but after shouting, he noticed Tiga looking down at him, nodding in acknowledgement. Tiga, he seems to understand me? Minakata spoke in disbelief. Really? Lina asked, equally surprised, momentarily forgetting to attack as she soared above the Aberlin monster. Tiga had arrived. Watching from the shore not far away, Kigo Masaki calmly observed, is this how Daiku wields the power of light? You hardly know Daiku. Xu Ming shook his head. He simply wants to do what he can. And how long have you known Daiku to understand him so well? Masaki smiled at Xu Ming. It seems you have been keeping an eye on him for quite some time. Xu Ming, hearing this, glanced at Masaki, smirking slightly. Indeed, I still prefer dealing with simpletons. Someone as clever as you is too much to handle. Thank you for the compliment, Masaki replied nonchalantly, continuing to observe the battlefield. He was eager to see how Daiku would confront a monster born from a human transformation. Would he eliminate the creature as a champion of justice? Or would he allow his emotions to dictate his actions? If it were you, how would you deal with the Aberlin monster? Masaki suddenly inquired. Me? Xu Ming pondered briefly before responding. First, I would knock him down, then purify him. Wouldn't that suffice? Chapter 39, Cardiac Arrest. Rune Circle. Masaki Kigo cast a peculiar glance at Xu Ming. From Xu Ming's words, it seemed he had long been aware of the purification abilities possessed by the Giant of Light. Indeed, Daegu shared Xu Ming's sentiment, believing that first, they must vanquish the Aberlin monster, and then restore its cells with the purifying light. As Daegu charged towards Aberlin, the creature lay on the ground feigning death. And a bolt of electricity struck Daegu's chest with a resounding crack, sending him staggering backward. As Tiga, Daegu refused to retreat, steadying himself before launching another assault on Aberlin. The two engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle, while an array of cameras began to populate the beach, manned by reporters from various news outlets. The incident at the Cosmic Development Center was impossible to conceal and soon spread like wildfire. However, upon arriving at the scene, the journalists were greeted by the sight of a giant combating the monster. Thus, the cameras turned towards Tiga, capturing the image of the stoic and striking figure for the public eye. In a brief interval, Yosuke and Kumi, stationed at the Victory Team base, noticed the overwhelming news coverage centering on Tiga. Without delay, Kumi resolved to reveal Tiga's true identity, proclaiming to the masses that Tiga was an ancient giant reborn, a true guardian of humanity. Yet, Tiga was neither a deity nor a god. As Kumi observed the broadcast of Tiga on the hall screen, a pang of guilt washed over him. He was merely an ordinary individual, the least notable member of the Victory Team. A headline reading Tiga, the reborn giant, was disseminated across major news channels under Yosuke's authority. With official endorsement from the TPC's Victory Team, the public largely accepted Tiga as a benevolent giant. Of course, many of these sentiments were rooted in the prior assistance of the Giri A-Lord people, which facilitated their swift acceptance of Tiga. After all, another giant had previously emerged to assist in vanquishing monsters. However, sensing a portion of their faith being siphoned away, the Giri A-Lord people soon grasped the unfolding truth. Damn it, how could the Giant of Light have revived? Had they not departed from Earth 30 million years ago? For the public, this revelation was a matter of varying significance, yet for the Giri A-Lord people, it was monumental. The Giant of Light, a formidable adversary that had existed 30 million years prior. They had never anticipated that after all this time, the Giant of Light would reappear in this world. Having endured in silence for so long, the Giri A-Lord people, after much deliberation, resolved to take proactive measures. The Giant of Light had waned, lacking the strength it once possessed 30 million years ago. With only one Giant of Light revived, they saw this as an opportunity to eliminate him. The faith of this planet rightfully belonged to the Giri A-Lord tribe. Meanwhile, Daegu continued his fierce struggle against Aberlin, oblivious to the news of Tiga's emergence spreading across the globe. A punch struck Aberlin, only for the creature to swat Daegu away with a claw. After a series of exchanges, both had begun to discern each other's strengths and capabilities. Crossing his arms over his forehead, Daegu transformed into his powerful form. Having experienced the might of this powerful state, Daegu had grown fond of the feeling of dominance. Aberlin was bewildered as he watched his opponent change forms mid-battle, only to see a fist rapidly enlarge before him. A wave of dizziness washed over him, propelling his body backward. While Tiga can shift forms, I cannot, Masaki remarked beside Xu Ming, clearly having experimented with various abilities after transforming into a giant. Each giant of light possessed their unique strengths. With Daegu's transformation into the powerful form, their battle morphed into a one-sided affair. Daegu relentlessly pressed forward, knocking Ebelin to the ground repeatedly, even daring to catch the creature's electric strikes barehanded. He continued to pummel Ebelin until the creature lay exhausted and motionless on the beach, at which point Daegu ceased his assault. Reverting to his tricolored composite form, Daegu pulled his arms back before extending them outward, gathering gentle light energy. He then directed this light energy towards Ebelin, witnessing the creature gradually shrink until it reverted to the form of Ryosada. After completing this transformation, Daegu felt an overwhelming emptiness, as if he had been drained. The timer on his chest flickered with a red light, signaling low energy. He had transformed Ryosada back. Minakata exclaimed in astonishment. Rina was equally taken aback, momentarily forgetting the presence of the inconspicuous Daegu. With the monster dealt with, Daegu had no intention of lingering. Soaring into the sky, suddenly, an ethereal angelic figure appeared above, radiating divine light. From this angelic form, a dark figure surged forth, delivering a kick to the ascending Tiga. A shriek echoed as Tiga's form disintegrated into light particles, vanishing without a trace. What? Both Minakata and Rina, as well as Xu Ming and Masaki, were left stunned by this unexpected turn of events. What was that? Minakata gazed upward, witnessing the shadow rapidly descending towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the sand exploded in a spray. The Giri A-Lord had landed heavily on the beach. The Giri A-Lord. In the victory team's hall, Kumi observed this scene on the screen. Realizing that Tiga's emergence jeopardized their plan of becoming the guardian deity, had they struck Tiga out of spite? Those despicable fiends. Rina, piloting the flying swallow number 2, seethed with anger upon witnessing this event. Tiga had been her savior, yet he was shattered into particles by the Giri A-Lord. With a swift motion, the flying swallow no. 2 launched an attack at the Giri A-Lord. Sparks flew as 2 projectiles struck the Giri A-Lord, yet the foe remained unaffected. A fireball erupted from the Giri A-Lord's fist, striking the tail of the flying swallow number 2. With no other option, Rina was forced to make an emergency landing. Daegu, is he alright? Xu Ming said anxiously, witnessing Tiga's disintegration into light particles. I believe we should focus on our own safety, Masaki replied, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the situation. Xu Ming followed Masaki's gaze, realizing that the Giri A-Lord were fixated on their direction. In the Giri A-Lord's eyes, they did not see mere humans, but radiant light. It appeared that not just one giant of light had revived. Clenching his fists, the Giri A-Lord charged towards Xu Ming and Masaki, intent on eradicating this threat once and for all. Xu Ming's heart raced as he watched the Giri A-Lord approach, engulfed in flames. A sense of impending danger enveloped him. A warm current surged through him, yet his heartbeat intensified, accelerating beyond the realm of ordinary human experience. Gradually, to Xu Ming, everything around him slowed. The stillness enveloped Masaki, and even the advancing Giri A-Lord seemed frozen in time. The only constant was the rhythm of his own heartbeat. What is happening? Clutching his chest, Xu Ming felt as though something was about to burst forth from within. Was it blood, or something else? Thud! A resounding heartbeat reverberated, and a radiant light erupted from the vicinity of Xu Ming's heart. Subsequently, a colossal circular rune of light materialized before him, within which lay the malevolent visage of the evil Diga. What is this? Xu Ming's mouth fell slightly agape, a look of astonishment etched upon his features. Under Xu Ming's astonished gaze, the luminous rune seamlessly traversed through his body, completely enveloping him within its radiant embrace. Chapter 40. With no combat skills. I can only resort to military fist in that moment. Time solidified and then resumed its flow. The Kiri Elodians charged forward, engulfed in flames. Just as they were about to collide with their target, a silver fist, enveloped in radiant light, burst forth from the runic circle, knocking the Kiri Elodians away with a blinding brilliance. A thunderous roar stunned everyone present. From within the light, a massive figure, interwoven in silver, black, and red, emerged, crashing heavily onto the beach. What? Masaki Kigo stood beside this giant, staring blankly at the transformation device in his hand, then glancing at the towering figure before him, desperately rubbing his eyes. What is happening? This sudden giant emerging from the light is none other than the evil Diga. Xu Ming vanished in the radiance, and the giant of light appeared anew. Masaki Kigo could deduce what had transpired with just a thought. Xu Ming has transformed into light. But this giant of light should have been my transformation. Perplexed, Masaki Kigo pressed the transformation button on his device, yet there was no response. He looked once more at the giant before him, feeling as if he were an intruder in his own domain. I have transformed into the giant of light. At that moment, Xu Ming also realized his transformation. After the light circle passed through his body, he had become light. The giant that appeared was still. Evil Digga? After surveying his massive form, Xu Ming was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking down at Masaki Kigo's position on the ground. He saw Masaki pressing and tapping the transformation device, blowing on it, seemingly losing its efficacy. His expression was one of utter dismay, as if he had just consumed a fly. Coming back to his senses, Xu Ming recalled the pattern he had seen on the runic circle. It was Evil Digga. Why is it Evil Digga? Before he could ponder further, he instinctively lowered his head as a fiery punch swept past him. The Kyrielodians charged at him once more. Though it was not his first battle, having just fought as the monster gate, Xu Ming felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, the military fist techniques he learned before his rebirth could be put to use. Faced with the enraged Kyrielodians, Xu Ming stepped forward with a stable stance, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the Kyrielodians squarely in the chest, sending them flying. Another giant had appeared. Zhongfang observed the giant battling the Kyrielodians and turned to Lina, who had just returned to the ground. This giant resembles Digga. Lina gazed for a moment before responding. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Zhongfang nodded, then suddenly realized, where is Daigou? Upon hearing Daigu's name, Lina's face paled instantly, and she dashed toward the bushes on the beach. Zhongfang, disregarding everything else, hurried after her. When they arrived, they found Daigou lying unconscious among the underbrush. Fortunately, he still showed signs of life. In the headquarters of the victory team, Xu Ming, initially anxious when Digga was scattered into particles of light, regained his composure upon the emergence of the new giant. Who is this new giant? He whispered softly, barely audible to others. However, Xu waited in vain for a response from Yuren. Turning his head, he noticed Yuren's ethereal form gazing at the screen, a single tear slowly trailing down her cheek. How? Xu was astonished, never expecting Yuren, as a spirit, could shed tears. Looking back at the newly emerged giant on the screen, Xu began to grasp certain truths. Yuren shares a special bond with this giant. Xu Ming's battle with the Kyrielodians continued. In the midst of the fight, he executed a maneuver that locked the Kyrielodians' head against their chest. The restrained Kyrielodians desperately clawed at Xu Ming's arm, struggling to break free. I can't shake the feeling that this giant's moves seem familiar. Zhongfang blinked, his brow furrowing as he pondered. After a moment, he recalled the giant's technique. Military fist? Huh. Lina's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning if he was mistaken. Xu Ming was not wrong. After his transformation, he relied solely on close-quarters military fist techniques to combat the Kyrielodians. I must admit, this method of fighting proves quite effective, despite the duration of the battle. With only a few techniques at his disposal, Xu Ming had yet to find himself at a disadvantage. In fact, he had even managed to lock the Kyrielodians' throat. With no escape, the Kyrielodians ignited in flames, their bodies becoming searing hot. Xu Ming, feeling the burn, hastily released this scalding burden. Drawing from his previous observations of Ultraman battling monsters, he knew it was time to unleash his ultimate attack while the enemy was fatigued. With a powerful push, he soared into the air. Is this what it feels like to fly? Experiencing flight for the first time, Xu Ming felt a surge of excitement. However, the immediate priority was to unleash his ultimate attack on the Kyrielodians. Wait, how do I execute the ultimate attack? Xu Ming hesitated midair for a few seconds. Regarding Evil Digga's skills, his mind was a blank slate. The only memory he held was of Masaki defeating two Garrula in a cave. One instance involved gathering energy, while the other was a direct release. Let's try the direct release. Resolutely, Xu Ming positioned his silver arms in an L shape, aiming towards the Kyrielodians below. Upon seeing this, the Kyrielodians quickly raised a barrier in front of them, attempting to thwart Xu Ming's impending attack. Is he about to unleash his ultimate move? Zhongfang's gaze fixated on the battlefield. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no light emerged from Xu Ming's hands. The Kyrielodians, exhausted from maintaining their barrier, felt drained, yet they dared not lower it, fearing Xu Ming might unleash an attack at any moment. Truth be told, it wasn't that Xu Ming didn't wish to fire. Rather, he simply did not know how. Standing in that position for so long, he remained oblivious to how to release the beam of light. In desperation, he cast a pleading glance at Masaki. Perhaps only Masaki would know how to unleash Evil Digga's ultimate attack. What is he doing? Masaki stared at the sky, perplexed by the scene unfolding. Suddenly, his gaze met Xu Ming's anxious eyes. Chapter 41. It turns out that Zhongfang understands everything quick. Teach me how to unleash the lethal beam. I'm in a hurry, waiting for your reply. Upon conveying this thought to Masaki Kigo, Xu Ming was taken aback. Is this the fabled communication of thoughts? Telepathy? Stream of consciousness. However, it seems like even Ultramen are capable of this technique. Masaki Kigo, hearing Xu Ming's inner voice, was momentarily stunned. After all this, it turns out he doesn't even know how to unleash the lethal beam? Glancing at the Curiolodian who was still struggling to maintain the barrier, Masaki Kigo's mouth twitched. Thankfully, this Curiolodian did not appear particularly astute. To be honest, Masaki Kigo was not keen on communicating with Xu Ming at that moment, especially since Xu Ming had brazenly stolen his identity. After stealing it, he still asked how to use it. Yet, if he refrained from informing Xu Ming, the battle would drag on until one of them depleted their energy, which would take some time. Eager to inquire how Xu Ming had absorbed the light, Masaki Kigo decided to directly share the method of gathering energy. Do you not possess knowledge of the techniques akin to recovering memories? After imparting the information, Masaki Kigo posed the question. No, I don't. If I did, would I still need to rely on military boxing? Xu Ming replied, somewhat helplessly. However, now that he understood how to release the beam, the Curiolodian was left with no chance but to meet its demise. With both hands clenched into fists, Xu Ming drew his arms back and then opened them, slowly channeling energy forward. Light energy began to coalesce upon Xu Ming's arms. Subsequently, he released the lethal beam towards the Curiolodian, his arms forming an L shape directed at the creature on the ground. The Curiolodian exerted all its strength to uphold the barrier, yet at that moment, its energy had already been exhausted. Despicable giant of light. The Curiolodian cursed as it attempted to dodge the incoming beam. However, the speed of light is exceedingly swift. Before the Curiolodian could evade, the beam struck its body. Instantly, the Curiolodian trembled, then froze in place, followed by a thunderous explosion amidst a cascade of blue electric arcs. It worked, Zhongfang exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. Masaki Kigo cursed under his breath at the foolishness of the Curiolodian. He then looked up to see the giant disintegrating into particles of light, Xu Ming enveloped in radiance as he descended nearby. Masaki Kigo felt a sense of revelation as he gazed at the transformation device in his hand, sensing that it brimmed with the power of light. I must clarify. I am entirely innocent. It was all an accident. Before Masaki Kigo could speak, Xu Ming interjected. Having stolen someone else's identity, he was certain the other party would demand an explanation. The issue was that Xu Ming himself was oblivious to the circumstances. I find you increasingly intriguing, Masaki Kigo remarked with a smile, gazing at the transformation device in his hand. I am not fond of men, Xu Ming retorted, feeling a chill run down his spine at Masaki Kigo's smile. This guy had just seemed as though he had swallowed a fly, and now he was smiling. Surely, something was amiss. I am merely curious, Masaki Kigo continued. I wonder if you can also transform into Diga. Diga? Xu Ming paused slightly, recalling the circumstances surrounding his transformation. Initially, he had felt his life threatened, followed by a rapid heartbeat, and suddenly, that rune circle had projected itself forth. Then, the sinister Diga pattern had emerged within the rune circle. It was that circle and pattern that had transformed him into evil Diga. Xu Ming realized the situation at that time. Yet a flicker of confusion lingered in his heart. How had he acquired the ability to become evil Diga? The only time he had come into contact with the statue of evil Diga was within that cave, but nothing unusual had occurred at that moment. Unusual phenomena. Pondering deeply, Xu Ming resolved to think about it later. If they lingered any longer, the victory team would arrive. Just then, Masaki Kigo patted Xu Ming on the shoulder and headed toward the helicopter near the beach. It's Masaki Kigo. As Xu Ming observed his retreating figure, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling the moment he had shaken hands with Masaki Kigo within the cave. That warm current surging towards his heart. It was the power of light. So, it turned out that Masaki Kigo had always been imbued with radiance. With a slight smile, Xu Ming followed in the direction Masaki Kigo had departed. Regarding the reason behind his transformation, Xu Ming was only partially enlightened. While he understood that becoming evil Diga was due to the influx of Masaki Kigo's light into his body, he was certain that there was something amiss with his heart. The light emanated from the vicinity of his heart. What is the situation with Daiku? At the TPC Medical Center, Lena anxiously inquired about Daiku's condition from Mayumi. Shinjo and Kyuriai soon arrived, considering that Ryoko Sanada had returned to his original form, rendering the antidote unnecessary. He merely exhausted his stamina. After a couple of days of rest, he will recover, Mayumi replied, holding the examination report. Sister, hurry and prepare some restorative medicine for Daiku. He needs to recuperate, Shinjo urged, patting Mayumi on the back. What do you know, you fool? Mayumi retorted, swatting Shinjo's hand away. Fool, Kyuriai echoed. Shinjo, thank goodness he is fine. I will be troubling you to take care of him again. Lena sighed in relief, thanking Mayumi. You're welcome. It's my duty, Mayumi replied. In the Victory Team Headquarters Hall, Zhongfang, Kumake, and Nozomi were analyzing the newly emerged giant on the screen. This newly appeared giant bore a striking resemblance to Diga, yet there should only be 3 giant statues within the pyramid, with the other 2 fragments still under study. Nozomi enlarged the image of evil Diga and addressed Xu Ming and Zhongfang. However, it is evident that this giant, resembling Diga, is a friend, not a foe, Zhongfang added. By the way, what is the situation with the angels across various regions? Xu Ming suddenly inquired. The situation is dire, Nozomi replied, pulling up videos of the angelic apparitions from around the world. They have begun to propagate the demon's declaration. Demon's declaration? Zhongfang questioned, puzzled. It is the announcement to the public that Ultraman Diga and another giant of light are the demons of world destruction, Nozomi elucidated. Currently, many people are protesting, demanding the extermination of the giant of light. However, it appears the situation in Daxia is somewhat different. As Nozomi spoke, he displayed a video. Below the angelic apparition, a group of individuals dressed as Taoist priests wielding peach with swords were performing rituals in front of an incense altar, chanting incantations to exorcise evil on behalf of the Buddha. As far as I know, Taoists belong to Daxia's Taoism. What relevance do they have to the Buddha of Buddhism? Zhongfang scratched his head and asked. Chapter 42. The Kyrielod people can no longer endure the first transformation into the giant of light, ignited an unceasing thrill within Xu Ming, compelling him to incessantly examine the peculiarities of his own heart. Yet, despite his fervent summons, the radiant rune circle refused to manifest anew. Masaki Kigo did not intrude upon Xu Ming's contemplation, nor did he inquire about the state of Xu Ming's body. Previously, Masaki had meticulously analyzed Xu Ming's DNA, discovering no trace of the light's genetic lineage, indicating that Xu Ming was merely an ordinary individual. The notion that an ordinary person could transform into light represented a significant revelation for Masaki, as he envisioned leveraging a numerical advantage against the formidable foes anticipated in the future. If common people could embody light, then darkness held no real terror. At present, Masaki awaited Xu Ming's metamorphosis into Daina. If Xu Ming could wield his combat form, he should also be capable of channeling the essence of Daigo's Daina. Meanwhile, at the TPC Victory Team headquarters, another pivotal meeting unfolded. Attendees engaged in fervent discussions regarding the newly emerged giant and the movements of the Kyrielod people. The upper echelons of the TPC had reached a consensus. The Kyrielod people were akin to a ticking time bomb. With the appearance of the giant of light, there was no longer a need for such duplicitous guardian automatons. They resolved to sever ties with the Kyrielod people and to strike preemptively upon their next appearance. As for the newly emerged giant, the Victory Team deliberated on a name. It was Zhongfang who first spoke up. He is as colossal as a mountain. Let us call him Giant Mountain Ultraman. Commander, how fixated you are on that name. Lena interjected, unable to restrain her sarcasm. Commander, I believe names like Dyna 2 or Dyna 3 would be more appealing, Kogyo chimed in, voicing his opinion to Zhongfang. Shinjo merely shook his head, opting out of the naming process, as he considered himself inept at such tasks. Ishigami, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing dialogue, gazed intently ahead, as though something lay just beyond his sight. The ethereal image of Yurin had fallen silent since she had seen the new giant of light on the screen. A few luminous particles drifted through the air, tears shed by Yurin. Captain, you were the one who named Dyna. How about you think of a name for the new giant? Kogyo inquired, shifting his gaze to Ishigami, hopeful for a response. Before Ishigami could reply, Yurin finally spoke. Kane. His name is Guiying. Guiying. Ishigami echoed, surprise flickering in her eyes as she repeated the name. The members of the Victory Team nodded in agreement, feeling as if they had encountered the name before. Naru, deep in thought, typed Kane into the computer, and a plethora of information materialized. Guiying can also be transliterated as Cain. In the biblical book of Genesis, he is the firstborn son of Adam and Eve, and indeed the third human on earth, Naru elucidated after scanning the data. He then contemplated and searched for Tiga, the name of Dyna. He discovered that in Indonesian, Tiga also signifies 3. Naru was taken aback, pondering whether the captain had named the new giant Guiying because of the striking resemblance between the 2 giants of light. Ishigami was further astonished, but nodded at Naru, affirming his astute deduction. Indeed, that is correct. What a detail-oriented captain we have, truly deserving of the title. Henceforth, this new giant shall be known as Guiying Ultraman. The Victory Team members lauded the name in unison. As Ishigami gazed at the fading, ethereal image of Yurin, he could not fathom the connection between Guiying and Yurin. With the naming concluded, the meeting swiftly wrapped up. Thoughtful Lena brought some fruit, intending to visit Daigo in the medical center to inform him about the new giant discussed in the meeting. After a deep slumber until noon the following day, Xu Ming finally rose from his plush bed. He casually nibbled on some food and fed his puppy before switching on the television in the living room. What caught his eye was the ethereal image of an angel floating in the sky. Below the angel, people stood, fervently praying for something. According to the host, the angel's decree was to vanquish the giant of light. Observing the misled masses, Xu Ming shook his head in disbelief. Compared to the original narrative, the Kyrielod people's manipulation of humanity had escalated dramatically. The delayed emergence of the giant of light had granted the Kyrielod people an opportunity to exploit. Suddenly, Xu Ming's attention was drawn to the screen as the angelic figure dissipated, giving way to a dense, purple-black cloud that materialized out of thin air. Within that ominous cloud, a massive ancient stone door could be faintly discerned, though it remained shut. Even from the screen, Xu Ming could sense the terrifying aura emanating from it. The gates of hell. Narrowing his eyes, Xu Ming realized that the Kyrielod people could no longer contain themselves. The emergence of the giant of light would deeply challenge their faith. Thus, they would inevitably decide to summon the Kyrielod deity to Earth in a bid to dominate this world. Daigo had sustained significant injuries and was likely still recuperating. Xu Ming had to rely on Masaki. While Xu Ming possessed the ability to transform into light, he was uncertain how to execute it. Thus, it remained doubtful whether he could enter the fray. If the Kyrielod deity were to be released, Xu Ming was uncertain whether Daigo and Masaki could contend with this unknown entity. Should the opportunity to return home present itself, Xu Ming would need to enlist Daigo as an ally. But if the Kyrielod deity were to conquer this world, all chances would be lost. As he stepped outside, Xu Ming halted at the doorway. Masaki stood waiting outside, seemingly for quite some time. You saw the stone door amidst the black clouds. Masaki noted upon Xu Ming's emergence. Yes, Daigo is still recovering. Do you plan to intervene? Xu Ming nodded in response. Do you think Daigo is unaware of this news? Masaki chuckled. Given Daigo's character, do you believe he would simply lie in bed while the Kyrielod people act recklessly? Xu Ming furrowed his brow at this. Indeed, Daigo had always adhered to a steadfast belief to do what he could, as long as he had breath left. He would fight, never conceding defeat. You will intervene, won't you? Xu Ming pressed further. Let us not rush. Let us first assess the situation on site, Masaki replied. As a vehicle approached, he turned and entered the car. Seeing this, Xu Ming had no choice but to follow suit and enter the vehicle. Chapter 43. Friend. I have captured 2 more Earthlings. The ancient stone gate materialized in the most densely populated area of the island, right in the bustling city center. Here, the followers of the Kyrielod were numerous, gathering beneath the ominous black clouds. With faces marked by fervent devotion, they gazed skyward, as if that darkened expanse was the very birthplace of angels. Xu Ming and Masaki Kigo alighted from their vehicle, witnessing the victory team mobilizing in the vicinity. Aside from the absence of Jumaike, Yase, and Ogu, the remaining members stood ready nearby. The wait was interminable. The Kyrielod did not manifest in the skies. Only the purple-black clouds lingered ominously aloft. The ancient gate showed no signs of opening, merely crackling with unstable arcs of electricity that danced around it. As nightfall descended, the ethereal apparitions of angels in the sky transformed, revealing the visage of the Kyrielod, not the second generation. Looking up at the Kyrielod that had materialized, Xu Ming murmured to himself. In the original narrative, the emergence of the Hell Gate had been instigated by the second-generation Kyrielod, striving to pry it open. The designation second generation not only indicated the second appearance of the Kyrielod, but also denoted an augmentation of their abilities. Should the being attempting to open the Hell Gate be merely the weakest of the Kyrielod, then it would be considerably easier to contend with. Commander, shall we take action? Shinjo inquired, standing beside Magata, his gaze fixed upon the Kyrielod hovering above. Let us wait and observe their intentions, Magata replied, opting for caution. However, once the Kyrielod appeared, the crowd below surged madly toward the dark clouds, chanting fervently about the awakening of the true deity. Xu Ming and Masaki Kigo were swept apart in the throng, unable to locate one another amidst the chaos. Wait, that person is. After extricating himself from the crowd, Xu Ming spotted a figure clad in a black robe, quietly observing the scene, seemingly unaffected by the Kyrielod's presence. The robed individual appeared to notice Xu Ming's scrutiny, casting a fleeting glance in his direction before swiftly departing the scene. Xu Ming, undeterred, pursued closely behind, brandishing a kitchen knife, unperturbed by the potential threat. Just as Xu Ming departed, the Kyrielod in the sky began to stir. With a raucous laughter, it soared toward the Hell Gate. Are they about to open it? Masaki Kigo thought, now perched atop a high-rise rooftop, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, Magata issued the command to act. Shinjo operated the first mecha, while Kirai and Lina piloted the second. Magata remained on the ground to assess and direct the situation. The police bureau arrived, initiating a forced evacuation of the crowd. This provoked violent backlash from the fervent believers, yet the area was soon cleared. Shinjo, Lina, Kirai launched the offensive. With Magata's orders given, both the first and second flying swallows unleashed their attacks towards the Hell Gate. Caught off guard, the Kiri Aelid was struck, sparks flying from its form. Those damned humans. The Kiri Aelid retaliated with 2 fiery projectiles aimed at the Victory Swallow. Both aircraft deftly evaded the incoming fireballs. Observing this, the Kiri Aelid refrained from further assault, channeling an unseen force into the ancient stone gate. Empowered by this mystical energy, the gate's wings began to creak open, revealing a shadowy realm within. The Victory team pressed on, relentlessly bombarding the Kiri Aelid with ordnance and lasers from their mechas. Yet, under these circumstances, their efforts yielded little effect. Xu Ming followed the black-robed figure into a dimly lit underground passage. The flickering light strained his vision, and the robed individual seemed to flicker in and out of sight, appearing one moment in one spot, then in another. Just as Xu Ming contemplated drawing his knife, the figure halted and emitted a cackling sound. After following me for so long, what is it that you desire, human? Turning, the black-robed figure smiled eerily, speaking without moving its lips. You are not human, Xu Ming stated, gripping the knife tightly, feeling a sense of security. You are a Kiri Aelid. What use is that knife against me? I have long since departed this realm, the figure replied, its laughter echoing once more. Has no one told you? Those who laugh in such a manner rarely survive past 2 episodes. Xu Ming remained poised, feigning calmness. Then I shall see just how long you, this insect, can endure. As the black-robed figure extended a hand, poised to attack, a spiral of blue particles shot forth, enveloping both Xu Ming and the Kiri Aelid in a radiant light. Before they could react, they vanished, the blue glow dissipating. Another 2 earthlings captured, murmured a figure with a raven's head, clutching a peculiar long spear, leaving the dim passageway behind. Meanwhile, the Kiri Aelid hovered in the air, conjuring 2 fireballs, awaiting the return of the flying swallows. The ancient stone gate creaked open, malevolent energy seeping forth, corrupting the minds of those below. At that moment, an unusual cloud drifted in, positioning itself directly above the Kiri Aelid. What is that? Shinjo questioned, astonished by the sudden appearance of the cloud from the cockpit of the first flying swallow. Through his helmet, Lina and Kirai exchanged bewildered glances at the cloud, their brows creasing. I feel as though I've seen such clouds before, Kirai pondered, yet could not recall the specifics. The Kiri Aelid also regarded the cloud overhead with confusion, uncertain of its origin. Suddenly, a colossal figure burst forth from the cloud, barreling straight toward the Kiri Aelid. No way, it's that guy? Kirai exclaimed, eyes widening as the immense form collided with the Kiri Aelid, disrupting its balance and sending it plummeting earthward. Friend, delicious. Chapter 44. The Kirialod people have also been captured by the Crow people Gazet. Wasn't it already vanquished by the Kirialod people last time? Lina exclaimed in astonishment as she observed the beast that had just slammed a Kirialod to the ground aboard the Flying Swallow too. Indeed, Kirai nodded vigorously. Last time. It was because the Kirialod's angel illusion collided with the ionosphere's clouds. Wait a moment. In the Victory Team's hall, Yuri magnified the image of Gazet and sent a message through the communicator, realizing that this Gazet was not the same one as before. What? No one had anticipated that there was more than one Gazet. The Kirialod on the ground had fallen without harming the civilians, as the earlier forced dispersal of the crowd had proven effective. Slowly rising from the ground, the Kirialod was engulfed in a fiery rage. Who could endure an inexplicable attack from this monstrous creature? Flames erupted from its feet as it charged towards Gazet in the sky. Gazet, lowering its head, unleashed electromagnetic projectiles towards the Kirialod rushing upwards. Meanwhile, the ancient stone gate in the sky, no longer sustained by the Kirialod, opened at a sluggish pace. In the face of Gazet's assault, the Kirialod nimbly dodged and retaliated with a powerful punch to Gazet's body. Both combatants fell to the ground and began to grapple with one another. However, the ancient stone gate was crucial for summoning the Kirialod deity to Earth. Its slowing opening was exceedingly detrimental to the Kirialod. At this moment, the Victory Team's fighter jets continued their relentless assault on the ancient stone gate, firing lasers and shells that struck against the ominous clouds above. Although they could not obliterate the dark mass, the sight was profoundly unsettling for the Kirialod. While engaged with Gazet, the Kirialod remained vigilant about the ancient stone gate's position, resulting in a series of blows from Gazet that forced it to retreat. It barely evaded Gazet's sharp teeth, finding itself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a blazing inferno erupted from beneath the ancient stone gate, revealing a more robust black figure that gazed upon the battling Kirialod and Gazet. It was the second-generation Kirialod, with violet wings unfurling behind it. The second-generation Kirialod surged towards Gazet, delivering a powerful impact that sent it flying. The first-generation Kirialod, Witnessing this, concentrated energy into a hellfire orb, hurling it directly at Gazet. The second-generation Kyrielod manifested a bone blade, striking Gazet with a purple energy slash. Gazet, caught off guard, let out a cry as it was struck by both attacks. In a brief moment of paralysis, Gazet's form erupted, transforming into ionized mayflies that began to drift skyward. The second-generation Kyrielod, however, would not allow these mayflies to escape. It unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the night sky, incinerating the mayflies into ash. With Gazet dealt with, the two Kyrielod turned their attention skyward, focusing on the victory team's aircraft that continued to assault the ancient stone gate. This is bad. They have set their sights on us. Lena, piloting the Flying Swallow 2, gasped as she took in the scene. Lena, Kyrie, Shinshiro, retreat. Zhongfang had also recognized the impending danger and urgently commanded the trio aboard the Flying Swallow. Without hesitation, the three sped away, knowing that the newly emerged Kyrielod had displayed formidable strength, making victory impossible for their aircraft. As the fighter jets changed course to flee, the Kyrielod ascended into the sky, locking onto their targets. Don't! Lena screamed as the Kyrielod drew closer to the Flying Swallow 2. Kyrie, eyes wide in terror, gaped at the massive form of the Kyrielod outside the window. Lena, far away at the TPC Medical Center, Daegu jolted awake, instinctively grasping the godlight rod and pressing it. The sound of crystal ringing filled the air, and Daegu's form vanished from the hospital room. The first-generation Kyrielod seized the Flying Swallow 2 in its grasp, emitting a malicious laughter that seemed to mock the humans before it. Shinshiro, aboard the Flying Swallow I, quickly fired a laser assault at the Kyrielod. Sparks flew as the beams struck the creature's back, successfully provoking its ire. Yet, contrary to expectations, the Kyrielod did not pursue Shinshiro but instead extended a hand, hurling a fireball towards the Flying Swallow. Realizing the imminent danger, Shinshiro attempted to evade but was struck on the tail wing, activating the automatic emergency landing button. He ejected from the cockpit, escaping the Flying Swallow I. With both hands gripping the Flying Swallow 2 tightly, the Kyrielod unleashed flames, seemingly intent on torturing the two pilots within. Just then, a flash of light illuminated the sky, and a silver-purple figure suddenly darted forth. In a burst of electricity, Daegu descended from the heavens, striking the Kyrielod and sending it plummeting to the ground. Catching the Flying Swallow 2, Daegu looked inside to see Lena and Kyrie unharmed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. On a nearby high-rise, Masaki Kigo observed the arrival of Ultraman Tiga with a subtle smile, murmuring to himself, Daegu, you have finally made your entrance. When Xu Ming gradually regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a luminous white board. After struggling fruitlessly for a moment, he began to survey his surroundings, only to discover that the figure in the black cloak was also restrained on the adjacent board. This space was not limited to just Xu Ming and the cloaked figure. It was filled with humans bound to the boards, most of whom were unconscious and not aware of their situation. Suddenly, the ceiling of this space was breached, revealing a massive crow's head. The crow nodded to itself before sealing the top once more. Upon seeing the crow's head, Xu Ming's mouth fell agape as he realized the gravity of his predicament. I have been abducted by the crow people. In Ultraman Tiga, there exists a race of extraterrestrial crow people who capture humans from Earth to enslave them. Glancing at the bound figure beside him, Xu Ming found himself at a loss for words. The Kyrielod, too, had been captured by the crow people as if they were mere earthlings. Chapter 45. Ahead lies the demon. Behind stands humanity. It seems that the time for the demon's judgment has arrived, and being abducted by the crow people is indeed absurd. Even more ludicrous is the fact that a Kyrielod person was also captured. Suddenly, Xu Ming found himself curious about what it would be like if the Kyrielod individual were taken back as a slave. At that moment, the figure in the black robe turned to Xu Ming, momentarily falling silent. After struggling in vain, a flash of electricity coursed through the black-robed figure's hand, causing the binding ropes to shatter. Casting a glance at Xu Ming, the figure broke through the ceiling and soared into the air. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed from outside. With effort, Xu Ming maneuvered his hand to his waist, drawing out a kitchen knife. In a swift motion, he executed a spinning flourish, severing the remaining ropes. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, Xu Ming chose not to free the others. After all, they were mere ordinary individuals without any combat capabilities. If frightened, they could inadvertently cause unnecessary trouble. Rather than releasing them now, it would be wiser to await rescue. Everyone was in a shrunken state, and without special equipment or means, returning to their original forms was utterly impossible. How could they escape? Surveying the surroundings, Xu Ming realized that the only usable item was the very rope that had bound him. Thus, he untied several unconscious individuals, creating a long rope. Tying a kitchen knife to one end, he He hurled it toward the opening created by the black-robed figure. To his fortune, the knife lodged itself outside. And with the aid of the rope, Xu Ming began to ascend towards freedom. The silvery-purple Diga safely landed the Fian II on the ground before turning towards the dark purple cloud in the sky. The ancient stone gate exuded an aura of malevolence, instantly capturing Dagu's attention. This was the very entity the victorious team was tasked to confront. Diga Ultraman transformed into yet another hue, emerging from the Fian II. Kuga gazed at the departing Diga and spoke. This marked the third color of Diga Ultraman, purple. Zongfang approached and nodded, addressing Kuga and Lina, asking if they were all right. Thanks to Diga, we are safe, Kuga replied, his eyes fixed on the sky. This is Diga's second time saving me. Lina also nodded, her gaze directed upwards. Before the ancient stone gate, 2 second-generation Kyrielod individuals were replenishing its energy. Dark powers from ground-level followers were being channeled into the hands of the second-generation Kyrielods, unleashing the malevolence from within the gate. Once transformed into his aerial form, Dagu moved with incredible speed, swiftly arriving before the dark clouds and delivering a kick to one of the Kyrielods. Caught off guard, the Kyrielod was sent flying. Following this, Dagu approached the ancient stone gate, placing his hand against the slowly opening crevice, pushing with all his might to close it. However, before he could make any progress, 2 Kyrielods returned and, seeing the light giant attempting to shut the gate, were consumed by rage and charged at Dagu. Faced with the return of the 2 Kyrielods, Dagu reluctantly abandoned his attempt to close the gate and prepared to confront the demons. Despite his speed, Dagu struggled to inflict significant damage. Moreover, one of them was a second-generation Kyrielod, enhanced in speed and flight capabilities, matching Dagu's agility. Outnumbered, Dagu found himself in a fierce struggle. Before long, a barrage of fiery attacks forced Dagu down to the ground with a thud. Already injured before the battle, Dagu lacked the stamina to contend with 2 formidable foes. The timer on his chest began to glow ominously. The 2 Kyrielods landed beside him, seemingly poised to deliver the final blow. Yet, Dagu refused to yield. He stood, crossed his arms over his forehead, and transformed into the silver-red powerful form. Feeling a surge of strength, Dagu regained confidence in his ability to defeat his adversaries. But unexpectedly, the second-generation Kyrielod's purple wings retracted, and amidst a radiant green glow, his muscles swelled, transforming him into a muscular behemoth. His strength seemed to have amplified. Kuga's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the transformed Kyrielod. Dagu, though momentarily taken aback, charged forward fearlessly. With a thunderous roar, Dagu delivered a powerful punch toward one of the Kyrielods. The first-generation Kyrielod, unaware of his impending doom, clashed fists with Dagu. Instantly, the Kyrielod felt his arm go numb, his body reeling backward, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Dagu's fighting spirit soared, and he directed a punch at the second-generation Kyrielod. However, the enhanced Kyrielod, unfazed by Dagu's powerful form, retaliated with equal force, sending Dagu stumbling back, losing his balance and falling. He could hardly believe such immense power existed. Devil, Diga Ultraman is a demon. Get out. Leave Earth. Humanity does not need you. We only desire the great Kyrielod god. As Diga found himself at a disadvantage, the surrounding throng, swayed by their delusions, cheered and hurled insults at him. Hearing their taunts, Dagu momentarily froze. Soon after, he was kicked away by the Kyrielod. We do not need the light giant. Away. Demon, begone. All calamities stem from the light giant. The chorus of vitriol intensified, causing anguish within Dagu's heart. I merely wish to protect them. To do what I can. The timer on his chest flickered incessantly as Dagu rose, fueled by his unwavering resolve, ready to face the Kyrielods once more. They are truly mad, Nishikawa exclaimed, incensed by the crowd's shouts. How can you act this way? Diga Ultraman is protecting us. Meanwhile, Lina plunged into the crowd, fervently imploring the frenzied individuals to reconsider. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears as they continued to vilify Diga. Members of the police bureau could no longer contain the out-of-control mob. Amidst the chaos, their defenses crumbled. The crowd surged toward the battlefield, relentlessly attacking Diga with words. This is dire. If they engage, countless lives will be lost. Zongfang exclaimed anxiously. Let them perish. They deserve it. Nishikawa muttered under his breath. The 2 Kyrielods laughed mockingly as they approached Dagu, their taunts echoing in his ears. Look, this is the humanity you strive to protect with your life. Huh. What does it matter if you are the light giant? They do not need you. They crave the mighty Kyrielod god. Balls of fire coalesced in the hands of the 2 Kyrielods and were launched toward Dagu. Behind him stood a sea of people. Dagu could not evade the incoming attacks and charged forward, bracing himself to endure the impact of the fireballs. What is Diga doing? Kuga exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could easily dodge. Diga, he is doing this for the sake of humanity. Zhong Fong remained silent, while tears streamed down Lena's face. In the headquarters, Camilla watched in profound sorrow as the scene unfolded, because she understood that Diga was neither a deity nor a god. He was merely a human. Once again, 2 fireballs struck Diga, causing him to stagger backward. In the crowd behind him, it seemed that some had suddenly realized the abnormality of Diga's actions. Daddy, why doesn't he dodge? A little boy tugged at his father's sleeve, gazing at Diga with innocent eyes. Because the demon is facing the judgment of the angels. The boy's father replied, his face alight with fervor. But what if the demon dodged the angel's fireball? The boy blinked, speaking up. Dodge. If he dodges that fireball, then. At this point, the father felt a sudden clarity in his mind. What will happen if he dodges it, Daddy? The boy continued to inquire. Child. The father, his lips slightly pale, knelt down and asked, Do you think Diga is a demon? I think those 2 ugly ones are the demons, the boy replied, shaking his head and pointing at the 2 Gilead aliens. Upon hearing this, the father felt the weight of the surrounding gazes upon them. Feeling exposed, he gritted his teeth, picked up his son, and declared, Diga is here to protect us humans. As his words echoed, the faces of those around them turned grim. Diga is a demon. Yes, we must eradicate this demon that brings us disaster. You 2 are surely in league with the demon. Kill them. The tumultuous voices rose, and soon, someone attempted to attack the father and son. Suddenly, a fireball veered off course and flew toward the crowd. Many gasped at the sight. Just as the fireball was about to strike, Diga's massive form shielded them. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided with the flashing red timer. Ding, 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 ding. The flashing frequency increased rapidly, and after taking this hit, Diga could no longer stand. Diga. Tears streamed down Lena's face. Diga. Shinshiro clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, yet powerless to act. I think Diga may not be a demon. In the crowd, some began to waver. I think so too. A demon wouldn't shield humanity from attacks. One person said, glancing at the Gilead aliens, yet dared not speak further. Daddy, Diga looks so pitiful. The little boy said, gazing at Diga in his father's arms with compassion. I was wrong. The father shook his head, and then shouted, We were all wrong. Diga is here to protect us. The Gilead aliens are the demons. His exclamation awakened everyone. Before them, Diga lay on the ground, injured while protecting humanity, about to be beaten to death. Everyone reflected on what they had just said to Diga. Diga exerted all his strength to protect humanity, yet faced condemnation and rejection. Diga is our friend. The Gilead aliens are the demons. Demons. Diga, stand up. You must not lose. Diga. The cries of the people, belatedly realizing their error, reached Daigo's ears, becoming somewhat muffled. The scene before him gradually dimmed. Inside the headquarters of the victory team, the screen displayed the increasing flicker of Diga's chest timer, racing toward a critical point. In a short while, the gem on Diga's chest would extinguish completely. At that moment, Diga would likely perish. Yosuke, observing the screen, turned to the anxious Hikari, his expression complex. Is there any way to save Diga? Hikari stood up, agitated, and asked. Yosuke shook his head, uncertain of how to channel energy to Diga. However, Hikari was not asking Yosuke, but rather the ethereal entity before her. Once the giant of light loses its radiance, it will lose its ability to act, becoming a mere vessel to be slaughtered. Wairei shook his head, and after uttering the sentence, vanished before Hikari's eyes. The giant of light. Light? Hikari suddenly grasped the situation and turned to Yosuke. Yosuke. Connect my PDI to the television station. Understood. Yosuke complied, quickly connecting Hikari's PDI to the station. Upon seeing this, Hikari activated her PDI, and immediately, images of her appeared on public screens across various cities. I am Hikari, the captain of the victory team. Citizens awaken. Those who claim to be angels are the true demons. Diga has been risking his life to protect humanity. Now, Diga is in danger because of his protection. Please, lend your strength to Diga. I implore you, give Diga your light. Bestow your light upon Diga. After these words, Hikari closed her PDI, letting out a sigh. There was nothing more to do but leave it to fate. All right, we will give Diga our light. Shinshiro exclaimed as he dashed to the battlefield's edge, turning on his flashlight to shine toward Diga. Lena soon followed suit, illuminating Diga with her light. This small amount of light is still far from enough. Mitsukato and Kurii joined them, pulling out their glowing items to direct their light at Diga. Just then, the rumble of approaching cars filled the air as a convoy converged from all directions, halting beside Diga, their headlights beaming down upon him. The citizens did not stand idly by. They sought out light sources, gathering around Diga to shine their lights upon him. Whether flashlights, car headlights, glow sticks, or other illuminating objects, everyone utilized whatever light they could find. Kurii's eyes widened in astonishment as he spotted someone wielding a lighter. Suddenly, Every apartment in the nearby buildings lit up, bathing Diga in a radiant glow. Witnessing this scene, Hikari in the headquarters quietly wiped away tears, a smile breaking through her expression. The flickering frequency of Diga's timer began to slow, seemingly recovering energy. However, in Masaki's eyes, it was not the light from these objects that empowered Diga, but rather golden rays of light flowing from each person and entering Diga's body. Light. Every ordinary person possesses light. Masaki stood dumbfounded, gazing at Diga, a complex expression forming on his face. Daigo, you were right. Meanwhile, the two Gilliard aliens, witnessing the power of belief being seized before their eyes, were enraged. The second Gilliard alien advanced toward Diga, raising its bone blade high, ready to strike while Diga was still incapacitated. Not good, Gilliard alien. Mitsukato noticed the alien's movement and quickly drew the victory hypergun, firing at it. Shinshiro and the others followed suit, shooting at the Gilliard alien. However, the alien entirely disregarded the victory team's assault, swinging its razor-sharp bone blade downward. Just when everyone assumed Diga was about to meet his demise at the hands of the Gilliard alien, a large silver hand seized the alien's arm, preventing the strike. The two Gilliard aliens were momentarily taken aback, turning to see the owner of the silver hand. Suddenly, he was startled and stumbled backward. It was another giant of light. It was Guiying Ultraman. Xian Chung exclaimed with excitement, a new giant of light. Wonderful, Diga is saved. Thankfully, Diga is unharmed. At that moment, the citizens also breathed a sigh of relief, immediately rallying to cheer for Guiying. Go, Ultraman, defeat the demons. Ultraman, you can do it. You must vanquish the Kyrielodians. You must win. A shout reached Masaki Kigo's ears, imparting an unprecedented feeling within him. He realized he was not fighting alone. Xu Ming climbed out of the box containing humans and immediately witnessed the black-robed figure battling a group of crows. It must be said that the combat prowess of the Kyrielodians far surpassed that of the crows, excelling in both martial arts and techniques. Before long, numerous crows lay defeated on the ground. Damn it! A crow cloaked in black, realizing it couldn't overcome the Kyrielodian, approached Xu Ming, attempting to snatch the box and flee. Observing this, Xu Ming seized a kitchen knife and struck at the crow's hand. Despite its reduced size, the knife remained sharp. The crow's outstretched hand was severed, causing it to retract in pain. However, after this strike, the crow noticed Xu Ming attempting to escape. Despicable earthling. With its other hand, the crow seized Xu Ming and squeezed tightly, aiming to crush him like a mere insect. Xu Ming felt his body constrict, followed by immense pressure, making it difficult to breathe. Thump, 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 thump. His heart began to race violently, evoking a familiar sensation. It was this feeling. With a pained expression from the pressure, Xu Ming glanced down at his heart. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everything fell into an uncanny silence. Both the crows and the Kyrielodians paused in their movements. A heavy heartbeat resonated from Xu Ming's chest, followed by a radiant light emanating from his heart, forming a luminous rune circle. It has appeared. Gritting his teeth, Xu Ming gazed at the circle with excitement. Within the circle was not the image of the evil Diga, nor that of Diga himself, but the projection of a monster. Guidi? Slightly taken aback, Xu Ming didn't dwell on it. The immediate priority was to escape the clutches of the crow. The rune circle swiftly enveloped Xu Ming's body, completely integrating him within its confines. Time resumed its flow, and the crow, clutching Xu Ming, was engulfed in a brilliant light. Under the astonished gaze of the crow, the light expanded, culminating in a thunderous explosion as an enormous entity emerged before the crows and Kyrielodians. Xu Ming lifted his foot, shielding the box containing humans, and forcefully stomped down on the crow. With a splat, the crow was instantly reduced to a mere paper figure. The remaining crows engaged in battle with the Kyrielodians. Witnessing this, fled the scene, boarding their ship to escape this terrifying earth. Halt. However, at the moment the ship took off, Xu Ming shouted at it, and from Guidi's mouth erupted a thunderous bark. The sound waves emanating from Guidi caused the ship to lose its flight capability, plummeting to the ground. With a resounding crash, the ship exploded amidst flames, leaving no crow alive. Such an attack method? Xu Ming was astonished. Realizing that Guidi could operate in such a manner, it seemed the giant dog of light had numerous combat techniques. The Kyrielodians within the abandoned building, upon seeing Xu Ming transform into a monster, scoffed and ceased their engagement. In a flash, they vanished from Xu Ming's sight. The giant of light was their true adversary. Observing this, Xu Ming did not revert to his original form, but instead propelled himself into the air, soaring toward the city center. Guidi, this giant of light dog, indeed possessed the ability to fly, having previously soared from underground to thwart the evil Diga's destruction of the city. Masaki Kigo engaged in combat with two Kyrielodians, yet facing their relentless attacks proved daunting. Nevertheless, he had resolved that before Dagu awakened, he must fend off these two fiends. According to Masaki's judgment, once Dagu returned, these two Kiri Eilodians would be inconsequential. As the battle raged on, the second Kiri Eilodian abandoned its fight with Masaki, launching itself toward the dark clouds above. Rather than waste time in combat, it was better to open the ancient stone door. Devoid of the power of faith, the ancient stone door had ceased to open. Fortunately, a small gap had formed, and the second Kiri Eilodian intended to use brute force to pry it open, welcoming the Kiri Eilodian god. "Commander, a monster is heading your way." At that moment, the voice of Kamiya K echoed through the helmet's communicator, causing Zhong Fong to pause momentarily. Another monster was approaching. Gripping the victory hypergun tightly, Zhong Fong gritted his teeth and declared, "If the situation changes, we must hold out until Digger awakens." Understood. Xu Ming arrived at the battlefield, only to see bright light on the ground and beams of light streaming from the people, gradually entering Digger's body. Masaki Kigo, engaged with an initial Kiri Eilodian, was gaining the upper hand, having repelled the Kiri Eilodian with 2 light blades. He then looked skyward. "Go stop the stone door from opening. I'll handle this." A voice reached Xu Ming's ears. After hearing it, Xu Ming nodded at Masaki. He then focused on the Kiri Eilodian, desperately trying to pry open the stone door. "Come on, close the door and unleash the beast." Gai Di barked, and Xu Ming commanded this battle form, charging towards the Kiri Eilodian at the stone door. However, still, I request votes and support. Chapter 48. An unintentional fatality. The Kiri Lord was straining with all its might against the stone door when suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and it felt as if its body had been struck by a meteor, nearly causing it to spit out blood. With a thunderous impact, Xu Ming collided forcefully with the Kiri Lord, sending forth a vast cloud of black mist from the point of collision. As the black mist dissipated, the Kiri Lord regained its senses. Upon glancing back at the stone door, it realized that its own body had slammed it shut completely, leaving no trace of a gap. The Kiri Lord was rendered dumbfounded. Turning to confront the source of its plight, it found itself face to face with a monstrous creature. "Where did this wild dog come from? Get away from me." Fueled by rage, the Kiri Lord aimed a kick at Xu Ming, intending to send him tumbling down from the sky. Xu Ming deftly dodged, twisting away from the Kiri Lord's kick, and retaliated with a swift lash of his tail. Divine Canine's Tail Whip. With a sharp crack, the tail struck the Kiri Lord. Yet the creature remained unmoved and instead seized hold of the tail. Unbelievable, Xu Ming thought, astounded by the second-generation Kiri Lord's formidable strength. Once caught, he realized it was too late. With a swift motion, he was flung away from the stone door. On the ground, Masaki Kigo was engaged in a fierce battle with the first-generation Kiri Lord. After a protracted struggle, the Kiri Lord exhibited signs of fatigue, and in a crucial moment, Masaki delivered a powerful punch that sent the Kiri Lord flying. Energy coalesced in Masaki's chest, and he unleashed a lethal strike aimed at the Kiri Lord. Unsurprisingly, the first-generation Kiri Lord was obliterated beneath Masaki's light, shattering into countless fragments scattered across the ground. To dare obstruct the descent of the great Kiri Lord, you seek death. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black approached Masaki's imposing form, speaking with malice. Then, from beneath the ground, purple flames erupted, enveloping the figure. Under the searing flames, the black-cloaked figure grew larger, transforming into another second-generation Kiri Lord before Masaki's eyes. One after another, they just keep coming, Karai muttered, shaking his head. However, Ultraman Tiga was gradually rising amidst the radiance of the others, and with Tiga's arrival, it seemed that hope was on the horizon. Just as Masaki prepared to engage the newly emerged Kiri Lord, Xu Ming, having been kicked away, descended from the sky and landed atop the Kiri Lord. Struck by such a heavy blow, the Kiri Lord extended a trembling hand beneath Xu Ming's weight and promptly lost consciousness. Falling from such a height barely hurt. Ghidorah's body is indeed robust. Rising to his feet, Xu Ming expressed his astonishment to Masaki. Masaki replied, "Perhaps you should take a look beneath you." Masaki's voice reached Xu Ming's ears, prompting him to glance down, where he fell silent for a moment. Quickly, while he is down, deliver the final blow. Hastily, Xu Ming dismounted the Kiri Lord, instinctively gathering energy in his mouth before unleashing it upon the fallen Kiri Lord. Boom. Caught completely off guard, the unconscious Kiri Lord was instantaneously vanquished by Xu Ming's attack. Masaki was momentarily speechless at the sight. I barely managed to defeat one Kiri Lord with great effort, and this guy comes in and takes one out immediately. How infuriating. At that moment, Daegu fully revived, gazing at the surrounding individuals who were now bathed in light, feeling a surge of emotion within. At last, they have awakened. Turning, Daegu nodded towards Masaki and Xu Ming. and the three focused their attention on the last remnants of the purple-black cloud overhead. There, the Kiri Lord was desperately trying to pry open the stone door once more. "Leave this to me," Daegu declared, transforming into his combined form and soaring into the sky. Suspended in the air, he began to gather the Xipili AO light aimed at the stone door. Endless streams of light converged at Daegu's chest, shimmering with golden particles. As the Xipili AO beam was unleashed toward the ancient stone door, the Kiri Lord turned to create a barrier, attempting to fend off the light attack. However, the barrier shattered under the overwhelming energy, crashing down upon the Kiri Lord and the stone door. Flames erupted skyward, illuminating the night, as the stars dimmed in their presence. The gates of hell exploded in response, dissipating amidst the inferno. As Daegu descended, he looked toward the crowd that cheered for him and raised a thumb in acknowledgement. He then extended a hand toward Masaki. Seeing this, Masaki reciprocated, their hands clasping as they exchanged nods, while Xu Ming stood awkwardly to the side. Daegu reached out and took hold of Xu Ming's paw. Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback, feeling a warm surge fill his heart, bringing him immense comfort. "Is this the light of Tiga?" Xu Ming pondered, uncertain of how to assess the peculiar sensation within his heart. Without lingering on the ground, the two giants of light and one giant canine soared into the sky, vanishing from the crowd's sight. "That flying monster seems to be allied with the Ultraman," Karai exclaimed, eyes wide as he watched the three figures disappear into the horizon. "What do you mean allied? That sounds rather harsh. They are companions of Ultraman," Shinjo remarked, playfully patting Karai's head. "Indeed, you're right." Karai, for once, did not retort but instead smiled in agreement. Upon returning to the underground laboratory of the Psychic Company with Masaki, Xu Ming sensed that Masaki had gained something from the battle. Daegu was right. Suddenly, Masaki spoke. "What do you mean by that?" Xu Ming inquired, perplexed. "Daegu's conviction is indeed correct," Masaki continued. "He always said one should do what they can for humanity, and he has done just that. He has shown me that there exists a light within ordinary people." "So?" Xu Ming remained puzzled. "So, my approach to research was misguided. I should not have focused solely on genetic power." Masaki sighed, looking up. "Sometimes, the strength within one's heart surpasses any other force, wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, Masaki pointed at Xu Ming's chest, indicating his heart. The strength within the heart. Xu Ming placed his hand over his heart, lost in thought. Chapter 49. The mechanical island of the spaceship. Staring at each other in awe, Xu Ming obtained Daegu's contact information through Masaki Kigo. It was not difficult for Masaki to find the contact details of a member from the Victory team, given that there was already a position for cosmic development within TPC. Upon learning that the members of the Victory team had named the second giant of light as Guiying, Masaki accepted it with enthusiasm, feeling that the name was indeed quite fitting for some unknown reason. Lying on the soft bed with his hands behind his head, Xu Ming gazed at the ceiling, contemplating life. He had transformed into Guidi to fight through heart projection, while previously he had turned into the evil Tiga, known as Guiying Ultraman by the Victory team. The two transformations were of entirely different characters, which puzzled Xu Ming. However, he deduced that when he was in the base of the Crow people, both Tiga and Guiying had already appeared. Perhaps this was why the projection of the rune circle manifested Guidi's image. Could one not transform simultaneously? When he first transformed into Guiying, Masaki lost the ability to transform. This indicated that the projection of his heart would only reveal a giant of light or Guidi that was not engaged in battle. Had the puppy been present and transformed into Guidi at that moment, he would have been unable to transform as well. Additionally, there was that warm surge he felt when shaking hands with Tiga. Perhaps, I too can transform into Tiga? With this thought, the image of the Tiga statue, resting at the bottom of the river in the real world, surfaced in Xu Ming's mind. If I could become Tiga, would that statue still hold significance? The emergence of the Giants of Light and the disappearance of the Kyrielod people had brought a semblance of peace to a world that had been in turmoil for a long time. After the gates of hell vanished, the angelic apparitions around the globe faded into oblivion. Yet, Xu Ming was aware that the Kyrielod people remained hidden among the masses. Having endured for 30 million years, they could persist even longer on Earth. The Victory team finally had a moment to breathe. Monsters and alien beings, upon discovering the presence of the Giants of Light on Earth, dared not act recklessly and chose to conceal themselves. "Kujirai, can you improve the weaponry of the Fian? It's truly struggling against the monsters," Nishijo remarked in the headquarters hall. The Texas beam of the Fian 2 could only shatter weaker monsters, while it was rendered ineffective against stronger foes. Lena sighed, adding, "And in terms of speed, we can't catch up with some monsters. You telling me 1T help?" Kujirai scratched his head, "But I heard that Dr. Yatsuo's Magus power system is now ready to be installed on the aircraft." "Really? That is wonderful." Lena and Daegu cheered in unison. Having recovered, Daegu had learned a bit about the Magus power system, with such powerful energy installed. They could pilot the Fian into space and engage in battles at incredible speeds. In the vastness of space, a colossal island appeared out of nowhere, quietly floating beyond Earth. This island was composed of gray terrain, resembling a simple asteroid. After seemingly scanning Earth, the island emitted a metallic sound, supernatural energy source detected, preparing for investigation. After pausing for a moment above Earth, metallic arms emerged from the gray land, crawling out from the ground. Brown mechanical life forms appeared on the island and then leaped towards Earth. At that moment, a massive black battleship drifted through the cosmos. The ship seemed to have discovered the enormous island, briefly pausing before approaching it, concealing itself. Subsequently, two streams of green light shot from the battleship towards Earth. Returning to the real world was of paramount importance. Xu Ming worried that if time had passed here as it had in reality, the calamities faced would be far greater than those in this world. Now, possessing the ability to transform and fight, though uncertain of when it would be triggered, he acknowledged its existence. Naturally, he must embark on a journey to find a way back. Seeking this path alone was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Daegu was the only one aware of his origins from the real world. Whether to inform Masaki was a source of hesitation for Xu Ming. The more people who knew, the more perilous his situation became. Just as Xu Ming was in doubt, the doorbell rang. He opened the door, momentarily taken aback to find Daegu and Masaki standing before him. Both had come to see him simultaneously. "I believe it is time we had a discussion," Masaki spoke first, to which Daegu nodded in agreement. As the three men walked step by step along the quiet night road, it might seem peculiar to onlookers. Yet the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians at this late hour. "I want to ask Xu Ming first," Daegu began. "Ever since I transformed, I have been puzzled about how I transformed without the statue." "Belief," Xu Ming answered directly. "It is belief that allowed you to become Tiga. If what happened to Masaki was a miracle, what occurred with Daegu was an extraordinary miracle. After all, Masaki possessed the genes of light, and during his first transformation, there was indeed a statue behind him. But what about Daegu? The transformation device appeared out of thin air. This exemplifies the power of idealism in the Ultraman universe. However, Xu Ming, you mentioned that the Tiga statue exists in another world," Daegu continued. "I did not awaken the Tiga statue. Do not concern yourself with that statue. You successfully transformed regardless," Xu Ming replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "Oh," Masaki looked at Xu Ming with interest. "It seems I have learned something new." Daegu glanced at Xu Ming, his expression revealing a sense of apology. "Actually, I had suspected it long ago," Masaki stated. "With the vast knowledge you possess and no identification in this world, did you really need someone to tell me?" "All right, then I shall be frank," Xu Ming said, feeling relieved to drop his reservations. "I have a request for both of you." Both Daegu and Masaki looked at Xu Ming in surprise. "Under normal circumstances, why would you be asking for something? My homeland, which is another world, is suffering greatly. If one day I can return, I wish to invite both Daegu and Masaki to help me save that world." Chapter 50. The vampire releases Maraboko Niza. Your hometown refers to Earth in a parallel universe, does it not? Masaki Kigo halted his steps, gazing at Xu Ming. "Indeed." Xu Ming exhaled deeply, nodding. "There exists no giant of light there, yet it is besieged by monsters and extraterrestrials. You see, I was once an ordinary person myself." "I understand," Masaki Kigo remarked with a hint of a smile. "I too am quite curious to witness what Earth in a parallel universe is like. When we find a way back, do take me along. I wish to see the situation of the Dinah statue that was transported to another world." Daigo pondered for a moment and then addressed Xu Ming. "Thank you very much." Suddenly, Daigo's PDI emitted a series of beeps. Upon opening it, he received a message from the victory team. "Daigo, a suspected vampire incident has occurred near the Huanhai Road B point. Please rendezvous swiftly with Shinjo and the others." The voice of Kojima K echoed, momentarily startling Daigo. "Understood." After closing the PDI, Daigo bid farewell to Xu Ming and Masaki Kigo, hastening toward the incident location. "A vampire? This world is indeed complex," Masaki Kigo mused, shaking his head, indicating his disinterest in getting involved. "Wait." Xu Ming produced a flashlight, directing it toward the darkness ahead, where something seemed to lurk. Could it be that we have indeed encountered a vampire by such coincidence? Chuckling, Masaki Kigo prepared himself for battle. As the flashlight illuminated the dark area, it revealed not the fabled vampire, but a brown metallic robot. What on earth? Masaki Kigo stood momentarily dumbfounded before approaching the robot to investigate its nature. Just then, the robot activated, turning its head as if fixated on Masaki Kigo. It began to advance step by step. Observing this, Masaki Kigo halted cautiously. With narrowed eyes, he executed a spinning kick that landed squarely on the robot's head. With a clatter, the robot's head detached and fell to the ground, rendering the machine immobile. "Gabunyu has already appeared," Could it be that TPC has developed the Magus power system? Xu Ming scrutinized the robot, frowning. Gabunyu is indeed a formidable foe. In the original storyline, Ultraman Tiga nearly perished in his first encounter with this adversary. Gabunyu? Masaki Kigo turned to Xu Ming, recognizing that he was familiar with the robot's identity. The Magus power system? I recently discussed it with Dr. Hachio of TPC, and it has only just entered the experimental phase, Masaki Kigo continued. From what you say, this robot, known as Gabunyu, was brought forth due to the Magus power system. In truth, Gabunyu possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Xu Ming approached, picking up Gabunyu's head. Your ease in dislodging his head was merely part of his strategy. Oh, Masaki Kigo tapped on the mechanical body before him, realizing that the robot possessed cognitive abilities. Indeed, there is more than one Gabunyu. Most of them have likely descended upon Earth by now. Xu Ming nodded. Can you guess where the victory team will take Gabunyu's body after defeating it? Naturally, they shall return it to their headquarters. That has always been their tradition. Masaki Kigo replied with a smile. Are you suggesting? Masaki Kigo soon grasped the implication. Gabunyu's strategy was to have the victory team transport them back to TPC. A man clad in a white robe treaded along a shadowy path. A small communication device appeared in his hand as he spoke. Imu, has Maraboko Niza know? To been secured? It has been arranged, Adam. What of Maraboko Niza #1 on your end? Came the youthful voice from the other side of the communicator. It is also in place. Tomorrow, this prehistoric museum will open, allowing humanity to witness the formidable presence of our dinosaurs from millions of years ago. The white-robed man expressed his excitement, stating that the alien promised to return Earth to their reign over the dinosaurs. Maraboko Niza will assist us in clearing the planet. Who are you? Before Adam could finish his sentence, he noticed a row of figures clad in black approaching. However, the dark figures paid no heed to Adam's inquiry. Instead, they lifted their heads, revealing their purple faces and sharp fangs beneath the dim streetlights. Mutated humans. Adam's brow furrowed as he revealed two sharp green dragon claws from beneath his robe. The black-clad figures, however, were oblivious to his claws and lunged at him. Their gaping maws aimed for his neck. In response, Adam wielded his green claws to defend himself. Adam, what is happening? The communicator fell to the ground, and the girl's voice echoed before it was crushed underfoot. Buzz. The instant the device shattered, the biochemical electronic dragon Maraboko Niza #1, hidden beneath the prehistoric museum, opened its eyes. With a resounding crash, the museum collapsed entirely, and Maraboko Niza, the colossal dinosaur, let out a roar as it emerged from the earth. At the Victory Team headquarters, Nozomi displayed an image of Maraboko Niza #1, exclaiming, "Dinosaurs have appeared near the Huanhai Road Prehistoric Museum." What? Kojima gasped, quickly turning to the screen and contacting Munezawa, commanding, "If there are no signs of the vampire, rush to Huanhai Road A area. Dinosaurs have been sighted." Dinosaurs appearing. Munezawa's eyes widened. I understand. After closing his PDI, he observed the black-clad figures that had scattered in panic, stomping his foot in frustration. Commander, let's deal with the dinosaurs first. Shinjo approached, stating, "We managed to capture a vampire. We can analyze her data back at the base." He gestured toward a woman lying on the ground. Munezawa nodded, instructing, "Rina, Kirai. Take this suspected vampire back to the base, then pilot the Fuin to provide support. Daigo, Shinjo, come with me to Area A." Understood. The members of the Victory Team nodded and promptly dispersed to execute their tasks. At that moment, Gabunyu robots appeared throughout the city, launching an assault on the bustling metropolis in search of the Magus power system. Chapter 51. The vampire planning to develop from the mountain village is parasitized upon returning to the Sidek Corporation. Kigo Masaki had yet to delve into his research on Gabunyu when he received news of the dinosaur's emergence. Xu Ming, upon hearing this, was equally bewildered. Initially, the appearance of the Giant of Light suggested a promise of peace in this world. However, it now appeared that the threat of external invasion remained rampant. Gabunyu, vampires, and dinosaur men all manifesting simultaneously. Shaking his head, Xu Ming felt an increasing desire to return to his own world. If the world of Diga was fraught with such peril, what of the reality teeming with countless monsters and extraterrestrials? Was it not even more severe? As for the route back, there was no sign of a space-time rift atop Mount Everest. Xu Ming pondered whether such a rift existed on this Earth, or if it could perhaps be found somewhere in the universe. Nevertheless, one thing Xu Ming was certain of. If this world did harbor a space-time rift akin to that of the real world, he would undoubtedly recognize it. According to Masaki's recommendation, to observe whether there were any phenomena resembling space-time rifts in the cosmos, one could visit a space station or a cosmic observation center. With Gabunyu, vampires, and dinosaur men to contend with, Victory Team and Diga would handle those matters. After learning the location of the Cosmic Observation Center, Xu Ming set forth the next day, armed with Masaki's introduction card, on his quest to find a way home. The space station was unattainable, leaving only the Cosmic Observation Center nestled within the mountains as his destination. Just as Xu Ming embarked on his journey, a meteor traversed the space between a mechanical island and an invisible warship, plummeting down to land upon a great mountain. Subsequently, a dense fog began to envelop the forest. The vampire army lay concealed within the city. After all, with a greater population, it was easier for the vampire clan to proliferate. Yet one vampire harbored a differing ideology. He believed that suburban villages were equally vital for the development of the vampire race, and posed less risk, being comparatively safer. Thus, on a pitch-black night, this vampire ventured to a village at the foot of a mountain. "Foolish humans, one day you shall all become members of our vampire clan." He cackled with a laugh that suggested his lifespan would not exceed 2 chapters, as he donned black attire and approached the village step by step. As he walked, the vampire soon spotted a villager emerging through the mist. "Ah, you shall be my first target for expanding the vampire army in this village." Displaying his sharp fangs, the vampire feigned a menacing demeanor as he advanced towards the villager. However, upon a closer look, the vampire's expression of malice gradually morphed into bewilderment. The villager appeared with a crooked neck, his face dark and lifeless, and on his neck, bulging tumors resembling peeled peaches seemed to sprout. "This fellow's complexion, how can it be darker than mine?" The vampire stammered in shock. Then, the eerie villager slowly raised the axe in his hand and continued to approach. White fog, seemingly from nowhere, enveloped the village, suffocating the atmosphere at the mountain's base. Realizing something was amiss, the vampire hastily turned to flee this uncanny place. However, he soon discovered that a group of villagers, equally pallid and bearing tumors akin to peeled peaches, had silently materialized behind him. "Ghosts! It's a ghost!" In a panic, the vampire shouted and fled in a frenzy, only to find several of the tumor-like entities springing from the fog in pursuit. Xu Ming arrived at the foot of the Cosmic Observation Center, equipped with a climbing backpack, ready to reach his destination. Though the sun had yet to rise, he surmised that the personnel at the observation center must already be at work. The base of the mountain was a village, and following the map's guidance, Xu Ming intended to pass through the quaint country road. Upon entering the village, however, Xu Ming found it eerily silent. Where had all the inhabitants gone? Furrowing his brow, he instinctively placed a hand on the short blade at his waist. The kitchen knife was too heavy for climbing, so he had opted for a more lightweight weapon. Sensing something was amiss, Xu Ming aimed to swiftly traverse the village. Yet, as he reached the village center, he heard faint footsteps. Turning cautiously, he beheld a group of zombie-like villagers standing silently behind him, each gripping a weapon and fixating lifelessly upon him. This sight startled Xu Ming, prompting him to draw his short blade and retreat several steps. The tumors adorning their necks were Megania parasites. Astonished, Xu Ming glanced at a villager clad in black. He saw that this villager bore sharp fangs. Was he a vampire? Had he been parasitized by the Megania life form? A strange expression crossed Xu Ming's face as he turned to flee. Regardless of who they were, being caught by these parasitized villagers meant certain death. Quickly, Xu Ming dashed into the forest, relieved that the villagers did not pursue him. Yet, knowing he was caught between a rock and a hard place, he understood the predicament he was in. Xu Ming had not anticipated the emergence of the parasitic beast, Megania. At this moment, this creature detested water. Finding a source of water would likely provide temporary safety. Taking refuge behind a large tree, he observed the fog that had seemingly appeared from nowhere and bolted away. Amidst the fog, several tumor-like entities surged toward him. Lena and Kurii returned to the TPC headquarters with the unconscious woman. After Mayumi drew blood from her in the special observation room, she exited. With only 2 security personnel stationed at the door, Lena and Kurii piloted the Falcon to assist Mogami and others. Once the room was devoid of any presence, the woman abruptly opened her eyes and burst from the observation room. Utilizing extraordinary strength, she incapacitated the 2 guards at the entrance and sprinted toward the quarters of the Victory team members. Although the security personnel along the way noticed her escape, they struggled to apprehend someone with such remarkable speed. In no time, the woman located the residence of Megumi Ijima. With a crash, she burst through the door, tackling Ijima to the ground. A vampire. Megumi Ijima's eyes widened as she beheld the woman's darkened visage, now sporting sharp fangs. With a scream, the vampire woman opened her maw wide and lunged for Ijima's neck. Suddenly, a beam of white light emanated from Ijima's body, forcefully repelling the vampire. Thud! The vampire was thrown against the wall by the brilliance. Turning to Ijima, a glowing white ethereal figure hovered before her. Kurii. Moments earlier, the group number had been mistakenly entered and had now been corrected. Kurii released a cascade of luminous particles from her hands, gently drifting toward the vampire woman. Upon contact, the vampire felt as though she had been seared, overwhelming pain coursing through her. However, under Ijima's gaze, the woman's complexion paled slightly, and her fangs retracted a bit. Unable to endure the torment, the woman staggered out of Ijima's quarters and fled toward the deck. With a splash, she plunged into the vast ocean. Captain Ijima, are you all right? The tardy law enforcement personnel discovered that the door to Zhu Jianhui's room had been forcibly breached, and they were momentarily taken aback. Upon confirming that Zhu Jianhui was unharmed, they heaved a sigh of relief. I am fine, she declared. The ghostly apparition had vanished. And Zhu Jianhui slowly rose to her feet, making her way towards the victory team's hall. She had not anticipated that merely returning to her room to retrieve an item would result in an assault. The audacity of the vampires was truly astounding. Shaking her head, Zhu Jianhui resolved to have Yezue conduct a data analysis to ascertain the potential lair of the vampires based on the locations of recent incidents. At that moment, outside the TPC base, thunder and lightning suddenly erupted. Intense electromagnetic waves enveloped the entire oceanic base, causing a catastrophic failure of the headquarters' electrical systems. As Zhu Jianhui entered the hall, she was met with a chaotic scene of flickering lights from various devices, while Yezue anxiously attempted to restore the systems. But to no avail. The entire system is down, Yezue exclaimed, furrowing his brow in distress. Amidst the chaos, the hall's screen flickered to life, displaying an image of the Earth's surface from a cosmic vantage point. In the frame, a colossal, cloaked warship gradually became visible. The Earth shall fall under the dominion of our Naga, echoed a voice from the screen. We Naga are the gods of the universe. Cease your futile resistance. Should you dare defy us, you shall deeply regret it. Zhu Jianhui listened intently to the ominous proclamation. The image then shifted to reveal a biomechanical dinosaur wreaking havoc in the city. Could the Naga be the masterminds behind this creature? Zhu Jianhui pondered, observing the advancing dinosaur on the screen. Meanwhile, the victory team's aircraft, Fian No. 1 and Fian No. 2, had arrived at the battleground. Dagu piloted Fian No. 1, while Lina, Shinzhou, and Zhongfang operated Fian No. 2, with Jueki analyzing the dinosaur's data from the ground. Dagu utilized the super electromagnetic wave to analyze this dinosaur and allow Jueki to inspect its internal structure. Zhongfang commanded. Fian No. 2 then commenced an offensive maneuver to draw the creature's attention. Dagu nodded in agreement and maneuvered Fian No. 1 to the dinosaur's front, deploying a spotlight and emitting electromagnetic waves to scan the dinosaur comprehensively. Soon, the data from the creature's body was transmitted to the computer prepared by Jueki, revealing every detail within the dinosaur's anatomy. Wait, that red sphere in its center. It resembles a neutron bomb. Jueki gasped at the realization. If such a massive neutron bomb were to detonate, it could obliterate half of Earth's life. Meanwhile, Xu Ming sprinted frantically through the forest, pursued relentlessly by the encroaching mist. The parasitic entity, Megania, exhibited astonishing speed, and had Xu Ming not been agile enough to navigate through the trees, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to the same fate as the villagers who had become zombies. Suddenly, he heard the soothing sound of flowing water and quickly altered his course. Sure enough, at the edge of the forest, a small stream meandered gently. Without hesitation, Xu Ming leaped into the water, and the pursuing mist, unable to halt its advance, plunged in after him, only to vanish without a trace. The grotesque, parasitic entities that had followed him shriveled upon contact with the water, losing all semblance of vitality. That was close. Xu Ming gasped as he emerged from the water, greedily inhaling fresh air. Once he confirmed his surroundings were secure, he swam to shore. Now disoriented and drenched, he could only proceed step by step up the mountain. At the Cosmic Observation Center, where one could monitor the universe and receive signals from the cosmos, high altitudes were essential. Adam, are you all right? A dinosaur girl named Iwu inquired anxiously, observing the approach of a man clad in white robes. I am fine, Adam reassured her, shaking his head. I merely encountered a group of mutated humans, and the Marpo Naza No. 1 was inadvertently activated. But perhaps this is for the best. He cast a glance at the operational Marpo Naza, confident that it would soon cleanse the Earth, restoring dominion over it for the dinosaurs. Thanks to the Naga, we would have perished long ago. I would gaze skyward, seemingly able to envision the immense warship within the cosmos. Activate Marpo Naza No. 2. At that moment, a message from beyond the universe reached her, causing her to momentarily falter. However, she soon pressed her control device, and with a resounding boom, another dinosaur erupted from the ground. What? Exclaimed Shinzhou aboard Fian No. 2, witnessing the emergence of a second biomechanical dinosaur. Zhongfang and the others shared his alarm, sensing the escalating peril. One is manageable, but two dinosaurs. How could another one appear? Jueki, observing from the ground, was taken aback. Wait, the other one also possesses a neutron bomb. He urgently reported. If these two dinosaurs were to encounter one another, their neutron bombs could annihilate everything on Earth. He promptly contacted Zhongfang and the others with a sense of urgency. We must prevent this. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhongfang ordered, Fian No. 2, target the head of Marpo Naza No. 1 and engage. The two dinosaurs appeared drawn to one another, stepping closer with each passing moment. In the underground laboratory, Masaki Kingo observed the two dinosaurs on the screen, shaking his head. This world has not yet reached its final hour. It cannot be allowed to perish. With that, he raised the transformation device in his hand and pressed the button. A beam of light shot from the Sadek Corporation building, racing toward the crisis site. Simultaneously, Dagu recognized the seriousness of the situation and piloted Fian No. 1 toward one of the dinosaurs, launching a barrage of attacks. As anticipated, Fian No. 1 was struck by the dinosaur's claw, producing a loud crash and enveloping the aircraft in thick black smoke. Chapter 53. Because Dagu was similarly deceived, Masaki felt a sense of joy. After much effort, Xu Ming finally arrived at the Cosmic Observation Center. However, the eerie silence here was unsettling. It seemed the worst had indeed transpired. Xu Ming tightened his grip on the short blade in his hand, seeking a semblance of security. The Megania parasites had infested the entire forest, leaving the observation center no exception. Slowly, a white mist began to rise around him. Xu Ming realized that this place had transformed into an exceedingly perilous domain. Yet, there must be water within the Cosmic Observation Center. Without hesitation, he broke through a window and entered the building. The thick fog, insidious and pervasive, surged in after him. There, Xu Ming was fortunate to spot a fire hydrant at the corner of the first-floor hallway. He rushed toward it with all his might. Just as his hand made contact with the hydrant, a grotesque lump suddenly sprang forth from the side, fastening itself tightly to Xu Ming's neck. It felt like an electric shock, and Xu Ming cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Regaining his senses, he hastily brandished the short blade against the grotesque growth on his neck. However, despite its appearance as a fleshly tumor, it was astonishingly hard. No matter how fiercely Xu Ming struck or sliced, he could not budge it an inch. Water. Struggling to his feet, Xu Ming trembled as he opened the hydrant's cover and pressed the pump's activation button. Yet, with both hands straining against the valve, he found himself unable to turn it open. The tumor tightened its grip, and Xu Ming's consciousness began to blur. With a loud thud, he collapsed to the floor, trembling hands resting on the grotesque mass, desperately trying to pry it from his neck. Arcs of electricity flickered where the tumor met his skin, and all he could feel was pain. Surely, he could not perish here. Gritting his teeth, Xu Ming's eyes widened in alarm. His heart began to race with fervor. Thump, 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 thump. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, leaving only the rapid rhythm of Xu Ming's heartbeat. Amidst the heavy thumping, a radiant light erupted from his chest where his heart lay, and a circle of runes slowly materialized before him. In agony yet resolute, Xu Ming beheld the image of Diga within the circle of runes, disregarding everything else. Summoning every ounce of strength, he leapt through the glowing ring. The grotesque tumor was expelled in an instant by the brilliance, withering away into nothingness. As Xu Ming crossed through the circle, his body was enveloped in light, transforming into a streak of luminescence that burst forth from the observation center. Time resumed its flow, and a beam of white light descended upon the forest. A colossal giant emerged from the radiance, its form a mesmerizing blend of silver, purple, and red. Diga Ultraman. The mist gradually coalesced into a massive cloud, merging to form the enormous body of the beast Megania. Indeed, the power from before belonged to Diga. Xu Ming clenched his fist, his gaze piercing, taking up a stance reminiscent of Diga before Megania. Dagu, are you all right? The voice of Zhongfang echoed through the helmet's communicator, inquiring after Dagu. I'm fine. Dagu calmly replied to Zhongfang from within the smoke-filled cockpit of the Fuyan 1. Fuyan 1 has initiated emergency descent, and I'm preparing to parachute. He then switched off the communicator, retrieving the godlight stick from his pocket. Without hesitation, he pressed the transformation button. However, the anticipated brilliance failed to materialize. Puzzled, Dagu stared at the godlight stick in his hand and pressed it again, yet he still could not transform into Diga. What is going on? Bewildered, Dagu tapped the stick and blew on it, then pressed the button once more. Still, nothing happened. This is bad. Misfortune seldom comes singly. Just as the godlight stick malfunctioned, Fuyan 1 encountered problems during its descent. Dagu watched in horror as the building loomed ever closer, just as collision seemed imminent. A luminous silver hand appeared, cradling Fuyan 1. In the radiance, Dagu momentarily believed he had successfully transformed. However, a glance out the window revealed the truth of the situation. It's Guiying. Masaki Kigo. Fuyan 1 was gently placed on the ground by Guiying, and Dagu safely exited the cockpit, facing Guiying's immense figure. Daegu glanced down at the godlight stick in his hand, trying once more to transform, but to no avail. Masaki Kigo observed Daegu's futile attempts with a mix of pity and amusement. It was somewhat humorous to see Daegu finally suffer a similar fate. Daegu's current predicament mirrored Masaki's own experience when he had been unable to transform previously. Masaki Kigo, recognizing another individual deceived, felt a peculiar delight surge within him as he charged toward the two Marpanaza, unafraid. Channeling extraordinary strength, Masaki first delivered a kick to Marpanaza 1, toppling the lumbering dinosaur. He then sprinted toward Marpanaza 2, readying for an attack. However, he was taken aback as the creature's chest opened, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. On Earth, Adam watched this scene unfold from atop a high-rise, his expression one of shock. Can we still live on Earth? Imu expressed her concerns at that moment. Daegu remained rooted to the ground, watching as Guiying launched an assault on the two dinosaurs. Just then, Kirai approached him. Daegu, are you alright? Kirai asked. Worry etched on his face as he observed Daegu's dazed expression. I'm fine, Daegu replied, snapping back to reality. What do you have in your hand? Kirai inquired, pointing to the godlight stick. Oh, it's nothing, just an ordinary stick. Daegu quickly tucked away the godlight stick, responding with a smile. Kirai regarded him with suspicion, sensing something amiss, especially given Daegu's urgency in concealing the stick. However, now was not the time for such concerns. The headquarters had just relayed news that the captain had been attacked by the vampire woman but was unharmed. The vampire had fled. Kirai informed Daegu, Dr. Yabuki at the Research Institute utilized some energy from the Magus power system to create several ultraviolet ray guns, which have been sent to us. I believe, with Guiying Ultraman's support, we can handle the vampires on the ground. Chapter 54. The power type and military fist are a perfect match. The bioelectronic dinosaurs, Marahaka, Niza no. 1 and number 2, have completely slipped from our control. On the rooftop of a towering building, Adam gazed at the two rampaging creatures drawing closer. The situation felt ominous. Yet the duo could do nothing but watch helplessly. Surely, the Naga would fulfill their promise and return the Earth to us. However, Imai's confidence began to waver. After gaining control over Marahaka Niza number 1 and number 2, the Naga warships from the cosmos had ceased all communication with Earth. It cannot be. A commanding female voice resonated, startling the two and prompting them to turn cautiously. Before them stood a woman clad in a form-fitting white uniform. Her long hair cascading around her shoulders, her gaze piercing as she regarded them. You are Captain Akuma K of the Victory Team, are you not? Adam's tone was somber as he addressed her. Since my arrival on Earth, I have learned about you. As a human, you are indeed remarkable. Yet Akuma ignored Adam's words, continuing, the Naga have deceived you. They will not hand the Earth over to you, the dinosaur kin. You lie? Adam's expression hardened as he extended two green dragon claws from beneath his white robe. But is that not the truth? Akuma replied, her eyes fixed on the approaching dinosaurs. As your kin, these two have been transformed into pitiful bioelectronic weapons. They are even equipped with neutron bombs. At this revelation, both Imai and Adam fell silent. Indeed, Marahaka, Niza number 1 and number 2 had once been living dinosaurs before their modification. If those neutron bombs were to detonate, all life on Earth would be annihilated, including the two of you. Akuma's words struck Imai and Adam like a thunderclap. Their resolve faltered. Yet they were reluctant to accept the truth from these humans who had long occupied their planet. Cunning humans, do not attempt to sow discord among us. Adam glared at Akuma, stepping forward defiantly. Survival of the fittest is the unchanging law of nature. The Earth ultimately belongs to us, the dinosaur kin. With that, Adam leapt forward, his claws poised to tear Akuma apart. Unfazed, Akuma stood her ground, a white light emanating from her being as a spectral figure detached from her form. A defensive rune materialized before her, deflecting Adam's assault and sending him hurtling back. What? Adam was baffled as he landed hard on the ground. Imai quickly rushed to help him up, her gaze warily fixed on the spectral figure hovering above them. Survival of the fittest. Do you know that 30 million years ago, there existed an ancient civilization belonging to humanity on this very Earth? The spectral figure's unwavering gaze met theirs as she spoke. 30 million years ago, an ancient civilization? Adam and Imai exchanged glances before shaking their heads. They had never heard of such a civilization. Humanity had departed Earth long before the destruction of the age of dinosaurs. However, the principle of survival of the fittest rang true. Together, they could not hope to defeat the entity before them. You have won, Adam finally conceded, looking at Akuma. If Marahaka Niza is defeated by that giant, we will leave this Earth. If it wins and seeks to annihilate all life, then we shall perish alongside the planet. Akuma nodded with a smile, and the spectral figure dissolved back into her being. Meanwhile, Xu Ming remained unaware that his transformation had inadvertently put Daegu in peril. He was currently engaged in battle with Magnia, a grotesque beast composed entirely of fleshy tumors. Compared to transforming into Gaidi or Geiking, Xu Ming preferred to become Diga, as he possessed a greater understanding of Diga's abilities. Most of Diga's skills were familiar to Xu Ming, and although he was uncertain if he could execute them, he at least knew the necessary movements. Magnia relentlessly swung its massive arms, striking Xu Ming repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Ming embraced Magnia's waist, lifting it before flipping backward. With a resounding crash, the creature toppled into the mud. However, streams of light suddenly surged from nearby, entering Magnia's body. Instantly, the fatigue from battle dissipated, and its energy surged anew. Advancing towards Xu Ming, Magnia seized his arms and flung him away. Xu Ming attempted to resist, but the creature had regained its strength, rendering his efforts futile. This won't do. Its core lies against that mountainside. As long as it exists, it can endlessly replenish its energy. Xu Ming realized he could not outlast Magnia. The priority was to destroy its core. As Magnia charged once more, Xu Ming knew he could not evade. He crossed his arms over his forehead, a crimson light flashing as he transformed into the power type. Success. What had merely been a trial turned out to be surprisingly effortless. Thrilled, Xu Ming assumed a stance, fists clenched, and charged at the oncoming Magnia. Military fist. First form, bow stance punch. With a thunderous impact, Xu Ming's silver fist sent Magnia hurtling back, crashing to the ground. The power type and military fist are indeed a perfect match. Xu Ming, invigorated, gazed at the downed Magnia. Yet, streams of light re-entered the creature, allowing it to rise once more, fully charged. Damn it. Slightly taken aback, Xu Ming understood he could not continue this way. No matter how many times he knocked it down, Magnia would always rise again, replenished. He needed to obliterate its core. With a mighty leap, Xu Ming soared toward the source of the light. However, Magnia transformed into a dense fog, rapidly closing the distance. The fog enveloped Xu Ming, crackling with electrical bursts, destabilizing him and causing him to plummet to the ground. Boom. Dust erupted as Xu Ming crashed into the earth, creating a crater upon impact. Shaking the dirt from his head, he rose, panting heavily. The power type speed is far too slow. Watching the fog descend, Xu Ming crossed his arms over his forehead once more, a purple light radiating as he transformed into the sky type. As the fog landed and reverted to Magnia, Xu Ming swiftly took to the skies, heading toward the source of the light. Magnia, momentarily stunned, stomped in frustration before once again pursuing Xu Ming as a mist. However, this time, the fog could not keep pace with Xu Ming's agile form. Soon, he spotted a massive tumor embedded in the mountainside, pulsating with energy that replenished the fog behind it. How do I unleash the sky type's ultimate attack? With the fog closing in, Xu Ming recalled the movements for Diga's Lamphall light bomb and began to replicate them. He spread his arms wide, then brought them together above his head, gathering purple energy between his hands. Swiftly, he lowered his arms, forming a fist with his left hand while directing the energy from his right hand toward the tumor embedded in the mountainside. Suddenly, a purple light beam struck the tumor with a resounding explosion, illuminating the forest even in broad daylight. At that moment, a thick fog arrived on the scene, and Xu Ming could observe that the mist became exceedingly unstable following the explosion of the main body. Soon, the fog began to coalesce toward the ground, transforming back into the form of Megania's tumor. Your mother exploded. Can you still replenish energy? Xu Ming mockingly gestured at Megania, who, despite not comprehending his words, recognized the derisive motion. Incensed by the taunt, Megania lost all reason and charged forward recklessly, in a state of aerial agility. Xu Ming swiftly evaded the attack and landed a kick on its back. Stumbling several steps, Megania collapsed onto the ground, but quickly dissipated into mist, attempting to escape. Want to flee? Xu Ming realized that the Lamphall light beam might have no effect on this vaporous form. How had he executed that move? Striving to recall the actions of Diga from his memory, Xu Ming placed his left palm beneath the timer and his right palm atop it. Feeling the energy surge within him, he swiftly thrust his right palm forward. Yet, nothing occurred. Had he made an error? I distinctly remember it being this way. Xu Ming thought, refusing to relent. He repositioned his right palm, and, as a flash of radiance appeared before the timer, he once again thrust it forward. Instantaneously, a blue beam was unleashed, bursting forth into the fog above. An intense, frigid mist cascaded down, and upon contact with the vapor, it solidified, eventually falling to the ground and gradually melting away. Success! The freezing beam indeed proved effective against the fog. Clapping his hands together, Xu Ming contemplated reverting from his transformed state to check the Cosmic Observation Center. The individuals there had seemingly vanished, likely having fled outside after being parasitized by the tumor. With Megania eradicated, those people should have regained consciousness. However, Given the circumstances, it was probable they would not permit him entry to observe. Shaking his head, Xu Ming resolved to depart. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Had the massive dinosaur, Marboniza No. 1, activated last night? If Daegu were on this mission and needed to transform. Xu Ming glanced at his own Diga battle form, taken aback. It dawned on him that transforming through his heart would cause a disruption. With this realization, he hastily ascended into the air and sped towards the location of Marboniza's emergence. If anything were to happen to Daegu, he would bear the full brunt of the responsibility. The shadowy Ultraman dared not unleash powerful light attacks against the two dinosaurs. A miscalculated strike could inadvertently trigger their neutron bombs, leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, throughout the prolonged battle, Masaki Kigo relied solely on close combat to keep the duo at bay. Occasional small light arrows were only directed at the heads of the two creatures. Daegu's inability to transform made dealing with this situation solely with the shadowy figure exceedingly arduous. After such a protracted struggle, it could only be considered a temporary delay, preventing the two from colliding. Masaki Kigo's chest rose and fell heavily, clearly fatigued. The timer on his chest flickered with ominous red lights. What on earth had happened to Xu Ming? Struggling to hold on. Masaki Kigo suddenly felt that being a giant of light was not as effortless as he had imagined. Initially, he had found Daegu's predicament amusing, but now he felt a deep-seated frustration towards Xu Ming. Based on the current data, it was inferred that the vampire's lair resided in an old disco hall in the G13 district near the Huanghai Road Bay. News from Yali conveyed information to Daegu and Kyriai. Understood, Daegu and Kyriai nodded, preparing to head towards the vampire's stronghold. By the way, the captain is in your vicinity. Ensure his safety, Yali added. The captain? Daegu and Kyriai exclaimed in surprise. When did the captain arrive? The captain sent you the guns, Yali replied. Did you not see him? No, I just turned around and saw the guns on the ground. Kyriai scratched his head, wide-eyed. All right, Kyriai and Daegu, let us set off. A voice called from behind them. Turning around, they found Jiuyuan Hui holding a UV light gun, smiling in their direction. At that moment, a purple streak zipped through the sky and collided with Marboniza No. 2 with a resounding crash. Instantly, Marboniza No. 2 collapsed, and Masaki Kigo, who had been struggling, breathed a sigh of relief. The figure within the purple streak executed a backflip and landed gracefully before them, revealing the silver-purple Ultraman Diga. What? Daegu gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape as if ready to swallow an egg. Jiuyuan Hui's eyes widened in disbelief at the appearance of Diga. How could Ultraman Diga appear on the battlefield when Daegu was right there? It's Ultraman Diga. We need not worry about the dinosaurs anymore, Kyriai remarked, blissfully unaware of the situation. You finally made it, Masaki Kigo exclaimed, exerting his last ounce of strength to push Marboniza No. 1 aside, turning to Xu Ming. You're quite anxious, Xu Ming teased. It's not my urgency. Look at the ground, Masaki Kigo replied, mounting Marboniza No. 1 and delivering a flurry of punches. Xu Ming, meanwhile, directed his gaze to the ground, momentarily locking eyes with Daegu, both expressing astonishment. Chapter 56. The coffin lid indeed proved accurate in selecting individuals. Daegu, Captain, what is wrong with you? At that moment, the simple-minded Kyriai also noticed the unusual demeanor of Daegu and Ijima K, prompting him to inquire. It's nothing, Daegu. Let us set off. Ijima K quickly regained her composure, smiling as she patted Daegu, urging him to snap out of his daze. It's nothing. Let us go. Daegu smiled, casting one last glance at Tiga before following the two as they departed. Xu Ming watched Daegu leave, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But now was not the time for such feelings. The two dinosaur monsters rose once more, persistently advancing towards each other. Masaki Kigo leaned against Xu Ming, the timer on his chest flashing red. Xu Ming's own timer blinked ominously, having released 2 skills, and his energy had evidently dipped to a critical level. There should be enough energy for one more strike. Xu Ming observed the distance between the two dinosaurs closely, preparing to unleash his final attack at the opportune moment. We cannot use light-based attacks against these two dinosaurs, Masaki Kigo warned Xu Ming. For the neutron bombs they carry would annihilate all life on Earth's surface. I understand, Xu Ming nodded. Let them approach a little closer. I will seize the chance to freeze them. In the original narrative, Daegu had dealt with these two dinosaurs using freezing rays to restrict their movements before sending the neutron bombs away from Earth. Freezing? Tiga possesses such an ability? Masaki Kigo was momentarily taken aback. Tiga has many capabilities. Xu Ming bent slightly, replying to Masaki Kigo, can Guiying freeze as well? I can spray water, Masaki Kigo responded. But it seems that won't be of much use now. Xu Ming was surprised that Guiying possessed such an extraordinary skill, but now was not the time for such thoughts. The two dinosaurs were gradually converging, merely steps away from contact. Without hesitation, Xu Ming instantly unleashed a freezing ray, which exploded above the two dinosaurs with a resounding crack. An icy mist descended upon them, enveloping the creatures in a shroud of frost, accompanied by cracking sounds as they transformed into statues of ice. Let us send them back home. Xu Ming boldly stepped forward, lifting the frozen Marpo Naza eye and soaring into space. Observing this, Masaki Kigo quickly followed suit, lifting Marpo Naza 2 and joining Xu Ming in their ascent. Before long, the duo found themselves beyond Earth's atmosphere, greeted by the sight of the gargantuan galleon's warship and the adjacent massive mechanical island. The mechanical island of Gabunyu is also present. Let us deal with it as well. Xu Ming halted his flight, releasing Marpo Naza eye towards the colossal warship. As a clever individual, Masaki Kigo grasped Xu Ming's intention and hurled Marpo Naza 2 towards the warship as well. I'm out of energy. You finish your beam and retreat quickly to avoid being caught in the blast, Xu Ming instructed, distancing himself from the warship. Masaki Kigo nodded, stretching his arms back to gather energy for a decisive beam. Upon the two Marpo Nazas colliding, a beam shot forth, striking the two biochemical electronic dinosaurs directly. A cataclysmic explosion erupted before the warship, engulfing it in flames. The explosion, capable of obliterating all life on Earth's surface, also spared the mechanical island, which was reduced to rubble and vanished in the cosmos. In one fell swoop, Xu Ming had achieved a duel victory. He had never anticipated that one transformation would eliminate 3 adversaries. However, this transformation allowed Xu Ming to ascertain that as long as he felt a warm surge in his heart after encountering Ultraman or a Transformer, he had acquired new metamorphic power. The ability to transform into Gaiying came to be in this manner, as did the power to become Tiga. Regarding transforming into Gaidi, Xu Ming's initial metamorphosis had been facilitated by the radiant light of the little dog. There was even a possibility that Gaidi's light had activated an unknown special heart within himself. With these matters resolved, neither Xu Ming nor Masaki Kigo had the energy to assist Daegu against the vampires. They had no choice but to revert to their original forms. Enveloped in light as they returned to Earth, Daegu, Ijima K, and Kurii stealthily infiltrated the old disco hall. In this dimly lit, antiquated environment, the silence was almost chilling. Yet, as members of the victory team, they were well trained to confront such bizarre occurrences, exhibiting both skill and courage. Armed with ultraviolet ray guns, Ijima K boldly led the way. Kurii, robust and unperturbed, surveyed the surroundings in the middle, showing no fear of the supernatural beings. Daegu, however, remained cautious, walking with his back to the others to guard against any enemies that might appear from behind. Though he was still somewhat preoccupied with his inability to transform, Daegu recognized the significance of their current mission and set aside his concerns. Before long, a legion of vampires, clad in black attire and donning sunglasses, emerged before the trio, surrounding them from all sides. Without hesitation, they raised their ultraviolet ray guns and opened fire. Undoubtedly, the ultraviolet rays proved remarkably effective against the vampires. Bolts of light struck the vampires, igniting them in blue flames before they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The existence of vampires was tied to the vampire virus residing within them, and the ultraviolet rays obliterated these viruses, rendering the vampires mere corpses devoid of vitality. While shooting, Kurii explained to Daegu and Ijima K, thus, vampires are essentially the living dead, correct? Daegu dispatched one vampire and replied, one could interpret it that way. Kurii nodded. Armed with specialized weapons to counter the vampires, the battle quickly turned into a rout for the victory team. Before long, the trio descended to the basement level. Within this expansive dance hall, they discovered a solitary, pitch-black coffin adorned with a cross. Daegu approached the coffin, placing his hand upon it, intent on opening it. Seeing this, Ijima K and Kurii prepared for battle, aiming their guns at the coffin lid. Just as Daegu's hand made contact, the lid suddenly swung open, swallowing him inside before sealing shut once more. Daegu's ultraviolet ray gun clattered to the ground. Daegu, Ijima K urgently attempted to pry open the coffin lid. Kurii joined in to assist. At that moment, dark figures appeared once more, the vampire horde launching another assault. The two had no choice but to defend themselves with their weapons, unable to attend to Daegu's predicament. Inside the coffin, a swirling mist gave way to an expansive dark space. Daegu knelt, landing steadily, as dark purple light flickered within the eerie surroundings. Lowly creatures, welcome, a voice resonated. Daegu lifted his head, his brow slightly furrowed. Before him stood a man clad in a black suit, standing tall and regarding him with a disdainful gaze. We, the beautiful nocturnal race, are on the verge of ruling this world, the man in black sneered. So it is you who have turned humans into vampires. Daegu's eyes narrowed as he rose to his feet. The man in the suit before me was unlike any other vampire. Indeed, He was a vampire by nature, not a mere transformation from humanity. Upon noticing Dagu rise, he observed a faint, shimmering light surrounding him. This is perilous, he thought. Moments later, he spoke. You are a dangerous individual, radiating far too much light. However, you will never prevail against our God. With that, he extended his arms, gesturing towards the dark expanse above. Dagu followed his gesture and beheld a bat-like demon quietly suspended amidst the swirling fog. The vampiric beast, Hulanos. Although unfamiliar with this creature, Dagu was astonished that this man recognized the light within him. Not long ago, a race known as the Kiri Elad sought to dominate this world. Turning to the man, Dagu remarked, yet they failed, unable to even unleash their so-called god. Do you truly believe this god can shake the very foundations of humanity and rule the earth? The man's countenance momentarily faltered at Dagu's retort, before anger took hold. The Kiri Elad are but jesters. He spat, filled with indignation. Their god is not worthy of this planet. I would argue that you are the jesters, Dagu countered, shaking his head. At least the Kiri Elad aided humanity in eliminating beasts to earn their trust. And yet, you speak of dominating the earth as if it were yours for the taking. Incensed, the man watched as Hulanos flapped its wings, stirring a tempest within the darkness. Dagu, seizing the moment, retrieved the divine light staff from his grasp, preparing to transform. Yet, the suited man chuckled mockingly. Is that the object that will transmute your body into light? And if so, what of it? Dagu retorted defiantly, holding the staff aloft as he collided his arms together, raising it high before pressing the transformation button. However, the staff flickered momentarily before dimming, signaling yet another failure. Notably, this failure felt different. The staff had at least glimmered twice this time. Futile, the man scoffed. Jealousy, anger, and hatred bind the hearts of humanity. Before the light, you appear so weak and powerless. Haraha, curse you. Dagu could no longer contain his fury. It was intolerable that his previous failure had now transformed into an inability to succeed amidst the encroaching darkness. The bat-like demon ceased its wing beats and approached Dagu step by step. Undeterred, Dagu attempted to transform once more, but again, he encountered failure. Every human harbors a shadow within, and you, with your light, are no exception, the man said, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In this dark realm, do not expect to become light. And yet, what does it matter? No one is purely light. Dagu replied passionately. The diversity of human character is what enriches this world. How profoundly you speak, the man clapped mockingly. But without light, how do you intend to resist our God? Ha ha. Even without light, we shall prevail, Dagu declared, raising the divine light staff. The surrounding darkness seemed to be drawn towards it, swirling violently towards the staff's core. Soon, a translucent black crystal staff materialized in Dagu's hands. Dark divine light staff, Dagu proclaimed, his gaze unwavering as he pressed the transformation button. Purple arcs of electricity surged from the staff, radiating outward. Beneath a rainbow-like halo, Dagu successfully transformed into Diga. However, upon completion, the timer on his chest emitted purple arcs, draining the color from his form until he was clad in a silver-black hue. Dark Diga? Wow, what? The suited man gasped, only to find a silver fist rapidly enlarging above him, crushing him into a pulp with a sickening thud. Having dealt with the vampire in a suit, Dagu turned his attention to the vampiric beast, Hulanos, and approached the bat-like demon, ready for battle. In the South Pacific, beneath the sea, an ancient relic lay undisturbed for 30 million years. Yet, it stirred slightly, a subtle tremor that soon faded into silence. No creature noticed the faint quiver, nor the awakening darkness that lay dormant for eons. Within an old disco hall, after vanquishing the impending vampire legion, Kamiya and Kurii stood before a coffin. As Kurii attempted to lift the lid, a powerful wave of darkness erupted, hurling him backward and rendering him unconscious. When this darkness enveloped Kamiya, a radiant light encased her, and Urin's ethereal form emerged. What was that? Kamiya gazed at the coffin in astonishment. Such formidable darkness. How could this be? Urin, equally taken aback, stared at the coffin adorned with a cross. How could Diga's darkness? What has transpired? Urin's rare display of distress alarmed Kamiya. The darkness from 30 million years ago has awakened. Daily recommendations of over 1,000 yield an additional chapter, over 2,000, 2 chapters, and so forth. This is the current arrangement, subject to future modifications. Chapter 58. Daring to claim divinity before the darkness, a tremendous force erupted from Dagu's right fist, slamming the battered bat demon into the ground. The bloodthirsty creature, Huranos, who was deemed a deity by the suited man, now appeared utterly powerless. Huranos attempted to flap its wings and flee, but was seized by a silvery black hand. Yanked back to the earth, Dagu placed a foot upon Huranos' back, grasped its expansive bat wings, and with a tearing sound, ripped them apart. Black sparks erupted from the severed wings as the vicious beast's head was pressed into the ground, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth letting out anguished roars. "How dare you scream!" With a fierce push, Dagu forced Hirano's face deeper into the earth, hearing two sharp snaps as its fangs shattered. To dare claim divinity in the darkness is truly ignorance. Dagu taunted Hirano's, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. No. Why am I saying such things? After a moment of clarity, Dagu kicked Hirano's aside, then pulled his arms back and extended them outward. An endless surge of dark power coalesced from all directions, converging before the Azure Timer. Under Dagu's arms, shaped in an L, it was unleashed upon the suffering Hirano's. With a thunderous roar, Hirano's perished within its own cherished dark power, finding release within the blue flames. With his chest heaving, Dagu finally looked down at his body. Aside from the timer radiating blue light, the rest of his form was either silver or black, the silver being a dull hue. Dijia. There is not only light, but also darkness. Dagu murmured to himself, lost in thought. Just as he intended to revert from his transformed state, he found himself unable to do so. No, I had momentarily lost control of my emotions. If I do not revert now, the darkness within me may continue to swell. Feeling panic, Dagu meditated fervently, striving to end his transformation. However, dark emotions flooded his mind, leading to an internal struggle. Black mist continuously seeped from Dagu as he wrestled against the darkness, ultimately unable to withstand its might. Surrounded by an atmosphere thick with darkness, only a faint glimmer of light existed within Dagu's heart, struggling against the overwhelming shadows. The mechanical island was obliterated by the explosion of two neutron bombs, rendering the Gabunyu robots deployed on Earth as homeless castaways. Yet, these mechanical beings possessed a modicum of cognitive ability, driven by instinct to eliminate the Magus power system. While the victory team was occupied with the vampire and dinosaur incidents, the Gabunyu robots, lacking significant combat prowess, were left for the police bureau to manage. Following the TPC's long-standing tradition, Police Chief Ji Gang was no exception, preferring to bring outside entities into the base. A heap of Gabunyu parts was transported to the TPC's military department. After analysis by the research division, it was discovered that these robots exhibited independent thought and, upon conversing with them, learned their name was Gabunyu and their mission was to destroy the Magus power system. However, Ji Gang deemed the Gabunyu robots neutralized and no longer a threat. Considering them obsolete, he decided to repurpose their components in the military department, intending to forge a sufficiently powerful robot to combat the monsters. The plan was sound, yet Chief Ji Gang had misstepped. As all the Gabunyu parts gathered, they reassembled into individual small robots and ultimately merged into a colossal robot. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap, Ji Gang finally realized. Hastily ordering the police personnel to engage in battle, the Gabunyu's target was none other than the Magus power system being loaded onto the fighter jets in the military department. Command, I cannot reach Captain Kugiai or Dagu. There is an emergency at headquarters. The Gabunyu robots have revived. The news arrived from Yase via Zhongfang's PDI. Xinqing Rina, confused, glanced at Zhongfang's grim expression and cautiously inquired, Commander, what is happening? The headquarters is under attack. Xinqing and I will pilot the Fian No. 2 back to provide support. Zhongfang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Rina, you need to search the old disco hall for the captain. Yase said he couldn't reach them. Zhongfang remained concerned about Kamiya K. Understood. The others grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing Zhongfang's words. By the way, the ultraviolet ray gun is beside the downed Fian No. 1. This was a message Kugiai left for me not long ago. Zhongfang turned to Rina and instructed. Retrieve the weapon first and ensure the captain's safety. Understood. Rina nodded earnestly and swiftly made her way toward the downed Fian No. 1. Seeing Rina depart, Zhongfang exchanged a nod with Xinqing, and they boarded the Fian No. 2, taking off quickly toward headquarters. Rina, clutching the ultraviolet ray gun, arrived at the entrance of the old disco hall. Just as she was about to enter, the door suddenly burst open with a bang. To her astonishment, Kamiya K. emerged, carrying the unconscious Kugiai. Captain, Rina gasped in disbelief, staring at the scene. Kugiai. What has happened to him? Kamiya K. set Kugiai down, panting, and urged. Rina, quickly, help me carry Kugiai. All right. Rina, momentarily stunned, nodded and promptly grasped Kugiai's shoulders, while Kamiya K. took hold of his legs, swiftly moving away from the old disco hall. After they had carried Kugiai a distance, the building of the old disco hall suddenly exploded without warning. Rina, shocked, looked back at the crumbling structure, fear etching her features. Dijia, how has he turned dark? The silver-black Dijia floated silently in the sky, seemingly observing something. In her astonishment, Rina lost her grip, causing Kugi-ai to fall to the ground. I'm sorry, Kugi-ai. Rina snapped back to reality, attempting to lift Kugi-ai again. But he opened his eyes at that moment. Ouch, why am I sleeping on the road? Kugi-ai rubbed his head, appearing as if just awakened. Captain? Rina. Wasn't I just lifting a coffin lid? What is that? As he spoke, Kugi-ai noticed Di Jia in the sky. Di Jia, Gaiing, Gai Di. I have transformed into 3 giants of light dogs so far. Back at home, Xu Ming was diligently analyzing his transformation. However, I have yet to discover how to control which form I assume. Surely, it must be controllable. Pondering, Xu Ming stroked his chin while attempting to trigger the heart's light. Yet, the runic halo would not manifest. Perhaps it must be in a life-threatening situation. Nodding to himself, Xu Ming placed a kitchen knife against his neck. Come forth. Runic halo. However, nothing happened. It seems threatening my heart is not wise. Scratching his head, Xu Ming lowered the knife. The little dog watched Xu Ming's antics, wagging its tail. What if I jumped off a building? A bold thought crossed Xu Ming's mind, but was quickly discarded. This trial is not worth the risk. If I truly perish, there will be no chance of returning to the real world. Just as Xu Ming contemplated experimenting with drowning in the bathtub, his phone rang. It was Masaki Kigo. Hadn't they just finished battling a monster? What could he possibly want now? Confused, Xu Ming answered the call. Have you heard of Digga's dark form? Masaki Kigo's words left Xu Ming bewildered from the very moment he picked up the phone. How do you know about Digga's dark form? Xu Ming quickly replied. Captain, where is Dagu? Lena's voice was laced with concern, echoing the question from Kurii, who also turned to inquire with Iemura. Could Dagu still be in that coffin? I must go rescue him. What coffin? Lena, sensing the gravity of the situation, insisted on accompanying Kurii. Do not go. Iemura suddenly interjected, his tone tinged with urgency. Captain? Both Lena and Kurii turned to Iemura, perplexed, for they had never heard him speak in such a manner. The usually composed Captain Iemura seemed to have lost his composure. Dagu is no longer with us, Iemura stated, regaining his composure. That is impossible. Lena stepped forward. Disbelief etched on her face. Just then, more people began to gather, drawn by Digga's presence hovering in the sky, creating a scene of great commotion. Digga. Is that Digga? So handsome, Digga? But why is Digga black? I remember Digga having silver, purple, and red forms. When did he acquire a black one? We've only seen Digga a few times. Of course, we don't know much about him. I even brought Digga a flashlight last time, when Digga needed light. I drove my car over. Me too. What a coincidence. You were there too. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their excitement palpable as they cheered for Digga in the sky. Everyone, please leave this area. Iemura shouted above the din. It's dangerous. This is the Digga who has fallen into darkness. Do not approach. However, no matter how loudly Iemura urged, the surrounding crowd remained unmoved. Captain, what has happened to Dagu? Lena finally reacted, turning her question back to Iemura. Dagu. Iemura clenched his teeth, gazing upward at the dark Digga. That is Dagu. What? Both Lena and Kurii gasped, their eyes darting to the dark figure above, realizing that Dagu is Digga. Dagu. Lena stared at Digga, her expression one of disbelief. Was the previous Digga also Dagu? Kurii asked, perplexed. Indeed. Iemura sighed, nodding. Digga is not a deity, but an ordinary human. But, how does the captain know this? Kurii questioned again, his brow furrowed in confusion. Close your eyes for a moment, Iemura instructed. After a brief pause, he steadied himself. The Magus power system for the Artemis has been fully installed, correct? Yes, Dr. Hachibi completed the installation after testing, Kurii replied, still uncertain. I received a message from Vice Captain Munakata. The robotic intruder Gabunyu aims to seize the Magus power system. Iemura said, initiating contact with Munakata via PDI. Soon, Munakata's face appeared on the PDI screen. Captain, I'm relieved to see you unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Shinjo and I are preparing to support the police department. Do you have any further instructions? Vice Captain, have Shinjo take the main control, you as the co-pilot. And Yatsuzaki handle the control computer. Bring the Artemis here. Iemura commanded decisively. What? Munakata was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Shinjo, overhearing the exchange, became excited. That's the Artemis. Let me, a former ace pilot, take on the challenge. Xu Ming and Masaki Kigo returned to the scene, albeit reluctantly. However, due to just finishing a battle, Masaki Kigo was unable to transform. Thus, he brought the hastily completed Gaiazark against the Dark Digga. Gaiazark might as well just be a bystander, Xu Ming remarked sarcastically. Better than nothing, Masaki Kigo shook his head, his mind drifting to the ancient memories that had resurfaced in his dreams. Countless dark giants and numerous light giants clashed violently on the battlefield, only to be dominated by a cold, silver-black figure. The blurry silhouette from his dreams seemed to merge with the towering dark figure before him, causing Masaki Kigo to tighten his grip. But could this dark Diga truly be Dagu? Xu Ming pondered, recalling that in the original storyline, the emergence of dark Diga occurred much later. The seal of the Lily ruins had to be broken, awakening the 3 dark giant statues, which in turn explained dark Diga's emergence. Transforming into dark Diga required the dark godlight stick. Yet, the dark giants had not yet awakened. If dark Diga was indeed Dagu, how had he acquired the dark godlight stick? If you cannot transform, allow me to give it a try. Xu Ming stepped forward, closing his eyes to meditate, striving to connect with the area around his heart. Gradually, the sound of his heartbeat became clearer, quickening in tempo. This sensation. Continuing to keep his eyes closed, Xu Ming placed his hand over his heart. The rhythmic pounding echoed in his ears, growing ever more pronounced. Meanwhile, dark Diga began to stir. First, he gazed down at the crowd below, his expression inscrutable. Then, without warning, he unleashed a powerful punch against a nearby building, creating a massive hole as it crumbled. The spectators gasped in shock, fleeing in all directions. Imura and the others quickly moved aside. But Lena desperately shouted Dagu's name toward Diga. The azure sky darkened ominously, shrouded by an unknown mass of black clouds that spread across the city. From these clouds, dark mist began to descend, enveloping the ground. This darkness. Masaki Kigo felt a surge of anxiety at this sight. Xu Ming's heartbeat, meanwhile, quickened in his meditative state. Faster, faster, faster. He chanted these words in his mind, and his heartbeat echoed the urgency. Thump. With a final, resounding heartbeat, a circle of runes projected from Xu Ming's heart. Time seemed to freeze. Everything around him came to a standstill. The fleeing crowd, the tense Masaki Kigo, the suspended dark Diga, and the descending black mist all froze, forming a series of still images. Xu Ming's gaze fixated on the circle of runes before him, which displayed a series of ever-changing images. Gadi, Guiying, Diga, the 3 images cycled, as if awaiting Xu Ming's selection. Is this prompting me to choose my transformation? Xu Ming pondered, momentarily taken aback before making his decision. To confront dark Diga, Gadi would undoubtedly be inadequate, as a light giant dog. His combat prowess paled in comparison to that of a light giant. Although Guiying is a giant of light, it lacks the shape-shifting ability akin to that of Diga, and its skills remain somewhat enigmatic to itself. Ultimately, as Xu Ming reached out his fingers when Diga's image appeared, the runic circle's visual solidified. I shall choose Diga. After all, it is familiar, possesses numerous skills, and boasts formidable combat capabilities. Just as Xu Ming intended to enter the runic circle, Diga's image dimmed, barring him from crossing the threshold. What could be the reason? Instinctively, Xu Ming glanced at dark Diga. Could it be that the existence of dark Diga prevents me from transforming into Diga? Or perhaps I merely transformed into Diga moments ago, and it is still in cooldown? Although uncertain, Xu Ming felt these 2 possibilities were quite plausible. The imagery within the runic circle began to flow once more. Besides Diga's dimmed image, Guy and Guiying remained available for selection. Thus, Guiying was chosen. Xu Ming decisively extended his hand as Guiying's image emerged, causing it to freeze within the runic circle. The runic circle swiftly passed through Xu Ming's body under his gaze. Time, which had solidified, resumed its flow, and people continued to scatter in panic while the dark mist descended. A beam of light pierced through the clouds, creating a significant opening from which the figure of Guiying, the giant of light, gradually emerged. With hands poised like claws, Xu Ming spread his arms diagonally, adopting Guiying's initial stance against dark Diga. Takamoto Kigo, observing Xu Ming's transformation from atop a platform, twitched his lips slightly. Upon witnessing the emergence of the giant of light, dark Diga slowly descended to the ground, embodying an innate adversarial stance. Without uttering a word, dark Diga's eyes emitted a dark purple glow, launching an attack towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming leaped into the air, executing a spinning maneuver that landed him behind Diga. In the wake of this dark purple glow, a building behind him shattered with a resounding crash, reducing it to rubble. Xu Ming could not help but murmur an apology. In the heat of battle, it was challenging to consider all aspects. The sheer size of the combatants made it easy to inadvertently affect the surrounding structures, and even innocent lives could be lost in the fray. With a military-style punch aimed at Diga's back, Diga abruptly turned, and the 2 strikes landed squarely on its silver chest plate. A sensation of hardness and coldness reverberated through Xu Ming's fists, leaving him slightly taken aback. Diga stood firm, unmoved, while Xu Ming staggered back a step due to the recoil. Locking eyes with Diga, a sense of impending danger surged within Xu Ming. In the next instant, Diga delivered a kick to its own chest, and Xu Ming, unable to comprehend the motion, was sent flying, crashing into a towering building. The sound of debris and dust cascaded down like rain upon Xu Ming. Clutching his chest, he emerged from the wreckage, cautiously eyeing Diga. The speed of Diga's strikes was astonishing, so swift that there was no opportunity for response. Its strength was overwhelming. If only he could transform into a powerful form, he might stand a chance. Yet, Gai Ying lacked the ability to shift forms. Just as Xu Ming contemplated continuing the fight, a massive warship approached swiftly from the distance. Trailing behind it was a large brown robot in relentless pursuit. The Adidas. Shinshiro, on the ground, contacted the Adidas through PDI, flying over Diga. Understood. Although uncertain of Jigen's intentions, the team was bound to obey their captain's commands. Piloting the Adidas, Shinshiro flew directly towards Diga. The pursuing Gabunyu closely locked onto the enormous vessel. Xu Ming watched as the Adidas soared overhead, then passed over Diga. Fortunately, Diga remained focused on Xu Ming and did not engage the Adidas. Otherwise, the ship would have been obliterated without Gabunyu's intervention. Jigen, relieved that Diga did not attack the Adidas, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the gamble had paid off. Gabunyu's silhouette soon followed, soaring above Xu Ming's head. Seizing the moment, Xu Ming leaped up, grasping Gabunyu and, before it could react, hurled it towards Diga. With a loud crash, Diga did not collide with Gabunyu. Instead, it caught the robot and slammed it forcefully to the ground. Instantly, buildings crumbled under the impact, and dust billowed into the air. Compared to the super beasts, Gabunyu felt no pain. Regardless of how it was thrown, it rose again and advanced forward. Shinshiro maintained a line with Gabunyu and Diga. Seeing this, Munakata immediately addressed Shinshiro. Got it. I understand. Shinshiro realized Munakata's intent. As long as the Adidas remained behind Diga, Gabunyu would continually advance towards Diga. Indeed, although this mechanical life form was powerful, its thought processes were minimal, rendering it exceedingly stubborn. Chapter 61 Today, the wind howls with a certain ferocity. Goblin strides forward towards Diga, while Xu Ming wisely chooses to retreat from the fray. The opponent is too formidable. He knows he stands no chance. Diga delivers a powerful punch to the approaching goblin. Yet to his surprise, the blow does little more than create a slight dent in the creature's iron exterior. It seems Goblin is indeed equipped with remarkable defensive capabilities. From his vantage point atop a high building, Masaki Kigo muses aloud, pondering the possibility of utilizing Goblin's material to forge a new monster. If one were to combine Garilla's armor with Goblin's iron frame, they might just create a colossal turtle. Goblin, devoid of any sensation of pain, continues its advance despite Diga's assault. This enrages Diga, who promptly topples Goblin to the ground and forcefully plants his foot on its chest. In response, Goblin begins to resist, seizing Diga's silver-black calf with its massive iron hand and attempting to wrench it free. Diga, however, refuses to be subdued, delivering a powerful kick that sends Goblin sprawling. He charges forward, grasping Goblin's iron head and twisting with great effort. Remarkably, Goblin's head does not detach. Instead, it merely rotates in the direction Diga has turned it. Diga's fury intensifies as he clutches Goblin's head and forcefully attempts to pull it off. To Xu Ming's astonishment, a sharp crack resounds, and Goblin's head snaps off entirely. This is Goblin. Xu Ming cannot help but exclaim a curse under his breath. Among the adversaries encountered in Diga's world, Goblin is renowned for its formidable defensive strength. Yet here it lies, decapitated by the dark Diga. With its head severed, Goblin emanates an intense heat, and Xu Ming realizes the creature is about to self-destruct. He hastily retreats to the sky. Below, Goblin's headless body suddenly embraces Diga, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, Hikaru understands the gravity of the situation, but the crowd has already dispersed. All that remains is to evacuate Jueki and Rina. Following Hikaru's command, the 8-dis swiftly ascends into the sky. Xu Ming notices the 3 members of the victory team on the ground, momentarily taken aback. With Goblin on the verge of explosion, it seems unlikely that the trio can escape the blast radius by mere foot speed. Swiftly, he doubles back, returning to the surface to scoop them into his arms and fly skyward once more. Boom. As Xu Ming continues his retreat, Goblin detonates with a tremendous explosion. The searing flames lash against Xu Ming's back, nearly losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Nevertheless, he steadies himself and successfully evades the blast zone. Thank you, Gai Ying. Hikaru glances at the visage of Gai Ying Ultraman in Xu Ming's grasp, her thoughts tinged with complexity. A white light flickers around her, as if something is about to emerge, only to recede once more. Xu Ming, slightly surprised, nods in acknowledgement. Ultimately, Hikaru and the others find themselves on the platform where Masaki Kigo stands. Masaki Kigo, taken aback by Xu Ming's delivery of the victory team, finds himself momentarily speechless. To be honest, he harbors many secrets and prefers to avoid interaction with the victory team. However, Upon seeing Hikaru, a vision flashes in his mind, a woman radiant with holy light, commanding the battlefield amidst the clash of light and darkness. Sister. The words slip from Masaki Kigo's lips unconsciously, and he is immediately taken aback, turning his head in embarrassment, his face flushed as he stammers. Ah. The wind today is quite boisterous, isn't it? Is it? Rina gazes at Masaki Kigo in confusion, then looks up at the ominous black clouds spilling forth dark mist. What I mean is, those clouds are exceptionally white. No, the sky is immensely large. As he trails off, Masaki Kigo falls silent. Hikaru's gaze remains fixed on Masaki Kigo. From within him, a white ethereal figure, unseen by Rina and Jueki, emerges. The figure silently observes Masaki Kigo, a subtle smile gracing its lips as if in quiet approval. It glances towards Guiying, who is soaring back towards Dark Diga, its thoughts seemingly drifting back 30 million years. Once, light fought relentlessly against darkness. Yet in the end, if I am not mistaken, the sister he just called out is you, is it not? Hikaru does not speak, but the ethereal figure hears her unvoiced thoughts. Indeed, it is I. But he is not the same. Guiying departed from this world long ago, the figure replies. He merely inherited Guiying's light from 30 million years past, carrying forward the memories of the ancient era. Is that so? Hikaru ponders, glancing at Masaki Kigo. But isn't Guiying Ultraman engaged in battle? Why? The one wielding Guiying's form is another who harbors the light within, the figure explains, directing its gaze toward Guiying. Although I am unsure how he, as an outsider, achieves this, his ability to confront darkness marks him as a true warrior of light. An outsider? You mean? Xu Ming, Hikaru exclaims in astonishment, realizing he has become a giant of light. The explosion levels the surrounding structures, and the flames linger for some time before gradually dissipating. Diga emerges from the chaos, unscathed except for a few wisps of white smoke wafting from his form, which swiftly vanish into the wind. What has transpired here? Daiku's consciousness begins to regain clarity as he surveys the devastation before him, astonished. Did I do this? It was not you, Daiku. Guiying descends gracefully before him. It was Goblin's doing. But how do you fare now? Upon hearing Daiku's voice, Xu Ming realizes his suspicions were correct. Dark Diga is none other than Daiku transformed. Although the method remains a mystery, the truth stands clear. Xu Ming, Daiku exclaims, slightly stunned to hear Guiying address him. I fear I can only remain conscious for a brief moment. The power of darkness is too overwhelming. I cannot contain it. Very well, let us retreat to the outskirts. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Ming devises the optimal solution. If Daiku can reach the outskirts while conscious, they can engage in battle without endangering the city or its inhabitants. Next Friday, prepare for an explosive update. Chapter 62, the non-human lord still lives alright. But I may lose consciousness at any moment, so we must hurry. Dagu exclaimed, cradling his head in his hands as he spoke to Xu Ming. Let us go. Xu Ming nodded, and immediately took to the skies, flying towards a mountainous direction he had confirmed. Just as Dagu ascended, his consciousness suddenly succumbed to slumber. Darkness swiftly seizing control of his body. With a swift motion, Diga pulled his hands back, then thrust them forward, crossing his wrists before fanning them outward to harness formidable dark energy. His arms formed an L shape, and a torrential surge of light energy erupted from Diga's limbs, crashing into the vast structures below. Not long after Xu Ming took off, he was startled by a thunderous explosion behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback. Dagu Henti followed him, and was instead wreaking havoc upon the city, clearly demonstrating that darkness had once again claimed Dagu's consciousness. How can it revert so quickly? This is utterly off script. Xu Ming cursed, swiftly retracing his path. Diga was unleashing his dark energy beam, and without hesitation, Xu Ming kicked down from the sky, interrupting the beam's release with a resounding thud, sending Diga tumbling to the ground. Having succeeded in his ambush, Xu Ming remained cautious. After all, this was a being capable of tearing off the head of Gabunyo. As Diga rose from the ground, his gaze locked onto Xu Ming. Despite the overwhelming darkness clouding his mind, Diga was not devoid of emotion. And at this moment, that emotion was fury. With a hellish roar, Diga lunged towards Xu Ming, who, being a novice, was unable to withstand the onslaught. Diga's fists rained down upon Xu Ming's abdomen, and a sharp pain surged through his consciousness. With a final, forceful blow, Xu Ming was sent flying once more, yet Diga's wrath remained unabated. Lying on the ground, in agony, Xu Ming watched as Diga approached him step by step, intent on obliterating this nuisance. As Diga loomed over him, gazing down at this fragment of memory, black flames coalesced around his fist. Xu Ming could only see that fist, engulfed in dark flames, magnifying before his eyes. In a desperate moment, he shouted, Dagu! This cry reached Diga's ears, momentarily stunning him. In that fleeting instant, Xu Ming, enduring the pain coursing through his body, scrambled to his feet and soared into the sky. Diga quickly regained his focus, shaking his head and pursuing Xu Ming as he ascended. Diga and the shadow have taken flight. Zhuji glanced at the sky and then at Iju and K, declaring, "Let the Artidus descend, we shall board it." Iju and K looked towards the hovering Artidus and replied, "But Dagu." Lena hesitated, then fell silent. Now that Dagu had transformed into Dark Diga, all she could do was protect the people. "Mr. Masaki, may I accompany you?" Iju and K inquired politely, hoping that he too would not wish for this world to succumb to darkness. "No need," Masaki Kigo replied, turning away. "My presence would only hinder the victory team's mission, and I prefer to act alone." "Alone?" Iju and K chuckled softly. "You may not be aware, but are you not intrigued by the fragments of the giant statue within the secret box?" Upon hearing the term secret box, Masaki Kigo's heart raced, though his exterior remained composed. "I do not understand what you are referring to. The matter of the giant statue fragments is a thing of the past." Since the incident with the Kyrie Lord, Masaki Kigo had abandoned Project F, ceasing his preparations to create more giant statues. For on that day, he witnessed the inherent radiance within humanity. "Very well, since Mr. Masaki is unwilling to join, we shall take our leave." Iju and K smiled, bidding farewell to Masaki Kigo. The Artidus descended from the heavens, and the three descended from the towering structure to board the massive warship. "Sister, Iju and K, the captain of the victory team is truly remarkable," Masaki Kigo mused. He had assumed that his plans concerning the giant statue fragments would remain undisclosed. Yet Iju and K seemed to have learned of them at some point. However, it appeared that she intentionally concealed this knowledge, taking no action against him. Boom. Dark Diga plummeted from the sky, crashing into a great mountain with Xu Ming in his grasp. The two engaged in a fierce battle atop the mountain, primarily consisting of Xu Ming enduring a relentless barrage of blows. "Consider this a trial to enhance my resilience," Xu Ming thought as he was sent flying again by a powerful kick from Diga. He rose once more, the timer on his chest flashing red, indicating his waning stamina. Within the mountain, an ancient temple lay in ruins, buried beneath the debris of their titanic struggle. Suddenly, the mountain trembled with a series of resounding booms, and four massive, crimson limbs emerged from its depths. "No way." Xu Ming braced against Diga's onslaught, noticing the limbs protruding from the mountainside. This was none other than Mount Suna. Mount Suna, the very place where the ancient swordsman, Jiro, had sealed the Suna demon. Xu Ming could hardly believe that his battle with Dark Diga had inadvertently desecrated Jiro's sanctuary. As the dark clouds spread with Diga's movement, black mist enveloped the region of Mount Suna. Amidst the forest, a dazed man in dark clothing staggered forward. On his neck were the telltale signs of having been infested by a magnesia parasite. "Has our vampire kin's god descended?" the man murmured reverently, gazing up at the endless darkness overhead. Yet soon, a grimace of despair crossed his face. "But I have been infested. I am no longer pure. I am no longer of the nocturnal race. I can even move in broad daylight." Approaching a mound of mud, the man crouched down, sighing deeply. As a vampire, he had been parasitized by another strange life form, which had mysteriously vanished, leaving him mutated. This predicament troubled him greatly. Suddenly, a samurai sword burst forth from the mud, piercing the ground before him with a swift motion. The sudden occurrence startled the vampire, causing him to fall back onto the soil. What is happening? Where did this sword come from?" he exclaimed in panic, eyes wide as he stared at the gleaming blade. At that moment, a phantom began to take shape before the vampire. As the figure materialized, he recognized a middle-aged man clad in traditional samurai attire. Chapter 63. "Bestow upon me your body, and gently enter the cycle of rebirth, my lord. You are not human." Upon encountering the vampire, the man in samurai attire spoke candidly. Although I am not human, you are indeed a true specter." The vampire was taken aback, for the man before him was evidently a spiritual entity, a ghost as the legends describe. "I am Inada Kojiro Inryu, and I seek to utilize your body for a brief time." The samurai man bowed to the vampire and continued, "It appears you have already departed from this world. Thus, you should peacefully embrace your reincarnation." With that, the ethereal form of Inada Kojiro vanished before the vampire's eyes. In the next moment, as if struck by some unseen force, the vampire's body shuddered violently, yet he rose calmly to his feet. "Thank you for your assistance. I shall treat this body with utmost care." Once more bowing to the air, Inada Kojiro stepped forward and drew the sword embedded in the muddy ground. Gazing upwards into the boundless darkness, Inada Kojiro shook his head. "It seems that this time, my emergence from seclusion may prove insufficient against the formidable yokai. Such potent malevolence indicates the presence of a great demon." Boom. Xu Ming was forcefully knocked to the ground by the overwhelming might of Dark Digga, subsequently enduring a brutal assault. The timer embedded in his chest flickered wildly, and Xu Ming realized he could fight no longer. Otherwise, he would surely perish once the timer ceased to pulse. After being struck again, Xu Ming reverted from his transformed state, landing in the mud. Dark Digga searched the surroundings, but did not locate the shadowy figure. Moments later, Digga soared into the sky. Heading southward, Xu Ming, bruised and battered, collapsed to the ground, his strength exhausted, and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Hikaru and his companions had returned to the Atlantis. The main control was now in Lena's hands, while the co-pilot seat was taken by Shinjo. After vanquishing the shadowy figure, Dark Digga flew toward the South Pacific. Yuruchi tracked Dark Digga's movements using satellite imagery. What could Dark Digga be seeking in the South Pacific? Kirai inquired, puzzled. Recently, the seabed of the South Pacific has experienced seismic activity, with tremors intensifying and volcanic eruptions occurring deep beneath the surface. Yuruchi's brow furrowed as he operated the computer, pinpointing the satellite images to the earthquake zone in the South Pacific. What is that? Zhongfang exclaimed. Eyes wide as he beheld a thick black mist enveloping the sea surface. How could such dense fog appear on the waves? Kirai echoed, astonished. Hikaru remained silent, fixated on the swirling black mist over the South Pacific, lost in thought. It seems you have perished, yet not entirely. Upon awakening, Xu Ming found himself confronted by a man clad in black, wielding a samurai sword. Who are you? Xu Ming stammered, staring at the mysterious figure before realizing. You are the vampire that was parasitized by Megania. Although the man's complexion appeared much healthier, Xu Ming instantly recognized the unique vampire. A vampire? Is it also a type of specter? Inada Kojiro questioned. You refer to the original owner of this body, who has already been guided by me into reincarnation. Huh. Xu Ming was momentarily bewildered. Then his attention shifted to the samurai sword in the man's hand. You are Inada Kojiro? Indeed, you are not human. You discern my true identity. Inada Kojiro nodded and addressed Xu Ming. I am indeed Inada Kojiro, here to vanquish the lingering specter. Xu Ming, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though he understood the seriousness of the conversation, it felt oddly like an insult. I sincerely apologize for the recent battle, which inadvertently affected your temple. Xu Ming said apologetically, you wouldn't hold that against me, would you? Your temple was destroyed by you? Inada Kojiro began to respond, but suddenly realized, you are one of the two giants from earlier? Yes, though not entirely. Xu Ming nodded, stating, in any case, I must leave now. I have matters to attend to. Xu Ming concluded, bowing slightly to Inada Kojiro, and attempted to depart. My lord, do you intend to evade responsibility? Inada Kojiro interjected, blocking Xu Ming's path with his sword. I am unable to confront the specter that has absorbed resentment for so long. Its heart has yet to fully awaken, still buried and sealed within the mountain. If you were to intervene, there remains a chance to eradicate it. The location of its sealed heart lies where my temple once stood. With that, Inada Kojiro gestured towards a mound of earth ahead, beneath which lay the ruins of the temple. Is that so? Allow me to introduce someone to you. His name is Masaki Kigo. Trust me, he can surely resolve the specter. As Xu Ming spoke, a loud explosion echoed, and the mound of earth erupted, sending debris flying. From the remnants, the figure of the subterranean shark, Gaozak, emerged, crashing heavily onto the ground. A concealed mechanical door opened on Gaozak's forehead, and Masaki Kigo stepped out. This time, Masaki Kigo had entered Gaozak's body, fully taking control of the beast. Are you all right? I searched for you for quite some time before sensing your location. Masaki Kigo remarked upon seeing Xu Ming. I just saw something pulsating in the ground. Honestly, it resembled a heart. Xu Ming listened to Masaki Kigo's words and glanced at the large pit before him, remaining silent. Inada Kojiro, too, appeared frozen, unable to tear his gaze from the pit where Gaozak had emerged. Dark Digga soared above the South Pacific. The black clouds spread ominously, intertwining with the dark mist rising from the sea, creating a surreal tableau. Lilui, gazing upon the murky waters, Digga instinctively uttered those words. Subsequently, a dark purple light emanated from his eyes, probing into the depths of the ocean. What met his gaze were fiery red lava columns emerging from the fractured seabed, continuously releasing bubbles that surged toward the surface. Above the lava, a landmass had already risen, anchored to the ocean floor, requiring greater power to ascend fully. The purple beam illuminated the elevated land, yet it was thwarted by a radiant barrier, preventing entry. Dolphin, mobilize. Understood. The Atlantis transformed into a vessel drifting upon the waves. As Kirai and Zhongfang piloted the dolphin, diving into the ocean beneath the ship, heading towards the expanse of black mist. A major update will be released next Friday. Chapter 64. In truth, Zhongfang cannot drink alcohol, my lord. He is not human, observed Jingtian Zhulong, gazing at the shattered seal for a prolonged moment before addressing Masaki Kigo, who was approaching. Not human? What do you mean? Masaki Kigo replied, bewildered, turning his gaze towards Xu Ming. This is Jingtian Zhulong, an ancient swordsman who sealed the demon Xu Nage. Having lost his corporeal form, he now inhabits another's body, Xu Ming introduced. Masaki Kigo nodded, understanding now why this man seemed to possess two distinct appearances. Oh, by the way, Xu Nage has already released the seals on his limbs during my battle with Diga. The heart seal was not completely undone. Xu Ming continued, glancing behind Masaki Kigo. Are you suggesting? Masaki Kigo followed Xu Ming's gaze and then turned back, realizing the implication of the heart seal. Indeed, Jingtian Zhulong interjected. I trust you will take responsibility for your actions. Masaki Kigo remained silent. Just then, the mountain trembled once more. This time, with the heart seal completely lifted, Xu Nage had fully revived. A colossal spectral head materialized before the three. It boasted disheveled, yellowish-white hair, two robust red horns, a single eye, and a mouth filled with fangs. It was the very visage of Xu Nage. He, Jingtian Zhulong, prepare yourself. This time, I shall ensure you do not survive. The spectral head of Xu Nage proclaimed before vanishing into thin air. Is this the true form of Xu Nage? Masaki Kigo remarked, his expression calm. Quite an intimidating appearance. Upon my return, I can indeed say I have been reborn in this world, Jingtian Zhulong said with a smile. But to defeat me, Xu Nage still has a long way to go, 20,000 years, to be precise. Xu Ming, hearing this strangely familiar phrase, scratched his head. Thus, Masaki, you must choose. You will face either Xu Nage or the Dark Diga. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Ming presented the options. If I am not mistaken, you can no longer transform into Diga, correct? Masaki Kigo inquired. Do you believe that just relying on Gaidi can triumph over Dark Diga? How can one know without attempting? Xu Ming replied, exuding an air of fearlessness. As long as I can fight, I shall become whoever is necessary. You have yet to experience the despair I have faced. How intriguing, Masaki Kigo chuckled. Leave Dark Diga to me. After all, you were the one who released Xu Nage, and I believe Gaidi should suffice to contend with it. However, you have already fought twice today. Do you have the strength for another bout? I'm not sure, but have you regained your stamina? Xu Ming asked Masaki Kigo, shaking his head. Nearly, I can face another. Masaki Kigo nodded. My lords, your conversation is utterly incomprehensible to me. Jingtian Zhulong interjected, shaking his head. It seems I am indeed out of touch with the times. Very well, Mr. Jingtian. Allow me to handle the matter of Xu Nage. Xu Ming said, bowing slightly, then closed his eyes to meditate, attuning himself to the location of the heart. Is it true that I am destined to become a man who fights 4 battles in a day? The sound of a heartbeat gradually filled his ears. And Xu Ming exhaled deeply. To think, after transforming twice consecutively, I can still change. The heartbeat grew clearer and faster, with a resounding thump. A circle of runes projected from Xu Ming's heart, and time froze instantaneously. Leaves floated in midair, dark clouds rolled across the sky, and birds and beasts fled in all directions, all suspended in time. Upon opening his eyes, Xu Ming beheld a series of images rotating within the circle of runes. Gaidi and Diga appeared dimmed, while Gaidi shone brightly. The images of Diga and Gaidi were in similar situations. Perhaps it is merely a cooldown period, rather than being unable to transform due to Dark Diga's presence. Xu Ming thought, pleasantly surprised. Extending his hand, Xu Ming made a choice as the circle of runes rotated to Gaidi's image. He then stepped into the circle, colliding with the Gaidi image. Time resumed in an instant. The leaves continued their descent, the birds and beasts rushed away, and the dark clouds roiled once more. Amidst the radiance, a colossal beastly form emerged before Masaki Kigo and Jingtian Zhulong. The luminous giant dog, Gaidi. Who would have thought he could still transform? Masaki Kigo shook his head, exclaiming in amazement. Unbelievable, he is indeed a dog spirit. Jingtian Zhulong also shook his head, marveling. After Xu Ming transformed, Masaki Kigo did not linger. Having already received word of Dark Diga's arrival in the South Pacific, there was no time to hesitate. First, he instructed Gao Yu's hack to activate autonomously and return to the underground laboratory. He then retrieved the transformation device from his pocket and swiftly pressed the transformation button. In an instant, a brilliant light surged skyward as the giant intermingling silver, red, and black soared southward at breakneck speed. Ah, so you are a being of light, Masaki Kigo acknowledged, watching Xu Ming depart from Xu Nage Mountain. Then, casting another glance at the glowing figure of Gaidi, he shook his head again. So, you are a luminous dog. Xu Ming, controlling Gaidi's form, stepped resolutely towards the location where the heart seal had been breached, then delivered a powerful punch into the hole Masaki Kigo had created. Instantly, Xu Ming's limbs, which had protruded from the mountain, stiffened momentarily before relaxing once more. With a loud bang, Xu Ming's head erupted from the mountain in a specific direction. "You insidious Jingtian Jilong, did you tamper with my heart?" Xu Ming's head roared upon its emergence. "You foolish beast, you are mistaken. I have not so much as grazed a hair on you," Jingtian Jilong retorted, gazing skyward. "Who dares to meddle with my heart?" Xu Ming bellowed furiously. Yet soon, with another loud bang, Xu Ming's limbs stiffened again, only to soften in the next moment. "You wretched creature, I shall tear you to shreds." Xu Ming's roar grew even more ferocious as its body thrashed violently against the mountain. The entire Xu Ming mountain began to collapse. Observing this, Xu Ming unleashed another beam of light toward the hole. With a resounding explosion, a small detonation occurred within the tunnel, causing the earth to erupt and revealing a portion of Xu Ming's writhing body. "I shall not spare you," Xu Ming's malevolent voice echoed, followed by a tremendous crash as its massive crimson form burst forth from the mountain. Chapter 65, the source of Zhongfang's wine. The mountains erupted, sending soil and rocks scattering in all directions. The once thriving beings within the mountain suffered heavy casualties. Xu Ming leapt into the air, landing heavily on the shattered mountainside. His head appeared unchanged, while his upper body revealed terrifying red muscles, and his lower half was clad in absurdly inappropriate woolen pants. Xu Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight of Xu Ming's ridiculous attire, which had utterly ruined the fearsome image of a once mighty demon. "You're the one attacking my heart," Xu Ming roared, his disheveled yellow hair billowing as if caught in a windless storm. He somersaulted towards Xu Ming, grabbing his shoulders with both hands. Xu Ming reciprocated, seizing Xu Ming's shoulders, and the two began to test each other's strength. Moments later, they pushed apart, and Xu Ming launched a spinning kick towards Xu Ming. As a monster, Xu Ming lacked the agility of Xu Ming, and the kick struck him, sending him stumbling backward. With a low bow, Xu Ming charged at Xu Ming, his two enormous red horns aimed directly at him. With a loud thud, the horns collided with Xu Ming's chest. But he seized the opportunity to grasp Xu Ming's head, and, using the momentum from the impact, fell backward, pinning Xu Ming to the ground. As Gady, Xu Ming had to rely on such chaotic brawling to triumph, for sometimes a monster's agility fell short compared to that of humanoid foes. The two rolled on the ground, crushing swathes of forest beneath them. Xu Ming, unfazed by this style of combat, exuded a philosophical aura amidst the chaos of battle. Dark Digga realized he could not break Lily's seal and became consumed by rage. Turning his gaze toward the horizon, he focused on the Etertus, which drifted in the distant sea. It seemed that Dark Digga had spotted us. Yase magnified the image on the screen, only to see Digga vanish beneath the waves. "Lina, Shinjo, ascend quickly," Hikari shouted, his pupils constricting in urgency. Lina and Shinjo swiftly responded, maneuvering the Etertus away from the surface of the sea and descending rapidly into the sky. Dark clouds spread across the sky at an alarming speed, and in an instant, the once unpolluted waters were engulfed in darkness. With a deafening explosion, the sea where the Etertus floated erupted, and Dark Digga soared into the sky. "Get out of here, Lina, Shinjo," Hikari commanded urgently. They operated the controls swiftly, activating the Magus propulsion system. The Etertus surged forward at near light speed, covering immense distances in the blink of an eye. Dark Digga was taken aback by the Etertus's speed, but upon realizing it, the ship had already vanished from view. However, compared to Ultraman, the Etertus still lacked a bit of speed. "Oh no, Dark Digga is closing in on the Etertus," Yase reported anxiously, adjusting the visuals. A red dot rapidly approached the fleeing Etertus, and just as it was about to collide, it suddenly halted. "What just happened?" Shinjo asked, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stared at the screen in confusion. The image shifted to reveal a giant with a silver black-red color scheme blocking the Etertus's path, locked in a standoff with Dark Digga. "It's Guiying, the Guiying Ultraman." Lina exhaled, her voice tinged with relief. "You scare me to death." Shinjo wiped the sweat from his forehead, equally relieved. Being chased by Dark Digga was far more exhilarating than the crash of the Fian One. Guiying intercepted Dark Digga, forcefully dragging him into the depths of the ocean. With a resounding splash, a massive wave erupted, and the two disappeared from sight. "Contact the dolphin and instruct them to evacuate immediately," Hikari commanded, realizing that Dark Digga's power was far too formidable for them to confront. "Captain," Yase's voice trembled with panic, "we've lost contact with the dolphin." "What? Captain? Yase, this is the dolphin, please respond." The calls from Zhongfang to the Etertus went unanswered. "We can't break through the surface. The dark mist is blocking us." Kugi slumped weakly in his seat, conveying the dire situation to Zhongfang. "Don't worry, we still have propulsion. Even if the dark mist obscures our signal, we can still navigate." Zhongfang replied calmly. That may not be the case. This dark mist seems to have ensnared us, preventing any escape from this sea. Kugi-ai pointed to the thick fog outside the glass, where the dolphin's powerful searchlight was completely swallowed by the darkness, leaving them directionless. Descend. Zhongfang gritted his teeth, making a decisive choice. There is less dark mist below. We will push downward. But the source of the mist seems to be beneath us. Kugi-ai expressed his concerns. If we proceed, it would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. No buts. Zhongfang asserted resolutely. It is better to seek a path to survival than to be trapped here. With that, he produced a bottle of wine and set it aside. This is... Kugi-ai's eyes widened in confusion as he looked at Zhongfang. Captain, I remember you don't drink. Ha ha ha, precisely because I don't. If we manage to return alive, I shall drink this entire bottle of strong liquor. Zhongfang laughed heartily, patting Kugi-ai's shoulder before beginning to pilot the dolphin. Kugi-ai examined the bottle, noticing the alcohol content was merely 2.5, a light beer, and the label was in Chinese. As an esteemed scientist, Kugi-ai quickly deciphered the meaning. Snowflake, brave the world. Gai Ying and Diga wrestled together, stirring up clouds of silt on the ocean floor. The deep-sea fish fled in panic from the clash of these two titans. In the pitch-black depths, only the glimmer of their eyes and the timer were visible. Daegu, are you not going to wake up? Take Maki shouted as he used the force of the water to pin Dark Diga down. Aren't you supposed to do what you can? Is this truly all you can do? Destroy cities and attack your allies? Have you forgotten those who brought you light? You wretched fiend, who led me to illumination, yet now you have succumbed to darkness. As he berated Diga, Take Maki struck his face. Chapter 66. The limitations of humanity. Human capabilities are finite, and thus, I shall cease to be human. In comparison to Xu Ming, Masaki Kigo possesses a deeper understanding of the powers of shadow. Not only does he have greater knowledge of Shadow's abilities, but his physical endurance surpasses that of Xu Ming. Utilizing the force of the ocean's currents, Masaki Kigo successfully subdued Dark Diga, but he was soon cast aside, crashing against the seabed's cliffs. Within the depths of the sea, both combatants found their speeds diminished, exchanging blows with one another. Ultimately, Masaki Kigo recognized that he held a slight advantage in this aquatic battleground. He understood that on solid ground, evading Dark Diga's assaults would be exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, despite this awareness, Masaki Kigo found himself forcefully pinned down by Dark Diga's relentless assault. You scoundrel! Enduring the pain, Masaki Kigo formed his arms into an L shape and unleashed a burst of light without gathering energy. With a resounding crack, the beam struck Dark Diga's chest, sending sparks flying and propelling him backward. Masaki Kigo regained his footing. Although he was aware of Dark Diga's formidable nature, he had never anticipated the extent of the challenge he faced. He knew that should the battle persist in its current state, he would surely succumb to his adversary, and the ensuing outcomes would not bode well. Suddenly, the specter of Seneki broke free from Xu Ming's grasp and rose from the ground. Xu Ming quickly regained his stance, preparing for a renewed confrontation. However, Seneki remained motionless, focusing its singular eye upon Xu Ming's monstrous form. Abruptly, Seneki's massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Xu Ming, realizing too late, extended his colossal claws in a futile attempt to shield himself. With a thunderous explosion, he was sent hurtling through the flames, crashing violently to the ground, dust and debris swirling around him. Seneki is not only capable of fiery assaults, it can also expel toxic mists. Be cautious. The voice of Jindaijuru resonated in Xu Ming's ears. Turning to glance at him, Xu Ming discovered that the old man had been observing the battle from the sidelines. Will you not intervene? Its agility is astounding. Xu Ming barked in frustration at Jindaijuru. What did you say? I do not understand canine language, Jindaijuru retorted, raising an eyebrow. Xu Ming, exasperated, resolved, relying on others is futile. He sprang to his feet and charged at Seneki, believing that if he could bring the creature to the ground, he would regain the upper hand. As Seneki unleashed another wave of flames, Xu Ming was prepared. In mid-stride, he opened his gaping maw, releasing a beam of destructive light to counter the flames. An explosive clash erupted between the two forces, obscuring their vision. Just as Seneki was taken aback, Xu Ming's figure emerged from the smoke, letting out a fierce bark as he tackled the creature to the ground. With great effort, Xu Ming pounded Seneki's head, attempting to render it unconscious. Yet, the creature's explosive musculature was not merely for show. Its strength was formidable. Seneki forcefully shoved Xu Ming away, seizing him and sinking its fangs into his shoulder. By the heavens! A sharp pain coursed through Xu Ming's shoulder as he gazed at Seneki's head, from which particles of light emanated. Meanwhile, the timer on Gaidi's chest began to blink ominously red. Damn it! Xu Ming glared at Seneki's head, summoning all his strength to pry it loose, but his efforts proved futile. No matter how much he struck or kicked, the creature refused to release its grip. At times, the limitations of humanity become painfully clear. Fixing his gaze on Tsuneki's neck, Xu Ming steeled himself and declared, "Thus, I shall cease to be human." In the next moment, he opened his own maw, filled with sharp teeth, and bit down on Tsuneki's neck. The sound of cracking echoed, and Tsuneki's body stiffened, its vitality ebbing away. Yet, the head remained firmly latched onto Xu Ming's shoulder. Releasing his grip on Tsuneki's neck, Xu Ming turned to its head and bit down again. With another crack, one of Tsuneki's crimson horns shattered. Another crack echoed as the second horn followed suit. You refused to relent. Despite Tsuneki's neck being severed and its body devoid of life, the head persisted, unfazed. Though I may not be human, you are truly a dog. Jindajiru's voice reached Xu Ming's ears. At that moment, a samurai sword appeared above Tsuneki's head and plunged downwards. With a roar, Tsuneki's head ignited in flames, ultimately vanishing from Xu Ming's shoulder, while the remaining body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Finally, it is over. Breathing a sigh of relief, Xu Ming turned to Jindajiru. The old man had intervened at last, mirroring the events of the original storyline by vanquishing Tsuneki's head. Tsuneki had long harbored resentment. Now, I could only contend with its head, he remarked. Watch out. Jindajiru suddenly shouted, directing his gaze behind Xu Ming. Spinning around, Xu Ming was shocked to see Tsuneki's headless body rising, extracting the samurai's sword buried in the mountainside. It can still move. The timer on Xu Ming's chest continued to flash, indicating his energy reserves were dwindling. Tsuneki's body, sword in hand, charged straight at him. Xu Ming did not evade. Instead, he focused, channeling energy into the horn atop his head, releasing a beam of yellow light that struck Tsuneki's body directly. The impact sent the creature crashing to the ground, exploding alongside the sword, utterly defeated before Xu Ming. At last, the calamity was resolved. Gaty's form gradually dissipated into a spectral haze, enveloping Xu Ming in radiant light as he descended to the ground. However, the wounds remained. Kneeling, Xu Ming noticed 2 rows of bloody bite marks on his shoulder, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Jindajiru approached Xu Ming, inspecting his injuries. A surge of energy emanated from his hands as he pressed them against Xu Ming's wounds. Within a minute, the injuries healed, restoring his shoulder to its former state. Remarkable. Xu Ming tested his shoulder's mobility, discovering it to be completely functional. Turning his gaze to Jindajiru, curiosity sparked within him. Do not regard me with such eyes. The wounds inflicted by Tsuneki are within my expertise to heal, Jindajiru replied, arms crossed over the samurai's sword at his chest. Mr. Jindajiru, have you existed in this world for the past century? Xu Ming inquired, yearning to uncover the truth. Chapter 67. If I cannot stop, then let me perish. I have lost my corporeal form, yet my spirit endures. Jing Tianjing Long responded to Xu Ming, stating that his soul has not always remained in this realm. What does that mean? Xu Ming asked, momentarily taken aback. At some point, I discovered the vastness of the world, which is not solely inhabited by demons, but is also home to countless stars. Jing Tianjing Long lifted his gaze to the sky shrouded in dark clouds, and continued, Moreover, I have ventured to another earth to vanquish evil. What? Xu Ming's eyes widened slightly, suddenly recalling a monster named Lian Gui from the storyline of Galaxy Ultraman, which had been sealed by Jing Tianjing Long in ancient times. It now appeared that Jing Tianjing Long had traversed other universes over the past century. Commander, it seems we are nearing the source of the black mist, Zhu Jing remarked as he gazed out at the underwater world through the glass window. It's quite dark here, but the black mist appears minimal, drifting upwards. Zhongfang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the path ahead, and then spoke, Stay vigilant. Prepare the deep-sea torpedoes in case of enemy engagement. Understood. Zhu Jing manipulated the controls, and 2 torpedoes emerged from the underside of the dolphin. Subsequently, the searchlight illuminated a landmass rising from the ocean. What is that? Zhu Jing exclaimed, craning his neck forward. It looks like a substantial ruin, akin to an island in the sea. Zhongfang also regarded the sight ahead, stating, It may have been pushed up by seismic activity on the ocean floor. Wait. Zhu Jing, stop. Zhongfang suddenly commanded, halting the dolphin's advance. Look at what's on that island. Zhu Jing quickly halted the vessel and peered at the ruins. He saw crooked stone pillars jutting from the structure, amidst which pairs of crimson eyes shimmered ominously, creating a terrifying spectacle. It is the source of the underwater black mist. Digga firmly grasped the neck of the shadow figure, lifting it off the ground. The timer on the figure's chest shifted from azure to a blinking crimson. Despite its frantic struggles, the shadow figure could not escape Digga's powerful grip. Its hands desperately attempting to pry Digga's fingers away, yet to no avail. Bang! The boundless ocean erupted with dark blue, tumultuous waves, as Diga soared into the sky while still holding the shadow figure. Giant of light, Diga uttered the words, tightening his grip around the shadow figure. Damn it! Masaki Takamura exerted all his strength to escape the grasp of Dark Diga. He never imagined he would meet his demise here, before the Dark Ruler even arrived. Yet, compared to Dark Diga, that so-called ruler seemed insignificant. Drac cannon, fire. At Rina's command, a light cannon was discharged from the Etertus, striking Diga's back directly. With a resounding explosion, Diga staggered, losing his balance and loosening his grip on the shadow figure. Once he regained his footing, Diga turned to face the Etertus. His fists clenched in evident fury. Seizing the opportunity, Masaki quickly distanced himself from Diga, his chest heaving with anxiety. At that moment, Diga emitted a battle cry that resonated from the depths of hell, as a sphere of darkness coalesced around his fist, propelling him towards the Etertus. Quick, Rina! Shinjo exclaimed, desperately pulling the control lever, his face contorted with fear. Rina strained to alter the Etertus's course. However, Diga moved with blinding speed, and the Etertus was unable to accelerate in time to escape. The dark, energy-infused fist loomed larger before the glass window, poised to strike the Etertus. Daigu! Rina instinctively called out Daigu's name, tears streaming down her face. It is said that in moments of peril, the name uttered is that of the person most precious to one's heart. Now, Rina's cry was for the very embodiment of doom, Dark Diga, Daigu. The rush of air from the punch cascaded over the Etertus, causing the massive vessel to shudder slightly. The silver fist, suffused with dark energy, seemed to freeze before the main window of the Etertus. Before the terrified gazes of the crew, the darkness surrounding the fist gradually dissipated, and the fist slowly opened. As if reaching out to touch the Etertus, Rina! A voice resonated like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples through Rina's consciousness. As she gazed at the silver fingers outside, Rina's tear-soaked eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, Daigu. The words did not escape Rina's lips, yet they penetrated Daigu's mind. Rina! Daigu's consciousness surged forth, seizing control of Dark Diga's body. Upon seeing Rina, tears streaming down her face inside the Etertus, Daigu's outstretched hand trembled slightly. What was I just doing? Daigu regained his clarity. Masaki Takamura, witnessing the scene from above, realized this was the opportune moment to confront Dark Diga. Daigu drew back his hand, clenched his fist, and cast his gaze towards the ominous clouds above. If I continue down this path, this world may very well perish by my hand. If I cannot halt this, then find a way to end my existence. With sheer willpower, Daigu forced himself to remain conscious, taking one last look at Rina before soaring into the heavens. Masaki Takamura, observing the hole in the dark clouds caused by Daigu's ascent, quickly followed in pursuit. The crew aboard the Etertus stared blankly at the solitary beam of light streaming through the breach in the clouds, momentarily oblivious to the unfolding events. Minutes later, Shinjo broke the silence, puzzled. By the way, where did Daigu go? Rina remained silent, aware that Daigu was Diga. Yet she and Ju Jing refrained from disclosing this to the others. Kikuchi Keiko also took a moment to reflect before responding. Daigu sustained minor injuries while combating the vampire. He has been taken to a nearby hospital for treatment. Nayuki glanced at Rina, and then at the beam of light piercing the dark clouds, deep in thought. That kid. How is it that he always encounters problems at critical junctures? However, it is fortunate he is not aboard the Etertus. Otherwise, even if we perished, there would still be someone to retrieve our remains. Having narrowly escaped death, Shinjo attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, but found no one joined in his laughter. Chapter 68. The Light of Humanity. Capable of dispelling darkness, if anything has the power to extinguish darkness, it is light. Daigu, with a resolve to sacrifice himself, soared beyond the Earth's atmosphere, racing towards the heart of the solar system. He believed that by immersing himself in the sun, the dark entity known as Dark Diga could not possibly survive. Stop, Daigu. At that moment, Daigu sensed a voice calling from behind. Turning his head, he was astonished to see Keiichi Masaki. However, this voice was different from the one he had heard during his last moment of consciousness. It bore the unmistakable tone of Masaki himself. Masaki, I must perish, or this world will be destroyed by my hands. Daigu continued his forward momentum. Yet he felt compelled to respond to Keiichi Masaki. You fool! Masaki exclaimed vehemently. Are you leaving this mess for me to clean up? Do you even comprehend what you summoned in the South Pacific? What? Daigu paused before the sun, puzzled by Masaki's words. The intense heat radiating from the sun was almost unbearable. Since you transformed into Dark Diga, dark mist has been rising incessantly from the South Pacific. Masaki caught up to Daigu, directly scolding him. You idiot! Do you wish to unleash the ruler of darkness to annihilate the world? How could this be? Dagu gazed at Masaki in disbelief. I had no idea. Your ignorance is about to thrust this disaster upon me. In a fit of rage, Keiichi Masaki rushed forward and slapped Dagu. You might as well die. Let the entire human race perish alongside you. Breathing heavily, Masaki felt a sense of satisfaction from the slap. After enduring torment from Dark Digga for so long, he finally had a chance to vent his frustration. However, Dagu's thoughts were consumed with dread. If he did not perish, Dark Digga would awaken once more, and the world would face destruction anew. Dagu, you are the light. Masaki looked at Dagu and implored, you brought me into the light. Yet you have forgotten that you too are a beacon of illumination. Do you not recall the day when countless people gathered from all corners, solely to bestow light upon you? Masaki's words struck a chord within Dagu, and he suddenly awakened to the truth. I am light. Dagu gazed at the blazing sun and slowly declared, I am also a part of humanity. At that moment, the forces of darkness invaded Dagu's consciousness once more. Yet he resolutely resisted. Like a flickering firefly amidst an onslaught of darkness, he fought valiantly. However, this minuscule light ultimately paled in comparison to the overwhelming darkness. Gradually being cornered. Just then, Dagu felt a hand grasping his own, and within the dark expanse, a flicker of light emerged. I am here to help you. Keiichi Masaki's voice resonated in Dagu's ears, fortifying his resolve. Even if it is but a tiny spark, I shall triumph over darkness. As his words echoed, tiny points of light began to materialize within the darkness, appearing unexpectedly and urgently. In Dagu and Masaki's eyes, these glimmers gradually filled the encompassing void, revealing faces, humanity. The very people who had illuminated Digga during his time of distress. One by one, these faces flashed before Dagu, evoking a profound sense of comfort and emotion. A single spark can ignite a prairie. This is the radiance of humanity. With a resounding crash, darkness was entirely washed away, and Digga's entire form became enveloped in brilliance. The colors of his body began to shift. Silver, red, and purple hues gradually adorned him. The silver chest plate transformed into a dazzling golden hue under the fiery sun, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Ultraman Digga, at this moment, underwent a rebirth. You have returned. Dagu, Masaki remarked wearily, observing the scene before him, before dissipating into particles of light. Seeing this, Dagu swiftly conjured a luminous sphere, encasing the unconscious Keiichi Masaki within it. Cradling the glowing orb in his hands, Dagu nodded at the now unconscious Masaki and soared towards Earth. Aboard the Atlantis, the crew gazed silently at the sky, awaiting an uncertain fate. Suddenly, a silhouette enveloped in light burst through the clouds, descending beneath the darkened sky. It's Digga, Nishikito exclaimed. Not Dark Digga, but Digga, the giant of light. Seeing this, Hikaru IJN let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. With Digga returning to the light, they had finally weathered this crisis. Dagu, Rina wiped away her tears, glancing at Digga's form in the sky, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Digga released a sphere of light that soared into the distance. Digga's body is beginning to transform into light particles, Yazu exclaimed. They watched as Digga slowly vanished, transforming into particles of light that scattered in all directions. The dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate under the spreading light particles, and the black mist that had fallen to the earth gradually disappeared in the brilliance. Before long, the black mist enveloping the earth was completely eradicated, restoring light to the heavens and the earth. However, the remnants of black mist still lingered over the submerged ruins in the South Pacific, though it did not spread further, merely shrouding the ruins themselves. Commander, the black mist above seems to have dissipated, Kurai exclaimed, astonished by the glimmers of light seeping from the sea's surface, addressing Munakata. I see it. Let's leave this cursed place. Munakata responded decisively. Understood. The two men piloted the dolphin towards the ocean's surface. As for the ominous crimson eyes lurking within the ruins, they had no time to investigate, nor did they dare to approach. However, they were 99% certain that those eyes belonged to the creature responsible for releasing the black mist. In the waters of the South Pacific, the black mist still cloaked the area, yet it remained confined, not extending to other regions. After the Atlantis returned to the headquarters, the TPC convened a high-level meeting to fervently discuss the situation surrounding Ultraman Digga. The majority of hawkish members contended that while Ultraman protected humanity, he also possessed a dark side. Thus, vigilance was required, even suggesting a comprehensive analysis of Ultraman. Conversely, the Doves argued that thus far, only Ultraman could adequately safeguard humanity, and people should place their trust in the Giant of Light. Though occasional mishaps might occur, the Doves believed that such incidents were merely temporary. As evidenced by the current situation, the meeting concluded on a discordant note. But a strategy concerning the South Pacific was established to construct defensive measures and seal off the area engulfed by black mist. Chapter 69. The course of the world has shifted. Jing Tianjing and Xu Ming descended from the mountain, bearing the unconscious Masaki Kigo. After much effort, they finally managed to hail a taxi in the suburbs. The journey back to the SETI company was indeed quite lengthy, but Masaki Kigo was affluent, so financial concerns were trivial. Based on Jing Tianjing's astute assessment, Masaki Kigo had overexerted himself and sustained considerable internal injuries. As the damage was not inflicted by a monster, Jing Tianjing was unable to provide medical aid. Mr. Jing, you have regained your corporeal form and are once again part of this world, Xu Ming remarked during the ride. If you do not mind, I could offer you accommodation at my place. It is spacious with plenty of rooms. Having traveled through the cosmos and possessing a wealth of experience, Xu Ming intended to settle Jing Tianjing and then inquire whether he had encountered any rifts in space-time. Who would have thought? Jing Tianjing sighed. I have wandered for a century, only to find myself alive once more. Yet, this era has changed, and I must adapt accordingly. He nodded, signifying his acceptance. The world is vast and full of wonders. Swordsmen relish traversing its expanse and experiencing new realms, and Jing Tianjing was no exception. Now that he had returned to this vibrant world, he yearned to explore his new homeland thoroughly. Dagu returned to the Victory Team's hall and was met with a complex array of expressions from his teammates. He had nearly harmed them all in a state of unconsciousness. Dagu, Lena exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him at the entrance, helmet in hand. Had there not been others present, she might have rushed to embrace him. Mikazuki K smiled at Dagu, welcoming him back. This was not the first time Mikazuki had uttered such words. Upon Dagu's return from recuperation after the giant statue incident, Mikazuki had offered the same greeting. You rascal, where did you get hurt? Did a vampire bite you? Shinjo approached, teasingly inspecting Dagu's body. Dagu looked bewildered, a frown crossing his face, only to suddenly notice Mikazuki's meaningful smile directed at him. Captain, Dagu realized that his true identity seemed to have been discovered by some. He suddenly turned his gaze towards the slumped figures of Munakata and Kirai. What's wrong with them? They have ventured into the wild, Mikazuki replied, shaking his head. A bottle of snowflake beer rolled to Dagu's feet. He picked it up, examined the bottle, and glanced at Munakata and Kirai. Come, seat mountain sculpture. Another round. Suddenly, Munakata raised his head, uttered a few words, and then collapsed back onto the table. Commander, once I invent a captivating potion, I will find you a partner. Kirai's voice trailed off, fading into a rhythmic snore. I don't want a partner, I just want the team. Munakata's words were cut short as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The night sky was tranquil, adorned with brilliant stars. Everyone had returned to their dormitories for rest, yet Dagu stood alone, leaning against the deck railing, listening to the waves crashing below. He unzipped his jacket and retrieved the shining stick. Under the celestial glow, its golden stripes shimmered with brilliance. However, Dagu could not forget that this very stick had once turned pitch black, embodying the essence of darkness. What are you doing, Dagu? Lena's voice called from behind. Dagu, startled, hastily tucked the shining stick away, forgetting to zip up his jacket. Don't catch a chill, the sea breeze is strong. Lena approached and zipped up his jacket. If you have any worries, feel free to share, perhaps I can assist you. And no, not at all, Dagu replied. His cheeks flushed as he shook his head. Really? Lena inched closer, scrutinizing his expression. Is there truly nothing on your mind? How could I possibly have concerns? Lena, don't you know? Dagu smiled and reassured her. Lena gazed at his smile and joined in his laughter. At the Cosmic Observation Center, it was undeniable that Masaki Kigo's reputation held significant sway. Upon presenting Masaki Kigo's business card, Dr. Izaki generously granted Xu Ming access to the observation room for cosmic studies. Dr. Izaki? Xu Ming entered the observation room, initially perplexed, then recalling that Dr. Izaki had participated in the flight tests of the Japuta 3, which had subsequently transformed into the monster Ligadron in space. Did Ligadron not appear on Earth? Xu Ming pondered, astonished. If that is the case, Dr. Izaki, may I pose a question? Xu Ming ventured, directing his inquiry at the attentive scientist. Of course, feel free to ask, Dr. Izaki replied kindly. Did you not participate in the flight tests of Japuta 3? Xu Ming asked cautiously. Japuta 3? Dr. Izaki echoed, surprised. I didn't expect you to know of it. It was initially slated for flight testing, but due to the frequent appearances of monsters and the numerous disasters on Earth, that was postponed. Now, with Dr. Yatsuo of TPC having developed the Magus propulsion system, the flight test of Japuta 3 is no longer pertinent. With the powerful Magus propulsion system, traversing the galaxy is but a matter of time. Dr. Izaki spoke with a gleam of aspiration for the cosmos in his eyes. I see, Xu Ming nodded, refraining from further inquiries. It seemed that the absence of Ultraman to fend off monsters initially shifted Earth's focus towards weapon development, leading to the delay in the flight of Jupiter 3. Now, with the Magus propulsion system in place, the need for testing was rendered moot. At least Ligadron, the monster, will not manifest. However, the mysterious entity that transformed Jupiter 3 into a monster will likely return to Earth, Xu Ming mused. Aware that the enigmatic cosmic substance capable of merging with others to create monsters was the primary adversary that the future Ultraman Dino would confront, the spherospherical life form. Chapter 70. The Ephemeral Rift in Spacetime. Dr. Jiangqi was living well, and from his lips, Xu Ming learned that the recent heavy fog had indeed nearly cost him his life. Xu Ming chuckled inwardly, realizing that he was, after all, the hidden benefactor of Dr. Jiangqi. The equipment at the Cosmic Observation Center was exceptionally advanced. There was no need for direct use of telescopes or similar tools. Merely sitting before a computer screen allowed for real-time exploration of various celestial images. The observation distance could also be adjusted within a suitable range. Thus, Xu Ming sat before the computer under Dr. Jiangqi's guidance, watching scene after scene from the cosmos. As for close encounters with the universe, Xu Ming had only ventured once during the incident with the biochemical electronic dragon. At all other times, whether before his revival or after, he had never set foot in space. The images moved steadily before him, with the observation distance continuously shifting under his control. In this manner, Xu Ming spent an entire day in the observation room, only stepping out briefly for lunch at the Cosmic Observation Center. Dr. Jiangqi showed no intention of sending Xu Ming away. He appreciated the spirit of exploration in this young man. Your name suggests you are from the Great Xia? Am I correct? Dr. Jiangqi inquired while working in the observation room. Indeed, Xu Ming nodded, replying, I am currently employed at the Sediq Group and will likely settle here in the future. Xu Ming naturally refrained from mentioning that he hailed from another world. Nor would he leave before returning home. You appear to be just over 20, Dr. Jiangqi observed, scrutinizing Xu Ming and nodding in agreement at his fine appearance. As for age, Xu Ming was uncertain how to define it, merely nodding in response. After all, in the real world, he had been laid to rest a century ago, and having been revived 100 years later, if one were to calculate his age accurately, he would be over 120. Yet, in this moment, he embodied the age he had before his demise, remaining a youth. I have a daughter about your age. However, since I began working here, I have neglected to keep in touch with her, Dr. Jiangqi sighed, continuing, perhaps you could meet her. Her name is Chizuru. What? Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was Dr. Jiangqi subtly hinting at choosing a future son-in-law? His daughter must be quite remarkable. To divert the conversation, Xu Ming resorted to idle chatter. Though this world seemed far more stable than the reality he once knew, Xu Ming's heart remained tethered to that realm. There, countless lights awaited the return of this giant of light. Nonetheless, Jiangqi Chizuru, Dr. Jiangqi's daughter, seemed to have become the bride of Juejing in the original storyline. However, due to the changes in the narrative, it was unlikely they would end up together now. So much had altered in this world, and Xu Ming felt powerless, and indeed unnecessary, to rectify it. His immediate priority was to locate the rift in space-time and find his way home. Suddenly, what is that? While Xu Ming longed for home, a streak of light darted across the computer screen, resembling a shooting star. Let me take a look, Dr. Jiangqi approached, tracking the observation lens to the glowing streak, which appeared to be a luminous meteorite heading towards Earth. Before either of them could react, another streak of light flashed by. Dr. Jiangqi hastily magnified the image, only to discover that this streak differed from the previous one. This is a spacecraft? Xu Ming exclaimed, recognizing the enlarged image on the screen. Extraterrestrial beings. Dr. Jiangqi's brow furrowed slightly. This needs to be reported to the TPC Victory Team. Just as Dr. Jiangqi was about to contact the Victory Team, a rift crackled with dark red arcs of electricity suddenly tore open in front of the spacecraft, swallowing it whole. After the spacecraft was consumed, the rift vanished amidst the collision of dark red sparks, as if it had never existed in the cosmos. What could have devoured the spacecraft? Dr. Jiangqi mused, studying the screen. It did not resemble a black hole. Meanwhile, Xu Ming stared blankly at the computer screen, his mouth agape and trembling, wanting to speak but unsure where to begin. What's wrong, young man? Dr. Jiangqi gently patted Xu Ming's back, inquiring. I'm fine, Xu Ming stammered, regaining his composure. Dr. Jiang, you saw that rift, didn't you? I did, Dr. Jiangqi nodded. It is not uncommon for such peculiar phenomena to occur in the universe. After all, many unknown entities await our exploration. Doctor, I wish to remain in the observation room tonight, please. Xu Ming implored, his gaze fixed on the screen. This. Dr. Jiangqi was taken aback, surprised by Xu Ming's request. Very well, but don't overexert yourself. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Xu Ming's eyes returned to the computer screen, his hands clenched tightly. If he was not mistaken, the rift that had appeared and disappeared so swiftly bore a striking resemblance to the space-time rift atop Mount Everest in the real world. Xu Ming could reasonably ascertain that the other end of this rift likely led to Everest. Under the enchanting moonlight, a shadow riding a broom swept across the lunar glow. Aside from the meteorite that had destroyed a factory, prompting the victory team's deployment, the annual Halloween festivities had arrived. It was said that many monsters would appear under the night sky. Dressed in ancient samurai garb and wielding a katana, Jingtian Zhilong stepped out, ready to vanquish evil spirits. However, upon arriving at the Halloween square, he found himself lost in thought at the sight of all the creatures masquerading on the streets. It seems I have indeed fallen out of touch with the times. Shaking his head, Jingtian Zhilong decided to remain in the square. Since he was there, he might as well enjoy the contemporary human experience of dressing up as monsters. Though walking as a swordsman amidst the festivities felt somewhat out of place. Hey, mister. Your sword is so cool. A group of children, dressed as little devils, tugged at Jingtian Zhilong's samurai attire, gazing at him in admiration. I want a sword as cool as yours. But why are you dressed as a samurai today, when it's a day for costumes? Another child innocently inquired. I just dressed incorrectly today and had no choice but to come out like this, Jingtian Zhilong replied, smiling at the delightful children surrounding him. So, what kind of swordsman are you? Are you the legendary Miyamoto Musashi? One child asked. I know. You must be Hattori Hans. The children engaged in animated speculation about Jingtian Zhilong's character, yet not one mentioned his actual name. This left him smiling wryly before he spoke up. Children, I am not playing Musashi or Hans, but rather an ancient swordsman named Jingtian Kojiro Zhilong. Jingtian Kojiro Zhilong? Never heard of him. Me neither, but I know Momotaro. What is that? I also know Kojiro. As the children continued their spirited discussion, Jingtian Zhilong couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Indeed, life had improved immensely. Children could now frolic freely, discussing various topics without a care in the world. Well, children, would you like to hear the tale of the valiant Jingtian Zhejiang, Jingtian Long? Jingtian Long smiled as he addressed the eager children. Yes, the little ones, captivated by the prospect of a story, perked up in anticipation. All right, allow me to recount the adventures of Jingtian Zhejiang, Jingtian Long, as he vanquished demons and monsters. Finding a public bench, Jingtian Long invited the children to sit, positioning himself before them. Where shall I begin? Perhaps with his arch-nemesis, the malevolent Gizelang. Clearing his throat, Jingtian Long commenced his narrative. The victory team arrived at the site of the meteor crash, where a factory was engulfed in flames. Thanks to the firefighters' efforts, the blaze was successfully extinguished. Fortunately, the factory had long been abandoned, resulting in no casualties among the innocent. However, upon investigation, the victory team found nothing peculiar. A sense of absurdity enveloped them. Ultimately, they discovered two unconscious individuals nearby, a man and a woman, dressed in unusual attire and seemingly injured from the explosion. They were transported back to headquarters, for their blood was green. Uncle, Jingtian Zhejiang Jingtian Long is so amazing, exclaimed one child. Indeed, he even triumphed over such a formidable sorcerer. I too aspire to be a swordsman, and I shall be a princess of swordsmen. The children's innocence warmed Jingtian Long's heart, affirming that his storytelling had indeed resonated with them. Look, there's a chance to get lollipops over there. Shall we go? Yes, let's. After the story concluded, the children's attention was immediately captured by a cart of colorful lollipops in the square. In an instant, they dashed towards the candy-giving witch. It had been a fulfilling evening. Stretching, Jingtian Long intended to return, but a fleeting glance at the witch's cart halted his steps. There is an aura of malice. With a slight furrow of his brow, he approached her cautiously. If this witch was indeed a creature of evil, then the lollipops given to the children were undoubtedly suspect. The thought of such a fiend preying on innocent children fueled his anger with every step. Children with dreams, come forth. If you possess many dreams, I shall reward you with countless candies. The witch's enticing voice beckoned the children, drawn by the allure of the vibrant lollipops. They could not resist rushing over to claim their sweets. Jingtian Long reached the cart and spoke calmly. Might I have a lollipop as well? I only give to children. The witch glanced at him before continuing her distribution. You look down upon me, Jingtian Long remarked, gripping the hilt of his sword. The witch felt an unsettling chill and, upon meeting his gaze, hastily declared, All right, that's enough for today. Move along. She began pushing her cart away. Disappointed, some children who had not received lollipops left in dismay. In the shadowy underground passage, the The witch cackled sharply as she pushed her cart forward. Suddenly, a flash of sword light cut through the air, and Jing Tianlong positioned himself in her path. Reluctantly, the witch halted her advance. I can see at a glance that you are no ordinary being. The cold glimmer of the samurai sword illuminated the dim passage, causing the temperature to drop ominously. What manner of creature are you, to dare obstruct my collection of dreams? The witch set down her cart and pointed a gnarled hand at Jing Tianlong. Children's dreams? Jing Tianlong paused momentarily, then coldly glared at the witch. You vile creature, how dare you harm the innocent? The witch, in a fit of laughter, retorted, so what? Children do not need dreams. Before they grow up, they can be like dolls and toys, manipulated by others. Silence, you fiend, Jing Tianlong shouted, drawing his sword. Let me reclaim their dreams. Itt-re. In an instant, Jing Tianlong vanished from sight, and with a flash of his sword, the witch's cart exploded, scattering lollipops across the ground. You wretched human! The witch seethed in fury, summoning a flying broomstick that appeared from thin air. With a swift motion, she directed a beam of light towards Jing Tianlong. He deftly swung his sword to disperse the projectile, then vanished once more. Sensing something, the witch spun around, only to hear the clash of metal as Jing Tianlong's blade met her broom, sparks flying in all directions. This monster possesses some skill. It appears I must reveal my true prowess. With a swift motion, he returned to his previous position, levitating in midair. The witch, undeterred, gripped her broom tightly and conjured an even larger projectile aimed at him. The path of the sword is boundless. It transcends all. Boundless sword flow, vanquish evil and demons. As he swung his samurai sword, dozens of sword shadows erupted towards the witch. The explosion from the collision of the light and sword shadows sent smoke billowing between them. Suddenly, amidst the smoke, a colossal sword shadow cleaved through, accompanied by Jing Tianlong's thunderous shout, unrivaled under heaven. Chapter 72. Earthquake in the Sea, Island's Rising Boom. The witch had no time to evade, and could only brace herself with the broomstick in her grasp against the relentless assault of the sword. As the broom snapped with a crack, the colossal shadow of the sword cleaved downwards, carving a bottomless trench in the underground passage. The witch, battered and bruised, lay in the trench, gasping for breath, her hat obliterated amidst the sword's brilliance. You are not an ordinary earthling. Upon witnessing the figure of Jing Tianjiro appear beside the trench, the witch feebly uttered, I am Jing Tian Kojiro Jiro, and my name remains unchanged, he replied, sheathing his sword and crossing his arms. Demon, you should take your own life. Damn earthling. The witch shrieked, and under Jing Tianjiro's astonished gaze, her body began to swell dramatically. Gradually, she burst through the trench, shattering the underground passage, transforming into a gigantic beast. Interdimensional creature, Karambo. Since you refuse to end your own life, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Jing Tianjiro hovered before Karambo, his sword gleaming with radiance. Karambo let out a chilling laugh, as if it would not survive beyond 2 episodes, swaying its body before Jing Tianjiro. Then, numerous doppelgangers detached from its form, encircling Jing Tianjiro and swiftly spinning around him. Such trifling doppelgangers cannot harm me, Jing Tianjiro proclaimed, and with a flash of his sword, the doppelgangers were torn asunder, dissipating into particles. Karambo was taken aback. Although it was aware of the human strength, this was beyond comprehension, just as it was lost in thought. Jing Tianjiro's voice thundered, secret technique, divine dream slash. Swish. The silver blade swept through the air, rendering Karambo motionless as if frozen in time. Then, with a resounding explosion, it was obliterated into ashes, vanishing into the night sky. To oppose me, demon, you should wait another 20,000 years. With that, Jing Tianjiro sheathed his sword, brushed his sleeve against the ground, and departed into the distance. Captain, the electromagnetic waves near Halloween Square have vanished. Yeri observed with a puzzled expression, staring at the computer screen, as if erased from existence. What? Zhou Jiankai was momentarily taken aback. The team members had just returned from investigating the meteorite, and now Halloween Square exhibited anomalies again. They had initially planned to send more personnel for further investigation, but it seemed unnecessary now. Then let's interrogate the pair of individuals we brought back and ascertain their origins by tomorrow evening at the latest. With no other options, Zhou Jiankai instructed the team to disperse and head to the medical center to check on the extraterrestrial visitors' bleeding green blood. These 2 extraterrestrials were originally roles in a chase game devised by the Muzhenqing people, but now that those beings no longer existed in this world, the pair's status had stabilized. Due to the language barrier, the others struggled to comprehend the extraterrestrial speech. Even Zhu Ejing's voice translator was ineffective, as it could only translate earthly sounds. At the Cosmic Observation Center, Xu Ming had observed tirelessly throughout the night, but found no trace of the previously manifested space-time rift. Why was I not at that location when the rift appeared? This thought gradually filled Xu Ming with frustration. However, there was nothing to be done. The rift had vanished as quickly as fireworks. Marking the coordinates of the rift's appearance in the cosmos, Xu Ming copied the recorded data and bid farewell to Dr. Jiangqi. Surprised that Xu Ming had truly stayed up all night, Dr. Jiang could only remind him to be cautious and rest well upon his return home. In the South Pacific, the area shrouded in black mist had been completely sealed off following a decision by the TPC. Various warships surrounded this body of water, equipped with an array of weapons. Occasionally, fighter jets soared overhead, ever ready for combat. Yet, as time passed, the black mist continued to envelop the sea's surface. While the depths incessantly supplied energy to the mist without interruption, orders had been given for drones to enter the black mist for reconnaissance. However, the drones completely vanished without a trace. When will this end? A TPC Australia branch member sighed on the deck of a warship. You seem rather dim-witted. If the black mist were to change, that would signal the arrival of terror. A teammate patted his shoulder, offering words of wisdom. You make a valid point. The member paused, then expressed admiration for his teammate's insight. Habitually, his gaze shifted toward the black mist-laden sea, and his eyes widened in alarm. Wah! What is that? The black mist is expanding. Quick! Sound the alarm. In an instant, alarms blared across all warships. The black mist surged upward from the ocean, soaring into the sky. Upon reaching the clouds, the dark vapor spread in all directions like ink in water. The sky rapidly darkened, plunging the world into obscurity. Towering waves surged upon the sea's surface, crashing down with fury, akin to the deep sea's wrathful roar. Within the ocean, land that had previously risen halfway began to ascend further, as black mist spewed forth from the island, swirling outward. A magnitude 12 earthquake struck the Indo-Australian plate in the South Pacific. Within the TPC Victory Team Hall, Yeri observed the information on the screen and hurriedly reported to the others that the earthquake's epicenter was in New Zealand's waters, within the black mist-enveloped region. Quick! Transmit the visuals. Jiao Kai instructed Yeri. Understood. Yeri manipulated the controls but discovered that the visuals were inaccessible. Satellite communications had been severed. I'll try the terrestrial simulation wave system. Soon, the visuals appeared on the large screen under Yeri's guidance. It revealed a scene of darkness and chaos, with fierce winds howling and warships being engulfed by the monstrous waves. Lightning illuminated the sky as the black mist engulfed everything. Amidst the darkness, columnar rock formations gradually emerged from the depths of the sea. The islands had revealed their summits. That is the underwater ruin we previously discovered, Jiao exclaimed upon seeing the stone columns. Indeed, the source of the black mist lies within those ruins. Zhongfang nodded in agreement. Jiao Kai's gaze remained fixated on the screen, her elbows resting on the table, fingers intertwined tightly. Chapter 73. The Ruler of the End of the World. Darkness. Once again, darkness. Dagu gazed at the images on the screen, shaking his head in disbelief. This darkness seemed to be the consequence of his transformation into Dark Tiga. If anyone were to be deemed the culprit, it would undoubtedly be himself. Seeing Dagu's solemn expression, Lena quietly took his hand, smiling gently and shaking her head. The warmth of Lena's smile gradually eased Dagu's heart. He turned back to the screen, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. If this darkness was summoned by me, then it is I who shall resolve it with my own hands. At CITIC Corporation, Masaki Kigo's gaze was fixed intently on the darkness displayed on the screen, his expression equally grave. The visions from his dreams began to materialize. An endless void of darkness, terrifying demons, the rulers of world annihilation. However, the captivating yellow flowers from his slumber were nowhere to be found. The blossoming Zagera heralded the descent of darkness. Surely this could not be mistaken. Just as Masaki Kigo pondered this enigma, his secretary abruptly burst through the laboratory door. Frowning slightly, Masaki Kigo intended to inquire why the secretary had intruded, only to see him clutching a yellow flower, his face awash with ecstasy, before collapsing to the ground. Zagera! Ahaha! Zagera! Like a madman, the secretary lay on the floor, giggling foolishly, repeatedly chanting the name. This flower. Masaki Kigo approached and snatched the yellow flower from his hand, scrutinizing it closely. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Give it to me. Give it to me. The secretary, deprived of the yellow flower, seemed to have lost his sanity, tugging relentlessly at Masaki Kigo's pant leg. In a panic, Masaki Kigo tossed the yellow flower aside and sprinted out of the laboratory. Xu Ming was still resting in bed. A night spent observing the cosmos had left him weary. At that moment, Jingtian Zhilong knocked on Xu Ming's door and walked straight in. You seem to be in a deep slumber. You must have been exhausted last night. Jingtian Jilong remarked, standing at the foot of Xu Ming's bed. But do you know? The world has fallen under the spell of the flower demon, and chaos reigns among humanity. Wah, what flower demon? A groggy Xu Ming stirred awake. Just then, a small dog dashed into the room, carrying a yellow flower in its mouth, which had dropped on the floor while barking at him. This demon. Jingtian Jilong picked up the yellow flower from the ground and addressed Xu Ming. I learned from the ramblings of a madman that this demon is named Zagara. Zagara. Upon hearing this name, Xu Ming instantly leaped from his bed. Are you saying this is Zagara? He snatched the yellow flower from Jingtian Jilong's grasp, his eyes wide with astonishment. Zagara, Zagara. What day is today? Confused, Xu Ming dashed barefoot to the calendar, realizing that just yesterday was Halloween. But what could Zagara possibly signify? Panic surged through Xu Ming, leaving him flustered. Before the ruler of darkness descends, Zagara must bloom across the entire world. This was an unchanging premise within the original narrative. If Zagara were to appear now, then the ruler of darkness would soon follow. Did anything happen on Halloween? Xu Ming suddenly turned to Jingtian Jilong and inquired. Last night, I vanquished a broom spirit that feasted on the dreams of children. Jingtian Jilong replied after a moment of contemplation. A broom spirit? Feasting on children's dreams? Xu Ming paused, realizing it must have been a witch. You are remarkably perceptive. Indeed, it was a witch, Jingtian Jilong acknowledged, surprised by Xu Ming's insight. So that's why it's Halloween. Gitandra is about to emerge. Xu Ming erupted in frustration. Just as he had begun to make headway in seeking temporal rifts, the world was on the brink of apocalypse. By now, Dagu had only transformed into Tiga a mere handful of times. Had the conclusion already arrived? What of the other monsters yet to appear? What of the extraterrestrials? The premature arrival of such calamity was utterly unforeseen. Xu Ming clenched his teeth and muttered to himself. Yet he understood that the early emergence of darkness was likely tied to Dark Tiga. He recalled that fateful day when Dark Tiga had soared over the South Pacific, shrouding the area in ominous mist. Yet, after Dark Tiga vanished, the mist remained still. Xu Ming had initially thought that the mist would persist until the climax of the story. However, he realized he had been gravely mistaken. Gitandra was not something that could be purified into a radiant form by the light of humanity, as Dark Tiga had been. Dagu's situation had been a mere eruption of idealistic power, coupled with the human light gathered during the battle against the Gileolodians. I must contact Masaki Kigo. Xu Ming steadied himself, reaching for his phone to dial. Just then, the door swung open with a bang, and Masaki Kigo burst in. Well, you certainly left your key, Xu Ming exclaimed, pointing at Masaki Kigo. The darkness that will annihilate the world is upon us. Masaki Kigo gasped, collapsing onto Xu Ming's bed. In the South Pacific, the defenses previously established in the area were swiftly obliterated, and the warships that failed to escape were consumed by the darkness. Soon, pairs of red eyes emerged from the black mist, accompanied by haunting cries of birds. The owners of those crimson eyes surged forth from the shadows, revealing their true forms. The Dark Vanguard Zoga. This sinister flock of jet-black avian creatures radiated evil, taking the South Pacific as their epicenter, scattering in all directions. Their mission: to ravage the human environment and obliterate civilization. The members of the victory team donned their helmets in preparation for their mission. At that moment, the yellow flowers inexplicably appeared within the TPC base. The pollen wafted through the air, infiltrating the minds of everyone present. The members of the victory team fell under the spell of this peculiar floral fragrance, succumbing to blissful ecstasy, except for Dagu and Kamiya K. Lena. Dagu panicked, shaking Lena urgently. Lena, what is happening to you? He shook each member in turn: Kiryai, Shinjo, Commander, and Naru, but discovered that they all seemed entrapped in some illusion. Captain, what is happening to them? Among everyone, only he and the captain remained unaffected. Dagu anxiously inquired. However, Kamiya K shook her head, responding, I do not know. But she did know. As she spoke, a radiant light emanated from Kamiya K's form, and then a ghostly silhouette materialized with a soft hum, hovering before her. Urian, Captain. Author's note. This is my second work to be published. My first was Ultraman, Tiga Ascends to the Heavens, which has nearly 200,000 words, and I believe many of you have read it. The performance of this book is certainly not as good as Ascends to the Heavens, as I have lost in recommendation battles along the way without reaching the final destination. However, I assure you that I am diligently writing this book. Compared to Ascends to the Heavens, this work may be more mature. The previous book was my initial endeavor, and it may have had its shortcomings. Currently, I receive fewer than 2,000 subscriptions daily, with each subscription yielding only 0.03 yuan. Thus, to support my family, I have devoted my energies to writing Monster Invasion, Reborn as the Giant of Light. After facing numerous setbacks, I sincerely hope for better fortunes upon its publication. Without further ado, I humbly seek the support of all esteemed readers. Some friends in the group have taken screenshots. As I mentioned before, if the subscription exceeds 10,000, I shall don women's attire for a live broadcast, and I shall keep my word, but please do not inform my wife. Upon release, I will establish a group for all subscribers, and I welcome my companions to engage with me there. Additionally, I have made slight modifications to the update rules due to the seeming unattainability of 1,000 recommendation votes. For the time being, the stipulation is set as follows. For every 800 daily recommendation votes, an additional chapter will be added. Regarding monthly votes, for every 80 votes, an extra chapter shall be included, and these votes are cumulative. As for rewards, I am uncertain. I have observed that other esteemed authors grant 5 additional chapters for a leader's contribution. As I have never held such a position, I am truly unaware. For now, let this be the established protocol. Should there be any suggestions, feel free to express them in the comments section. I will review them and make adjustments as necessary, particularly concerning the rewards. The launch time is set for tomorrow at noon, during which I will release 5 chapters initially, followed by 2 additional chapters in the evening, totaling 7 chapters. I encourage everyone to subscribe. 1 chapter is hardly worth more than a single spicy strip, which costs at least 10 cents each. In conclusion, my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Chapter 74. I shall now eradicate the flower demon. Daga had never imagined that Yulian would have a connection with Captain Jimian Hui. Moreover, it seemed that the two were not lacking in communication. If Yulian had been by the captain's side all along, it implied that my identity. Daga's mouth slightly agape. He gazed in astonishment at Captain Jimian Hui. Initially, it was Yulian who relayed the message of the Giant of Light. And if Captain Jimian Hui and Yulian had such a close relationship, then it was likely that my identity as Ultraman Tiga had already been exposed. Captain Jimian Hui merely nodded at him, choosing not to elaborate further. Captain, what shall we do now? Daegu inquired after a moment of silence. His teammates were ensnared in a trance, and a swarm of monstrous birds emerged from the black mist, attacking cities across the globe. Was humanity as civilization destined to perish today? Captain Jimian Hui did not respond. Instead, Yulian, suspended in the air, turned her gaze towards Daegu and spoke gently. Daegu, darkness has awakened prematurely. Zagila blooms across the world, and humanity's civilization is on the brink of collapse. The ancient humans are entranced by the blissful world brought forth by Zagila, and the Giant of Light cannot interfere with humanity's choices, hence it has departed from Earth. Yulian continued, but Daegu, you are different. I am different. Daegu looked at Yulian with confusion. You are both light and human, Yulian replied, a faint glow emanating from her eyes. As Daegu met her gaze, a forgotten memory surged back into his mind. It was of the ancient human metropolis. Engulfed in flames as darkness consumed it, everyone perished in ecstasy, devoid of pain. This was the demise of an ancient civilization. Daegu closed his eyes, his hands trembling slightly. Would the current human civilization also perish in darkness? I have been pondering how to prevent the extinction of human civilization and confront that terrifying enemy. Masaki Kigo sighed, beginning to speak slowly, but I never anticipated that darkness would arrive so swiftly. Although related to Daegu's transformation into Dark Tiga, he could not place the blame on him. The ruler of darkness would inevitably awaken. It was merely a matter of timing. Rising to his feet, Masaki Kigo looked out at the chaos outside. People were already fighting over Zagila. If anyone remains conscious amidst this turmoil, it would only be the 3 of us. Along with Daegu and Captain Jimian Hui, Xu Ming analyzed. One person's strength is ultimately insufficient to combat such formidable foes. We must first contact Daegu. Captain Jimian Hui? Masaki Kigo paused in surprise. Could it be that Captain Jimian Hui was also a Giant of Light? Not at all, Xu Ming shook his head. Within her, she carries the genes of Yulian, the commander of the ancient Earth's defense force. As long as Yulian provides protection, she should remain unaffected. Sister Yulian? Masaki Kigo blurted out, only to cover his mouth in shock. What am I saying? Xu Ming looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Sister? Haha, what a boisterous breeze we have today. Masaki Kigo feigned ignorance, glancing out the window. From what you both say, it seems humanity is facing an apocalyptic catastrophe, is it not? At that moment, Inada spoke up. Indeed, one could say it is of hellish difficulty. Xu Ming nodded, sighing. If we follow the original storyline, by the time darkness appeared, Zagila should have already been eradicated. Yet now, as darkness descends, Zagila is in full bloom, and everyone in the world is lost in their minds. Should the Giant of Light be petrified in battle by Gitangia, the humans enraptured in ecstasy will not harbor the light of hope to awaken the giant. Is there anything I can assist with? Inada asked earnestly. I have returned to my homeland with great difficulty and do not wish to witness the annihilation of humanity. Mr. Inada, Xu Ming directed his gaze towards him. There is indeed something you can help with. Please, do go on, Inada Jiro replied. However, if you wish for me to confront the ruler of darkness you mentioned, I fear I can only fight to my last breath. That is not the case. Xu Ming shook his head and continued. What I mean is, can you contend with the flower demon that bewilders people's minds? Regarding the flower demon, perhaps I can manage, Inada Jiro nodded, but I cannot locate the entity's true form. I will find it, Masaki Kigo declared, opening Xu Ming's room computer. After a series of operations, it appeared he connected to the equipment in the underground laboratory of the Psychic Company. The location that emits the same magnetic field as the Zagila flower is here. This is the largest. Masaki Kigo marked a point on the screen and said, the core of Zagila should be located here. I shall proceed to eradicate the flower demon. Inada Jiro announced, preparing to leave. However, Masaki Kigo stopped him. Are you really going alone? Inada Jiro questioned, perplexed. No, Masaki Kigo shook his head. I will accompany you. The roots of Zagila are spread across the globe. It would be difficult for you to eliminate it entirely on your own. Woof. At that moment, Gateman ran to Masaki Kigo's feet, wagging its tail excitedly. The little one seems eager to join you in battle, Xu Ming observed, slightly taken aback. After all this time, it still prefers its original master. Woof woof woof. The puppy barked in protest at Xu Ming's words. Very well, you may all go, Xu Ming shrugged, then turned to Masaki Kigo. I will contact Daegu. All right, let us go. On the screen, the harbinger of darkness, the colossal monster bird Zaga, had already obliterated several human cities. Countless souls perished in the ecstasy of Zagila, devoid of suffering. On the other half of the screen, the core of Zagila, a massive flower-like monster, awaited its time to bloom atop a plateau. Daegu clenched his fists, retrieving the godlight stick from his pocket. Just as he contemplated whether to confront Zaga or Zagila, the phone rang abruptly. Both Daegu and Captain Jumian Hui were momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling something. There were two others in this world who should also be immune to Zagila's enchantment, Masaki Kigo and Xu Ming. Daegu answered the call, and Xu Ming's voice came through. Daegu, are you and Captain Jumian Hui all right? Upon hearing this, Captain Jumian Hui paused, puzzled as to why Xu Ming would inquire about their well-being. How did she know they were unaffected by Zagila? Chapter 75, The Special Airborne Mech Gaizaku. Fortunately, you and Masaki Kigo should be safe, right? Daegu inquired. He had the ability to transform into Diga, while Masaki Kigo could become Gaiying. As for Xu Ming, Daegu learned after the Dark Diga incident that this fellow was a hacker. This revelation led Daegu to mock Xu Ming for quite some time. We are fine. But Masaki Kigo and the little dog are confronting Zagila, Xu Ming replied, adding that there is also an ancient swordsman, Ikeda Kojiro, Ikeda Ryu. Ikeda Kojiro? I don't know him. Daegu was momentarily perplexed, but soon saw two enormous figures appearing on the screen, landing in front of Zagila. Gaiying Ultraman, and the giant dog of light, Gaidi. However, the swordsman Ikeda Kojiro did not appear on the screen. I see them. They have already begun to engage. On the screen, Gaiying and Gaidi charged towards Zagila, and the battle was about to erupt. Daegu realized that he could not remain idle, even with the apocalypse upon them. He had to take action. Then, I too must do what I can. Xu Ming, farewell. Daegu solemnly declared, placing his phone down. He then turned to his captain. Kumike, Captain, if I do not return alive, please tell Lena that I like her. With a resolute expression, Daegu spoke. He then approached the entranced Lena and kissed her forehead. Daegu, the team member. Kumike stood before Daegu, his gaze fixed intently on the young face before him. You must tell her this when you return. You must win. As a human. Understood. A golden arc of electricity radiated from the center of the divine light rod as Daegu pressed the transformation button, striking his right arm, which held the rod, against his left arm, then spinning it around, raising it high. Amidst the chimes, brilliance erupted as Daegu transformed into Ultraman Diga, the giant of light, Diga Ultraman. His silver, purple, and red forms surged forward, facing the rolling black mist that drifted from the South Pacific. Within that black mist, several pairs of red eyes appeared, followed by the chilling cries of birds, as a swarm of Zogas surged forth from the darkness. Seeing this, Daegu hovered in midair, watching the approaching Zogas, and recalled the various horrors he had just witnessed on the screen, a surge of anger swelling within him. The Zogas also spotted the hovering giant of light, continuously emitting cries, seemingly organizing an attack. As the Zogas drew nearer, Daegu clenched his fists tightly, then transformed one hand into a palm and unleashed a flurry of light arrows from his hand, targeting the incoming Zogas. Boom, 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 boom. With Daegu's furious assault, The Zoga swarm erupted in an explosion, disintegrating into ash above the ocean. Feeling the surge of energy within him fueled by rage, Dega shot forth into the distance. Dega, he would surely win. Under Xu Ming's proactive operation, the screen displayed the scene outside the base. Darkness continued to encroach. Should it penetrate the base, the consequences would be dire. Watching the creeping black mist on the screen, Xu Ming felt an involuntary tension. With so many people in the headquarters, if the black mist reached them, the outcome would be unimaginable. The main issue was that everyone was ensnared in Zijila's illusion, trapped in a world of bliss, utterly incapable of escaping. Otherwise, they could have boarded the Arctidus to flee the base. A sorrowful phantom emitted a brilliant white light, releasing golden light particles from its hands, cascading outward from the base. Soon, the entire underwater base became enveloped in light particles, gradually forming a luminous pyramid that completely encased the headquarters. The black mist drifting on the ocean's surface vanished upon contact with the pyramid, providing robust protection for the TPC base. Everyone was engaged in battle. Xu Ming discovered that he seemed unable to transform. However, he did not resign himself to idleness at home. Instead, he rushed directly to the CITIC company. Along the way, people had succumbed to Zijila's intoxicating fragrance. Some lying on the streets, others sleeping in flower beds, and some acting as if they were drunkenly deranged. The sky gradually darkened, signaling the imminent arrival of the black mist. If ordinary people encountered the black mist, they would either die or be injured. Xu Ming furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. Fortunately, the Zogas had not yet attacked the city. Before the black mist descended, the people remained safe. Without hesitation, Xu Ming continued his sprint towards CITIC company. Soon, he burst into the building and arrived at the underground laboratory. In the expansive lab, a modified subterranean shark, Xu, lay quietly on the ground. Where are the remote control glasses? Xu Ming searched frantically, but found no means to operate Gozaku. Just then, a loud explosion outside tightened Xu Ming's chest. Glancing at Gozaku, he gritted his teeth and directly entered the mechanical beast's interior. Though he had never piloted such a formidable machine, there was no alternative. Surveying the cockpit, Xu Ming realized there was only one seat and a few simple buttons on the control panel. Strapping himself in, he pressed the ignition button marked on the panel. With a click, Gyuzaku's previously dim deep blue eyes suddenly illuminated, and the machine slightly stirred, indicating a successful startup. Xu Ming was astounded in the cockpit. Masaki Kigo was indeed a genius. After activating Gyuzaku, Xu Ming could distinctly sense each part of the mechanical beast's body. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly control Gyuzaku. Synchronizing vision. As the words fell, Xu Ming's sight aligned with Gyuzaku's. However, the low perspective felt quite uncomfortable. Xu Ming quickly switched to a third-person view. This perspective was much more agreeable. Before Xu Ming was a 4K ultra-clear screen displaying Gyuzaku's form and the surrounding environment. However, it felt quite unusual to be without a game controller. He sighed softly at the scene before him. Nevertheless, he resolved to make do. A rumbling sound erupted as the entire CITIC building trembled. The laboratory ceiling opened like a skylight, and blue flames erupted from beneath Gyuzaku, slowly lifting it into the air. Incredible. After the modification, the shark can fly too. Xu Ming exclaimed in awe, shifting his gaze toward the direction of the recent explosion. There, he spotted a massive black bird continuously screeching in the sky. Chapter 76. Warriors are often lonely Zoga. Undoubtedly, the dark bird soaring through the sky is the harbinger of darkness, Zoga. In the tangible world, Xu Ming once faced an assault from Zoga, and had it not been for his timely parachute jump, he might have perished alongside his fighter jet. Allow me to confront you, Gyuzaku. In a surge of excitement, Xu Ming slammed his hand onto the control panel, inadvertently hitting the switch, causing Gyuzaku to sputter and plummet to the ground. After a brief adjustment, Xu Ming restarted Gyuzaku and swiftly ascended, charging directly at Zoga. Originally, the tip of Gyuzaku's nose was not particularly hard, but after being enhanced by Masaki Kigo, it was restructured using materials from Gabunyu to create a new offensive tip. Xu Ming aimed Gyuzaku's head at Zoga's abdomen and, taking advantage of the element of surprise, crashed into it with force. A sharp sound erupted, sending sparks flying. Zoga, caught off guard, sustained significant damage to its abdomen. By the time it regained its composure, Gyuzaku had already darted away to a considerable distance. How exhilarating to strike and withdraw. Adjusting his perspective, Xu Ming glanced back to see Zoga angrily shrieking in the air. Zoga, as the harbinger of darkness, was a formidable foe, while Gyuzaku was merely a man-made monstrosity. Despite its modifications, Xu Ming dared not engage Zoga in a direct confrontation unless he could ascertain all of Gyuzaku's enhanced capabilities. Oh no, Xu Ming exclaimed in disbelief as he turned around again. Zoga, which had been left far behind, was now alarmingly close. With a furious screech, Zoga struck downwards with a claw. The impact sent Xu Ming reeling as the space around him began to spin, and he plummeted earthward. With a thunderous crash, Gyazuka collided with the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, due to its surface being reinforced with Garrula's tough armor, it sustained minimal damage. However, Xu Ming felt nauseous within the cockpit. Suppressing his discomfort, he turned his gaze skyward, only to find Zoga flapping its wings and descending to the ground, seemingly intent on annihilating Gyazuku. On the highland, a group of people surrounded the massive Zagila, their faces etched with fury. Just moments ago, Shadow Ultraman had appeared, accompanied by a monster attacking Zagila. Stop it, Shadow Ultraman. You cannot attack Zagila. It is our Zagila. Stand down, you monster. Do not harm Zagila. These voices ignited a simmering anger within Masaki Kigo. He was attempting to save humanity, yet humanity itself was impeding him. Gaidi turned his head toward the nearby humans, baring his teeth in a menacing display, hoping to scare away the pitiful crowd. Monsters. Despicable monsters. Shadow Ultraman is allied with the monsters. Indeed, Ultraman is the enemy of humanity. Just because he fought a few monsters, does that make him a savior? As more venomous insults flew, Masaki Kigo, in a fit of rage, struck Zagila with a fierce punch. Instantly, Zagila let out a piercing scream. Gaidi was about to unleash his fury upon the crowd when Masaki Kigo intervened. Gaidi, ignore them. With a growl of frustration, Gaidi channeled his anger into relentless assaults on Zagila. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to one from 30 million years ago. Unbeknownst to him, a memory stirred within Masaki Kigo's mind. In this memory, Shadow and Gaidi attacked Zagila, only to be spat upon by a group of ancient-clad humans. In his wrath, Shadow lost his heart of light and transformed into a statue. Was this the reason Shadow became a statue? Masaki Kigo snapped back to the present, focusing on Zagila, resolute in his determination. This time, he would annihilate this world-ending flower, no matter the cost. Thus, the onslaught of the man and his dog intensified. Shadow gripped one of Zagila's tendrils and yanked it straight, while Gaidi bit down ferociously, severing it. Following the same method, he tore another tendril from Zagila's body. With the loss of 2 tendrils, Zagila emitted a high-pitched wail, akin to losing its arms. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of curses, directing their ire at Shadow and Gaidi. At that moment, a man wielding a samurai sword appeared behind the crowd. He spat out the green leaves in his mouth and swung the sheathed sword abruptly. Suddenly, a shockwave radiated towards the crowd, knocking individuals down, rendering them unconscious. Warriors are often solitary. Ida Soryu stood on the ground, gazing at Shadow, stating, "A warrior must engage in continuous battle to maintain victorious momentum, thus becoming exceedingly lonely." Loneliness. Masaki Kigo repeated the 2 words Ida Soryu had spoken, shaking his head. "I do not fight alone. All the warriors of the world, united in their solitude, shall no longer be lonely." Upon finishing, Masaki Kigo charged towards Zagila, embracing the creature that continuously exhaled yellow pollen. "And I am human," as his words echoed. Intense flames erupted from his body, engulfing Zagila and scorching the earth beneath. "Well said," Ida Soryu declared, drawing his sword and thrusting it into the ground. With fingers aligned, he began to chant an intricate incantation. Soon, the air grew even more torrid. With a sudden grip on the hilt, red particles converged from all directions, merging into the blade. Heavenly fire descends. The sword pierces the abyss. With a deafening roar, the flames transmitted by Masaki Kigo into the earth detonated, obliterating Zagila and its subterranean roots into ashes. The global network of Zagila's roots disintegrated in that moment, consumed by the inferno. How formidable this man is. Masaki Kigo approached Gaidi, noticing the timer on his chest flashing incessantly. Clearly, to vanquish Zagila, his energy had nearly run dry, dismantling their transformation. Masaki Kigo and his dog approached Ida Soryu. "Mr. Ida, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable." Genuine admiration flowed from Masaki Kigo's lips. It was the first time he realized that humanity could attain such strength. "I have devoted myself to training, slaying demons and monsters, and have learned many techniques from their hidden knowledge." Ida Soryu replied humbly, "Merely trivial skills." At that moment, a flock of monstrous birds streaked across the sky, emitting piercing cries. Masaki Kigo's expression darkened slightly. "I cannot transform again for now. If these monstrous birds continue to wreak havoc upon humanity, the cities will inevitably be destroyed." Having just endured a fierce battle, it was challenging for Masaki Kigo to transform into light once more to confront Zoga. Moreover, Zoga had already commenced its assault on humanity worldwide. "I am not adept at aerial combat," Ida Soryu remarked, glancing up at the soaring Zoga. "We can only wait for you to gradually recover." As for these people, with the flower demon eliminated, the illusion will dissipate as well. With that, Ida Sarayu directed his gaze toward the group below, who had just been rendered unconscious by his sword's energy. He unleashed a wave of force, sweeping through the crowd. They will awaken shortly. Let us depart. Agreed. Victory Team Headquarters. The screen displayed the fiery explosion of Zagera. As Kujo-K cast his gaze upon his comrades, Zongfang, Kyuriai, Lina, Shinjo, and Yozhui gradually awakened, emerging from a state of blissful oblivion. What just happened? Shinjo scratched his head, bewildered, as if ensnared in a delightful illusion. Zongfang glanced at Kujo-K, a slight blush gracing his cheeks as he remarked, "My head aches a bit." Yozhui also tapped the back of his head, appearing as if just roused from slumber. "Where's Daigu?" Lina paused, realizing Daigu was absent from the base. "When did this flower appear here?" Kyuriai picked up a wilted yellow flower from the ground, frowning as he spoke. "It seems everyone has recovered from Zagera's enchantment." At that moment, Kujo-K spoke up, "Yozhui, bring up the imagery of the South Pacific." Understood. Though still bewildered about the Zagera mentioned by Captain Kujo, the group quickly shifted their focus to the screen in the hall. The imagery of the South Pacific soon materialized before them. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing a broad pathway. Countless Zoga emerged from the obscuring fog, flitting through the air. Amidst the surging waves, a colossal black shell slowly rose from the ocean floor, resting atop the submerged ruins. From this black shell, thick black mist billowed, saturating the sea. The sky grew ominous with dark clouds, thunder rumbling, as the owner of the black shell slowly opened its crimson eyes, revealing a mouth brimming with sharp teeth. Those eyes belonged to the ruins beneath the sea. Zongfang recognized them immediately, gasping in unison with Kyuriai. The dark ruler. Kujo-K clasped his fingers tightly, feeling a twinge of anxiety within, though maintaining a facade of composure. It resembles both a hermit crab and a nautilus, doesn't it? Lina's gaze remained fixed on the screen, knowing that should Daigu transform, he would undoubtedly confront this creature. The dark ruler unleashed a roar akin to an elephant's trumpet, creating waves upon the sea and gradually spreading darkness across the globe. In a fit of rage, Daigu swiftly vanquished a Zoga. As the city succumbed to the fiery onslaught of the Zoga, reduced to ruins. Thunder clapped as torrential rain poured, washing over the blood-soaked city, bringing unease to countless restless souls. Daigu hovered in the sky, gazing upward, only to see vast swathes of black mist approaching. The dark ruler. He looked southward, crossed his arms at the crystal on his forehead, transforming into his aerial form, and then shot forth as a streak of purple light towards the South Pacific. A Zoga lunged at him, while Xu Ming charged towards it. In the skies, the Zoga held an advantage, but on the ground, it was the perfect moment for Gyazaku to eliminate the Zoga. Bang! Upon colliding, the height-disadvantaged Gyazaku was mounted by the Zoga. Despite the sharp dorsal fins, they posed no threat to the fierce Zoga. "I'm being overpowered." Xu Ming struggled to maneuver Gyazaku, attempting to flip the Zoga, but to no avail. "All right then," Xu Ming declared, pressing the skill button on the control panel. Super vibration wave. Instantly, energy surged from Gyazaku, coursing through its fins. A powerful vibration wave erupted from the fins, striking the Zoga beneath. The collision reverberated, sending the Zoga soaring into the sky, culminating in a spectacular explosion. Done. Xu Ming sighed in relief, impressed by the modifications to Gyazaku. He wished he could obtain the design blueprints. Little did he expect. Masaki Kigo had equipped Gyazaku with the vibration wave attack, a signature move of Gamora. What the real world needed was such a combat-ready special machine. Monsters. There are monsters. Run for your lives. Why am I here? Run. Run. Xu Ming snapped back to reality, noticing that the people who had been entranced in the illusion were now awakening, quickly spotting Gyazaku and fleeing in panic. Zagera has been defeated? The efficiency of those two and a dog is indeed remarkable. Understanding the situation, Xu Ming processed what had transpired. Just then, several Zoga flew overhead, casting a shadow of darkness. As Xu Ming prepared to pilot Gyazaku once more, a fighter jet zoomed by, relentlessly attacking the Zoga in the sky. Under the agile and continuous assault of the fighter jet, one Zoga was obliterated. Who was that formidable? Xu Ming pondered, momentarily dismissing Shinjo, as it did not resemble the Victory Falcon. The entire Victory team mobilized, piloting the Atidus, prepared to eliminate the invading Zoga in various cities. The Victory Falcon was entrusted to the police department's members. It must be noted that the police department had a considerable number of personnel, and many were quite capable. This mission saw all reserve machines of the Victory Falcon at the headquarters deployed, given that the battle affected the entire globe. Naturally, following Zagera's defeat, TPC branches worldwide launched counterattacks against the Zoga. However, The equipment at the branches was not as advanced as that at headquarters, making it challenging to deal with the Zoga. At this moment, Captain Haight returned from the TPC lunar base, joining the fray. His exceptional combat skills allowed him to eliminate many Zoga, saving numerous cities. As the Black Mist and Zoga invaded the cities, members of the police department ushered people into shelters, one by one entering the underground refuge. In an instant, anguished cries and wails echoed within the underground shelter, despair settling in the hearts of the people as they saw no hope for the future. The trumpet-like roars reverberated from the dark ruler's mouth, seemingly intent on dominating all existence. The waves surged, crashing against the massive monster, yet failing to budge its black shell even slightly. The black mist continued to pour forth, never ceasing in its release. The prematurely awakened Dark Gitangia prepared to engulf the world in darkness. With a whoosh, a faint purple beam shot down from the sky, striking Gitangia's black shell. A crack echoed as sparks flew from Gitangia's back, yet it caused no damage. Daigou, swiftly approaching, was taken aback to find that the Lamparte light bullet had no effect on Gitangia. Splash! The silver-purple figure landed in the water, sending up a spray of waves that soaked Diga's body. Facing the demon before him, Daigou felt no fear, only the resolve to defend human civilization. With a fierce shout, Daigou launched himself from the ocean's surface, somersaulting towards Gitangia, delivering a powerful kick to its head. However, only sparks flew, and Gitangia remained unfazed. With his hands shaped like blades, Daigou relentlessly struck Gitangia, yet found the creature utterly unmoved, his attacks akin to an ant shaking a tree, completely ineffective. Reeling back a few steps, Daigou crossed his arms at the crystal on his forehead, transforming into his silver-red powerful form, and charged once more at Gitangia. Returning to the underground laboratory of the Psychic Corporation, Xu Ming activated the monitor displaying the South Pacific. The powerful Diga was already engaged in combat with Gitangia. This was untenable. Daigou could not possibly contend with Gitangia alone. Xu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, observing on the screen that even the powerful Diga Ultraman was continuously at a disadvantage in the battle against Gitangia. Unlike the original storyline, Diga had not appeared multiple times in the public eye to fight. Instead, he had transformed into Dark Diga, leaving humanity with a negative impression. Xu Ming was concerned that if people lost faith in the light, how could the Radiant Diga ever emerge? Without Radiant Diga, how could they possibly confront such formidable darkness? The promotion was inadequate. Shaking his head, Xu Ming redirected his gaze to the screen. Gitangia's tentacles had already emerged from the sea, sweeping toward Diga. Xu Ming realized that dealing with Gitangia now relied solely on themselves. In the hearts of humanity, Ultraman did not hold significant importance. Thus, the only ones who could assist Daigou were Masaki Kigo and himself. Masaki had just endured a battle, undoubtedly exhausted. Otherwise, he would have rushed to aid Daigou long ago. Therefore, Xu Ming placed his hand over his heart, affirming, "Only I can help Daigou." The sound of his heartbeat grew clearer, its pace quickening. Closing his eyes, he meditated on the rhythm of his heart, immersing himself in a world of light. The fighting images of Diga and Gitangia on the screen froze at that moment. Time itself seemingly suspended, and the surrounding environment fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Xu Ming's rapid heartbeat echoing. Thump, 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 thump. With a thunderous heartbeat, a circle of runes projected outward from Xu Ming's chest. Within the circle, images flickered in succession. The image of Diga Ultraman was dim, unusable, as Daigou was in combat. The image of Gaidi was bright, yet Xu Ming hesitated to utilize Gaidi's form. For fighting Gitangia, as Gaidi would be exceedingly challenging. Finally, the image within the rune circle shifted to that of Gaiying. Xu Ming extended a hand to halt the rotation of the images. Then, the rune circle passed through his body at a steady pace, its light bursting forth from the underground laboratory of Psychic, soaring towards the South Pacific. Daigou was mired in a bitter struggle. Although he had transformed into his powerful form, greatly enhancing his strength, his punches and kicks only inflicted minimal damage to Gitangia. This damage barely scratched the surface, failing to pose a lethal threat. A tentacle tightly bound Daigou's left hand, while his right hand formed into a blade, pulling the tentacle taut with his left and then slicing downward. A spark flew as Daigou successfully severed one of Gitangia's tentacles, marking the first time he had inflicted substantial harm upon Gitangia. Sensing the tentacle's rupture, Gitangia reared back, opening its maw wide to unleash a deafening roar. In its fury, more tentacles lunged at Daigou, purposefully coiling around his limbs. A massive claw surged from behind Daigou, crashing towards him. In an instant, Daigou found himself besieged from all sides, struggling to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the colossal claw struck from behind, sending him plunging into the sea. Daigou splashed down, and the tentacles swiftly ensnared him. binding his arms and legs. Gitanja emitted a triumphant roar, as if proclaiming its victory. Infuriating, Daigou thrashed against the restraints, but the tentacles held him firmly, rendering him powerless. Then, a crimson glow enveloped Daigou, causing the surrounding seawater to bubble and boil. The temperature soared, and Daigou clenched Gitanja's tentacles tightly, leaping forward. He embraced Gitanja, transmitting intense heat from his body into Gitanja's shell. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the tentacles restraining Daigou detonated, incinerated by the extreme heat. The timer on his chest began to flash, and freed from the tentacle's grasp, Daigou staggered back, incredulously gazing at Gitanja. On its blackened shell, only a charred mark remained. Aside from the exploded tentacles, Gitanja had sustained no critical damage. The thermal explosion was a potent finishing move of Giga Ultraman. The fact that Gitanja remained intact after such an attack underscored its immense strength. In disbelief, Daigou crossed his arms downward, channeling the power of light, then extended his arms in an L shape toward Gitanja. Strong Xi Paleo light. This was the most potent beam of light Daigou knew. The red beam struck Gitanja's shell, erupting in a shower of sparks. Gitanja continued its rampage in the sea, failing to ignite the explosive reaction Daigou had envisioned. After a moment of shock, Daigou steeled himself, clenching his fists and charging at Gitanja with determination. His energy was nearly depleted. From here on, he could only resort to using his fists against the enemy. Just then, a streak of light descended from the sky, crashing into Gitanja with a resounding boom, dispersing a cloud of black mist. Chapter 79. The energy is fully given to Daigou due to inexperience aboard the Adidas. When the crowd witnessed Giga unleash his ultimate move, yet fail to vanquish Gitanja, their spirits plummeted to an all-time low. The timer flickered incessantly, and Giga, devoid of energy, clenched his fists and lunged toward Gitanja, a heart-wrenching sight. This act was akin to a moth drawn to a flame, a self-destructive endeavor. What could possibly drive Giga to fight with his very life? Zhongfang tightened his fists and spoke. Silence enveloped the group, with only Lena's eyes shimmering with tears. For she understood that Giga was, in truth, Daigou. Kuji's heart ached, yearning to reveal Giga's true identity, yet Captain Ijima remained silent, leaving Kuji hesitant to disclose Daigou's identity. We must prevail, Daigou, Ijima murmured, gazing intently at the screen. Just as everyone braced for Giga's demise under Gitanja's assault, a flash of light dispersed the dark mist, colliding with Gitanja. Soon after, that brilliance gradually revealed its form beside Giga. It was Kaigai. Kaigai Ultraman had come to aid Giga, Kuji exclaimed with delight, and the heavy weight on everyone's hearts finally lifted, each sighing in relief. 2 Ultramen. Surely they could handle a single monster. Daigou, steady yourself, Xu Ming cautioned, pulling Daigou aside. Gitanja, staggered by the sudden blow, almost toppled over. However, the Master of Darkness was not easily subdued. He soon regained his composure, fixing his crimson gaze upon Xu Ming, another giant of light. The timer on Daigou's chest flickered rapidly. Xu Ming recalled Giga's method of energy transfer and attempted it himself. With palms poised, he lightly traced downwards from the crystal on his forehead. In no time, a surge of luminous energy flowed from Kaigai's crystal into Giga's. It worked, Xu Ming exclaimed, turning to Daigou. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A series of sounds erupted, and Xu Ming glanced down to find his timer flashing red. After a moment of disbelief, he looked at Daigou and admitted, I accidentally transferred it all. Daigou, understanding without words, knew that Kaigai was merely Xu Ming's transformation, for he trusted that someone as astute as Masaki Kigo would never make such a blunder. Left with no choice, Daigou mimicked the energy transfer motion, returning half of the energy to Xu Ming. What on earth is he doing? Masaki Kigo had returned to the CITIC Corporation's laboratory, his lips twitching at the scene on the screen. He had recorded Kaigai's abilities not long ago, copied them onto a USB drive, and handed them to Xu Ming. Did this fellow even take a look? The members of the victory team watched the unfolding drama on the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Ultramen make mistakes. This should be quite normal, right? Zhongfang broke the awkward silence. The commander is correct. We pilots of the Fian have our share of mishaps, and Ultramen certainly have their accidents too, Xian Sheng added. Gitanja, undeterred by their concerns, unleashed its tentacles once more from the depths, lunging towards Xu Ming and Daigou. So many tentacles. Daigou could not help but comment, charging at one tentacle with the intent to sever it. Just moments ago, he had dispatched several, yet Gitanja had more in store. Meanwhile, Xu Ming barreled toward Gitanja, delivering a flurry of punches, only to discover they had no effect. Gitanja's shell was too tough. Nevertheless, this was merely Xu Ming's attempt to gauge Gitanja's resilience. He then focused on Gitangir's peculiar upside-down head, where its mouth sat atop, and its eyes below. Without hesitation, Xu Ming struck a powerful blow to Gitangir's head, producing a burst of sparks. However, he soon realized that the hardness of Gitangir's head rivaled that of its armored shell. What a monstrous creature! Undeterred, Xu Ming aligned his fingers and aimed directly at Gitangir's crimson eyes. Yet, upon contact, he found them as hard as rubies. Infuriated by Xu Ming's audacity, Gitangir erupted in a thick cloud of black mist, rapidly ensnaring Xu Ming. Attempting to retreat, Xu Ming was caught off guard by a tentacle that toppled him into the water. The black mist enveloped him, crackling ominously. Dagu rushed into the mist, pulling Xu Ming to safety. It's futile. Its body is too hard. Dagu shook his head gently. Rising to his feet, Xu Ming declared, "Since brute force is ineffective, we shall triumph through technique." Technique. I'll give it a try. Dagu contemplated briefly before transforming into the silver-purple aerial form. A freezing beam shot forth toward Gitangir. A chilling mist erupted above Gitangir, rapidly coiling around its form. Gradually, the tumultuous waves froze into an icy sea, encasing Gitangir within a sculpture of ice. Success! The victory team erupted in cheers. However, the triumph was short-lived as cracks began to form on the icy surface. Suddenly, piercing cries of birds echoed from above, and a swarm of Zogas swooped down, unleashing fireballs upon the ice sculpture. Instantly, Gitangir broke free from its frozen confinement, splashing the surrounding water with a resounding roar. With the dark vanguard Zogas in the sky, the task of subduing Gitangir had become even more daunting. Xu Ming gazed upward, witnessing the Zogas dominating the area above the sea. Magus cannon. Fire. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as a burst of light annihilated a portion of the Zoga swarm. Xu Ming and Dagu turned towards the source of the blast, the victory team's Adidas. Dr. Baiwei's temporary modifications to the Magus cannon were indeed formidable. Xian Chung chuckled from within the Adidas. At that moment, a swarm of Zogas surged towards the Adidas from behind. The victory team gasped in horror, realizing it was too late. Just as the Zogas were about to collide with the Adidas, a swirling, dark red rift suddenly appeared before them. The Zogas, unable to halt their momentum, plunged into the seemingly bottomless void. What was that? Not only were the victory team members left astonished, but Dagu also expressed his bewilderment. Xu Ming, upon seeing the rift crackling with dark red arcs, darted forward. Yet, before he could reach it, the rift vanished before his eyes. Stopping where the rift had been, Xu Ming probed the area, finding nothing. Only the recently vanished Zogas indicated that the rift had indeed existed. A rift in time and space. Xu Ming's heart raced. I should have anticipated this. There exist Zogas in the real world. He had even witnessed a flock with his own eyes. The probability of Zogas appearing in the realm of Diga Ultraman was exceedingly high. Thus, Zogas were the monsters most likely to be transported into the real world. Is this what Xu Ming referred to as the rift in time and space? Zhengmu Jingwu gazed at the images on the screen and spoke of a tear leading to another world. Are you suggesting it connects to other Earths? Jing Tian Jinglong inquired beside him. If so, I have traversed other realms myself. Zhengmu Jingwu stared at Jing Tian Jinglong in astonishment, not realizing that this ancient swordsman had gained the ability to journey across the cosmos. As the rift in time and space vanished, Xu Ming, feeling a tinge of disappointment, witnessed Dagu being dragged away by the tendrils of Gitangir. Turning around, Xu Ming unleashed a hand blast of light, striking the tendrils of Gitangir, while Dagu transformed into his powerful form, delivering a fierce blow with his blade to the tendril. With a resounding crack, sparks flew as another tendril was severed. In a fit of rage, Gitangir let out a furious roar, seemingly issuing commands to the Zaga in the sky, which began launching fireballs towards the ruins. Dagu shielded Xu Ming, raising his arms to generate an Ultraman barrier to deflect the oncoming fireballs. Meanwhile, Xu Ming gathered energy behind Dagu, forming an L shape with his hands to fire beams of light at the Zaga in the sky. With a swift motion, he obliterated several Zaga, causing intense explosions in the air. Yet, despite vanquishing a portion of them, their numbers remained largely unchanged. As Xu Ming finished releasing his beams, yet another rift in time and space emerged, swallowing a Zaga whole. Before Xu Ming could fully comprehend the situation, the rift vanished once more. What's wrong? Dagu asked, noticing Xu Ming's distracted state. If you continue like this, we will inevitably fall to Gitangir. The rift that devours Zaga is my path home, Xu Ming declared, clenching his fists. I see Dagu pondered for a moment before responding. Recognizing the rare opportunity for Xu Ming to return to his homeland, Dagu resolved not to let him miss this chance. Thus, the Dark Ruler would have to be dealt with by himself. Boom. As Dagu turned to confront Gitangir, Xu Ming, filled with luminous energy, struck Gatangier upon the head. Instantly, sparks erupted, accompanied by a plume of smoke. Dagu momentarily paused, then quickly joined Xu Ming as they launched a coordinated assault on Gatangier. The rift in time and space was indeed significant, yet they first needed to subdue Gatangier. Otherwise, how could Dagu accompany Xu Ming back? Xu Ming soared into the sky, charging a lethal beam of light and launching it straight down towards Gatangier. Dagu, distancing himself from Gatangier in the sea, transformed back into his composite form, pulling his arms back before stretching them wide to unleash the Zai Paleo light beam. Two beams struck Gatangier's body, resulting in a cascade of vibrant explosions. Onlookers were gripped by tension at the sight. However, Gatangier merely stirred the waves, producing a deafening roar. Not good, Xu Ming shouted from above, sensing a familiar danger. Dagu, run. It's going to unleash a beam. But it was too late. Gatangier's head emitted a purple petrifying beam that pierced through Dagu's abdomen, radiating a rainbow aura from the impact site throughout his body. The timer on his chest flickered, signaling the decline of Tiga Ultraman's life force. Gradually, from foot to head, he began to petrify. Even in his stone form, Dagu extended a hand, yearning to confront the malevolent deity before him. Yet, fate had other plans. Xu Ming rushed to Dagu's side, attempting to transfer energy. However, his own timer had begun to flash, preventing him from sharing his light with Dagu. Gatangier's tendrils struck, and Xu Ming turned to confront them. Aboard the Aegis, the crew stared in silence at the petrified Tiga. Rina, tears streaming down her face, could no longer contain herself and screamed Dagu's name. Everyone turned their gaze towards Rina, realizing that Dagu was indeed Tiga. Impossible. He can't lose. Kurumi Keiko shook her head in disbelief, unable to accept the scene before her. Kirai wiped away tears, his expression complex. Dagu Shinjo said, filled with rage, "Is there any way to revive Tiga's statue? I remember when battling the Giri Elad people, Tiga rose amidst the people's light," Zong Fong declared. In that moment, clarity dawned upon everyone. We must give Tiga light. Bestow light upon Tiga. Yet, at that instant, a multitude of Zaga surrounded the Aegis. The victory team had no choice but to retaliate. In a fit of fury, Xu Ming tore through Gatangier's tendrils, casting them into the sea. The sight of Dagu being transformed into stone before his very eyes was something Xu Ming had never envisioned. He had believed that with his ally present, even without the light of humanity, they could handle Gatangier more easily. Yet, he was utterly mistaken. Gatangier's tendrils were endless. As soon as Xu Ming dispatched one, another ensnared him. Near the petrified Tiga, another tendril emerged, pushing him deep into the ocean. With his timer flashing rapidly, Xu Ming sensed his energy waning. Struggling to shake off the tendrils, he distanced himself from Gatangier. "If only let me too," Xu Ming murmured, placing his hand upon his chest. The tumultuous waves froze at that moment. The rampaging evil deity ceased its movements, and the Zaga in the sky halted in midair. Time stood still. Chapter 81. The triple transformation. Everything was frozen in a moment where time stood still. The once tumultuous ocean fell into a profound silence, leaving only the rhythmic thumping of Xu Ming's heart resonating in the stillness. With a powerful heartbeat, a colossal rune circle projected from Xu Ming's chest, casting a radiant light that illuminated the darkness and reflected upon his face. Indeed, transformation could occur in this manner. Or rather, it should be said, the subject of transformation could be altered. Xu Ming gazed at the massive rune circle before him, akin to the formidable form of the Shadow Guardian, and mused to himself. He then shifted his focus to the images cycling within the rune circle. The Shadow Guardian appeared dim, while the image of Gai Di shone brightly. And so did Dijia. As the rune circle cycled to display Dijia's image, Xu Ming extended his hand, making his choice. Subsequently, the rune circle rapidly enveloped the Shadow Guardian's form, transforming Xu Ming into a beam of light that shot forth towards the timer of the Dijia statue. The waves crashed into the ocean with inertia, the Zaga creatures once again soaring through the skies, while the Dark Overlord continued its rampage beneath the sea. Look, the members of the victory team aboard the Aegis were taken aback by the sight. The Shadow Guardian had transformed itself into a beam of light, entering the statue of Dijia. As the light flowed into the statue, it gradually dispelled its petrification, reverting to a giant of silver, purple, and red hues. The timer on its chest also regained its azure color. Dijia was revived. In the statue, Xu Ming experienced the sensation akin to his initial transformation. Back then, it was a puppy that had led him to become Gai Di, fighting alongside a canine companion. Now, Xu Ming was battling alongside Dagu. His hand touched the crystal that imprisoned Dagu, and with a resounding crack, the crystal shattered, restoring Dagu's freedom. Xu Ming, how did you manage to do this? Dagu, bewildered by Xu Ming's radiant rescue, momentarily lost his bearings. Never mind that. Let us fight together, Xu Ming urged, pulling Dagu to his feet. Understood. With a powerful shout, the revived Dijia took its stance against Gatangier. In response, Gatangier emitted a thunderous roar, unleashing countless tentacles that writhed and lashed out from the ocean's surface. Fueled by the combined will of Xu Ming and Dagu, Dijia leaped into action, delivering a flying kick that struck Gatangier's form. Perhaps due to the combined strength, Gatangier was forced back a distance. It's effective, Xu Ming and Dagu exclaimed in unison, immediately converting Dijia into its powerful form. The composite power had already shaken the mighty beast before them. Perhaps the power of the strong form would prove even greater. With heavy footsteps, the silver-red Dijia charged across the waterlogged ruins. Its fist struck fiercely against Gatangier's body, while Gatangier's tentacles lashed down in retaliation. Boom! The tremendous force pushed Gatangier back again, erupting with fireworks, clearly indicating that the punch had inflicted damage. Each tentacle that whipped against Dijia's back also sparked with brilliance. However, as a strong form, Dijia was inherently more resilient than usual, only letting out a couple of muted grunts despite the injuries. Time-space rifts sporadically appeared in the sky, swallowing one or two Zaga creatures. Xu Ming yearned to swiftly defeat Gatangier alongside Dagu and return to reality through the rifts. Yet, as a malevolent god, Gatangier was not so easily vanquished. It writhed and roared, unleashing a purplish beam from its head, attempting to petrify Dijia once more. This time, with Xu Ming's presence and Dagu's prior experience of petrification, Dijia successfully evaded the petrifying beam. With a leap, Dijia soared into the air, continuously firing palm energy beams toward Gatangier. The sluggish Gatangier could not evade the onslaught, being struck repeatedly by the palm energy beams, each impact producing a burst of sparks. Gatangier, enraged by the assault, opened its maw wide and unleashed a furious roar, directing its tentacles toward the airborne Dijia. Dijia skillfully maneuvered through the air, eventually landing back upon the ocean's surface. With a swift motion, it drew back its arms, gathering energy for the Zai Pali AO beam. Observing this, Gatangier tilted its body back, unleashing a purplish beam from its head. Boom! The clash of the purple and white beams in the air generated a tremendous energy shockwave, causing the waters below to churn violently. Xu Ming and Dagu poured every ounce of their strength into the Zai Pali AO beam, hoping to decisively defeat the Dark Overlord. However, they had underestimated Gatangier's power. The purple beam gradually consumed the Zai Pali AO beam, inching closer to Dijia's form. Xu Ming and Dagu, sensing the impending doom, roared with all their might. We must win. I want to return to my own world. Aboard the Atidus, every heart raced as the purple beam inched closer to engulfing Dijia's white beam, on the verge of complete consumption. Seiki Masaki, watching anxiously from the screen, clenched his fists tightly. Swish! In the end, Dijia was unable to withstand the malevolent god's attack. The purple beam engulfed Dijia's form. Inside Dijia, Xu Ming felt his body petrifying, and with his last vestige of energy, he sent Dagu out of Dijia's body. The crew on the Atidus witnessed a beam of light burst forth from Dijia, landing in the ocean not far away. Yase quickly focused the camera on the figure atop the waves and exclaimed, "It's Dagu! Quick, rescue Dagu!" Hirakawa swiftly issued the command, and Zhongfang and Horiuchi sprang into action. Although Rina and Shinjo wished to assist, the Atidus still required their control. Within Dijia's body, as Xu Ming felt himself gradually petrifying, he struggled to move his hand to his heart. With the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears, time once again froze. The rune circle projected from his heart, displaying the image of Gai Di before him. With determination, Xu Ming charged into the rune circle. Once more, a beam of light shot forth before Dijia was entirely petrified, and in the air, it formed a creature that landed with a splash upon the ocean's surface. The light giant dog, Gai Di. Seiki Masaki breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this on the screen. Thankfully, Xu Ming was clever, otherwise, he and Dagu would have been sealed within Dijia forever. Yet, upon seeing the emergence of a creature, Gatangier made no immediate response, for in its memory, only the light giant was considered a foe. Chapter 82. Return to reality. The appearance of the luminous giant dog, Gai Di, left the members of the victory team utterly astonished. Their only impression of this beast, reminiscent of a dog, was from their earlier encounters with the Kiri-loader. That creature, it seemed to have emerged from the body of Diga. Zhongfang pondered aloud, yet he was perplexed by the connection between the three entities. As the statue of Diga had been revived by the shadowy Ultraman, confounded, the group could only speculate wildly. Upon transforming into Gai Di, Xu Ming noticed that Gatangier did not seem inclined to attack, which provided him with some relief. He turned to rescue Dagu from the sea, only to discover that the victory team had already dispatched a submarine to retrieve him. Clearly, Dagu's identity had been compromised. However, this was no longer of paramount concern. If Guide were to confront Gitangier, it would be akin to a hellish mode beyond hell itself. Did Gitangier harbor hostility solely towards the Giant of Light? Xu Ming mused, gazing skyward, yet Guide was also an embodiment of light. In the sky, temporal rifts flickered incessantly, appearing in one location only to vanish and reappear elsewhere, whisking away one Zoga after another. This alleviated some pressure from Diga's world, yet the real world was engulfed in turmoil. Shaking his head, Xu Ming observed Gitangier once more exuding black mist, which spread in all directions. With no Ultraman left to battle, was this world truly destined for destruction? Xu Ming closed his eyes for a moment before turning towards Gitangier, adopting a military boxing stance, ready to engage in combat with his Guide form. At that instant, a temporal rift, crackling with red electrical arcs, materialized beside Gitangier, generating a powerful suction that sought to engulf him. Yet, Gitangier's colossal form and formidable nature allowed him to grip the ruins tightly with his tentacles, resisting the unknown rift's pull. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Xu Ming dashed towards Gitangier, seizing his head and pulling him away from the rift. However, Gitangier released a cloud of black mist that enveloped Xu Ming, causing sparks to erupt around him. Xu Ming's efforts proved futile. The rift's suction was overwhelmingly strong, and Gitangier emitted a bellowing roar as his tentacles snapped under the strain. Ultimately, his massive form was consumed by the rift. Xu Ming, still gripping Gitangier's head, was also engulfed, vanishing without a trace. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood stunned by the phenomenon. The seemingly insurmountable evil deity had been swallowed by a rift. The dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Sunlight once again graced the earth and sea. The black mist vanished, restoring light to the world. The statue of Diga stood silently above the ocean, illuminated by sunlight, motionless. Zogas around the globe, freed from the evil deity's control, returned to the ruins. Were it not for the cities reduced to rubble, one might believe that nothing had transpired. Masaki Kigo stared blankly at this scene in the laboratory, momentarily at a loss for words. Had the malevolent entity been transported to another realm? Ida Iryu asked, cradling his sword. If that were the case, then Lord Xu Ming must have been as well. Gitangier was indeed banished, Masaki Kigo replied helplessly, but Xu Ming's world would suffer. In the real world, the Himalayas. Since Xu Ming's disappearance, Blue Hawk of the Hope team had been exploring this region for 6 months. During this time, he had tirelessly searched for any trace of Xu Ming, yet found nothing. Nevertheless, Blue Hawk had traversed the Himalayas extensively, gaining a considerable understanding of the various monsters inhabiting the area. He had even ventured into the blood-red expanse surrounding Mount Everest several times. Though he had faced near-death experiences on multiple occasions, he deemed it worthwhile. Initially, Blue Hawk had stealthily left the team to act alone, but upon discovering valuable information and data not yet available to headquarters, he contacted them to report his findings. Director Jing Zhe granted special permission for Blue Hawk's investigation in the Himalayas and conferred upon him the title of Honorary Warrior. Blue Hawk was indifferent to the accolade. His sole desire was to restore hope for humanity through the return of Lord Xu Ming. One day, after finishing a simple breakfast, Blue Hawk exited the cave he had carved into the base of the Himalayas, where he had resided for the past 6 months. He pondered what kind of monster might descend from the mountains today. Rubbing his temples to clear his mind, he sighed. Through his observations, he had noted that various monsters emerged from the temporal rift daily. Some settled in the mountains, others descended, and some even soared into the cosmos. This suggested that certain monsters were not interested in Earth. Rather, they seemed to be drawn to the vast universe. Step by step, Blue Hawk ascended the familiar path up the mountain, skillfully evading the wandering monsters. Climbing this high mountain had become routine for him. However, his protective gear was beginning to show signs of wear. Soon, he would need to return for a replacement. Arriving beneath the blood-red expanse of Mount Everest, Blue Hawk gazed upward towards the world's pinnacle, still shrouded in crimson with no signs of change. What monster might appear today? Perched quietly on the cliffside, Blue Hawk remained motionless. He had meticulously documented all the monsters that had emerged over the past 6 months, relaying this intelligence to headquarters, which constituted a significant contribution. Just as he speculated about the next monster to appear, a dog-like creature fell from the temporal rift, crashing onto the pile of rubble before him, sending debris flying. What the? The usually composed Blue Hawk felt a surge of anxiety. If this creature landed poorly, he could be reduced to mere pulp. However, the creature before him was unfamiliar, appearing to be an obscure monster. Pointing his wrist-mounted monster identification device at it, Blue Hawk swiftly obtained information about the creature. Guidey? He blinked in surprise upon reading the details. A resurrected creature of light, a combat companion of the ancient giant of light. In all this time, it was his first encounter with a monster from the Radiant faction. Chapter 83. The disappearance of the malevolent deity, however. Had this monstrous creature merely fainted? Blue Eagle furrowed his brow slightly, displaying audacity as he cautiously approached Getty's side. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance emanated from Getty's body, which then transformed into shimmering particles, gradually dissipating into the ether. This unexpected phenomenon nearly sent Blue Eagle fleeing in terror. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, noticing a figure lying silently on the ground where Getty had vanished. With a look of confusion, Blue Eagle approached carefully, and upon recognizing the familiar visage, he stood frozen in disbelief. Lord Xu Ming. A cry of astonishment escaped Blue Eagle's lips, prompting him to hastily crouch beside Xu Ming and assist him. Having traversed the temporal rift while enduring relentless assaults from the black mist, Xu Ming had suffered continuous injuries, and after engaging in extensive combat, his physical strength had reached its limit. With little time to ponder, Blue Eagle, apprehensive of the potential emergence of other beasts, swiftly hoisted Xu Ming onto his back and dashed down the mountain. Headquarters. I have located Lord Xu Ming. Director Jingzhe, I have found Lord Xu Ming. Humanity's hope has returned. Blue Eagle from the Himalayas, requesting support from headquarters. Squadrons of fighter jets roared through the sky, racing toward the Himalayas. These were the latest aircraft developed by the research department over the past 6 months, engineered to utilize the capabilities of the monster Getty's shield, enabling them to completely shield their bodies and become invisible while in flight. Named the Shadow Flight, the jets, under the expert control of elite team members, deftly evaded the airborne beasts and reached the Himalayan region, ultimately landing in an area where monsters rarely appeared, guided by Blue Eagle. Director Jingzhe, shielded by a cadre of elite personnel, personally arrived at the cave where Blue Eagle resided. Upon opening the door and laying eyes on Xu Ming, who lay on a rudimentary bed, tears of joy welled in his eyes. 6 months. A full 6 months. Humanity had languished in despair, devoid of hope, for half a year. If it were not for the strategy of erecting a statue of Xu Ming, the flicker of hope in people's hearts might have completely extinguished. Lord Xu Ming, you have finally returned. Gently carrying Xu Ming onto the aircraft, Director Jingzhe's gaze remained fixed upon Xu Ming's body. Medical department, please assess Lord Xu Ming's condition and determine if there are any abnormalities. Hearing that Xu Ming had fallen into a coma, Jingzhe had brought the most exceptional medical team from headquarters aboard the fighter jet, intent on ensuring Xu Ming received effective treatment immediately. The medical staff nodded in agreement and commenced their examination of Xu Ming. Ultimately, they concluded that he had succumbed to exhaustion and overwork, necessitating ample rest, and predicted he would awaken within a day. Lord Xu Ming, what on earth have you endured? Jingzhe shook his head sorrowfully before turning to Blue Eagle. Blue Eagle, come with me and share how you discovered Lord Xu Ming. Understood. Blue Eagle nodded and followed Jingzhe. Having spent so long in the Himalayas solely to find Xu Ming, with his objective now achieved, he saw no reason to remain in that place, and thus returned with the headquarters forces. Soon, Blue Eagle recounted the events to Jingzhe, deliberately omitting the detail of Xu Ming's appearance alongside Getty. For Blue Eagle, Xu Ming represented the faith he had sought for half a year, the legendary giant of light, the most formidable ultra-warrior. Most importantly, Xu Ming had sacrificed himself to thwart the invasion of extraterrestrial beings. Blue Eagle firmly believed that Xu Ming's transformation into Getty had been an accident and wished to prevent any misunderstandings about Lord Xu Ming among the people. Upon hearing Blue Eagle's account, Jingzhe's brow furrowed slightly. Lord Xu Ming emerged from the temporal rift? Based on Blue Eagle's loyalty to humanity, Jingzhe knew he would not deceive him. If that were indeed the case, Xu Ming must have journeyed to the other side of the temporal rift. This implied that the rift connected to another world. Xu Ming's hypothesis had been correct. When interrogating the barbarians, Jingzhe had recorded Xu Ming's findings, which indicated that the other side of the rift held a high probability of being a realm inhabited by Ultramen and monsters. Furthermore, the barbarians had originated from the world of Leo Ultraman. As for why Xu Ming had been captured by the Hippolyte aliens, only to emerge from the temporal rift, that inquiry would have to wait until Xu Ming regained consciousness. A day and night passed. Xu Ming gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, feeling a dull ache in his head. Struggling to recollect his memories, he could only recall being taken away alongside Gitangier by the temporal rift, and then waking up in this place. It was a finely appointed room, replete with various amenities and quite comfortable to reside in. As he sat up in bed, Xu Ming was about to rise when the door swung open with a snap. In rushed a middle-aged man and a young man, both appearing anxious and exhilarated. Lord Xu Ming, you are finally awake, Jing Zhe exclaimed, trembling as he grasped Xu Ming's hand, his eyes slightly reddened. Do you know? For the past 6 months, I have been unable to eat or sleep, dispatching countless teams to seek news of you, yet we could not locate you. I never anticipated that Blue Eagle, this young man, would succeed. He spent half a year in the Himalayas and ultimately found you. Director Jing Zhe. And Blue Eagle? Xu Ming observed the two men while listening to Jing Zhe's words, a smile gracing his features as relief washed over him. Finally, he had returned to the real world. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed that the real world had not suffered any catastrophic calamity. Suddenly, an important thought struck Xu Ming. Director, you just mentioned that Blue Eagle discovered me in the Himalayas? What happened next? Were there any monsters that appeared? Noticing Xu Ming's tense expression, Jing Zhe and Blue Eagle exchanged puzzled glances, but Blue Eagle shook his head and replied, Lord Xu Ming, aside from you, I did not encounter anything else. According to the reports from the remaining team members, in recent days, monsters such as Gamora, Area King, and another specimen named Jedon descended from the Himalayas. Jing Zhe echoed, indeed, there were none. None. Xu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. He had entered the temporal rift alongside Gatangier, yet Gatangier had not appeared at Mount Everest. What about Zoga? Did Zoga appear? Xu Ming inquired once more. No. In the time frame surrounding your return, Zoga has not been reported at Mount Everest, Jing Zhe responded. Lord Xu Ming, is there a problem? Jing Zhe and Blue Eagle queried, their expressions laced with concern. Xu Ming shook his head and directed his gaze toward Jing Zhe and Blue Eagle. Please recount the events that transpired over the past 6 months. Chapter 84. The missing rune totem after Xu Ming was taken away by the Hippolyte aliens. Statues of him began to rise across the globe. The headquarters of the anti-monster organization relocated to the capital, while Long City underwent extensive reconstruction. During this period, some monsters launched small-scale invasions. However, due to the dedicated efforts of the research department, they successfully developed a protective shield based on the abilities of a slain monster, Gad. Subsequently, major survivor bases swiftly activated the Gad protective shield, safeguarding their entire establishments. Weaker monsters found themselves unable to breach the shield and ultimately abandoned their assaults on humanity. As for the more formidable monsters, upon witnessing the retreat of their kin, they too chose to withdraw. In addition to the Gad protective shield, the research department also harnessed the super vibration wave abilities of Gamora, integrating this power into weaponry, thus significantly enhancing combat capabilities. Furthermore, the department embarked on the ambitious task of replicating the Toku machine from the Zeta Ultraman series. If successful, combat personnel would be equipped to operate these formidable machines in battle. In summary, the past 6 months, marked by Xu Ming's demise, not only plunged many into despair, but also exerted considerable pressure on the anti-monster organization. This pressure, however, was largely transformed into motivation. The high-intensity research products emerged from the confluence of this pressure and motivation. It appears that our research department is truly remarkable, Xu Ming acknowledged with a nod, generously praising their achievements. He had always believed in the department's strength, especially considering that the potion which revived him was crafted using fragments of the fallen necromancer, Leberts. If they could unlock the abilities of more monsters, humanity would possess greater power to combat these threats. In reality, the progress of the research department faced limitations. Jing Zhe sighed, expressing that they were unable to acquire the bodies of more powerful monsters, nor could they conduct studies on the mightier beasts. Do not worry. More opportunities will arise in the future, Xu Ming remarked, gazing out the window. In the future. Jing Zhe paused, momentarily taken aback, then continued. Could it be? Xu Ming merely smiled and nodded in response. Beside them, Blue Eagle furrowed his brow, concerned that Xu Ming's connection to the monsters might be exposed. Despite the attempts to keep Xu Ming's return under wraps, the news spread rapidly. The considerable mobilization towards the Himalayas was impossible to conceal. Following Xu Ming's consent, Jing Zhe officially announced his return. After all, one cannot keep a fire hidden beneath paper. It was better to boost morale and rekindle hope among the people. Following the announcement, the world erupted in jubilation. Underneath the statues of Xu Ming scattered across the globe, countless individuals gathered, cheering at the magnificent figures. Amidst the chorus of various languages, an atmosphere of joy and celebration filled the air. The Giant of Light has returned. Hope has been restored to the world. Humanity shall one day reclaim its dominion over the earth. As for how Xu Ming managed to return, rumors swirled within the headquarters. It was said that his capture by the Hippolyte aliens was a part of his cunning plan, allowing him to infiltrate their base and wreak havoc. Indeed, I heard that Lord Xu Ming has eliminated the 8th-generation ancestor of the Hippolyte aliens and disturbed the graves of their forebears. One story claimed that upon reaching the enemy base, Xu Ming transformed into light, obliterating hordes of monsters. These tales circulated endlessly within the base and beyond. People began to believe that Xu Ming's abduction had been a calculated strategy, intended for a stealthy infiltration of the enemy ranks, leaving no survivors in his wake. Unbeknownst to Xu Ming, he remained unaware of the external narratives. In the solitude of his room, he closed his eyes and focused on the rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. The cadence grew clearer, quickening with intensity. With a particularly powerful heartbeat, the clock on the wall ceased its ticking. As time and space became suspended, a rune light circle projected from his heart, illuminating Xu Ming's face. With a sigh of relief, Xu Ming noted the continued presence of the rune light circle, indicating that his transformation abilities had not been lost upon returning to the real world. However, as he gazed into the shifting images within the circle, a frown creased his brow. Gad, Guy, but where is Digga? Where has Digga gone? Despite his attempts to scroll through the images, Digga's form remained elusive. The image of Digga had vanished. With a mere thought, the rune light circle dissipated, and Xu Ming's heartbeat returned to its normal rhythm. The clock resumed its movement, and he sank onto his bed. The disappearance of Digga's image signified the loss of his ability to transform into Digga, a distressing revelation for Xu Ming. Familiar with Digga Ultraman's capabilities, Xu Ming recognized that losing the ability to transform into Digga meant a significant loss in combat power. Could it be a result of being petrified by Gitanja? After much contemplation, he came to believe that this was the only plausible explanation. During their confrontation with Gitanja in Digga's world, Daigo had been petrified once after transforming into Digga. Xu Ming had also experienced a similar fate when battling alongside Daigo. However, during that instance, he had managed to escape as Gad, avoiding disaster. It seemed that the price for evading that peril was the loss of his ability to become Digga. With a deep sigh, Xu Ming shook his head. The silver lining was that he could still transform into Gad and Guy for combat. Retrieving a USB drive from his pocket, Xu Ming turned his attention to the computer in his room. It appeared that he would need to learn more about Guy's combat abilities. This USB drive was entrusted to him by Masaki Kigo, containing various demonstrations of Guy's skills, complete with explanations. Having previously lacked the time to view it, he finally found an opportunity. Inserting the USB into the computer, Xu Ming opened it to discover two folders. One contained Guy's combat abilities, while the other held design schematics for Gaozak. Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Masaki Kigo truly had a keen memory. He recalled having casually mentioned his desire to bring Gaozak back to his homeland to confront the monster incursions. Yet he had not anticipated that Masaki would remember it so well. However, first things first, he needed to learn Guy's combat abilities. Opening the folder and starting the video, Xu Ming began to watch intently. In this world, where the storm clouds gathered, one must be prepared at all times for the impending battle. Chapter 85. What people need is faith and hope. After 3 tranquil days, Xu Ming had enjoyed a much-needed respite. Yet, the disappearance of Gitangier weighed heavily on his mind. Should this malevolent deity re-emerge, the world would likely be engulfed in darkness. Such is the duality of fortune and misfortune. Gitangier's absence, at least for now, ensured the safety of this earth. With a sigh, Xu Ming made his way to Jingzai's office. As he walked, staff members who spotted Xu Ming were struck with awe, often glancing back at him in disbelief. Xu Ming could only respond with a sense of resignation. After all, his status here was indeed exceptional. The first light of the universe, the mightiest giant of illumination, such titles carried immense weight. Amused by his own self-mockery, Xu Ming gently touched his heart, acknowledging that while he may not possess such overwhelming power, he could still embody light. Soon, Xu Ming arrived at Jingzai's office and knocked lightly on the door. "Come in," came Jingzai's voice from within, prompting Xu Ming to push the door open. "Lord Xu Ming, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Xu Ming enter, Jingzai promptly stood and approached him. Xu Ming closed the door behind him, smiled, and replied, "I have brought a gift for Director Jingzai." "A gift?" Jingzai paused in surprise, then chuckled. "Lord Xu Ming, you jest. I have already failed in safeguarding the temporal rift you once sealed. How could I possibly accept the gift?" "Let us take a look," Xu Ming said, handing over a USB drive. He urged Jingzai to connect it to his computer, as the contents would prove invaluable in the present circumstances. Jingzai, still taken aback, did as instructed and opened the folder on the USB. "The design blueprint for Gaozak?" He read aloud in astonishment, staring incredulously at Xu Ming. "Do you recall the monster Gaozak, Director Jingzai?" Xu Ming inquired, noting the surprise on his face. "It is the mechanical beast created by Seigo Matsuki in the Ultraman Dyna series. I do recall. We had previously researched artificial monsters for controlled creation, but it was unsuccessful, Jingze replied. However, our studies primarily focused on the special aircraft from the Ultraman Z series. This Gyuzak design blueprint will enable us to fabricate a controllable mechanical monster, Xu Ming explained. It is crucial that we expedite this research so that we can deploy it for combat as soon as it is complete. I understand, Lord Xu Ming, Jingze exclaimed, quickly shutting down the computer and removing the USB. Although he was uncertain of Xu Ming's source for the Gyuzak design, he recognized that its creation would bolster humanity's combat capabilities significantly. Jingze then led Xu Ming once more to the research laboratory. This marked Xu Ming's second visit to the lab. His first had been at the Long City headquarters. Although the headquarters had since moved to the capital, the laboratory remained subterranean, fortified by a protective shield. Descending to the underground level 50, Xu Ming and Jingze entered the vast laboratory. This facility was far larger than Seigo Matsuki's underground arena. As before, few researchers acknowledged their presence, as they were all engrossed in their work. In this apocalyptic era, they were indeed the backbone of hope. Jingze approached a scientist responsible for mechanical research and handed over the USB, providing a brief explanation. The scientist's eyes widened in astonishment as he quickly opened the drive, his excitement growing with each passing moment. Before long, he summoned a group of colleagues to commence the fabrication of Gyuzak. Returning to Xu Ming's side, Jingze introduced, that scientist is Mori, who previously led the development of the special aircraft. With the Gyuzak design in his hands, the construction should progress swiftly. Let us hope for a successful outcome, Xu Ming nodded. Recognizing the profound strength of science, which, even in the Land of Light, was born of human ingenuity. The Land of Light, Jingze mused, laughing while shaking his head. If humanity could truly replicate the plasma sparks of the Land of Light, our situation would be entirely different. Xu Ming smiled, acknowledging that science is fundamentally about exploration and discovery, reassembling matter in the world to create useful inventions. Suddenly, Jingze's communicator beeped. He opened the device, and upon reading the message, his brow furrowed with concern. What is it, Director Jingze? Xu Ming asked, intrigued by the sudden shift in his demeanor. The survivor base in Long City has been attacked by monsters, Jingze announced, swiftly issuing commands to various units through his communicator. Reinforcements to Long City. Long City, as the former headquarters, held significant geographical importance. Jingze had been anticipating the reconstruction of Long City to relocate the headquarters once more, but shouldn't the survivor base in Long City also be equipped with a protective shield? Xu Ming pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. The attackers are indeed Gadi drawn to the protective shield, Jingze clarified. It seems some Gadi mistook it for a barrier created by their kind. Currently, Long City is still under construction, with insufficient combat resources. We must rely on the surrounding survivor bases for support. As they headed towards the elevator, Jingze noted that the situation in Long City was both serious and manageable. The primary concern remained that the protective shield was misconstrued by the Gadi. Jingze intended to convene a meeting to analyze the protective measures. Director Jingze, I wish to accompany you on this mission, Xu Ming stated after a moment of contemplation in the elevator. Lord Xu Ming, you have just returned and should rest. What if the aliens discover? Jingze began, recalling the image of Xu Ming single-handedly confronting the alien forces. You cannot go. No, Xu Ming shook his head resolutely. If the aliens wish to ascertain my existence, it is a simple matter. They likely already learned of my return. Whether or not they are aware of me is inconsequential. If they intended to confront me, they would have done so long ago. Xu Ming turned to Jingze, asserting, what humanity needs now is a belief, a hope. I understand, Lord Xu Ming. Jingze remained contemplative, and as they exited the elevator, he added, I will arrange for Blue Eagle to accompany you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to direct Blue Eagle to assist. Chapter 86. Ultraman finally appears before the people. Aboard the Dark Eagle, Xu Ming and Blue Eagle journeyed towards Dragon City. The reason for piloting the older model of the Dark Eagle fighter jet was that Blue Eagle had spent a full 6 months in the Himalayas and was utterly unacquainted with the latest Phantom fighter jet. However, due to the speed of the Dark Eagle, the two soon arrived at Dragon City. The protective shield of the survivor base had been dismantled, and it was precisely this absence that had drawn Gadi closer. Upon disembarking from their aircraft, Xu Ming and Blue Eagle hastened towards the front lines. Elite soldiers took up arms, launching attacks on Gadi lurking beneath the ground. Yet, the creature remained concealed, hiding in the depths below. No one anticipated that Gadi's tentacles were stealthily extending towards the survivor base. As Xu Ming and Blue Eagle entered the city, they were met with tightly shut doors. During the monster's invasion, the populace was rendered helpless, forced to cower indoors, awaiting news of the warrior's success in repelling the beast. Gotti was indeed a formidable foe. At that moment, Blue Eagle sighed, recounting how a previous division had vanquished Gotti, albeit at a tremendous cost. The head of that division had sacrificed his life, falling victim to Gotti's tentacles. Nevertheless, his sacrifice was not in vain. The protective shield developed by the research department stood as testament to this. As Blue Eagle spoke, he led Xu Ming towards the front lines. Gotti, truly a challenging adversary. Xu Ming observed the closed doors along their path, noting that not a single one was ajar. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from behind one of the doors, causing Xu Ming and Blue Eagle to halt in their tracks. Something is amiss. Blue Eagle reacted swiftly, charging towards the source of the scream and forcefully kicking the door open. To their astonishment, a viscous, flesh-colored tentacle greeted them. "Help! Please save my child." A frantic mother wielded a kitchen knife, desperately hacking at the tentacle that ensnared her 5-year-old daughter. Upon witnessing this, Blue Eagle swiftly drew a handle from his waist, pressing a button to conjure a laser sword. With a swift motion, he brought the laser sword down upon Gotti's tentacle. Sparks flew as a white mark was left, yet the appendage remained unsevered. Just as Xu Ming prepared to assist, another door suddenly opened, and a father pushed his child out, subsequently blocking the door with his body. However, this act proved futile, as the door and father were both flung aside by Gotti's tentacle. In the father's despair, the tentacle coiled around the wailing boy, dragging him back into the abyss. Xu Ming rushed forward, clasping the tentacle in an attempt to pull the boy back, but he was overpowered, and both he and the child were drawn underground. "Xu Ming!" Blue Eagle exclaimed in shock, but the little girl beside him was also caught in the tentacle's grasp, being pulled into the depths. "My child!" The mother cried out in anguish, attempting to leap into the chasm, only to be restrained by Blue Eagle. "You'll die?" Blue Eagle firmly grasped the distraught mother, preventing her from making a rash decision. "Please, let nothing happen to Xu Ming." Despite knowing that Xu Ming could transform into Gotti, Blue Eagle remained deeply concerned. If something were to befall Xu Ming, he understood that the responsibility would rest squarely upon his shoulders. Xu Ming, clutching the boy in the depths below, was soon transported to a cavern. Within the cave, the little girl, who had just been taken, was also present, crying inconsolably but unharmed. After releasing Xu Ming and the boy, the tentacles darted out again, returning shortly with 2 more wailing children. "This monster seeks to lay eggs." Xu Ming gritted his teeth at the sight, placing a hand over his heart, cursing all Gotti to their demise. To use children to hatch its offspring, such a beast deserved to be utterly obliterated. Closing his eyes, Xu Ming entered a meditative state to sense his heartbeat. The rhythmic thumping grew ever closer, clearer, and more rapid. The cries of the children around him ceased as time froze, and with a heavy heartbeat, a runic light circle emanated from his heart. Within this circle, images of Gotti and Phantom swirled. The image of Digga was conspicuously absent. "Let us choose Phantom." As the runic circle settled upon Phantom's image, Xu Ming made his choice. In an instant, the circle passed through Xu Ming's body uniformly. Time resumed its flow. On the surface, Blue Eagle gripped his laser sword, listening to the cries and screams echoing around him, feeling utterly powerless. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot up from the ground, and before the astonished eyes of the people, a colossal figure of silver, red, and black materialized. Gazing up at the towering form, everyone stood in awe. "Ultraman! Ultraman has truly appeared. The Giant of Light. What joy! We are saved!" Exclamations of delight escaped the lips of all, their eyes brimming with excitement and disbelief. How long had the monster invasion lasted? This world had finally witnessed the arrival of Ultraman, the Giant of Light. Seeing that magnificent figure, a singular thought resonated within everyone. Salvation had arrived. Despite having heard rumors of the Giant of Light's revival, the populace had long awaited this moment, and now, witnessing it firsthand ignited a fervor within their hearts. "Ultraman, at last, he has come." Blue Eagle's gaze remained fixated on the towering Giant of Light, his worries dissipating in an instant. Xu Ming was not limited to transforming into Gotti. He could also become Ultraman, the Giant of Light. A smile graced Blue Eagle's face as he looked upon the visage of this luminous giant, realizing that Xu Ming had transformed into Digga Ultraman. However, as time passed, the smile on Blue Eagle's face faded. "No, this is not Digga Ultraman." His pupils constricted as he swallowed hard. "This Giant of Light is Evil Digga." Evil Digga. The words echoed in Blue Eagle's mind, causing him to recoil several steps. If this truly was Xu Ming transformed, it would be one thing. But if he were an invader, then the survivor base of Dragon City would be doomed. Chapter 87. The reason for the captain's promotion. A beam of light descended from the hands of the so-called Evil Digga, landing softly on the ground. The brave Blue Eagle hurried over to investigate, discovering that it was the children who had just been dragged away. These children now lay peacefully asleep, as if the light had soothed their hearts into a tranquil slumber. Upon seeing their children returned, a throng of people surged forward, crying out as they embraced their little ones. Consequently, the cries for Ultraman grew louder. Ultraman had rescued the children. How wonderful! My child, I nearly thought. Ultraman, quickly defeat the monster. Yes, vanquish the beast. After placing the children down, Xu Ming leaped into the air, soaring beyond the survivor base. This was the front line, where troops engaged in a fierce battle against the monsters, unleashing artillery fire upon the deep pit ahead. This pit was excavated by Gotti, who had concealed its body deep underground. Xu Ming descended from the sky, landing right before the chasm. All eyes instantly turned towards Ultraman, who had suddenly appeared on the ground, and for a moment, the bombardment ceased entirely. Am I seeing things? Is that Ultraman, the giant of light? It has truly manifested. Quick, relay this news to the minister. No, report directly to headquarters. Wait, if Ultraman has indeed appeared, could this be the legendary Lord Xu Ming? Seeing that the artillery had halted, Xu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. His concern was whether these soldiers would mistake him for the evil Diga and launch an attack. However, it appeared they recognized him as an ally. He cast his gaze towards the dark abyss and swiftly hurled 2 small blades of light into the cavern. After a long pause, 2 faint explosions echoed back. It seemed quite deep, but it should pose no significant issue. With a sense of determination, Xu Ming leapt into the bottomless pit. The elite soldiers on the front line tensed at this sight, their focus fixed on the entrance of the chasm. Captain, should we continue the assault? A squad leader inquired. All squads, cease fire and observe. The captain commanded, raising a hand to issue orders. Instantly, all artillery was retracted. Captain, the minister's response has arrived. An excited comms officer announced to the captain. The minister says headquarters has just issued a notice. If you see the giant of light, do not panic, for it is Lord Xu Ming. At this proclamation, a wave of excitement surged through the ranks, igniting animated discussions. Lord Xu Ming has finally made his move. I saw Lord Xu Ming when he was still at the launching division. Although I only caught a glimpse from afar, his presence radiated divinity. I once delivered food to Lord Xu Ming. He was truly benevolent. During the attack on launching, he single-handedly held off the monster army. I was on the battlefield too. I was nearly crushed by the Hippolytus aliens, but when Lord Xu Ming appeared, he sacrificed himself so that I could survive. I fought in the Battle of Longqing. After Lord Xu Ming's sacrifice, I wept in a corner for a whole day. Silence. The captain interjected. What is all this noise? This is a battlefield, not a playground. But captain, it's Lord Xu Ming. A squad member protested, but was cut off by the captain. What of Lord Xu Ming? He replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. When Lord Xu Ming was turned into a bronze statue by the Hippolytus aliens, I lay beside him. I was gravely injured, and despite his weakened state, he sacrificed himself to save Longsheng while I could do nothing to save him. Do you know how much regret I carry? The captain's eyes reddened as he continued. I could only transmit the footage from my recorder to headquarters, warning everyone that the lives of Longqing's people were bought with Lord Xu Ming's sacrifice. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. No one had anticipated that the captain bore such a profound experience. Indeed, he was the very soldier who had fallen on the battlefield 6 months prior, witnessing the transformation of Xu Ming into a bronze statue, and thus had earned great honor. After all this time, he had risen to become the commander of various squads on the battlefield. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the chasm, causing the ground to tremble. Moments later, Xu Ming emerged, lifting Gotti above his head and soaring into the sky. Gotti writhed helplessly, its tentacles flailing, yet Xu Ming held it firmly under control. Selecting a spacious area, he slammed Gotti down into the ground. The massive creature crashed heavily, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Xu Ming returned to the ground after Gotti's impact. Within the cavern, Xu Ming had engaged Gotti in combat. Although this monster possessed unique abilities, its protective shield only served to defend its territory from invasion. Thus, before Xu Ming, Gotti was merely a target for punishment. After thoroughly incapacitating Gotti, Xu Ming hoisted it once more and hurled it from the sky, nearly ensuring its defeat. Indeed, after crashing to the ground, Gotti had utterly lost its combat capabilities, its tentacles unable to muster any strength. Xu Ming pulled his arms back, then clenched his fists and crossed them slowly in front of him. Energy began to coalesce from all directions, ultimately converging upon his arms. With a swift motion, his arms formed an L shape, directing a beam of light toward the nearly defeated Gotti. According to the video by Masaki Kigo, this beam was referred to as the Zaipei Ray. It was the reverse of Diga Ultraman's Zaipei Ray. Xu Ming quipped internally that perhaps the name was reversed because of the reverse charging direction. With a powerful surge, the beam struck Gotti, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shattered it into fragments scattered across the ground. After neutralizing Gotti, Xu Ming turned and nodded at the soldiers who had refrained from attacking him, signaling his approval. With a powerful push, he soared into the boundless sky, vanishing into the clouds. Chapter 88. The Return of the Monster Legion. Gotti is dead? A group of team members gazed in disbelief at the scattered remnants of Gotti on the expansive ground nearby. How formidable! Lord Xu Ming is truly powerful. In such a brief moment, he defeated Gotti with a single strike. Truly the mightiest of the light giants. Everyone was astonished by the scene before them. The Gotti they had struggled against with great effort was obliterated by Lord Xu Ming in an instant. The power of Ultraman, the strength of the light giant, was laid bare for all to witness. At that moment, a profound confidence blossomed in the hearts of the people. Earth would surely return to an era of peace. Quickly, gather the fragments of Gotti and send them to the headquarters for research. The captain hastily issued orders, urging the soldiers to the battlefield to collect the remnants of Gotti. Although the protective shield of Gotti had been studied, its body still held significant research value. Xu Ming transformed into a beam of light and returned to the survivor base, emerging from a secluded corner. Upon seeing this, Blue Eagle approached with exuberance. Before he could speak, nearby residents pointed at Xu Ming, their eyes wide with astonishment, shouting, Lord Xu Ming. This outcry instantly drew the attention of those around him to Xu Ming. Lord Xu Ming. It's truly Lord Xu Ming. He looks just like the statue in the square. After all this time, we finally see him alive. So the Ultraman we just witnessed was indeed Lord Xu Ming transformed? It must be. It was Lord Xu Ming who saved us. As his identity was revealed, Xu Ming found himself overwhelmed by the crowd. Lord Xu Ming, please sign my autograph. Lord Xu Ming, grant me a strand of your hair as a talisman. Lord Xu Ming, I want one too. Thank you for saving us. Lord Xu Ming. An ever-growing throng of people surged towards Xu Ming, eagerly extending their hands and calling out. Suddenly, Xu Ming felt a sharp tug on his head. A strand of hair was yanked out. Who's pulling my hair? As he exclaimed this, another sharp tug followed. Calm down. Calm down. Don't do anything strange to Lord Xu Ming. Blue Eagle shouted, trying to shield Xu Ming. However, his efforts proved futile. Why are you pulling my hair? Blue Eagle suddenly felt a painful tug at the top of his own head, realizing that a tuft of his hair had also been pulled. Xu Ming could only feel his hair being relentlessly yanked, and soon, mischievous hands reached for his clothing. This is absurd. Unable to endure any longer, Xu Ming covered his face with his clothing and pointed in a direction, shouting, Lord Xu Ming has gone that way. He then made his escape into the crowd in the opposite direction. The people, following the lead of Xu Ming's gesture, rushed towards the indicated path. Aboard the Dark Eagle fighter jet, Xu Ming and Blue Eagle sat gasping for breath. They had never anticipated that the public would be so frenzied. Xu Ming touched his head, relieved that his hair had not been completely pulled out. Blue Eagle, on the other hand, touched his own head. Feeling helpless, why was my hair also pulled? All right, let us return to headquarters. With a sigh, Xu Ming spoke to Blue Eagle. Nodding in agreement, Blue Eagle piloted the Dark Eagle back to the capital headquarters. The footage of Ultraman's appearance at the Longqing branch quickly spread across the globe. Those who had harbored doubts were instantly convinced upon witnessing the video. With Xu Ming's return, Ultraman had truly manifested. The destruction of Gotti in Longqing served as irrefutable evidence. Moreover, the citizens and soldiers of Longqing stood as the best witnesses. The recording of Xu Ming blasting the monster Gotti echoed worldwide. Upon seeing this footage, everyone marveled at Ultraman's incredible might. Consequently, more people flocked to pray before Xu Ming's statue, all yearning for the end of the apocalypse and a return to normalcy. The capital headquarters also issued commands, fervently disseminating news of Ultraman's return, which significantly boosted human morale. Lord Xu Ming had transformed into Evil Digga. In the director's office, Jing Zhe sat across from Li Yuan, the newly appointed deputy director after the migration of the capital. Evil Digga was merely an official title. In reality, Evil Digga existed as a light giant from the Ultra-Ancient era. As the director, Jing Zhe was naturally well-versed in the lore of monsters and Ultraman. Addressing Li Yuan, I understand, but does that mean Lord Xu Ming is not the strongest light giant? Could Evil Digga truly be the mightiest? Li Yuan responded, puzzled. No. My dear Li Yuan, you may not know. Jing Zhe shook his head, explaining. Lord Xu Ming once told me that his strength was diminished and that he lacked a transformation device. When I inquired about what his transformation device looked like, do you know how Lord Xu Ming responded? How did he respond? Li Yuan asked curiously, intrigued by Jing Zhe's demeanor. Lord Xu Ming said, that his previous transformation devices had vanished, and he instructed me to use the devices depicted in films as a basis for my search. Jingze stated, rising to his feet. I see. Your point is, Lord Xu Ming can transform into more than just one Ultraman. Li Yuan realized, astonished. He can become all Ultramen. I surmise that should be the case. Jingze nodded, affirming, thus, dear Li Yuan, Lord Xu Ming will undoubtedly lead humanity to victory. The news of Gaudi's demise and Ultraman's emergence inevitably reached the ears of the extraterrestrial beings. The Hippolyte and Empire aliens knelt before the grand black crystal in the hall, reporting the happenings of the human world. My lord, it is said that the light giant who appeared is indeed the one transformed from Xu Ming. The Empire alien respectfully addressed the black crystal, concluding that the human they had previously captured was not Xu Ming after all. My lord, do not listen to his nonsense. The Hippolyte alien interjected, asserting that the Xu Ming they had seized had returned, transformed into the light giant. You two fools, you cannot even discern the truth. The black crystal resounded with a heavy voice, reprimanding them. Regardless, we must ensure the complete annihilation of this light giant on Earth. Understood, my lord. We shall lead the Monster Legion to capture the true Xu Ming. The Empire alien declared before exiting the hall. The Hippolyte alien, unwilling to lag behind, hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 89. Protect Lord Xu Ming. As humanity across the globe rejoiced at the long-awaited emergence of the Giant of Light, the skies above the capital city abruptly darkened. Reports flooded in. A multitude of unidentified waves had been detected 1,000 meters beneath the surface, with suspected hordes of monsters advancing towards the base. Reports continued. The skies above the base were teeming with flying monsters. Reports indicated that extraterrestrial beings from Hippolyte and the Empire had appeared beyond the capital's protective shield. Reports confirmed that numerous monsters were emerging from the ground, hastening towards the city. Reports warned that the aerial monsters were attempting to breach the base's defenses. In an instant, a cascade of reports reached the headquarters, igniting panic among the city's populace. Director Jingze issued immediate orders, mobilizing all available forces to defend the capital. Simultaneously, distress signals were dispatched to other divisions, calling for reinforcements. Surely, this turmoil is because of me. Xu Ming rose and made his way toward the door, aware that the extraterrestrials sought his life. Just as Xu Ming opened the door, he encountered Blue Eagle standing resolutely at the threshold. Lord Xu Ming, Director Jingze has instructed me to persuade you not to go, Blue Eagle declared, his gaze unwavering. He understood that Xu Ming was determined to head into battle. Step aside, Blue Eagle, Xu Ming replied, his brow furrowed. If I do not go now, how can I face the world? You are correct, Lord Xu Ming. Blue Eagle acquiesced, stepping aside. Do not impede me, Blue Eagle. Xu Ming stammered, momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as he gazed at Blue Eagle in bewilderment. Wasn't the plot supposed to depict Blue Eagle attempting to stop him multiple times before he took action? Why had Blue Eagle conceded so easily? Am I truly right? Have I spoken so wisely? Xu Ming pondered, frustrated by the unexpected deviation from the anticipated events. Indeed, Lord Xu Ming, if you do not engage in battle at this moment, the hopes of the people may dissipate, and your words will carry little weight, Blue Eagle stated. Why yes, Blue Eagle, you are quite astute. Xu Ming replied, a faint smile forming. It was evident that conversing with a member of the elite forces made matters considerably easier. With Blue Eagle no longer obstructing him, Xu Ming surged forth from the headquarters, racing towards the perimeter of the survivor base's shield. The inhabitants of the capital, sheltered by the protective barrier, did not all retreat indoors. Many stood in the streets, gazing skyward at the ominous swarm of flying monsters. The array of creatures was vast and varied, Zoga, Melba, Barton, Baymonston, and others, making it difficult to count their numbers. As the headquarters, the capital employed an advanced layered gaudy shield, which had thus far withstood the onslaught of the external monsters. Look, it's Lord Xu Ming. I see him. Lord Xu Ming is going to confront the monsters. Yet, the people soon felt trepidation, for he stood alone against such a multitude. Can Lord Xu Ming truly contend with so many monsters by himself? Upon reaching the edge of the shield, Xu Ming found countless elite warriors established in defense, awaiting the moment when the barrier would falter. The headquarters boasted the most advanced weaponry, even incorporating experimental ultra-vibrational waves into its artillery. Lord Xu Ming. Soon, someone noticed Xu Ming's arrival, exclaiming in astonishment. Like a stone cast into a pond, many turned their gaze towards him, their resolve strengthening. With Lord Xu Ming present, what could these monsters possibly achieve? For a being capable of annihilating Gaudi with a single strike, no number of monsters could stand a chance. Standing 100 meters from the shield, the Hippolyte alien stroked its elongated nose, cackling, Humans, surrender Ultraman. Surrender Xu Ming. I can grant you a complete corpse. As the Hippolyte alien concluded its taunt, the horde of monsters behind it unleashed a cacophony of roars, a show of force. Hearing the alien's words, all eyes turned towards Xu Ming. They seek me. Xu Ming proclaimed, his voice steady. Lord Xu Ming, I will protect you. A soldier declared, stepping forward with fervor. Yes, we must safeguard Lord Xu Ming. The extraterrestrials' target is Lord Xu Ming. If we eliminate the world's only Ultraman, nothing will stand in their way. Indeed, we cannot allow Lord Xu Ming to fall into the hands of the extraterrestrials. For Lord Xu Ming, I am willing to fight to the death. A chorus of fervent declarations resonated, leaving Xu Ming momentarily stunned, yet touched. Humanity is a remarkably endearing species. How could he allow such wonderful individuals to perish for his sake? Standing before the shield, Xu Ming lifted his gaze towards the Hippolyte alien and declared, I, Xu Ming, stand here. If you wish to capture me, then come forth and prove your worth. Oh, the Hippolyte alien blinked in surprise. Are you not the human I turned into a bronze statue last time? How is it that you still live? Indeed, he is Xu Ming, an imperial alien remarked. Humph, cunning humans, the Hippolyte alien scoffed, dismissing the imperial alien's words. Last time, they sent a doppelganger to deceive us. Perhaps this Xu Ming is yet another imposter. As it spoke, the Hippolyte alien launched an energy projectile towards Xu Ming. With a resounding explosion, the outermost layer of the shield shattered, triggering the next level of defense. Crush this human city. I refuse to believe Xu Ming will not emerge. The Hippolyte alien proclaimed, gesturing for the monsters to advance upon the shield. Tension enveloped the crowd as they fixated on the approaching horde of monsters. It was evident that no amount of shielding would suffice against such overwhelming numbers. Xu Ming, caught off guard by the Hippolyte alien's foolishness, shook his head in resignation. He placed a hand over his heart, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The rhythmic beating of his heart grew clearer, quickening in tempo. Time seemed to freeze. The monsters halted in their advance, and the Hippolyte and Imperial aliens were rendered motionless outside the shield. With a powerful heartbeat resonating, a radiant light emanated from Xu Ming's heart, forming a circle of runes before him. Chapter 90. The interrogative being the image of Gaiety and Guiying alternated within the runic circle. Xu Ming extended his hand and made a selection as the circle illuminated with Guiying's image. Immediately, the runic circle surged through Xu Ming's body. Time resumed its flow. The monstrous footsteps continued, and both the Hippolyte and Imperial aliens were still caressing their elongated noses. Transformed into a radiant figure, Xu Ming burst forth from the protective shield, landing gracefully before an army of thousands. His towering figure shielded the onlookers behind him. The warriors who witnessed Xu Ming's transformation into Ultraman gasped in awe, their eyes filled with reverence. To their astonishment, a genuine hero had arrived. Such a charming spectacle, chuckled the Hippolyte alien. But indeed, if a true hero did not come, this city would have no reason to exist. Xu Ming paid no heed to the Hippolyte's words, instead focusing his gaze intently on the alien. Understanding the principle of capturing the leader to subdue the horde, he knew that controlling either the Hippolyte or Imperial alien was the most effective strategy. Monstrous legions, advance, commanded the Imperial and Hippolyte aliens without further ado, ordering their forces to obliterate Ultraman completely. With their orders issued, all the monsters turned their ire upon the singular target. Ultraman Xu Ming. Warriors. A voice echoed from within the protective shield. Are you afraid of death? Not afraid. They bellowed in unison, the response reverberating through the air. Excellent. We cannot allow Lord Xu Ming to fight alone. Follow me. Charge. Charge. In an instant, the protective shield of the survivor base was lifted, and the warriors surged forth. Armed with rocket launchers and cannons, they launched an assault against the horde of monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted among the monstrous ranks. Although the firepower proved ineffective against many of the beasts, it nonetheless caused some damage and disruption. Faced with such a multitude of adversaries, Xu Ming realized he had once again found himself in peril. He leaped into the sky, only to be besieged by various avian horrors. Reluctantly, he dove back towards the ground, targeting the Hippolyte alien amidst the chaos. Crash! The Hippolyte alien was caught off guard as Xu Ming barreled into him, sending him sprawling. Just as the Hippolyte alien attempted to rise and retaliate, he was trampled by a throng of monsters. Observing this, the Imperial alien unleashed a luminous whip that ensnared Xu Ming with a swift motion. Xu Ming struggled vehemently, but found himself unable to break free from the binding energy. I underestimated these two, Xu Ming realized, recalling that the Imperial alien was a formidable adversary from the Showa era of Ultraman, possessing immense combat prowess. Notably, it had even countered Zoffy Ultraman's M77 beam. As his struggles proved futile, the surrounding monsters closed in, and Xu Ming crashed into the Imperial alien, both collapsing to the ground and subsequently falling victim to the trampling hordes. Stop! Stop! The Hippolyte alien cried out amid the relentless stomping. All monsters, cease your assault. Remarkably, the monsters obeyed their commands, pausing in their onslaught, while the creatures in the sky began to circle overhead. However, the human warriors did not halt their attacks. Shells continued to rain down, exploding within the monstrous ranks. All units, prepare the Gamora Ultra Vibration Wave, commanded the captain, and a fleet of technologically advanced devices was rolled into position, aiming at the horde. Gamora Ultra Vibration Wave loaded. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of powerful vibration waves surged forth from the launchers, striking the monsters. Those unfortunate enough to be caught as living targets were obliterated by the onslaught. Success. The soldiers cheered, reveling in their victory. This marked humanity's first triumph in exterminating monsters with minimal cost. A single vibration wave could dispatch a colossal beast, instilling confidence in the warriors as they prepared to confront their foes. The energy binding Xu Ming unraveled amidst the explosion's aftermath. Freed. Xu Ming did not flee but instead turned his focus onto the now-recovering Hippolyte alien, lunging at him with force. Gripping the alien's arms tightly, Xu Ming propelled himself into the sky. Bring him down, commanded the Imperial alien, pointing at Xu Ming soaring above. Instantly, the monsters raised their heads, aiming their attacks at the moving figure. A torrent of energy beams and orbs surged forth, spiraling through the sky. Though the target was elusive, surely some attacks would find their mark. With several resounding impacts, Xu Ming was struck by multiple energy blasts. Fools! Cease fire! Cease fire! The Hippolyte alien shouted, realizing that the blasts were striking him instead. The blue robe he wore was reduced to ashes under the relentless bombardment. Seems the Imperial alien does not favor you, Xu Ming remarked, still holding the Hippolyte alien firmly. Let me go? The Hippolyte alien struggled, pleading with Xu Ming. If you take me back, I assure you the human city will remain unscathed. Do you truly believe I would trust your words? Xu Ming tightened his grip, refusing to relent despite the alien's assaults. Choosing a direction, he surged forward with the Hippolyte alien in tow. In the blink of an eye, they reached the Himalayas. However, upon gazing at the blood-red expanse atop Mount Everest, the Hippolyte alien appeared as if he had glimpsed salvation. Is there something here? Xu Ming inquired, observing the alien's reaction. Hee. As an interrogative being, I possess no inclination to conceal the truth. That esteemed individual resides above. Just return with me, and I can guarantee that humanity will not suffer harm for 3 years. Is that so? Xu Ming mused, drawing closer to the temporal rift at the summit of Everest. As he approached, he felt the temperature rising around him. Now, I shall ask, and you will answer, he threatened, sensing the heat radiating from his body. Should you hesitate, we shall perish together here. Chapter 91. The talking darkness of Lopos Zero. The Hippolyte alien seemed unfazed by Xu Ming's threats. Rather, they were overwhelmingly fearful of the rift in space-time. What are you afraid of? Xu Ming, noticing their trepidation, stepped closer to the rift. Don't. The Hippolyte alien could no longer contain itself and exclaimed, I will tell you anything you wish to know. Oh, Xu Ming said, intrigued by the Hippolyte's reaction. Then my first question is, why do you fear this rift? Because previously, extraterrestrials and monsters attempted to enter the rift to return to their own worlds, only to be torn into fragments by it. The Hippolyte alien replied, the forces of darkness cannot return from the rift. In other words, this rift only brings forth monsters and extraterrestrials from other worlds to this realm, without the means to send them back, correct? Xu Ming mused, seeking confirmation from the Hippolyte. Indeed, the Hippolyte alien affirmed, many extraterrestrials and monsters have tried. Their fates were nothing short of horrific. Excellent. Xu Ming chuckled, pulling the Hippolyte alien another step into the rift. The alien immediately began to struggle in fear. Don't move. If you do, I shall toss you in, Xu Ming threatened. It must be said that when faced with the specter of death, the Hippolyte alien complied, ceasing its struggles. My second question, who informed you that Xu Ming is the Giant of Light? This was a question of great interest to Xu Ming, and one of considerable importance. I do not know. We follow the orders of that esteemed one. The Hippolyte alien replied cautiously, glancing skyward. That esteemed one. Xu Ming found himself questioning the identity of this figure for the second time. My third question, who is that esteemed one? As he spoke, he drew nearer to the rift once more. The Hippolyte alien, now visibly terrified, pleaded, Please, Great One, spare me. The identity of that esteemed one is not something I can divulge. If I do, I too shall meet a dreadful end. Upon hearing this, Xu Ming recognized the Hippolyte's sincerity. The previously captured Bobarl alien had attempted to reveal the identity of that esteemed one, only to explode unexpectedly. Should the Hippolyte attempt to disclose it, it likely would meet a similar fate. Very well, let me pose a different question, Xu Ming pondered. How many subordinates does that esteemed one possess? This was also a crucial inquiry, even if that esteemed one lurked in the shadows. Xu Ming needed to gauge their military strength. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. I am uncertain. The Hippolyte alien replied, but I do know that aside from me and the Imperial aliens, there are also various extraterrestrial beings, including the Bobarl, Magma, and Baltan aliens among the ranks. Which of them are particularly formidable? Xu Ming pressed further. Am I considered formidable? The Hippolyte alien cautiously inquired. Not at all. Xu Ming retorted bluntly. Then I cannot say, the Hippolyte alien admitted. I usually only work with the Imperial aliens. I seldom see other extraterrestrial beings. The information provided by the Hippolyte alien was substantial, especially compared to the Bobarl alien. This one evidently held greater utility. However, persuading an extraterrestrial to ally with humanity was utterly implausible, unless they were bereft of reason. Now, issue the command for the Monster Legion to disband and vacate human territory. The Hippolyte alien, capable of commanding the Monster Legion, retained this final vestige of value. The Hippolyte alien hesitated, but the encroaching rift compelled it to relent. Very well. It tightened its nostrils and acquiesced to Xu Ming's demand. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the blood-red sky, landing before Xu Ming and the Hippolyte alien. Hippolyte, the master is greatly disappointed in you. I am here to rectify matters. This figure cackled ominously, and then a dark red beam erupted from its chest, hurtling toward the Hippolyte alien. Xu Ming swiftly released the Hippolyte's arms and dodged aside. Before the Hippolyte alien's incredulous gaze, it was struck by the dark red beam and propelled into the rift. With a resounding shatter, the Hippolyte alien disintegrated before Xu Ming's eyes. The figure that had dispatched the Hippolyte now drew Xu Ming's full attention. Darkness of Lopos Zero. How could such a being manifest? Xu Ming felt a surge of anxiety. Most astonishing was the fact that this dark Lopos Zero could speak. Wasn't it a one-eyed mechanical giant? Why could it communicate? Clenching his fists, Xu Ming readied himself for battle. At that moment, the Imperial aliens, accompanied by a cadre of monsters, arrived belatedly, gazing in bewilderment at the dark Lopos Zero. The lingering aura of the Hippolyte alien was still faintly detectable. The Hippolyte has perished. The Imperial aliens exchanged tense glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had only heard of the existence of the dark Lopos Zero, but never imagined witnessing its arrival. Since this being has been dispatched, it seems the master has lost faith in us, an Imperial alien noted, casting a wary glance at the crimson sky. In that case, it would be prudent to retreat. Turning, the Imperial alien led the flying monsters away into the cosmos. The dark Lopos Zero, however, took note of this retreat and unleashed a beam towards the Imperial aliens. Reacting swiftly, an Imperial alien pushed a Merbor aside, causing it to explode under the beam's assault, illuminating the sky with flames. When the smoke cleared, the Imperial aliens had vanished from sight. Choosing not to pursue the fleeing Imperial aliens, the dark Lopos Zero focused its attention on Xu Ming. You are the Ultraman that the master intends to eliminate, are you not? The dark Lopos Zero extended a hand in a provocative manner. Come, let us engage in a fair battle. Should you perish, I shall ensure your remains are intact. Do not even think of fleeing. If you do, humanity shall cease to exist. Xu Ming had intended to escape the area, but the dark Lopos Zero's declaration extinguished that thought. Chapter 92. I shall await the return of Lord Xu Ming. Clenching his fists tightly, Xu Ming, in a moment of resignation, charged directly towards the dark Lopos Zero. Come on. Seeing this, the dark Lopos Zero, exhilarated, reciprocated Xu Ming's advance. The two collided in a fierce exchange of blows, with Xu Ming being forced back a distance. It was evident that his opponent's strength surpassed his own. Noticing the temporal rift beside him, Xu Ming's mind sharpened with determination, and he shouted towards the dark Lopos Zero. Again, he unleashed another punch, and his adversary eagerly engaged in the exchange once more. Xu Ming intentionally tempered his strength, retreating after the confrontation, while the dark Lopos Zero drew ever closer to the temporal rift. Your power is still lacking. This is unamusing. The dark Lopos Zero flicked his wrist, appearing anything but a mechanical giant. Is that so? Xu Ming, witnessing this, pulled his arms back and then thrust them forward in a cross motion, conjuring the Li Ao Zai Pei light beam, which shot towards the dark Lopos Zero. With a whoosh, the beam struck the dark Lopos Zero. To Xu Ming's astonishment, his opponent made no attempt to resist, absorbing the light beam with his mechanical body. The continuous energy output from Xu Ming's attack only resulted in sparks flying from the Dark Lopus-Cero, who showed no signs of injury. You are too weak. The Dark Lopus-Cero shook his head, releasing a black light blade that disrupted Xu Ming's beam. Is this what you call the strongest light giant of the universe? Damn. Xu Ming's chest heaved as he silently cursed. This Dark Lopus-Cero was overwhelmingly powerful. With his current abilities, he was utterly outmatched. Yet, Xu Ming dared not flee. For this being had threatened humanity, and he could not take the risk. He had to ensure that this creature was cast into the rift. Glimpsing the temporal rift, Xu Ming clenched his fists and directed a beam of light toward the Dark Lopus-Cero's head. The Dark Lopus-Cero, perplexed, looked up, only to see a torrent erupt above him, cascading down onto his mechanical form. The frigid temperatures from the summit of Mount Everest instantly froze the water, encasing the Dark Lopus-Cero in ice. Now's my chance. Xu Ming dashed to the side of the Dark Lopus-Cero, seizing him with the intent to throw him into the temporal rift. At that moment, the ice encasing the Dark Lopus-Cero shattered, and Xu Ming felt a mechanical arm grasping him from behind, sending him spinning through the air. With a crash, Xu Ming collided against the mountainside, his body feeling as though it had disassembled. Ouch! He groaned in pain, yet he rose once more. For the sake of humanity. He knew he could not simply fall. If he were to perish, he would take a foe with him. Embracing this thought, Xu Ming charged toward the Dark Lopus-Cero step by step. Overreaching yourself. The Dark Lopus-Cero scoffed, positioning his arms in an L shape to unleash the Dark Lopus light beam against Xu Ming. Xu Ming promptly halted, mirroring the L formation with his own arms, returning fire. However, it was clear that his opponent's energy and light were far more potent. Despite being a light giant with 30 million years of history, he was merely wielding the shadow's light, not his true self. The timer on his chest flickered incessantly as he watched the dark red beam gradually consume his own, culminating in a resounding explosion. As the explosion erupted at Xu Ming's location, the Dark Lopus-Cero snorted, turning to ascend into the sky. Just as he took flight, a charred silver hand seized the Dark Lopus-Cero's foot. Turning to look, the Dark Lopus-Cero was taken aback to find Xu Ming still alive. Unbelievable. How are you still standing? A hint of surprise flickered within the Dark Lopus-Cero, yet he soon felt his body losing balance in midair, plummeting to the ground. Xu Ming yanked the Dark Lopus-Cero back down, but the timer on his chest was flashing a frantic red. Die. Die for me. Xu Ming lunged onto the Dark Lopus-Cero, delivering blow after blow to his chest. The creature's solid and robust body rendered Xu Ming's attacks ineffective. With a forceful shove, the Dark Lopus-Cero pushed Xu Ming away, repositioning his arms into the L shape once more to unleash the Dark Lopus light beam. Xu Ming's body became charred as he rolled across the ground, evading the beam's onslaught. A misfortunate beast emerged from the temporal rift, unexpectedly shielding Xu Ming, only to be obliterated by the light beam. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Xu Ming's form had vanished from sight. The Dark Lopus-Cero momentarily froze, then swiftly turned around, prepared to meet your end. Suddenly, Xu Ming's figure lunged at the Dark Lopus-Cero, pushing him towards the temporal rift. With a tearing sound, the Dark Lopus-Cero's arm was instantly shredded upon contact with the rift, even his steel body powerless against the forces of time. Fortunately, the Dark Lopus-Cero regained his balance, avoiding complete immersion into the temporal rift. Madman. This was the conclusion the Dark Lopus-Cero reached about Xu Ming during their battle. The Ultraman before him was nothing short of a lunatic. Even in his dying moments, he sought to continue the fight. Just then, Xu Ming lunged once more. This time, he firmly grasped the Dark Lopus-Cero's other arm and plunged into the temporal rift. Realizing the situation, the Dark Lopus-Cero's singular eye flashed red, and his other arm was instantly severed, as he, alongside Xu Ming, was drawn into the rift. Just a fraction. As he watched the mechanical arm being torn away, the shadow dispersed into light particles, before Gady emerged within the inky void of the rift. The Dark Lopus-Cero could only see the fading light particles, followed by the dark, flickering arcs of the rift. What a madman. The Dark Lopus-Cero gazed skyward, then propelled himself upward. His mechanical arms were not beyond repair, they merely required time. However, he never anticipated sacrificing both arms to combat Xu Ming. In the capital city, the Monster Legion had dispersed, yet the warriors remained, gazing solemnly at the sky, awaiting Lord Xu Ming's return. As dusk fell and the stars emerged, Lord Xu Ming had yet to appear on the horizon. Director Jingza, perhaps you should return for now. If there is any news of Lord Xu Ming, we will certainly inform you. One warrior urged Jingza. No. Jingza resolutely shook his head. I will wait until Lord Xu Ming returns. Chapter 93. A world with 8 Ultramen. Beneath the azure sky, a rift suddenly tore open, and a dog-like monster descended from the heavens, transforming mid-air into particles of light that eventually coalesced into a luminous orb upon reaching the ground. After an indeterminate time, Xu Ming stirred awake, discovering himself sprawled upon a concrete slab. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in a modern city, clearly not his original world. Indeed, my conjecture was not mistaken. Traversing through the temporal rift allows one to reach different realms. However, Xu Ming remained puzzled as to why monsters and extraterrestrials were torn asunder upon encountering the rift. Rising to his feet, Xu Ming quickly found himself seated once more, fatigue from the recent battle overwhelming him. What he required at that moment was rest. As he opened his eyes and gazed ahead, he was taken aback to find a bay before him. Yet, when his eyes settled on a colossal bronze statue within the bay, his breath quickened. That statue was Ultraman Mebius. His chest heaving, Xu Ming attempted to rise, but found himself utterly drained of strength. The sight of Ultraman Mebius' statue in the bay invoked a singular scene in his mind, the moment in the film The Great Showdown. Ultra Brothers when Mebius was transformed into a bronze statue by the Hippolyte aliens. It was highly probable that he had indeed arrived in the world of Ultra Brothers. Xu Ming's gaze remained fixated on the statue in the bay, pondering deeply. If he was not mistaken, his ability to transform into Ultraman stemmed from his interactions with various Ultramen. Shaking hands with Kingo Monica granted him the power of transformation, and contact with Dinah bestowed upon him the light of Dinah. In the world of the Great Showdown, Ultra Brothers, it was expected that 8 Ultramen would appear. Aside from the bronze statue of Ultraman Mebius, already transformed by the Hippolyte aliens, there were also the original Ultraman, Ultraman Jack, Ultraman 7, and Ultraman Ace. Additionally, the 3 Heisei Ultramen, Ultraman Tiga, Ultraman Dinah, and Ultraman Gaia, would likely be present as well. Perhaps there were more than 8. Xu Ming recalled that within the narrative, there had been an appearance of Hiroya Fujimiya, implying that Ultraman Eagle from the Heisei trio would also manifest in this world. 9. A total of 9 Ultramen. If he could establish contact with these 9 Ultramen, then Xu Ming placed his hand over his heart, a relaxed smile gracing his face. If he could transform into the 9 Ultramen, as long as his stamina held out, he should be able to contend with the Monster Legion. Alas, for now, Xu Ming could only sit and rest here, awaiting the arrival of the other Ultramen. As he sat, exhaustion overcame him, and he succumbed to slumber on the ground. When he awoke again, it was already evening. Upon sneezing and sitting up, he discovered a pile of coins before him. Had he been mistaken for a beggar? Xu Ming's lips twitched, and he glanced at the coins scattered on the ground. Rising to his feet, he found that his strength had largely returned during this brief respite, though his stomach growled in protest. Choosing a direction, Xu Ming resolved to seek out some food. However, after taking a few steps, he retraced his path and pocketed the coins. After all, he had no currency in this world, and these coins could prove useful for purchasing sustenance. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered into Chinatown. Here, the presence of the Daxiao people was prevalent, and Xu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He entered a noodle shop, requesting a bowl of broth noodles. After finishing his meal, the owner, perceiving Xu Ming as a down-and-out youth, did not charge him. "Keep working hard, young man," the owner encouraged, patting Xu Ming on the shoulder. "You're still young. A little more spirit will do wonders." "Thank you, sir." Xu Ming expressed his gratitude to the kind-hearted proprietor, discreetly leaving behind some money before departing. Although he was not truly destitute, he was certainly close to it. He found a modest inn in Chinatown to spend the night, but unexpectedly, he fell into a deep slumber that lasted until the following evening. Awakened by the tremors of the building and the shouts from outside, Xu Ming jolted upright. Had the Monster Legion invaded the capital? Upon regaining his senses, he remembered that he was not in the real world. However, this realm bore a striking resemblance to reality. Monsters and Ultramen, once mere fiction, had now invaded this world. The crucial difference lay in the fact that when the monsters first invaded, Ultramen appeared to resist them, preventing this world from descending into a post-apocalyptic state. Prior to being transformed into a bronze statue, Mebius must have already dealt with the monster Pandan. Xu Ming stepped cautiously from his room towards Chinatown, concluding that the monsters currently wreaking havoc were the ensuing Hilbegon and Goldrass. Upon reaching the outskirts of Chinatown, he witnessed the chaos of people fleeing, all running towards a nearby underground shelter. Xu Ming did not run. Instead, he walked slowly with the tide of humanity. Ahead, a familiar figure clad in a business suit was directing the crowd to safety. Daigo. Or rather, the Daigo from this parallel world. The Daigo of this realm had yet to awaken his memories from the parallel universe. Spotting Daigo, Xu Ming deliberately sprinted forward, only to feign a stumble and fall towards him. Daigo, seeing this, quickly caught Xu Ming, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just tripped a bit." Thank you. Xu Ming nodded, feeling the change within himself. However, he no longer sensed the warm flow that had previously coursed through his heart. It seemed that Daigo had not yet awakened. He would have to wait until Daigo transformed into Dinah to make contact. Deciding against leaving, Xu Ming assisted Daigo in guiding the crowd to safety. This involvement entailed directing people towards the shelter. Soon, the throngs dispersed, leaving only Daigo and Xu Ming behind. The monsters Goldrass and Hilbegon approached ever closer to Chinatown. A dark wind swept down from the sky, materializing into a hippolyte alien. For some reason, Xu Ming found the hippolyte alien before him oddly familiar. Could it possibly be the same one that had been torn apart by the rift in the real world? Xu Ming furrowed his brow. However, given that all hippolyte aliens bore a striking resemblance, it was difficult to discern. Just as Xu Ming pondered this, Daigo suddenly shouted, pulling Xu Ming down to the ground. Watch out. Chapter 94 Yet. There is no ninth Ultraman in the dream? Xu Ming was pulled back several steps by Daigo. As an erratic yellow arc of electricity surged through the sky, threatening to reduce both him and Daigo to ashes. Suddenly, the lightning halted just before Xu Ming's face. Mere inches away, time seemed to freeze, preventing the arc from advancing further. The sound of Xu Ming's heartbeat grew clearer, quickening with intensity. With a powerful thump of his heart, a circle of runes projected from his chest, illuminating his visage. Xu Ming exhaled, resolutely choosing to cast a shadow, and the circle of runes swiftly passed through his body. Buzz! Daigo's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open, witnessing the yellow electric net dissipate under the radiant light, revealing a gigantic figure enveloped in brilliance. Ultraman! Daigo's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe that the young man who had just helped organize the evacuation was the very Ultraman he had been searching for. Xu Ming turned, nodding at Daigo, and uttered, Tiga, I'm waiting for you. With that, he charged towards the rampaging monsters in the city. His parting words were intended to hasten Daigo's awakening. Otherwise, facing 3 foes alone would prove exceedingly challenging. Tiga? Upon hearing this name, Daigo's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Xu Ming performed a somersault and delivered a swift kick to the pointed tip of Goldrass's head. With a crack, the tip shattered, eliciting a painful roar from Goldrass, who glared furiously at the unexpected intruder. Ultraman. This world still harbors Ultraman. The hippolyte alien was evidently taken aback upon seeing Xu Ming. They had chosen this Ultraman-less world for their invasion, believing the only threat, Mephiles, had been reduced to a bronze statue. Yet another Ultraman had emerged. Xu Ming warily regarded his 3 adversaries, planning to eliminate them one by one. Having just incapacitated Goldrass by severing its dual horns, he effectively neutralized its electrical abilities. The next opponent was Hilbegon. As for the hippolyte alien, Xu Ming currently lacked a means to confront it, opting instead for defense. He aimed for the 2 large horns atop Hilbegon's head and charged forward once more. Who dares to thwart my plans? The hippolyte alien fired a crimson beam that struck Xu Ming squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Xu Ming was blasted to the ground, rolling several times. However, he quickly regained his footing, disregarding the hippolyte alien and sprinting straight towards Hilbegon. Hilbegon, undeterred, charged at Xu Ming as well. Just as they were about to collide, Xu Ming shaped his hand into a blade, concentrating light within, and swiftly brushed past Hilbegon. By the time Hilbegon realized, one of its horns had been severed, the other plummeting to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. In a fit of rage, Hilbegon and Goldrass lunged at Xu Ming, attempting to overpower him with brute force. Observing their advance, Xu Ming leaped into the air, evading the 2 mindless beasts. Yet, the hippolyte alien was not about to let Xu Ming escape. It propelled itself into the sky, pursuing him relentlessly. The onlookers on the ground cheered as an Ultraman appeared to confront the monsters, rallying support for Xu Ming. Daigo felt a surge of joy, but the words Xu Ming had left behind lingered in his mind. Tiga. As he continued forward, he was taken aback to see 3 middle-aged men blocking his path. Uncle Hayata, Uncle Zhurong, Uncle Hokuto. What are you doing here? Daigo inquired, bewildered. The 3 men before him were Hayata Jin, Zhurong Tuan, and Hokuto Seiji, ordinary men in this parallel world, yet unaware of their otherworldly memories yet to awaken. Daigo, you once told me that if one does not give up until the very end, Ultraman will surely arrive, Zhurong said with a smile, addressing Daigo gently. Did I really say that? Daigo pondered, lost in thought. Yes, Hokuto affirmed. We have not forgotten our dreams because you believe that Ultraman's gaze remained within our hearts. Believing in Ultraman's gaze. Daigo furrowed his brow, his childhood memories slowly piecing together. Indeed, you all have always believed in Ultraman. Hayata nodded in agreement. Daigo's eyes widened in realization. The 3 men before him were encouraging him to pursue his childhood dream. becoming Ultraman in times of peril. Though it may seem absurd, Daegu understood that his recent dreams were not mere coincidences. Not only had he dreamt of becoming Ultraman, but also Asuka and Momo had shared the same dream. This meant that the uncles too had dreamed of transforming into Ultraman. Clenching his teeth, Daegu dashed towards the battlefield. Xu Ming was locked in a chase with the Hippolyte alien in the skies, while Goldrass and Hilbegun wreaked havoc on the city below, their massive forms demolishing buildings. Light beams periodically fell from the sky, exploding on the ground. Amidst the inferno, Daegu was transported back to his childhood. Recalling the scene in which he made a wish upon the stars with Asuka and Momo, on that grassy field stood a little girl in a white dress and red shoes. "You finally remembered our promise." The little girl turned, beaming at Daegu. He nodded solemnly, breaking free from the illusion, his gaze resolutely fixed on the rampaging Hilbegun and Goldrass. "I now realize that I am the last of the 7 warriors," he declared, as light coalesced in his hand, the god light rod materializing. Just as Daegu was about to transform, a troubling thought struck him. If Asuka and Momo were likely Ultramen, and Uncle Hayata, Uncle Hokuto, Uncle Kageyama, and Uncle Jerome were also Ultramen, that made 8 individuals, plus Mephiles, who had been turned into a bronze statue, and himself, totaling 9. Yet, in the dreams, only 8 Ultramen had appeared. Chapter 95, Mastering Physics. The Hippolyte aliens must flee, however. The fiery spectacle of battle in the sky caused Daegu to momentarily set aside his thoughts. The paramount task now was to vanquish these monstrous foes. Memories from a parallel world began to surface in his mind, and as a member of the victory team, Daegu awakened fully in this moment. Grasping the godlight stick firmly in his right hand, he struck his left arm with it, twisting his waist to create a perfect arc, lifting the godlight stick high above his head. "Tiga!" Daegu bellowed, transforming into a radiant beam as he ascended into the heavens, subsequently becoming a colorful pillar of light descending from the sky. Before the astonished onlookers, the silver, purple, and red tricolored Tiga Ultraman stood defiantly before the 2 rampaging monsters. Another Ultraman. He resembles the one from before. But as long as there is an Ultraman, the monsters are doomed. Go Ultraman. Defeat them. The crowd erupted into cheers upon witnessing the emergence of yet another Ultraman. In this world, while Ultraman films existed, only those from the Showa era were known. The Heisei era Ultraman had become a rarity. Thus, the populace was familiar only with the older Ultramen like the Ultraman brothers and were oblivious to Tiga, Dinah, and Gaia from the Heisei period. They were also unaware of the existence of the malevolent Dark Tiga within Tiga Ultraman. As Daegu transformed into Tiga, he also revived all the combat techniques of Tiga from the parallel universe. With a fierce roar, he charged towards the 2 rampaging monsters. A single punch brought down the already hornless Goldrass, while a swift kick toppled the horn-chipped Hilbegun. Xu Ming, still in pursuit of the Hippolyte aliens high in the sky, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Tiga's appearance on the ground. The narrative had returned to its rightful course. It was merely a matter of time before the other Heisei trio members and the Ultraman brothers joined the fray. The pursuing Hippolyte aliens relentlessly fired energy orbs at Xu Ming. While evading mid-flight, he darted into the clouds above. The Hippolyte aliens, unwavering, followed closely behind. Suddenly, a flash of electricity illuminated the clouds, and the aliens plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. As the mist gradually dispersed under the moonlight, Xu Ming stood with his arms positioned in an L shape, clearly having just unleashed a powerful attack. The Hippolyte aliens, formidable as they were, possessed an impressive reserve of vitality. Observing this, Xu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "This illustrates the sheer strength of the rift in space-time, capable of tearing apart even a boss like the Hippolyte aliens." Furthermore, the master referenced by the Hippolyte aliens must be an extraordinary figure to command such powerful entities. Moreover, this being, despite possessing the capability to annihilate humanity, had refrained from doing so. Xu Ming was skeptical that this master would show humanity any mercy. The only plausible explanation was that he held no interest in Earth and harbored ulterior motives against humanity. Hilbegun and Goldrass rose from the ground, their massive claws lunging towards Daegu. Daegu unleashed a barrage of light blades that struck the 2 monsters, igniting sparks, yet failing to halt their advance. Just before the monsters could reach him, Daegu crossed his arms at his forehead's crystal, transforming his body into a shimmering silver-red hue. Tiga Ultraman, power type. With a powerful stance, he unleashed a dual punch that sent both monsters staggering several steps back under the weight of his immense strength. Xu Ming descended to the ground, facing away from Daegu, who was now confronting the Hippolyte aliens that were brushing off dust from their bodies. Vile creatures. The Hippolyte aliens seethed with rage at Xu Ming for the surprise attack amidst the clouds. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a cylindrical glass container descended from above, enveloping Xu Ming within. Not again. Having previously been transformed into a bronze statue, Xu Ming understood the peril of this glass container. Observing this, Daegu began to pummel the container. Recalling how the Mebius Ultraman had been petrified before him, he could not bear to witness such a fate unfold again. Yet, even in his power-type form, Daegu found himself unable to shatter the container. Although it appeared glass-like, its composition was made of some special material crafted by the Hippolyte aliens. Seeing Daegu's efforts were in vain, Xu Ming resolved to save himself. Before the mist could fill the container, he clasped his palms together and unleashed a torrent of water. Soon, the container brimmed with water, preventing the mist capable of turning humans into bronze statues from infiltrating the now full cylindrical vessel. Xu Ming did not cease his flow of water. The pressure within the glass container mounted, intensifying the burden he bore. Ultimately, when the container reached its critical threshold, it erupted with a resounding crash, water splashing everywhere. What? The Hippolyte alien could scarcely believe that his ultimate technique had been so easily countered. How did you accomplish this? Quite simple. Have you studied physics? Xu Ming responded. As beams of light coalesced between his arms, the Hippolyte alien, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly leaped away from his position. Unbeknownst to him, Xu Ming pivoted instantaneously, directing an L-shaped beam of light towards the unsuspecting Goldrass. The unprepared Goldrass was struck squarely in the chest by the beam, collapsing in disbelief before exploding in a brilliant conflagration. Success! The Ultraman has triumphed over a monstrous foe. Fantastic, Ultraman! You're incredible! Keep it up! The crowd, initially taken aback by Xu Ming's capture within the glass container, erupted in astonishment as he swiftly turned the tables on a monstrous adversary. Daegu, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, joining Xu Ming in a synchronized dash, brushing past one another. As they exchanged a high five, a warm sensation surged within Xu Ming's heart. He could vaguely sense the return of Tiga's light. In that fleeting moment of connection with Daegu, Tiga's power surged back into him. Chapter 96. The power of Dana and Gaia. Daegu and the Hippolyte alien were entangled in a fierce struggle, while Xu Ming, brimming with energy, executed a somersault, striking the last remaining horn of Hilbegon with his heel. With a crack, sparks erupted, and Hilbegon let out a deafening roar as the remaining horn shattered. Its eyes burning with rage, Hilbegon unleashed a powerful blow upon Xu Ming. Lacking experience in dealing with Hilbegon, Xu Ming raised his arm in defense, only to be sent flying by the creature's formidable claw. Truly, it was a beast of immense strength. After tumbling helplessly on the ground, Xu Ming recalled that in the original storyline of Ultraman Digga, Hilbegon had once engaged in battle with Gotti. Gotti's protective shield was utterly destroyed under Hilbegon's relentless assaults, leading to its demise in the creature's gaping maw. Hilbegon advanced step by step towards Xu Ming, roaring continuously, its powerful jaws poised to strike. The Hippolyte aliens, not as dim-witted as the monsters, skillfully evaded Daegu's powerful punches and kicks, launching ranged attacks with energy orbs instead. Eventually, they ascended into the sky, bombarding the now slower Daegu with their energy projectiles. Daegu attempted to leap into the air to confront the Hippolyte alien but was shot down before he could take flight. Not far away, atop a towering building, Feiju and Iming watched the battle between the Ultraman and the monsters with furrowed brows. Gradually, memories of parallel universes began to awaken in their minds. With closed eyes, they reminisced about events that transpired in another world. Daegu was indeed correct. Feiju and Iming exchanged glances, their brows easing as they spoke. In another world, we are both Ultraman. Daegu is even my senior. Feiju smiled as he gazed at the battlefield. It's a pity I'm not in your world. However, I never anticipated that the renowned scientist Fujimiya Hiroshi would also be my battle partner in another realm. Iming chuckled, replying. Two beams of light coalesced in the air, gathering in the hands of Feiju and Iming. The transformation device of Ultraman Dana, the shining sword, and the transformation device of Ultraman Gaia, the blue gem cone, shimmered in the light. Then, two shouts surged into the heavens. Dana, Gaia, with their calls. Feiju and Iming transformed into radiant figures, soaring toward the battlefield. Dana collided fiercely with the Hippolyte alien in the sky, toppling it to the ground. Meanwhile, Gaia landed with a resounding thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air and launching Hilbegon away. Daegu, Feiju exclaimed, astonished. You both succeeded in transforming. Indeed, Daegu. We have arrived. Feiju replied as he descended to the ground after toppling the Hippolyte alien. Iming extended a hand to the fallen Xu Ming, who grasped it and stood up, nodding at the figure of Ultraman Gaia before him. A warm current flowed through Xu Ming's heart as he tightened his grip on Gaia's hand. I must have received Gaia's light, he thought, nodding gratefully at Iming. With renewed vigor, the group launched another assault on Hilbegon and the Hippolyte alien. This time, Gaia and Digga confronted Hilbegon, while Dana and Iming battled the Hippolyte alien. Seizing the moment, Iming transformed into V2 and crashed into Hilbegon, initiating a wrestling match. The Hippolyte alien, having endured a protracted battle, was nearly spent, much like Xu Ming. As a visitor from another world, Xu Ming did not possess the abundant energy of the Ultraman from this realm. After unleashing several finishing moves, his chest timer began to flicker. The Hippolyte alien unleashed a barrage of energy orbs towards Xu Ming. He attempted to dodge, but it was too late. However, Feizhu intervened, raising an Ultraman barrier to shield Xu Ming from the attacks. "Thank you, Dana." Xu Ming nodded in gratitude. "No need for thanks," Feizhu replied, casually approaching Xu Ming and patting his shoulder. "But how come you look so much like Digga? I don't believe I know your name." A warm rush surged through Xu Ming's heart. Momentarily taken aback, he replied, "You may call me Gaiying." "Gaiying, good. The real battle has only just begun." With that, Feizhu turned, unleashing a light blade that annihilated the incoming energy orbs from the Hippolyte alien. Realizing the prowess of these Ultramen, the Hippolyte alien attempted to flee. Just then, a tremendous explosion resonated as Hilbegon was obliterated by the combined efforts of Daegu and Iming, drawing everyone's attention to the remaining Hippolyte alien. Sensing the peril, the Hippolyte alien fired several energy orbs to create chaos before soaring into the sky to escape. Daegu, observing this, crossed his arms at the crystalline forehead, transforming into aerial mode to pursue the alien. Soon, a Lampal energy orb struck the Hippolyte alien, sending it crashing back to the ground. Feizhu and Iming quickly rushed forward to restrain the Hippolyte alien, and upon Daegu's return, he reverted to combined form, drawing his arms back before extending them outward, gathering energy for the Zapaliao beam. With a swift motion, the beam surged toward the Hippolyte alien as Feizhu and Iming released their hold, rolling to the sides. The purplish-white beam struck the exhausted Hippolyte alien with precision, and with a deafening explosion, the once arrogant creature was reduced to mere fragments. Xu Ming, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. Is this Hippolyte alien not the one I know? Initially, he thought it bore a resemblance, but now he realized he had mistaken its identity. Having perished in this dimension before Xu Ming arrived, there was no way this creature could have been transported from the rift in time to the real world. Suddenly, a series of terrifying sounds echoed from every corner of the city, steeped in malevolence. Dark, purple streams of energy surged from inconspicuous corners, coalescing high in the sky into a massive energy sphere. The souls of the defeated monsters, including Gusla, Ponton, and the recently vanquished Goldrass, Hilbegon, and the Hippolyte alien, all converged into that dark purple energy orb. Chapter 97. A Guru makes his appearance. Fear, fear. The ominous voice echoed throughout the city, as a dark purple mass of energy in the sky gradually morphed into a thick black fog. Soon, as all the purple lights merged into the fog, terrifying roars erupted from within. The dark shadow sorcerer, Xu Ming, along with Daegu and Fei Niao, hovered in the sky, while others may have been oblivious. Xu Ming understood that this colossal black mist concealed the dark shadow sorcerer, who was gathering the souls of monsters and the fears of humanity to create a gigantic creature. Behold, the Giga Chimera. As the black fog slowly dispersed high above, the monstrous form emerged before the onlookers. The creature's head and chest were fused, composed of the Hippolyte aliens, with 2 heads from Goldrass and Hilbegon atop and Gusla's head at the bottom. It boasted 4 arms crafted from amalgamated limbs, and its tail sported the heads of 2 chickens from Pondon. Its immense size instilled a profound sense of dread among those below. Even Ultraman appeared insignificantly small in the presence of this composite beast. This creature would not be easily vanquished. This thought coursed through everyone's minds. Yet there was no trace of fear. Xu Ming, too, felt no trepidation regarding the beast. After all, he had faced the malevolent deity Gitangier, so what was Giga Chimera? However, despite his courage, overcoming this creature with just the 4 of them would prove to be a formidable challenge. The Giga Chimera unleashed a cacophony of roars from its various heads, launching an initial assault on the 4 Ultramen. Purple energy orbs zipped towards Xu Ming and his companions, each strike imbued with tremendous power, relentlessly bombarding them from above. Scatter. Xu Ming reacted swiftly, soaring into the sky. Given that Giga Chimera was attacking at an angle, ascending would allow them to evade a significant number of the energy projectiles. Daegu darted to the left, Fei Niao veered right, while Iming descended. Unfortunately, Iming bore the brunt of the onslaught, with energy orbs crashing down upon him, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground with a thunderous thud. Surrounding buildings erupted in explosions, engulfed in flames. Xu Ming charged directly at Giga Chimera, landing atop Hilbegon's head. Seeing Iming in peril, Daegu and Fei Niao aimed to swoop down to assist. only to find themselves ensnared in the barrage of purple orbs as well. In a research building, as an internationally renowned scientist, Fujimiya Hiroshi possessed his own research facility in the bustling city of Yokohama. Currently, he watched the beleaguered Ultraman Gaia with clenched fists. Ming. Memories of another world began to awaken within his mind. As Fujimiya's aura coalesced into a brilliant light, ultimately forming into a sapphire lance. With a swift motion, the lance's wings unfurled, and Fujimiya raised his fist. Blue light shooting skyward as his form vanished from sight. Ming had just risen from the ground when he noticed a purple orb hurtling towards him. Suddenly, a blue light appeared before him, intercepting the orb and leaving everyone in awe. The blue light, could it be? As the familiar energy enveloped him, Ming's gaze remained fixed ahead. At last, a figure interspersed with silver, blue, and black emerged into view. A guru Ultraman. Fujimiya, Ming exclaimed, astonished that Fujimiya Hiroshi had also awakened memories of the parallel universe. A guru, rising from a crouched position, nodded to Ming and brandished a blue energy sword. Slashing it skyward, countless purple orbs rained down, but a guru skillfully wielded his sword, cleaving through the projectiles and rendering them to nothingness. Before long, a guru confronted Giga Chimera, targeting the 4 Hippolyte aliens responsible for firing the purple orbs. Swiftly, he maneuvered and cut through Giga Chimera, severing the aliens' tentacles with 4 precise strikes. With their source eliminated, the purple orbs ceased their relentless assault. Everyone, save for Xu Ming, found a moment to breathe. Xu Ming clung to Hilbegong's head atop Giga Chimera, his chest timer flashing incessantly, energy nearly depleted. Ultimately, Xu Ming could no longer hold on, flung off by Hilbegong's head, plummeting downward. Suddenly, a hand steadied him from behind, preventing him from falling further. Upon turning, Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback to find a Guru Ultraman had come to his aid. A warm surge flowed through his heart as Xu Ming took a moment to breathe, then nodded in gratitude to a guru. Initially, Xu Ming had pondered how to prompt Fujimiya to transform, but unexpectedly, after the plot had shifted, he had arrived on his own. Clearly, after their interaction, a Guru Ultraman's power had been bestowed upon Xu Ming. Before Xu Ming could express his thanks, a guru condensed a sphere of light from his chest timer, transferring it into Xu Ming's flickering red timer. In no time, Xu Ming felt a surge of energy revitalizing him, the timer reverting to a brilliant blue. Thank you, a guru. Xu Ming expressed, renewed vigor coursing through him. He nodded appreciatively, while a guru's gaze shifted back to Giga Chimera. However, Xu Ming's attention drifted towards the bronze statue of Ultraman Mebius by the bay. It seemed the original Ultraman, once a prominent figure in this world, had been forgotten by many. Just then, cheers erupted from the ground below. Xu Ming glanced down to see 4 giants of light standing resolutely on the surface. It was none other than the original Ultraman, 7, Jack, and Ace. Clearly, Hayata Shin, Moriboshi Dan, Hokuto Seiji, and Takagi Hideki had awakened their memories, transforming into the Ultraman brothers to lend their assistance. The Ultraman brothers. They were the heroes we once admired on television as children. Marvelous. Truly magnificent. The Ultraman brothers have arrived. Go, Ultraman, defeat the monster. The jubilant cheers resonated endlessly, echoing into the night sky above. Dagu and Fei Niao, witnessing the arrival of the Ultraman brothers, comprehended that the 4 uncles had awakened their memories of the parallel universe. The 4 Ultramen waved their hands, channeling energy that coalesced into a singular force, entering the bronze statue of Mebius. Chapter 98. For those who still cherish the light within a golden infinity symbol, Miraculous Dream regained his mobility, shedding the form of a bronze statue, while the timer on his chest reverted to a resplendent azure hue. Soaring from the bay, he landed before the 4 Ultraman brothers, exclaiming with palpable excitement, "Brothers, you finally remember." "Yes, Miraculous Dream, let us engage in battle." The Ultraman brothers nodded in affirmation, turning their gazes skyward. In a swift motion, the 5 Ultramen charged towards the battlefield, with Miraculous Dream rejoining them in preparation to confront the monstrous foe. The people on the ground felt an unprecedented sense of security. With 10 Ultramen present, there was no fear of the beast. Gaiying, Diga, Dana, Gaia, a guru. Miraculous Dream, the first Ultraman, 7, Jack, Ace. All Ultramen gathered in unison. Suspended in the air, facing the formidable Jikajimura. Different roars emanated from the myriad heads of Jikajimura, seemingly declaring war against the Ultramen. Xu Ming, aware of his own limitations in such a battle, understood he could only contribute a modicum of assistance. The Ultramen unleashed beams of light upon Jikajimura, wearing it down before dispersing to target its various body parts. Ace Ultraman executed a decisive blow, severing one of Goldrass's massive horns, followed closely by a guru, who cleaved the other horn with a swift stroke. Jack Ultraman, darting past the head of Hilbegong, sent sparks flying as Hilbegong's horn shattered, leaving it bald. The first Ultraman displayed remarkable valor, plunging into the gaping maw of Jesla, releasing the Spatium Ray, and bursting forth amidst a blaze of light. 7 engaged in a dance of evasion between the two heads of Ponton, deftly dodging light projectiles as the Emilium Ray erupted continuously. After a tumultuous clash, the Ultramen regrouped in the skies, distancing themselves from Jikajimura. Witnessing the giant beast gathering energy, its heads converged, channeling this force towards the central form of the Hippolyte alien. With a thunderous blast, it unleashed a devastating beam towards the bay, transforming it into a sea of lava, while the bay bridge melted under the intense heat. The Ultramen, witnessing this, swiftly released their ultimate beams, channeling their powers into Jikajimura. With a resounding explosion, the energy detonated upon Jikajimura, disrupting its destructive release. Sensing a collective urgency, the Ultramen combined their efforts to restore the molten bay, erecting a massive Ultraman barrier in front of them. Jikajimura retaliated with a beam imbued with annihilative power, hurtling towards the Ultramen. Nevertheless, the massive barrier effortlessly absorbed the onslaught, rebounding the destructive energy back at Jesla, causing it to recoil in pain. In a moment of clarity, Jikajimura fled into the cosmos. Without hesitation, the Ultramen pursued into the heavens. Beyond the confines of Earth, 7 removed the ice axe from his head and hurled it with force. Streams of energy emanated from the hands of the Ultramen, converging upon the ice axe. As the axe enlarged and multiplied, it pursued Jikajimura, slicing through its body with precision. Soon, Jikajimura was left marred by countless wounds. While the ice axe returned to 7's head, this colossal beast had reached the threshold of its demise. The first Ultraman led the charge, releasing a lethal beam. As the other Ultramen followed suit with their swift executions, these beams coalesced into a vibrant pillar of light, striking Jikajimura directly. Boom! The shockwave radiated outward, centered on Jikajimura, which burst apart under the onslaught of the Ultramen. With the threat neutralized, the Ultramen soared back to Earth, hovering over the bay without immediately reverting to their normal forms. For the ominous source of the murky voice was not Jikajimura. The shadowy hand behind the curtain had yet to reveal itself. The dark shadow sorcerer was due to make an appearance. Xu Ming pondered, exhilarated by the recent battle alongside the Ultramen. He lamented, wishing that his own world could awaken such heroes, for perhaps the apocalypse could have been averted. Alas, a century after his demise, those who once portrayed the Ultramen had long since. Just as Xu Ming's thoughts drifted into the ether, waves of purple mist began to emerge from every corner of the city, coalescing over the bay. A figure, larger than Jikajimura, slowly materialized from the swirling purple mist, cloaked in black robes that concealed its visage. So immense, so terrifying. How could the Ultramen possibly contend with this? The people's concerns grew, especially as the newly emerged figure dwarfed the previous monstrosity. Kik. The dark shadow sorcerer spoke, its voice laced with a sinister laughter. We shall not vanish. We will summon powerful beasts countless times, ensnaring hearts in a darkness of despair, eradicating Ultramen from all parallel worlds. Upon uttering these words, Xu Ming felt a chill run through him, his gaze fixed intently on the towering dark shadow sorcerer. To eradicate Ultramen from all parallel worlds. Could this fiend be the very embodiment of the one he feared? His chest heaving, Xu Ming's thoughts honed in on the identity of that formidable figure in the real world. The Hippolyte alien was also its subordinate. Could that great being truly be this ominous presence before him? Based on the dark shadow sorcerer's words, Xu Ming concluded that this entity was likely the very figure he dreaded in reality. He resolved to eradicate it here and now. 4. He must protect those who cherish him. With a fervent shout, golden light surged from Xu Ming's being, amplifying his strength immensely. No matter the depths of darkness, the light within the hearts of the people shall never fade. At that moment, Daegu also called out to the dark shadow sorcerer, and golden light erupted from him as well. In succession, radiant light blossomed from all Ultramen. I have awakened the power of the mind. Xu Ming marveled, gathering light before him, positioning his arms in an L shape, directing the golden radiance towards the dark shadow sorcerer. If the fissure in space-time has not yet drawn you into the real world, then perish now. Chapter 99. Light enters my heart. A total of 10 golden rays, imbued with formidable energy, were launched towards the colossal dark shadow sorcerer. As they traversed through the air, they converged and then scattered like celestial maidens scattering flowers, casting a magnificent brilliance that struck the dark shadow sorcerer's form. The purple mist enveloping the dark shadow sorcerer was gradually dispelled by the radiant light, And under the relentless assault of this luminescence, the sorcerer's body erupted in a tremendous explosion, setting the night ablaze and turning darkness into day. We shall not vanish. Before the last remnants of the dark purple mist were entirely consumed, the voice of the dark shadow sorcerer echoed once more. Soon, only flickering embers remained on the bay, taking advantage of the lingering glow surrounding him. Xu Ming unleashed another golden ray towards the location where the dark shadow sorcerer had stood, yet struck nothing. Nevertheless, Xu Ming persisted in his efforts, continuously shifting positions to launch further attacks. Before long, the timer on his chest began to flicker again, and he eventually ceased the emission of light from his hands. Perhaps due to the rapid depletion of energy, Xu Ming found himself momentarily unsteady, nearly plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, Driambius was there to steady him. What troubles you? Though Driambius had not previously encountered Xu Ming, their shared experience as warriors inspired a sense of concern. Thank you. I merely worry that this foe has not been vanquished completely, Xu Ming replied, feeling warmth flood his heart. Do not fret. Where there is darkness, there will be light. The first Ultraman said as he approached Xu Ming. Young one, as long as you believe in the light, their schemes shall not succeed. However, Xu Ming sighed and shook his head. The reality of our world lacks the fortune found here. If the Dark Shadow Sorcerer is indeed that formidable being, failing to eradicate him entirely would be a grave misfortune. Although the Dark Shadow Sorcerer had been defeated, Xu Ming's words resonated with the others, instilling a sense of unease that lingered. Thus, they stood vigil at the bay, guarding the city until dawn broke, piercing the clouds with a ray of light. Only then did the Ultramen deem the city safe, at least temporarily free from the threat of the Dark Shadow Sorcerer. As the light bathed the colossal beings of light, they transformed into particles of luminescence and vanished into the air. On the beach stood 10 men, the Ultraman 10 warriors. Awaiting them were their respective loved ones. Xu Ming and Hinobino Mirai stood together, recognizing the bond formed through their recent battle. Thank you both for your assistance in the recent conflict. Xu Ming expressed his gratitude once more. Do not mention it. We are all Ultramen, and it is our duty, Mirai replied, flashing a bright smile. After exchanging a few words with Rina, Daegu approached Xu Ming, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Having awakened the memories of a parallel universe, Daegu realized the identity of the shadowy figure, an evil version of Tiga from another world. Yet, to his surprise, this world's evil Tiga was not transformed from Masaki Kigo, but instead from Xu Ming, a young man. Daegu. Before Daegu could speak, Xu Ming interjected, your memories likely do not encompass my existence. From the outset, Xu Ming had surmised that Daegu, upon awakening his memories, had not recognized him, indicating that Daegu's recollection was rooted in the narrative of the rightful Tiga world, devoid of his own presence. No. Daegu shook his head in response. Did we meet in another world? Is it possible my memories are not fully restored? Not quite, Xu Ming sighed. I am rather unique, as you have observed. I have transformed into evil Tiga. You have become a beacon of light, not evil, Hayata-jin remarked as he approached, patting Xu Ming on the shoulder. We are all giants of light, Ultramen, warriors fighting for humanity. I understand. Old man, Xu Ming nodded, warmth flooding his heart as he replied to Hayata-jin. Let not your fervor wane, Hokuto Seiji added, approaching Xu Ming. All under the heavens are friends. Being a giant of light, how could one be evil? Indeed, Zafi concurred. Light is light, and even in darkness, it will shine forth. Yamaguchi Hideki silently nodded, giving Xu Ming a thumbs up in encouragement. Xu Ming, taken aback by the concern of these 4 Ultraman brothers, smiled brightly. If only they were also in the real world. He even contemplated finding a way back through a time rift to bring all the Ultramen into his world. Such an endeavor would surely herald a new dawn for humanity. Thank you, esteemed seniors. Xu Ming stepped forward, extending his hand to each of the Ultraman brothers. Hayata and the others accepted the gesture, shaking hands with him. Once completed, Xu Ming bowed deeply to the 4. The light of Jack, 7. An ace now resided within his heart. Brothers from another world, I must take my leave now, Mirai said, emitting a radiant glow as she addressed Hayata and the others. Daegu, witnessing Mirai's impending departure, felt a pang of reluctance. Yet he could only call out a GIG slogan to bid her farewell. Wait, take me with you, Xu Ming exclaimed, rushing forward. However, before he could reach her, the glowing Mirai vanished without a trace, clearly departing this world. What happened? Daegu inquired, glancing at Xu Ming. What a shame. Xu Ming sighed, regretting his lack of swiftness. Had he been quicker, he might have ventured to another world with Mirai, where countless Ultramen resided. Regardless of whether it meant acquiring new transformation abilities or bringing them into the real world, either option would be extraordinary. Yet, as he pondered, Xu Ming found solace in the fact that even if he had reached Mirai, he might not have been able to leave this universe alongside her. Now that he had gained more transformation capabilities, returning to the real world would alleviate his concerns about the monster army's resurgence. The pressing dilemma remained: how to return to the real world, which posed a significant challenge. This Earth seemed to have only experienced this singular monster. How could a time rift possibly manifest here? Chapter 100. Racing towards the universe, however. Xu Ming pondered that it seemed each time a monstrous legion appeared to besiege a city, it was somehow linked to his presence in the real world. This time, as he entered the temporal rift, it was unmistakably a fatal endeavor from the perspective of an extraterrestrial. If they deemed his threat to be neutralized, then humanity in the real world would likely no longer be subjected to assaults from these monstrous hordes. After all, prior to Xu Ming's resurrection, humankind had been valiantly surviving. Now, they should be able to strive to live as they once did. He had also provided them with the design blueprints for the Gayazak, which would certainly make dealing with the scattered monsters considerably easier. Gazing up at the sky, Xu Ming observed the bright glow of the Chang'e star. In this world, he had nearly spent over a year recuperating. This year had been remarkably tranquil, devoid of any monstrous or extraterrestrial appearances. The transformation devices possessed by Hayata and Otori still remained intact, having not vanished. It could be said that they had fully embraced their own brilliance within this parallel universe. Throughout this year, everyone returned to their childhood dreams. Otori transitioned from a national employee to an astronaut, while iDream and Fujimiya Hiro collaborated on research, developing anti-gravity devices and more powerful propulsion systems. Asuka became a professional baseball champion. Ultimately, the spaceship destined for the cosmos was completed through their collective efforts. Xu Ming was aware that Otori and the others had long aspired to break free from Earth and explore the M78 Nebula, the Land of Light. This had also been a contemplation of Xu Ming. Did a Land of Light exist within the parallel universe? Regardless of its existence, Xu Ming resolved to journey alongside his companions. To prepare for this, throughout the year, he diligently acquired knowledge about the cosmos and participated in various aviation training alongside Otori. Thus, on a day blessed with gentle winds and radiant sunshine, the spaceship set forth. It truly was a vessel of flight. Xu Ming stood within the cabin, looking out through the specially designed glass, quietly lamenting. Other spacecraft appeared to be formidable warships brimming with advanced technology, while the one beneath him resembled a mere ship, albeit a modified one. The spaceship, equipped with anti-gravity devices, soared into the heavens amidst the jubilant cheers of the populace. Accompanied by 4 fighter jets, it broke free from Earth, venturing into the cosmos. These fighter jets were no ordinary machines. They carried Hayata, Sato Hideki, Moriboshi Dan, and Hokuto Seiji, along with their respective wives, Fuji Akiko, Sakata Akiko, Urien, and Minami Yuko. Inside the spaceship were iDream and Dunzi, Asuka and Ryo, Otori and Reina. At that moment, Xu Ming felt somewhat superfluous. He had initially thought that Fujimiya Hiro would also join them, but he remained on Earth, tasked with preventing any monsters or extraterrestrial beings from emerging. Nevertheless, through the spaceship's unique communication system, contact with Fujimiya Hiro on Earth was possible, no matter the distance. With such a formidable assembly, even if the spaceship were to capsize, it would hardly matter. Xu Ming smirked, gazing out at the vast cosmos and remarking, "We are all Ultramen. Should we encounter any danger, it would hardly be perilous." As the spaceship advanced through the cosmos, it soon accelerated alongside the 4 fighter jets, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the M78 Nebula. The scenery along the way unfurled into vibrant lines, leaving Xu Ming in awe. The universe was so vast. Surely there were countless planets capable of sustaining life. Therefore, humanity was not alone in the cosmos. The primary limitation lay in their technological inability to explore other worlds. Time passed, perhaps 1 or 2 hours, a few days and nights, or even several months. When Xu Ming awakened from the stasis chamber, the spaceship had ceased its acceleration, quietly floating in the cosmos. "Otori, what is happening?" Asuka inquired, puzzled, as he approached the cockpit. The ship's display indicated an obstacle ahead, rendering evasion impossible. Before Otori could respond, iDream interjected with an explanation. Hayata and the others had already parked the fighter jets within the ship's hangar and entered the cockpit. "Do not worry. Remain calm in the face of adversity." Hokuto Seiji gazed out the window, seeing a colossal meteorite shifting positions as if it possessed life, obstructing the ship's path. Xu Ming also observed this phenomenon, surprised at what he deemed a monster. Suddenly, from within the massive meteorite, 4 brown mechanical limbs erupted, startling Xu Ming. Recognizing the material, he blinked rapidly, swiftly identifying the entity. This meteorite housed Gabunyu. As his words fell, the meteorite erupted with a thunderous explosion, revealing the brown mechanical life form, Gabunyu. before the spaceship. It's Gabunyu. Otori naturally recalled this being, as Gabunyu had left a profound impression in the memories of the parallel universe. Just as everyone furrowed their brows, a colossal shadow loomed above the spaceship, obscuring a portion of the starlight. iDream adjusted the display, revealing a gigantic floating island in the cosmos. Is that a cosmic sky island? Asuka questioned, gazing at the screen in confusion. No, it is Gabunyu's island, Otori clarified. In the recollections of the parallel universe, Gabunyu's birthplace lay within such a massive cosmic sky island. Only by obliterating the sky island could Gabunyu be eradicated entirely. This mechanical monster was evidently fixated on them. But why? Asuka inquired once more. Because we are about to break free from the Milky Way, Xu Ming replied at that moment. Gabunyu's origins are unknown, but it aims to prevent powerful energy from emerging on Earth, thwarting humanity's venture into the cosmos. Encountering us, however, is quite unfortunate for them. Xu Ming smiled and addressed his companions. Understood? Leave this one to me. Asuka nodded, drawing forth his shining sword and transforming amidst a dazzling light into Ultraman Dyna. Charging forward towards Gabunyu. The sky island above must also be destroyed, iDream stated. Then let us proceed. With that, iDream produced the blue gem cone, shouting Gaia, transforming into the light of Earth and racing towards the sky island. However, Hayata and the others were not to be outdone. They sprang into action to assist their junior, each transforming into radiant forms and launching from the spaceship towards the cosmic sky island. Confronting such a massive sky island could not be solely managed by Gaia. Additional assistance was indeed necessary. Otori, you take the helm. I will aid Asuka, Xu Ming declared, seeing that Dyna and Gabunyu were already engaged in a fierce struggle. Closing his eyes, the sound of his heartbeat intensified, growing clearer and more vivid. The chapter promising additional updates with monthly votes would arrive tomorrow. Let us also rally for more recommendations. Chapter 101. Mebius is not the future amidst the resounding beat of a heavy heartbeat. A rune circle projected from the heart, revealing a series of images of Ultramen that alternated within the circle. The first Ultraman, Jack, 7, Ace, Mebius, Dyna, Gaia, Egel, and the colossal dog of light, Ged. 11 images represented Xu Ming's 11 transformation abilities. One could say that this journey to the world of Ultra Brothers was not in vain. However, at present, most of the images appeared dim, as Asuka and others had already transformed to engage in battle. The remaining transformations were limited to Ged, Egel, Dyna, Mebius, and Ged, with Fujimiya hero stationed on Earth. Xu Ming dared not transform into Egel, fearing that any incident might hinder Fujimiya's ability to transform. With Daigou at the helm of the ship, Xu Ming also refrained from becoming Dyna. Thus, the only viable transformations left were Ged, Mebius, and Ged. Let us try Mebius. Selecting the image of Mebius, the rune circle swiftly enveloped Xu Ming's body. Daigou witnessed the radiant infinity symbol burst forth from the ship, and Mebius appeared before him. What? Daigou stared in astonishment at the emerging Mebius. Is it the future? No. It is clearly Xu Ming transforming. Xu Ming has become Mebius. Xu Ming turned to Daigou in the ship and nodded, then extended his hand to summon the Mebius sword, charging towards Asuka and Gabunyu. Asuka was entangled with Gabunyu, grappling in the vacuum. Just as they were evenly matched, Asuka attempted to transform into a stronger form, but the Mebius sword struck Gabunyu's back, sending sparks flying. Immediately, Asuka pushed Gabunyu away and looked at Xu Ming, momentarily stunned. Mebius? Scratching his head, Asuka was perplexed as to why Mebius would appear. Could it be that the ship was nearing the M78 Nebula? It's me. Xu Ming responded to Asuka, then swung his sword once more at Gabunyu. This was Xu Ming's first time using a weapon after transforming. Although he had not undergone formal training, the basic slashing technique was within his grasp. Gabunyu moved slowly and had high defense. Under the relentless strikes of the sword, his body merely erupted in sparks. Then, let us employ the forbidden technique of the Land of Light. Xu Ming muttered to himself before turning to Asuka, saying, Asuka, you go assist Uncle Hayata and the others. I'll handle this. Huh. Asuka was baffled, questioning, you alone against Gabunyu. Before Asuka could finish, Xu Ming's body ignited with flames, rushing towards Gabunyu and embracing the mechanical beast. Boom. In Asuka's incredulous gaze, Mebius's form and Gabunyu exploded in a burst of flames. Could it be a self-detonation? For such a small monster, Asuka found it impossible to articulate Xu Ming's actions. Was it necessary to sacrifice his life for that of the beast? As Asuka contemplated Xu Ming's fate, a multitude of light particles coalesced at the site of the explosion, and Mebius's form reappeared before Asuka. Asuka, why are you still here? Xu Ming asked, perplexed that Asuka remained frozen in place. I've taken care of Gabunyu, but this technique consumes too much energy. so I can't assist you. Glancing at the flickering timer on his chest, Xu Ming waved to Asuka and promptly reverted to his original state, returning to the ship in a flash of light. Asuka, what kind of technique is this? To self-destruct and still revive? I want to learn it too. With a look of bewilderment, Asuka soared towards the mechanical sky island, where the first Ultraman, Jack, Seven, Ace, and Gaia were already engaged in battle against a horde of Gabunyu. The Ultramen fought with fierce prowess, unleashing their skills upon the mechanical beasts. The first Ultraman conjured radiant rings effortlessly, tossing them at the advancing Gabunyu. Ace targeted a larger Gabunyu, his rings slicing down towards its neck. Jack wielded a lance, relentlessly assaulting a group of Gabunyu, severing their mechanical heads with swift precision. Seven brandished his ice axe, which, despite its seemingly dull appearance, proved to be exceptionally sharp, cleaving through Gabunyu's limbs with ease. As for Gaia, he plunged into the island's inner subspace. Within this isolated realm, a colossal Gabunyu head flickered ominously, seemingly orchestrating the actions of all Gabunyu. This creature must be the core of Gabunyu's existence. Gaia concentrated his ultimate attack and unleashed it towards the enormous Gabunyu head. As the light made contact, the entire island trembled, causing all to halt their actions. Asuka, just arriving, witnessed the first Ultraman and others retreating from the island. Yet, Asuka was not foolish. Realizing the situation, he soared into the air. Gaia emerged from the ground, joining him in flight. Quick, let us destroy the mechanical island while we have the chance, Gaia declared, first to gather energy. Then, all the Ultramen focused their ultimate attacks. 6 beams of light surged towards the mechanical island, which could not withstand such overwhelming force. It erupted in a magnificent explosion, scattering flames in every direction. The massive Gabunyu head vanished in the blast, evidently obliterated. We did it. Daegu and the others in the ship rejoiced. However, before Daegu could savor the victory, an eerie laughter echoed from above the ship. Hee hee. This laughter, rough and heavy, seemed to penetrate a thin veil. It's the Baltan. Upon hearing the sound, Xu Ming immediately recognized it. Such a distinctive laugh could only belong to the Baltan. The Ultramen, who had just obliterated the mechanical island, turned their gaze towards the source of the laughter, spotting a swarm of Baltan swirling above the ship, subsequently unleashing rays upon it. Chapter 102. Indiscriminate attacks by allies. Alas, beware. This is dire. The original Ultraman reacted swiftly, countering the ray attack from the Baltan aliens with a spectacular spatium ray that neutralized the onslaught. Immediately, the crew aboard the ship looked up at the transparent glass ceiling, momentarily overtaken by panic. I'll take to the battlefield. Xu Ming, you steer. Daegu hastily retrieved his godlight stick and pulled Xu Ming to the control panel. Are you kidding? I can't pilot the ship, Xu Ming protested, pulling Daegu back. I've only learned the basics of fighter piloting this past year. At that moment, 6 transformed Ultramen soared out to confront the swarm of Baltan aliens. Among the 8 Baltan aliens, the original Ultraman and Ultraman Jack each faced 2, while the others engaged 1 each. Why have you wretched beings appeared in this universe? The original Ultraman questioned without hesitation, launching dozens of 8-pointed light rings and crossing his arms to unleash a continuous barrage of spatium rays. The Baltan aliens merely emitted their incomprehensible cries, leaving others unable to fathom their meaning. Let us deal with them swiftly, Ultraman Jack declared, sensing a looming change in this universe. The presence of the Baltan aliens was indeed a foreboding sign. If such malevolent extraterrestrial beings existed in this universe, it was only a matter of time before they found their way to Earth. All right, the Ultramen wasted no time, unleashing their ultimate attacks. However, the 8 Baltan aliens began to converge, each one creating duplicates of themselves. In an instant, the cosmos was enveloped by the silhouettes of the Baltan aliens. This is the Baltan aliens' ability to clone, Xu Ming remarked, furrowing his brow. We just need to locate the true entity. The others are mere illusions. Though Daegu was astonished by the multitude of Baltan aliens, he didn't perceive them as formidable. No, Xu Ming shook his head. The clones of the Baltan aliens are all corporeal and can deliver tangible assaults. What? Daegu was taken aback, astonished by the aliens' prowess, far exceeding the illusionary clones of the Karanbu he had encountered in a parallel universe. The Karanbu only produced illusory duplicates, while the Baltan aliens manifested real ones. I must assist them, Daegu exclaimed, turning to Lena. Lena, take the helm. Understood. Lena nodded affirmatively, stepping into Daegu's position. As one who had awakened memories of a parallel universe, she possessed the innate knowledge of a top pilot, making the task of commandeering the ship relatively simple. Then why did you drag me into this earlier? Xu Ming stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Daegu scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, I was too flustered and forgot. Xu Ming, Regardless, Dagu brandished his godlight stick and transformed to join the fight. The sheer number of Baltan aliens and their duplicates was terrifying. Although Xu Ming had just fought, he had only harnessed the light of the dream beast. Now, he had other lights at his disposal. Placing his hand over his heart, Xu Ming began to meditate. The rhythmic pounding of his heart echoed in his ears, quickening until it transcended the bounds of normalcy. Time seemed to freeze, and the starlight in the universe stood still, halting the rampaging Baltan aliens and their duplicates. With a resounding heartbeat, a luminous rune circle projected from his heart. Observing the two dimmed images within the rune circle, Xu Ming decisively chose Shadow. However, when he extended his hand, the image transformed into Gadol. What the? No. Wrong. Again, Xu Ming exclaimed, addressing the rune circle in frustration. Yet, the rune circle paid him no heed, swiftly passing through his body, causing time to resume its flow, the starlight to twinkle once more, and the Baltan aliens to resume their assault. A beam of light burst forth from the ship, striking a Baltan alien directly. Xu Ming, no longer human, bit into the Baltan alien's arm. With a crack, the arm was severed, and the alien vanished a short distance away. They sure can run fast. Xu Ming commented wryly, Gadol is Gadol, it's not like I can't fight. However, when the other Ultramen saw the light erupting from the ship, they assumed Xu Ming had transformed. When the beast Gadol emerged before them, everyone froze in disbelief. Did that creature just attack the ship? Kyosashi exclaimed nervously. It doesn't seem like it, Hayabusa remarked, bewildered as he watched Gadol sever a Baltan alien's arm. That monster looks like a puppy? Dagu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the parallel universe's puppy that had sacrificed itself to awaken its master's inner light. But why was a puppy appearing here? Confused, Dagu gazed at Gadol, realizing no. If Shadow is Xu Ming's transformation, then this puppy monster must be connected to him. If I recall correctly, the dream beast just now was indeed transformed by Xu Ming, right? Hayabusa interjected. Huh. The revelation caught the attention of the Ultraman brothers. Isn't Dream Beast from the future? How did it become Xu Ming? Exactly. Dagu disregarded the confusion of the esteemed warriors, declaring the ultimate truth. I believe that monster is Xu Ming transformed. What? Everyone was stunned, incredulous that Xu Ming had transformed into a monster. Just then, Xu Ming turned, raising a paw in a greeting to the group. Everyone. It seems undeniable that the monster is indeed Xu Ming. Then let the battle commence. With the original Ultraman's words, the Ultramen dispersed, charging once more at the Baltan aliens. This time, there were no simple punches or kicks. They unleashed their ultimate attacks directly, for the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. If they were to attack one by one, they would still be fighting until next year. The most effective strategy was to release their ultimate attacks in mass. The ability of the Baltan aliens to clone was not as potent as that of their true forms. As the beams swept through, they exploded and vanished. Xu Ming was engaged in combat with a Baltan alien when a beam nearly struck him. Turning to see that it was Ultraman Ace launching various skills to eliminate the Baltan aliens, Xu Ming felt a sense of relief. My apologies. I almost mistook you for a foe upon seeing that monster, Seiji explained, waving at Xu Ming. Xu Ming was momentarily speechless but chose not to respond. In such a chaotic scenario, it was entirely reasonable to mistake allies for enemies in the heat of battle. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xu Ming turned back to continue unleashing his ultimate attacks on the Baltan aliens. At that moment, Ultraman 7's ice axe whizzed past Xu Ming's face, nearly severing his head. Xu Ming froze in place, turning to see Ultraman 7 waving apologetically. I truly apologize. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. I almost took you out as a monster. And no problem. Xu Ming stammered, still shaken, and nodded at Ultraman 7 before pivoting back to attack the Baltan aliens. After a moment of thought, Xu Ming glanced behind him, confirming that the original Ultraman was not nearby, and breathed a sigh of relief. As Xu Ming turned around, he saw Jack Ultraman charging towards him, gripping the Ultraman spark in his hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Xu Ming quickly extended his beast-like claw and shouted, Don't attack. I'm one of you. Upon hearing Xu Ming's voice, Jack Ultraman halted his advance and instead obliterated a nearby Baltan alien. This was no laughing matter. Xu Ming exhaled deeply, clutching his racing heart, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps it would be better to transform into Shadow. Just as Xu Ming was about to morph again, a crack crackling with electricity suddenly appeared beside a Baltan alien, promptly engulfing it. What? Xu Ming was stunned by the sight. A time-space rift had emerged. This could be my best opportunity to return to the real world. Xu Ming clenched his beast claw, pondering inwardly, but this was also the finest chance to reach the land of light. He glanced at the spaceship behind him. Although the plot of Ultra Brothers did not reveal the aftermath of this spacecraft, with a group of Ultramen, could it not reach the land of light? However, There had been no scenes depicting everyone arriving at the Land of Light. Xu Ming contemplated that even in the subsequent works of the Ultraman series, there was no mention of this ship. It seemed they had perhaps failed to locate the Land of Light and return to Earth. The Land of Light could wait for another time. But the time-space rift was a rare opportunity. Soon, Xu Ming made his decision. He began to observe the potential locations where the time-space rift might appear, each one beside a Baltan alien. By now, Xu Ming had discerned the pattern of the time-space rift. It manifested near monsters or aliens and directly absorbed them. What was that thing that just appeared? The others, including Fei Niao, also noticed the time-space rift taking a Baltan alien and expressed their confusion. That seems to resemble a wormhole. I Dream responded. A wormhole? Dega questioned. Can the absorbed Baltan alien survive? Not necessarily. It might be dead, or it could have been transported to the far reaches of the universe, I Dream continued. Wait, why does this thing resemble the time-space rift Xu Ming described when he sought me out? Previously, Xu Ming had specifically consulted I Dream about traversing to parallel universes. Given that I Dream studies focused on the theory of parallel universes. In Xu Ming's words, this crackling with electricity was a time-space rift. The very means that allowed him to access this universe. Xu Ming. The others turned their gaze towards him. Xu Ming remained strangely composed among the Baltan aliens, as if he were observing something. Daegu remarked. I Dream nodded, saying, it seems he is indeed searching for the next location of the rift. Xu Ming was indeed searching. But he had another task at hand, to gather everyone, to bring all the Ultramen here to the real world. Rushing to Daegu and the others, Xu Ming hurriedly said, woof, woof, woof. Damn it. He cursed under his breath as a rune circle depicting Shadow's image appeared before him, and he dashed inside. Amidst the brilliance, Xu Ming transformed into Shadow Ultraman. Everyone was taken aback. What I meant to say is that the rift that just appeared is a time-space rift. Once Xu Ming regained his ability to speak, he explained, on the other side lies my homeland. It is a world where monsters and Ultramen only existed in films. But one day, this rift appeared, bringing various aliens and monsters back there. A world devoid of Ultramen became a living hell. Therefore, my homeland needs Ultramen. Will you accompany me? He swiftly elucidated the situation in the real world, his words imbued with a plea as he addressed the group. Of course, the original Ultraman responded. As Ultraman, it is our honor to save a world. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to join him. Thank you all. But I must first clarify. My homeland is currently overrun with monsters and aliens, and entering into battle may pose a life-threatening risk. Xu Ming was unwilling to deceive anyone. Thus, he naturally communicated the current circumstances. Then it is even more necessary for us to go. Ace Ultraman declared. However, the spaceship is still in transit. If we all go together, it may encounter danger. Daegu, you three young ones stay behind. The mission to locate the Land of Light is entrusted to you, Seven said. Turning to Daegu, Fei Niao, and I Dream. As for the four of us, we shall venture into another universe. Jack Ultraman nodded and addressed the group. We understand. Daegu and the others agreed, realizing the spaceship required protection and that they could not all leave this world. Furthermore, there was one crucial point. Xu Ming observed the group and stated, once we venture into that world, it will be exceedingly difficult to return, for this time-space rift is fraught with unpredictability. Daegu and the others hesitated upon hearing this. Perhaps we should go instead. Uncles, you stay behind. The answer's still on the spaceship. Xu Ming fell silent, recognizing that he should not tear apart the couples who had finally reunited in this world. Never mind. Resolutely, Xu Ming looked towards the Baltan aliens. I have absorbed your light, and I can handle those fiends. Chapter 104. The Return of Ultraman. Upon hearing Xu Ming's words, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor. What did he mean by having acquired the brilliance of everyone? Was he implying a transformation akin to that of Dreambeat? Before anyone could ponder further, Xu Ming dashed into the swarm of Baltans, observing the emergence of the space-time rifts amidst his battle with the Baltan aliens. Soon, another rift appeared, devouring one of the Baltan aliens, rendering it into nothingness. Remarkably, it seemed that the devoured Baltan also possessed a tangible doppelganger. Xu Ming noted this peculiar detail. The doppelgangers of the Baltans were also being consumed. One after another, space-time rifts manifested, whisking away the Baltan aliens or their duplicates. The frequency of the rifts had escalated to its peak, reminiscent of the time when the Zogans were taken away. Suddenly, a rifter opened in front of a Baltan alien beside Xu Ming, drawing it in with a powerful suction. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Ming followed the Baltan into the rift, vanishing into the cosmos. Xu Ming. The onlookers watched in disbelief. Had Xu Ming truly departed? Had he returned to his homeland? We must find an opportunity to enter and rescue that world. The Ultraman brothers fixed their gazes intently on each Baltan alien. However, after Xu Ming's departure, Only a few more Baltan aliens were consumed before the space-time rifts ceased to appear. Clearly, the frequency of the rifts had plummeted to nearly zero. After a prolonged wait, no further rifts materialized. The original Ultraman shook his head and remarked, "It seems we have missed our chance. Let us first eliminate these Baltan aliens." Subsequently, the group continued their battle against the remaining Baltans. In the silent universe, a space-time rift crackling with dark red arcs suddenly emerged, ejecting Xu Ming before vanishing into oblivion. Having forcibly reverted from his transformed state, Xu Ming abruptly opened his eyes in the vacuum, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping him. Just as he perceived the threat to his life, time inexplicably froze, projecting a circle of runic light from his racing heart. Before Xu Ming could make a choice, a runic halo bearing the image of the original Ultraman swiftly traversed through his being. Enveloped in radiant light, a resonant echo of a voice broke through the silence of the vacuum, resonating throughout. Soon after, the figure of the original Ultraman materialized in the cosmos. Had I transformed into Ultraman? Xu Ming blinked in astonishment, surveying his form, confirming he had not mistaken himself for Jack Ultraman or the original Ultraman. He then realized he was indeed in the universe. This time, he had not emerged from a space-time rift atop Mount Everest. After searching his surroundings for a moment, Xu Ming found no trace of a space-time rift nearby. This suggested that the rift that had returned him had a fleeting nature, ephemeral in its existence. The ability to become the original Ultraman indicated that this universe was not that of the Ultra Brothers. Contemplating this, Xu Ming oriented himself towards Earth and set forth. During his time in the Ultra Brothers world, he had acquired a year's worth of cosmic knowledge, enabling him to navigate the stars. The distance to Earth was not great, and based on his current speed of flight, he would arrive shortly. Having spent over a year in another world, he wondered about the current state of this world. How much time had passed since his departure? Were people still safe? With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, Xu Ming hastened towards Earth. Entering Earth as Ultraman could likely attract the attention of extraterrestrial beings. Yet, he had no alternative, for he could not return in human form. However, to the aliens, he had perished, swallowed by the space-time rift. The only being aware of his survival, the Hippolyte alien, was now deceased, leaving no one cognizant of Xu Ming's ability to traverse between the realms of reality and the Ultraman world. Thus, if he were to appear on Earth as the original Ultraman, Xu Ming speculated he would most likely be regarded as a new giant of light, an Ultraman hailing from the M78 Nebula. After all, prior to this, both the extraterrestrials and everyone else were only aware of Xu Ming's ability to transform into the evil Dark Tiga. In this way, the aliens would not target the Dragon City headquarters, for the original Ultraman was not merely Xu Ming transformed. Xu Ming had devised a plan for his return. It was imperative to make a grand entrance. This grand entrance did not entail announcing his transformation into the original Ultraman, but rather to manifest as multiple Ultraman, thereby instilling fear in the hearts of the extraterrestrials. If there were only one original Ultraman, the aliens might mobilize their forces to hunt down this singular Ultraman. Yet, what if Earth were to host numerous Ultraman? Unbeknownst to him, Xu Ming was nearing Earth. As he gazed upon the familiar azure planet, he plunged into the atmosphere, feeling the pull of gravity for the first time. Gradually, he descended towards the surface. Observing the ruins of once thriving cities below, Xu Ming felt a profound sense of sorrow. The invasion of monsters had indeed inflicted indelible damage upon this world. Just as he was about to revert from his transformed state, an unusual rhythm emanated from the ground, accompanied by the cries of humanity for help. Help! There's a monster. Save us. That monster is terrifying. I recognize it. It appears to be Jet 1. The cosmic dinosaur, Jet 1. Looking down from the sky, Xu Ming beheld a panicked crowd fleeing in terror. Behind them loomed a bipedal monster, clad in alternating shades of black and white, with its head, abdomen, and back all black, while its back bore white speckled patterns reminiscent of a beetle's carapace. What an uncanny coincidence. It seemed to be the arch-nemesis of the original Ultraman, the cosmic dinosaur, Jet 1. With a monster present, Xu Ming could not remain an indifferent observer. He altered his trajectory in the sky and charged directly towards Jet 1. The peculiar rhythm echoed around Jet 1. And just as it prepared to unleash a beam attack upon the fleeing crowd, Xu Ming descended from above, tackling it to the ground, pinning it beneath him. With a resounding thud, Jet 1 crashed heavily to the ground, met with a relentless barrage of silver fists. Ultraman! It's Ultraman coming to our rescue! The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. There truly is an Ultraman. How wonderful! We are saved. The fortunate survivors released a collective sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Watching the relentless assault on Jet 1, their hands trembled, yet their faces shone with exhilaration. Chapter 105. Dealing with Jaden can also involve light. The feeling of being saved from the brink of death is one that few can truly comprehend. After a brief moment of respite, the onlookers rose to their feet, distancing themselves from the battlefield to observe from afar. Xu Ming's sudden descent struck a significant blow to Jaden, who continued to endure relentless assaults from Xu Ming's fists. It had been 2 years since any news of Ultraman had reached the people, and now, to their astonishment, Ultraman had re-emerged before their very eyes. This explosive revelation was almost unbelievable, and it seemed that the Ultraman appearing after 2 years was not the same as the one they remembered. According to official reports, 2 years ago, Xu Ming had transformed into Ultraman Guiying. Yet now, the Ultraman before them seemed to embody the essence of the very first lesson about Ultraman. Yes, it dawned on them. His name is Ultraman, the original Ultraman. It was truly the first Ultraman who had come to their rescue. What an incredible shock. Indeed, it felt as though they were caught in a dream. Soon enough, the crowd recognized the identity of the original Ultraman. After the establishment of the survivors' base, educational institutions resumed their operations. However, the curriculum had evolved. In addition to fundamental subjects, a mandatory course titled Monsters and Ultraman was now included. Students were required to study the original Ultraman's films, progressing through to the last Ultraman series produced by a certain company a century prior. Moreover, they had to familiarize themselves with common monsters and significant bosses, while knowledge of rarer creatures was offered as an elective. Jaden, the cosmic dinosaur, fell within the realm of common monsters and minor bosses in their studies, thus making him a familiar figure to the populace. Xu Ming's fists continued to hammer Jaden, who had once been a formidable foe, now rendered docile under the relentless barrage. Although Jaden possessed great strength and had formerly been a notorious boss monster responsible for the demise of Ultraman, times had changed. The ordinary Jaden no longer held any prominence. Xu Ming dismounted from Jaden and delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Jaden managed to regain his footing and glared at Xu Ming, displaying an erratic rhythm of movement, a manifestation of his anger. Despite having endured a flurry of blows, Jaden's bones were 100 times stronger than steel. Thus, he only suffered superficial injuries. With both hands extended, Jaden directed his gaze towards Xu Ming, unleashing a barrage of searing fireballs from his head, hurtling towards Xu Ming. Was this the legendary 1 trillion-degree fireball? Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly conjured an 8-part light wheel to counter the incoming fireballs. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the fireballs collided with the light wheel, igniting the sky in a blaze of crimson. Xu Ming discerned that Jaden's fireballs did not reach the purported trillion degrees. Such temperatures could only be found in cosmic explosions or black holes. Were Jaden capable of emitting such heat, it would spell doom for the solar system. As the flames dissipated, Jaden extended his arms, unleashing a wave of ultimate light beams towards Xu Ming. Realizing the intensity of the attack, Xu Ming erected an Ultraman barrier in an attempt to withstand the assault. Upon contact, he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, propelling Xu Ming backward. Ultraman, be careful, the fleeing crowd shouted. That light beam is incredibly powerful. You must evade it. The onlookers, well-versed in Jaden's capabilities, understood that this ultimate light beam had previously proved fatal to Ultraman in the narrative. Rising once more, Xu Ming nodded towards the crowd and prepared for the next encounter. He was surprised to find that even his barrier could not withstand Jaden's formidable attack. Steeling himself, Xu Ming focused on Jaden, conjuring another 8-part light wheel and launching it forth. Jaden, anticipating the attack, raised his arms to form a protective barrier. The light wheel crashed against the shield, shattering upon impact. Jaden's barrier is impressively resilient, Xu Ming mused, charging toward Jaden with haste. Before Jaden could react, Xu Ming tackled him to the ground, causing the protective barrier to dissipate. In swift succession, Xu Ming summoned an 8-part light wheel, emulating Ace's technique, and struck Jaden on the neck. Sparks erupted upon contact, clearly indicative that the attack was effective. Moments later, Xu Ming thrust the light wheel into Jaden's armpit and ascended into the air. Seizing the moment while Jaden was still reeling, Xu Ming crossed his arms, unleashing the spatium ray towards the fallen creature. No, Ultraman, you cannot use light against Jaden. He can absorb it. The crowd cried out in alarm. Not only that, he can reflect the energy. However, before Jaden could react to absorb the light, the spatium ray struck him directly, resulting in a tremendous explosion that scattered debris across the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that light could indeed be used against Jaden. Understanding the goodwill of the onlookers, Xu Ming acknowledged them with a nod before departing the scene. The spectators gazed skyward for an extended period, and eventually, someone spoke up. Today has been a fortuitous day. Indeed, We have witnessed the return of Ultraman. We must report this to our superiors. This group comprised a small unit of the Survivor Resource Collection Team, who had unexpectedly encountered Jaden during their mission. Yet, through this misfortune, they had been saved by Ultraman and could now collect Jaden's remnants, which held significant value for research institutions. Bringing back these fragments of Jaden would surely elevate their status within the resource collection team. Xu Ming's figure quietly reappeared nearby, observing the team as they gathered the debris. He had no intention of returning to the survivors' base openly, and if he did, he would need to adopt a different identity. Chapter 106. Technology. A century later, under the clandestine protection of Xu Ming, the team successfully gathered the fragments of Jaden and returned to the survivor base. This particular base, situated near Kyoto, serves the survivors from Los Angeles. Upon their return, the Resource Retrieval Squad hurried to report their findings to the branch of the anti-monster organization, presenting both the fragments of Jaden and accompanying footage of the battle between Ultraman and Jaden. The news sent ripples of astonishment throughout the branch. After a 2-year hiatus, had Ultraman finally reemerged? Not only that, but it was the original Ultraman, not the shadowy version from 2 years prior. This revelation hinted at the existence of other Ultramen in this world, perhaps even more than just these two. The branch accepted the fragments, promptly dispatching them to the research department at headquarters. Such remnants of monsters, especially those from a formidable adversary like Jaden, are invaluable. Through the study of monster fragments, the research department had developed numerous new weapons and equipment, significantly bolstering their defenses against monsters over the past 2 years. However, these fragments were obtained through the defeat of monsters. Following the disappearance of the shadowy Ultraman 2 years prior, the mechanized beast known as Gayazak emerged, allowing the anti-monster organization to eliminate numerous monsters in that time, thereby securing more fragments for research. Nevertheless, Gayazak's capabilities were limited, unable to contend with the mightier monsters. With the submission of Jaden's fragments, the entire squad received promotions and substantial token rewards. While they reveled in their success, the branch imposed a lockdown. Until headquarters authorized the dissemination of news regarding Ultraman, no one was permitted beyond the confines of the holding area. However, this state of affairs would not endure for long, as the presence of Ultraman would inevitably re-enter the public eye, especially given the frequent monster appearances. At the Long City headquarters, Blue Hawk entered Jing Zay's office at an astonishing speed. He placed a flat device on the desk, his expression a mix of urgency and delight, exclaiming, "Director, there's no time to lose. You must see this video." "What's the matter? You seem frantic," Jing Zay replied, turning his gaze to the screen. It was merely a straightforward recording of Ultraman versus Jaden, yet to Jing Zay, it unleashed a tidal wave of emotions. "Director, another Ultraman has appeared." Blue Hawk gasped. After 2 years, another Ultraman has emerged. Jing Zay, upon viewing the footage, felt a surge of excitement and joy. Despite the advancements brought by Gayazak and various new weapons, confronting increasingly powerful monsters remained a daunting challenge. The emergence of another Ultraman was indeed a monumental blessing. However, it was the original Ultraman that astonished Jing Zay, the very same who had appeared 2 years later. "Lord Xu Ming is the shadowy Ultraman," Blue Hawk murmured, falling silent. 2 years prior, after battling the Monster Legion, Xu Ming had vanished without a trace. Although the anti-monster organization had dispatched teams to locate him, their efforts were in vain. Blue Hawk had returned to the cave in the Himalayas, residing there for an entire year, yet he never glimpsed Xu Ming again. It was as if he had evaporated from existence. Since Xu Ming's disappearance, the Monster Legion had not reappeared. The attacks on human survivor bases had come from disorganized monsters instead. Perhaps the original Ultraman is also Lord Xu Ming? Jing Zay suddenly remarked, catching Blue Hawk off guard. Well, that is not entirely implausible, Blue Hawk pondered. He recalled that Xu Ming could transform not only into the shadowy Ultraman, but also into the light monster, Gaidi. The possibility of him transforming into the original Ultraman seemed within reach. Jing Zay, unaware of Xu Ming's ability to become Gaidi, remembered Xu Ming stating that he could transform as long as he found any transformation device. Perhaps Lord Xu Ming has discovered the Beta Magic Wand, the transformation device for the original Ultraman. Jing Zay mused internally. Director, the news of Ultraman's appearance has been temporarily sealed by the Los Angeles branch. Should we make this information public? Blue Hawk inquired, recognizing the significance of this question. Let us refrain for now and observe the situation, Jing Zay deliberated. If Ultraman appears before the public eye, we shall release the news then. He understood that the Monster Legion's invasions were aimed at drawing out Ultraman. Without Ultraman, humanity could hardly continue to exist amidst the overwhelming might of cosmic beings and monsters. Ultimately, whether to protect Ultraman or humanity, this information must remain concealed for the time being. A supply convoy departed from Los Angeles, laden with essential foodstuffs, driving westward. These vehicles carried resources lacking in various survivor bases in the West, which Los Angeles could abundantly provide. The convoy would also transport surplus supplies back to Los Angeles from these western bases. Xu Ming lay quietly atop one of the large trucks, unnoticed by the crew. The road was far from smooth. This route, discovered after extensive exploration, was known for infrequent monster sightings. The terrain was rugged, surrounded by desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence. Convoys 002, 003, and 004, we've encountered a landslide ahead. We must clear it before proceeding. The driver of the lead truck halted upon spotting the debris and communicated with the following drivers. Received. We will wait here. Convoy 001, please activate the bulldozer mode. Came the response from the 3 trucks behind. The lead truck detached from its cargo, transforming through a series of mechanical movements into a dual-purpose excavator. Wow! Xu Ming exclaimed from truck 004, unable to contain his astonishment. Is this a transformer? The transformation from a truck into an excavator truly astonished him. However, Xu Ming reminded himself that a century had passed since his demise, and with such advancements in technology, this development seemed entirely reasonable. Chapter 107. The transformation interrupted the landslide had not caused significant blockage on the road, and with the aid of the transforming truck, the debris was swiftly cleared. Subsequently, the bulldozer excavator reverted back to its truck form, reconnecting with the cargo container. Vehicles 002, 003, and 004, the landslide has been cleared and you may proceed with caution. Announced truck number 1 as it continued its forward journey. Received, came the response from the following trucks, which then closely followed suit. As the trucks navigated past the landslide site, Xu Ming remained reclined atop truck number 4, gazing at the obscured sky. In the past, direct eye contact with the heavens would often leave him dizzy. However, ever since he acquired the ability to transform into Ultraman, he discovered he could gaze directly at the sun. It was undeniable that his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced since becoming Ultraman. As the white clouds slowly drifted away, Xu Ming's attention was drawn to a peculiar sight amidst the landslide. An unusual hole had emerged, seemingly newly excavated. Could it be that the landslide occurred due to this cavern being hollowed out, with the debris expelled from within? Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback and was about to sit up when, unexpectedly, a massive head emerged from the hole, surveying the trucks below. A monster. Xu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. It was no wonder the mountain had been hollowed out. There resided a beast within. That head belonged to King Red. Recognizing the monster immediately, Xu Ming barely had time to alert the others in the truck to flee before King Red leapt from the gaping hole. King Red was an aggressive creature, attacking anything that moved, humans, monsters, or extraterrestrial beings alike. Realizing the impending danger, Xu Ming braced himself. King Red landed violently in front of truck number 1, shattering the road beneath it. The driver of truck number 1, witnessing this chaos, slammed the brakes and urgently warned the others, "Get out. Run. There's a monster." It was a straightforward message. The other trucks, having spotted the enormous creature, quickly hit the brakes and abandoned their vehicles. Xu Ming, standing on the truck, placed his hand on his chest and began to meditate. However, the sudden stop sent him flying forward, crashing into the ground and tasting the dirt. On the truck, there were not just the driver, but also workers and merchants unloading cargo. Upon hearing the monster's warning, everyone made a frantic dash for safety. A burly man noticed Xu Ming sprawled on the ground and rushed to help him up. "Brother, the monster is here. We need to run." "I know, I'm just..." Xu Ming began, but the man interrupted in haste. "There's no time. I'll carry you." Seeing Xu Ming's troubled state, the man hoisted him onto his back and sprinted away. Xu Ming looked at the retreating scenery, his mind filled with questions. "Brother, I can run on my own." After a brief moment, he exclaimed, "It's all right, I'm fine." The man reassured him as he continued to run. Xu Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Brother, you may be fine, but I am in trouble." Everyone fled from the trucks, clearly indicating that those engaged in transport during this apocalyptic era were adept at escape. Xu Ming had initially worried about the driver of truck number 1, but when they all came to a halt, he realized the driver had outpaced them all. After running approximately 500 to 600 meters, the group paused, gasping for breath. Xu Ming climbed down from the back of the kind-hearted man and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." "You're welcome," the man replied, panting. "By the way, which truck are you from? You seem somewhat familiar." I'm from truck number 4. Xu Ming scratched his head. "That can't be right." "I'm from truck number 4 too. How come I haven't seen you before?" The man looked at Xu Ming, puzzled. "Ah well, I misspoke. I meant to say I'm from truck number 2, Xu Ming quickly explained. His likeness had already been immortalized in statues across various survivor bases. Most people on this planet recognized him. However, the unpainted statues sometimes made it difficult for people to identify him immediately. Truck number 2. At that moment, another individual approached and chimed in. I'm from truck number 2 too. How come I haven't seen you? My apologies. I panicked when I saw the monster and forgot I'm from truck number 3. Xu Ming stuttered, gradually distancing himself from the man and the newcomer. The first man stood there, scratching his head, feeling as though he had seen Xu Ming somewhere before. Just then, a resounding explosion echoed from nearby. The group froze, their expressions shifting to grimace as they comprehended the implications. The truck had been destroyed by the monster. They all understood that with the truck gone, the supplies within would surely be lost. This location was far from the survivor base in Lo City. Without the truck, it would take several days to traverse the distance. The same applied to the survivor bases in the west. Should they encounter any more monsters along the way, there would be no truck left to safeguard them. Seizing the moment while everyone's gaze was fixed on the horizon, Xu Ming swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby tree. The ground began to tremble, an indication of King Red's approach. Countless stones cascaded from the hillside with each of King Red's heavy steps, obliterating the road beneath. This route would likely be rendered impassable in the future. One individual sighed, this road, it's not safe anymore. Not only the falling rocks, but also the path King Red had traversed made it impossible for trucks to navigate. The monster is coming. Run, someone shouted. I'm too exhausted. You all go. Another lamented. No, we must all escape together. Some individuals dragged their weary bodies in flight, while others, lacking the strength, resigned themselves to their fate, and some chose to remain with them in solidarity. King Red's massive form emerged around the bend, and as it caught the scent of humanity, it began to pound its chest and roar. This display, reminiscent of a gorilla, elicited little humor among the onlookers, only instilling terror, for soon, this beast would approach and trample them all beneath its feet. Behind the tree, Xu Ming confirmed that he was alone, swiftly placing his palm on his chest, closing his eyes, and entering a meditative state. Chapter 108. The emergence of Ultraman across the globe as Red King advanced step by step towards the crowd. People gazed in awe at the monstrous figure, holding their breath in trepidation. Xu Ming felt the pounding of his heart growing ever louder and quicker, until, with one resounding thump, time seemed to freeze. A circle of runes emanated from his heart, projecting an array of Ultraman images that flickered in succession. Ultraman, Jack, Ace, 7. At this moment, Xu Ming yearned to choose among the Ultraman brothers. The presence of Ultraman on Earth evoked the illusion that beings from the Land of Light had descended upon this world. Ace it is. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Ming made his choice. The image of Ace Ultraman paused in the circle of runes, then swiftly moved towards Xu Ming, passing through his body. Suddenly, a radiant beam appeared out of thin air and charged towards Red King. Boom! With a tremendous impact, Red King collapsed to the ground. Before him stood the silver and crimson figure of Ace Ultraman. Look, it's Ultraman. Ace Ultraman, the Ace from the Ultraman brothers. From the Land of Light in the M78 Nebula. The crowd's exclamations mirrored the joy and astonishment of those who had been pursued by Jet in the previous day. In their delight, excitement bubbled forth. Xu Ming's choice of Ace Ultraman was driven by a desire to witness the prowess of this Ultraman, known as the King of Law. As Red King staggered to his feet, Xu Ming gathered 2 orbs of flame in his palms and unleashed them with a resounding boom. Before Red King could regain his footing, the fiery palm struck, sending him reeling amidst a cloud of smoke. As the flames dissipated, Xu Ming fired small light arrows that struck Red King, yet due to his robust physique, such attacks were mere child's play. In a fit of rage, Red King slammed the ground, causing massive rocks to erupt from the earth, engulfed in flames. With a fierce blow, he hurled them towards Xu Ming. Without hesitation, Xu Ming unleashed one of Ace Ultraman's signature moves, the vertical decapitating blade. He traced a blue light blade before him, slicing horizontally. The blue blade collided effortlessly with the flaming boulders, cleaving them in two. The fragments shrank as they approached Xu Ming, who dispatched them with a swift hand strike. The blue light blade, however, struck Red King, leaving a deep gash upon his rocky hide. One more, Xu Ming called, executing the horizontal decapitating blade. Upon seeing the effectiveness of his attack, he leaped into the air, drawing forth another white light blade aimed at Red King. Red King, sensing another assault, raised his massive arm in defense, but with a swift slice, his stone-like arm fell to the ground. The fear in Red King's eyes was palpable. Despite his lack of thought, he understood that his life was now in jeopardy. Another, Xu Ming declared, forming an X with his arms, sending the X-shaped light blade hurtling towards Red King. Realizing the futility of resistance, Red King attempted to flee. With arms outstretched, Xu Ming unleashed a barrage of cross-shaped blades that struck Red King before the circular decapitating blade could reach him. The final blow came as the circular blade cleaved through Red King, who crumbled into several pieces, crashing to the ground. With the battle concluded, Xu Ming nodded in satisfaction before soaring into the sky, vanishing from the crowd's view. Ace Ultraman, renowned for his myriad abilities and known as the King of Light, had only utilized the decapitating blade series in this confrontation. As the onlookers beheld the scattered fragments of Red King, they swallowed hard, realizing the truth behind Ace Ultraman's fearsome reputation as a harbinger of dismemberment. Suddenly, someone voiced this sentiment, prompting many to nod in agreement. Ultimately, they were grateful to be alive. Their next course of action was to report back to their organization before addressing the remnants of Red King. Upon returning, this cargo team faced confinement akin to that of the initial Ultraman search team. However, despite the restrictions, the substantial monetary rewards made their situation bearable. News of Ace Ultraman and Red King's encounter swiftly reached headquarters. After a moment of contemplation, Jingza pondered whether the Ultraman brothers had truly arrived on Earth. Though he leaned towards believing that these Ultramen were manifestations of Xu Ming, the consecutive appearances of two Ultraman brothers compelled him to question whether the Ultramen from the Land of Light had descended upon Earth. Director, I believe this is a possibility. Should we contain the news? Blue Eagle inquired. Contain it, Jingza replied without hesitation. We will observe for a few more days following Ace Ultraman's emergence. Understood. 2 days later, the survivor base in the western region of Daxia faced an attack from Gamora, prompting the appearance of Ultraman Jack, who swiftly vanquished the beast. A few days later, a survivor base in Eagle City, Europe, was besieged by a Hilbegon, only to be saved by the intervention of Ultraman Digga. In the polar regions, the monster Lyshabas appeared and was defeated by Ultraman Dyna. The survivor base in San Francisco encountered the monster Gusla, which fell to the might of Ultraman Mebius. In the South Pacific, the survivor base in Shilon faced an onslaught from Gon Q, which was eliminated by Ultraman Gaia. Finally, along the coast of the survivor base in Xiaoqing, the giant crab monster Ganza was dispatched by Ultraman Eagle. News of Ultraman sightings proliferated worldwide, leaving both Earthlings and extraterrestrials bewildered. However, compared to the aliens, humanity rejoiced, with many regions nearly ready to celebrate with fireworks, albeit lacking the firecrackers of a century past. The two confined teams, released following the emergence of multiple Ultramen, were eager to break the confidentiality agreement, wishing to share their extraordinary experiences. Yet, when they discovered that the entire world was already aware of the Ultraman appearances, they were left dumbfounded, especially as there was not just one, but several Ultramen. On Mount Everest, within an isolated chamber in the cosmos, a magma alien knelt before the black crystal in the Grand Hall, reporting, "My lord, 10 Ultramen, including Xu Ming, have manifested on Earth." Standing silently beside him was the dark Lopa Zero, who remained mute. "What sort of Ultramen are these?" the black crystal inquired, its dark red glow flickering ominously. "Ultraman, Jack Ultraman, 7 Ultraman, Ace Ultraman, Mebius Ultraman, as well as Digga, Dyna, Gaia, and Eagle," the magma alien responded. "Ultraman brothers, could it be that the Ultramen from the Land of Light have indeed come to Earth?" The black crystal mused, contemplating the gravity of the situation. "My lord, given the current circumstances, such a possibility exists." The magma alien nodded and addressed the black crystal, noting that besides the brothers from the Land of Light, there were also Dyna, Gaia, and Eagle. The situation was indeed precarious. After a prolonged silence, the black crystal remarked that it appeared the Ultramen had managed to traverse the dimensional rift to this world. "Then, my lord, shall we simply invade Earth and annihilate humanity?" suggested the magma alien. "I had expected you to possess more wisdom, which is why I elevated you to your position," the black crystal retorted with a scoff. "Yet, I find you as foolish as the Hippolyte aliens." "My lord," the magma alien trembled upon hearing this, exclaiming, "I was mistaken." "Humph," the black crystal scoffed again, asserting, "If I had intended to eradicate the Earthlings and seize the planet, I would have done so upon my arrival. What I seek is not this planet." As the black crystal paused momentarily, it commanded, "In any case, you should fulfill your duties and refrain from actions that do not pertain to your tasks." "Understood, my lord." The magma alien replied, quaking in fear. "How could there be so many Ultramen on Earth?" "Cyclops, go investigate the truth." The black crystal issued the order. "Yes, my lord." The dark Lopas Zero nodded before proceeding out of the Grand Hall. "And you, magma alien," the black crystal continued, a surge of dark energy coursing from it into the magma alien's body. "Go and infiltrate the human base, seeking the Ultraman's earthly forms." "Understood." The magma alien felt a powerful dark force infused within him, nodding excitedly before departing the Grand Hall. "All of you, come forth." After the two had left, the black crystal's voice resonated. Subsequently, Ripple spread, and several extraterrestrials emerged, including the Mephiles alien, Zerub alien, Baltan alien, and Khmer alien. Zerub and Baltan. You are to handle the defected Imperial aliens in the cosmos, commanded the Black Crystal, sending 2 more streams of dark energy into them. Understood, my lord. They replied eagerly. Mephiles, you shall remain in the Grand Hall to manage general affairs and command the Monster Legion. Khmer, you too shall infiltrate humanity to locate the Ultraman's earthly forms. 2 additional streams of dark energy surged into these 2 aliens. Understood, my lord. Meanwhile, in the Himalayas, Xu Ming ascended step by step. The monsters he had eradicated recently were numerous, and he believed the remains would suffice for the research department of the anti-monster organization. Having stirred a considerable commotion on Earth, Xu Ming intended to infiltrate the skies above Mount Everest to uncover the true identity of the so-called master. With the ability to transform into 10 Ultramen, Xu Ming felt no fear. While he did not presume to eliminate this master entirely, he at least aimed to strike a decisive blow. The biting cold wind lashed against Xu Ming's face, yet he felt no chill, as warmth surged within his heart, safeguarding him. After half a day's trek, Xu Ming felt the ground tremble beneath him, and suddenly, a monster leapt from the snowy slope ahead. It was the dinosaur monster from that day. Xu Ming paused momentarily, preparing to transform for battle, but noticed the dinosaur monster still oozing egg fluid and remnants of its shell. After it burst forth from the snow slope, a Red King followed, its colossal arm crashing down upon the dinosaur monster's base, sending it flying down the mountain. Another Red King. Xu Ming blinked, deducing the situation. It seemed the dinosaur monster had consumed the egg of the Red King. The Red King, enraged, charged down the mountain in pursuit of the dinosaur monster. Observing this, Xu Ming chose not to transform, but continued his ascent. Upon reaching the base of Mount Everest, a rune circle projected from Xu Ming's chest. Passing through the circle, he transformed into Ultraman Mebius amidst the infinite symbols. With a powerful leap, Xu Ming soared into the dark crimson space. As he glided past Mount Everest, he did not stop but ascended directly. Upon breaking through into the cosmos, he encountered a dark crimson vortex. Without hesitation, Xu Ming summoned the Mebius sword and plunged into the vortex. Buzz. As he traversed a ripple, it felt as though he had entered another realm, a secluded space. After surveying his surroundings for a moment, Xu Ming grasped the essence of this extraordinary world, akin to a celestial paradise. At the opposite end of the dark crimson vortex stood an awe-inspiring temple. Xu Ming approached the temple step by step, but the environment began to darken. Upon entering the temple, the entire hall transformed into a pitch-black chamber, exuding an aura of malevolent darkness. Indeed, was this the dwelling of the ultimate boss? Xu Ming advanced to the center of the hall, finding no monsters or aliens present, only a massive black crystal radiating a dark crimson glow, distinctly out of the ordinary. A black crystal? In the past, it might have fetched a handsome price on Earth. Xu Ming, wielding his sword, approached the remarkable crystal with caution. Mebius. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the black crystal, startling Xu Ming and causing him to retreat several steps. The stone was alive, preparing for battle. Xu Ming assumed a combat stance before the black crystal. I never expected you to possess such audacity, the black crystal remarked with an eerie laugh, addressing Xu Ming. Chapter 110, Then Die For Me. Do not be anxious, Dreambos. The black crystal continued to emit a sinister laughter, addressing Xu Ming. Since you possess such audacity to arrive here, I presume you have some contingency plan, do you not? Xu Ming momentarily paused at the black crystal's words, but soon regained his composure, responding in Dreambos' voice. Humph, I did not expect you to uncover that. Indeed, the black crystal cackled. I need not be told. I already know what your contingency is. The Ultraman brothers are secretly protecting you, are they not? Ahem. Yes. I did not anticipate that my brothers, Ace and the others, were so deeply concealed, yet you managed to unearth them. Xu Ming coughed several times before replying to the black crystal. Then, taking the initiative, he stated, Since you have already deduced this, I shall not withhold my intentions. I came here to ascertain the identity of the mastermind behind the manipulation of so many extraterrestrial beings and monsters. Now that I have encountered you, what now? The black crystal emitted a dim, dark light and replied to Xu Ming, who understood that this black crystal was indeed the ultimate boss behind the Monster Legion and the extraterrestrials. He had not expected that this final adversary would be merely a black crystal. I represent the land of light to warn you. Xu Ming contemplated for a moment. Adopting a serious tone, do not harbor any malicious intentions towards humanity. Regardless of the world, our cosmic patrol will fight to the end against your malevolent forces. The land of light. Upon hearing these 3 words, the black crystal fell silent for an extended period. As one of the earliest otherworldly visitors to this earth, It was the first time it had encountered the mention of the Land of Light. Clearly, the influence of the Land of Light had indeed reached this world. But I am still in the process of recovery. After a moment of internal deliberation, the Black Crystal spoke. I can control the Monster Legion to refrain from attacking humanity, but you, the Land of Light, must not take action against my forces. Xu Ming was taken aback. What was happening? Why had the opponent suddenly softened? It seemed they were wary of the Land of Light. Although this agreement appeared advantageous, ultimately. The commander of the Cosmic Patrol is Zoffy, and I must return to consult him before making a decision. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Xu Ming responded to the Black Crystal. If the Land of Light does not attack here, the Monster Legion will refrain from assaulting humanity. This is indeed a tremendous boon. However, Xu Ming could not appear overly eager, and he needed to prolong the conversation. Firstly, he invoked Zoffy, then Ultraman Father, and even Ultraman King. Very well. I await your response. The Black Crystal flickered twice before falling silent. Xu Ming did not rush to attack. Instead, he cautiously exited the Grand Hall and located the dark red vortex, departing from that place. After Xu Ming's departure, the Mephiles alien materialized within a transparent ripple. My lord, are we truly conceding like this? The Mephiles alien respectfully inquired of the Black Crystal. This is not a concession. It is merely a temporary retreat from the spotlight. The Black Crystal glimmered, responding to the Mephiles alien. Given the current circumstances, the influence of the Land of Light has indeed arrived in this world. My power has yet to restore, scarcely retaining 1/10 of its former strength. Thus, this is the only course of action. When my strength is restored, even if Ultraman Father were to come, it would be a journey to death. At the conclusion of its statement, the Black Crystal's tone turned exceedingly sinister. Should Dreambo send someone to track him? The Mephiles alien asked, nodding in response. Perhaps we could use this to ascertain his whereabouts. No need, the Black Crystal stated. Since it is evident that the Land of Light has descended, other matters are inconsequential. Summon the Cyclops back. There is no need for probing. As for the Magma and Chimera aliens, let them temporarily conceal themselves among humanity, awaiting a more opportune moment to act. Understood. It must be said that Xu Ming achieved the desired effect. The emergence of various Ultramen across the world, particularly the Ultraman brothers, truly bore fruit. Their belief in the arrival of the Ultramen from the Land of Light and the subsequent agreement had been secured. However, this could also be a ruse. Xu Ming did not entirely trust the Black Crystal's words. If they were true, it could only imply that the Black Crystal was still subject to certain constraints, limitations that hindered its full potential. Xu Ming could surmise a few things regarding this matter. The Black Crystal was undoubtedly not originally such a massive stone. No true boss would manifest as a mere stone. Either its strength had not yet been restored, or it was engaged in mastering some formidable technique that required time. After all, that is how such tales are often told. Upon leaving, Xu Ming did not immediately revert from his transformed state. He remained vigilant for any potential pursuers. Subsequently, he soared into the depths of space. After passing by a meteorite, Xu Ming transformed from Dreambo's Ultraman to 7 Ultraman and flew back towards Earth. Just as Xu Ming was nearing Earth, a dark red streak of light suddenly surged from the planet, hurtling towards him with great force. Xu Ming swiftly reacted, evading the oncoming beam with a sidestep. The streak of light collided with the moon with a tremendous sound, then aggressively charged towards Xu Ming once more. It is that fellow, Dark Lopus Zero. In a brief encounter, Xu Ming discerned the identity of the assailant. Indeed, the words of the Black Crystal were not to be trusted. With a heavy heart, Xu Ming grasped the ice axe that he had removed from his head and turned to confront the charging Dark Lopus Zero. With a flash of the blade, a violent explosion erupted from their clash, propelling both parties apart. Xu Ming gazed at the flames produced by the explosion, and without hesitation, he hurled the ice axe forward, while the green gem atop his head emitted a beam of emerald amarum light. With a sharp sound, another explosion followed. The ice axe spiraled back, returning to its place atop Xu Ming's head. As the flames dissipated, a fresh gash appeared on Dark Lopus Zero's mechanical form, a wound inflicted by the ice axe. That creature has indeed restored its arm, Xu Ming pondered. It seemed that without delivering a fatal blow, this fiend could not be vanquished. Damn creature, perish. Infuriated by the injury dealt by the ice axe, Dark Lopus Zero removed the 2 head insignias and rushed towards Xu Ming with great speed. Xu Ming, seeing this, once again seized the ice axe from above, clutching it tightly. Dark Lopus Zero was crafted based on Zero. One could say that 7 was his half-grandfather. Then die for me. Chapter 111, The Path to Strengthening One's Power Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as sparks erupted from the collision of the head spears held by Xu Ming and the Dark Lopus Zero. Neither Xu Ming nor Lopus Zero yielded an inch. As several more blade strikes exchanged, the sparks added a hint of color to the pitch-black cosmos. Ultimately, After a fierce push from both sides, they separated. The dark Lopo Zero reattached his head spear, while Xu Ming readied his ice axe once more. The energies of the sun and starlight converged on the deck before Xu Ming's chest, and his arms formed an L shape as he unleashed a powerful beam towards Lopo Zero. 7's converging beam. Meanwhile, Lopo Zero retaliated with his own dark Lopo's beam. The clash of the dark purple and golden rays created a tumultuous explosion in the universe. Neither side willing to concede. Amidst the collision of these beams, sparks erupted, heating the surrounding space. Eventually, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the sky, generating a fierce blast of flames that surged towards Earth. However, before the flames could penetrate the atmosphere, they dissipated into the vastness of space. Xu Ming staggered backward, and Lopo Zero was similarly jolted back, crashing into a drifting asteroid in the cosmos. Just as Lopo Zero, unwilling to concede, prepared to charge at Xu Ming once more, a streak of light darted from a distance, blocking his path. Dark Cyclops, cease your assault. The Mephiles alien obstructed Lopo Zero's advance, stopping him in his tracks. Mephiles, why do you hinder me? Lopo Zero replied, clearly agitated. Allow me to eliminate that individual. The Master has commanded you to halt, continued the Mephiles alien, asserting that they would avoid conflict with Ultraman. What? Lopo Zero was incredulous. The Master instructed me to test his capabilities. That was a recently issued command. If you doubt it, you may inquire directly with the Master, replied the Mephiles alien, stepping aside. Of course, you may continue your attack, but the consequences will be yours to bear. Damn it. Lopo Zero glared at Xu Ming, delivering a furious punch to the air before vanishing in a streak of dark red light. The Mephiles alien turned to Xu Ming, momentarily taken aback. It's 7 Ultraman. After a brief contemplation, the Mephiles alien approached Xu Ming. Mephiles, Xu Ming exclaimed, preparing for battle upon realizing that another formidable foe had arrived. However, he remained puzzled as to why Lopo Zero had retreated. Do not engage. The Mephiles alien, seeing Xu Ming poised for combat, raised a hand. I have been sent by the Master to prevent the Dark Cyclops from continuing his assault. HM. Upon hearing the Mephiles alien's words, Xu Ming's tone shifted to that of 7. Is it the black crystal spoken of by Mebius? Xu Ming slowly lowered his hands, speaking in a calm demeanor. Indeed, affirmed the Mephiles alien with a nod. I wonder if Mebius Ultraman has reported to the Cosmic Patrol. What was the outcome? Although Mebius had departed briefly, the Mephiles alien speculated that the Cosmic Patrol's stronghold was nearby. Otherwise, 7 would not have known of this matter so swiftly. Furthermore, Ultramen possess unique methods for transmitting information among themselves. Our Cosmic Patrol's captain, Zafi, has already agreed. I was here to relay the message, but I encountered that individual. Xu Ming remarked with a cold snort, merely a creation mimicking my son, yet so arrogant. Ah, that is good to hear. I shall convey the Cosmic Patrol's response to the Master. Farewell. The Mephiles alien nodded and departed to report back. Xu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with a single dark Lopo Zero was manageable with his 7 form. However, if another Mephiles alien were to appear, it might expose the secret that all Ultramen on Earth are but transformations of the same individual. Nevertheless, Xu Ming mused, with my strength as 7, battling monsters and aliens is still somewhat taxing. As he flew towards Earth, he shook his head. If the true Ultraman, Zafi, were to come, he could likely subdue Lopo Zero in a mere 10 moves. He pondered deeply about how to enhance his own strength. Xu Ming scratched his head, inadvertently touching the ice axe, and then quickly withdrew his hand. Transforming into a streak of light, Xu Ming descended towards the southwestern region of Daxia. The days ahead for humanity should become somewhat more bearable. The monster army would not assault the survivors' base, thus removing the most significant current threat. The remaining peril lay in the sporadic, disorganized monsters that occasionally emerged from the rifts in time and space. These creatures roamed freely on Earth, and any attacks on humanity could not be curtailed by the Black Crystal. However, given humanity's current combat capabilities, they should be able to handle these scattered monsters. Provided they are not excessively powerful, the special aircraft Geozak could still eliminate 1 or 2 of them. It seemed imperative to swiftly elevate his own strength. Xu Ming gazed towards the Himalayas. In the reality he inhabited, acquiring greater power was nearly impossible. Only in the realm of Ultraman Time Rift, here I come. Step by step, Xu Ming advanced towards the Himalayas. This route to Mount Everest would better conceal his presence. Should he be discovered by extraterrestrials, everything could be compromised. The journey from the southwestern region of Daxia to the Himalayas was relatively shorter compared to other locales. Xu Ming's physique gradually strengthened after his transformation, allowing him to endure the exertion. Along the way, he encountered attacks from several monsters, all of which were vanquished after his transformation. Yet, as he drew nearer to the Himalayas, Xu Ming became increasingly cautious, reducing the frequency of his transformations. It was not common for Ultramen to appear so frequently in this region. Thus, by the end, Xu Ming sought to evade monsters whenever possible, refraining from transforming. After approximately 2 months, Xu Ming finally reached the summit of Mount Everest. Gazing at the swirling rift of time and space before him, he transformed into Ged, bracing against the pressure emanating from the rift, and was subsequently engulfed by the violent energy. Simultaneously, in the cosmos, a rift in time and space emerged, and a massive black silhouette tore through it. Emitting a bellowing roar, the Dark Sovereign floated amidst the stars, exuding immense fury. Soon after, he confirmed the direction of Earth and began his descent. In the vast expanse of space, a spaceship named the Panlong was ensnared tightly by a mechanical dragon, sparks flying from their fray. Had it not been for the high-pressure tolerance of the Panlong's exterior, it might have already exploded under the dragon's relentless grip. Inside the Panlong, the Zap team pondered how to confront the cosmic dragon Nas, which had emerged from the depths of space. At that moment, a dark glow infiltrated the ship, a figure brandishing a weapon aimed at the crew. "It's a Kamal alien," one team member shouted, quickly raising their own weapon in response. A fierce exchange of fire ensued, but surprisingly, none were injured, as both sides were adept at evading attacks. However, the interior of the Panlong suffered damage from the relentless gunfire. Yet, the enemy was an extraterrestrial. In addition to their firearm assaults, they could unleash energy blasts. Amidst the explosions of these energy projectiles, several team members tumbled to the floor, gasping for breath. At that moment, a rift in space-time suddenly appeared beside the Kamal aliens, instantly pulling them in. Subsequently, Xu Ming fell out from within it. The crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sight. A rift had appeared inside the Panlong spacecraft, swallowing the recently emerged Kamal alien and then regurgitating a human. Could it be that the rift transformed the Kamal alien into a human? Just as the onlookers were filled with confusion and vigilance, Xu Ming slowly opened his eyes, shimmering particles of light dissipating from his body as he reluctantly reverted from his transformation. What is this? As soon as he awoke, Xu Ming found himself facing a row of gun barrels, leaving him momentarily dazed. "You are a Kamal alien?" questioned a member of Team Zap, Inky, in a timid tone. "What Kamal alien?" "I am an Earthling." Xu Ming quickly realized that these individuals had mistaken him for an extraterrestrial. "An Earthling? Then what are the Kamal aliens?" A robust middle-aged man approached Xu Ming boldly, scrutinizing him closely and asking. This man was the captain of Team Zap, Hiroshi Hinata. "Though I am unsure how you came to regard me as a Kamal alien,